because I want to talk shit. So fucking ban.
You want to be a bigot.
You go.
Yeah.
That's the crux, right?
Yeah,
You
bro.
don't really know anything. You just want to talk shit and talk down to a bunch of people. Except those people.
Yes, that's all you guys want to do. That's why you created this
and now
fucking
it's
echo
uncomfortable.
chamber, so you
Yeah.
can just sit here and talk shit. So yeah, that's why I'm
That's
here.
alright.
I'm here to talk shit.
Nothing left on Netflix for you, bro? Really?
I don't watch Netflix.
All right, go play a video game.
Is this
or
how
something,
bored
dude.
you are?
Yeah,
Yeah,
go
that's what I was
entertain-
doing. All right, then fucking mute me.
Sounds like a great idea.
Way.
But by the way, you'll probably get removed. So I'm gonna consult with the rest of the people in this chat. You probably will be removed from this point forward. We'll talk to the people, the moderators of this group, and we will probably have you removed. I'm gonna request for that for sure.
He did say he was a bigot. He admitted to it.
He admitted to it.
What's his name?
Appa.
Appa.
Can you remove him, Radwin?
Yeah, I mean, dude, that attitude, like, literally, I'm not going to listen to anything anyone says.
Yeah.
I made up my mind. You all suck. I'm just here to make fun of him, belittle everyone. Oh, okay. Well, then why would anyone want you here? Okay.
Exactly.
It's helping him too because he really doesn't want to be here either.
Oh, you heard that, Crit? Yeah, we need to remove
Yeah.
Appa from this
Yeah,
forum.
that's true. We don't want to hurt him in any way, shape, or form. Yep.
I do understand the frustration, though, right? Because you came to belittle and you got,
Mm.
like, schooled. So your only defense was to, like, flamboyantly act up. I mean, I get it. Like, I don't know what else you could have done, to be honest.
All gone.
Okay, you did before I got to it.
By the way, I found another version of that book, Kiwi.
Dude, holy
Another
hell. Crit has, like, every role in here. What the hell? Do you, like, live here, Crit? Is this your home server or what?
Yeah, he's a decorated
No.
war veteran in here.
I just noticed.
Yeah, we got booted a couple years ago off the server, like a lot of victim status going on and whatnot. And then me, Heretic, and Crackville and Ponto stuck around and still kind of kept the powder dry. And then just one day they're like, "Hey, do you guys want your channel back?" We're like, "Fuck yeah!" You know, like, well, of course.
Right. That's
Why
awesome.
was it deleted in the first place? No, never even got a
Exactly.
straight answer. You know, they're like, "Well, shit. All right, you guys are." And it all started because we started doing that channel, like make your own room, just kicking.
Right. Now, this was clearly the biggest room on this server, though I haven't been here
Yeah.
very long. This
We
is
have,
clearly
we have a great team, Shane. I mean, I gotta say, I gotta hand it to these guys. Yeah. Everybody that you see, most of the people that are in here right now are very valuable to their assets in the community. You know what I mean?
it's
So.
like a pleasure to hear you guys work. Like over at 24/7, when you ran out of like new people, it got dried up. Over here, it's a wonderful new reservoir, and to just hear it just like go through it, people erupt like that boy Abba just did with their only possible defense has a weird satisfaction to it. It's a wonder to hear you guys work.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see, the thing is, I don't mind if they get upset and we call each other, like, you know, that's the nature of the beast. But when you actually spit so much venom that you don't want to have a conversation and you only want to belittle, then that's a bit different. You know what I'm saying? Because men are gonna talk like men. You know, like we duke it out. You know, that's how it goes.
Dude, I love
But,
it.
yeah, go ahead.
You put them on the spot, like, do you have any evidence? And they all kind of cop out and make it a joke because that's the only thing they can do because they know they've heard everyone before them fail to bring any sort of like relative scientific evidence or proof, and they're like, I have no shot. So crap, I've been called out. What do I do? Stupid flat earthers.
Yeah.
You know? it's so good. You guys are masters at it.
He was, you know, he was spiraling in the chat, and it's like, well, at some level, we don't need that. You know, that type of person. So
Yeah.
long as you know, they don't turn that way, you know, we're fine. But we can have a, you know, a real rough back and forth. You know, I don't mind. They can call us names, we can call them names. But when it comes to like where you're only in here to bully, that's different.
Listen, I think I should mention this. So NASA is revamping the website totally. And so a lot of those documents that mention a flat, non-rotating Earth are being 404'd. So if whatever you guys have, fucking archive it. Anything.
Can't you
guys
go to the
have.
Wayback Machine and get them from there, or no? Or they get scrubbed like from even there?
Oh, when they're 404'd, I'll try. Let me try one. I'll let you know.
Okay. And then like, well, yeah, if you gave the heads up, you might as well just start pulling from where you need to.
If you can
No,
get them
yeah,
from
I've
the
been doing
Wayback Machine, make sure you get the military and the CIA ones too. They took down.
Oh, they took him down. All right.
What's interesting too, like here for Shane, was about this is that some of the people in the debate, like other debate servers or on Gem Pandas or some anti-flat earthers, they've been on this server, but they've been kind of reasonable. They've been rational. And then they see the flat earth section and now they got egg on their face because people are like, wow, I thought you were a good debater. They have discussions with people and now the flat earth topic comes. And I'm like,
It
yeah,
want nothing to do with it. Yeah, that makes sense.
yeah, it's quite. I go, it's quite hilarious. Like you'll sit there and make monkey sounds when the flat earthers talking on Gem Panda server, but on this server you want to pretend to be pseudo intellectual. So now, right? How do you square that?
That's
You
funny.
know, like they that sort of environmental conditioning. They had some sort of prop or whatever on here
Pastel.
where they were like, oh, go ahead. Someone's gonna jump.
Explain to me, why is your slot?
Who's
Okay.
that?
Yeah, that's Pastel. Pastel. We're gonna talk to you a little bit about some of the things that we usually ask people when they first come in here, just as an introductory, because it's actually the question on the table. So we ask everybody this question: who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth, Pastel, any time in history, as in drop over distance? So if you know.
You could do that a lot, like with a lot of things, like such as airplanes, such as like what around the world in 80 days. There's a couple of boats that have traveled, a couple armadas in the military that have traveled the entire circumference of the entire world.
For the fucking question.
Okay, could you repeat the question?
Sure. Who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth anytime in history, as in drop over distance, or you can consider it like elevation change? I'll give you an example, just real quick what I mean. For a point of observation to a target distance, there should be a certain drop rate. So I should know how much curvature there should be, as in from me to like 20 miles away from me, how much the Earth is curving away. So who's ever measured that in history, Pastel?
NASA.
Okay, can you point to the person that's done it and the method?
I'll have to pull up my sources, but I'm currently doing the dishes.
Okay,
So I'd have to give me maybe 10 minutes, 10 minutes for sake.
so do you know who the person is though in your head? Like, could you maybe
The
refer us to?
person who originally found the information and claimed it as their own.
Well,
what you're asking?
the one who actually, because say, I'll preface the information this way. They're telling us for at least 2,200 years, it's been known to be a globe by certain individuals in history. So how have they measured the curvature?
I mean,
With the
you're the
drop
one
over
who's bringing up the argument. Do you have that predisposed?
Well, see, this is the issue, right? The issue is we ask people for the information. It's not about asking me for the information. It's asking everyone who comes in here for the information, if they know or not. And if you do not know, it's easier. It's kind of easier to say I don't know, versus I know, and then don't give me the information. See what I mean?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, so do you
Can I
know?
try? Let me
Right,
try
so
to say it
if
another way.
you
Yes,
know,
yes. Can someone else give it a take?
no, just check this
Oh.
out, right? I want to break it down for you, man. It's real simple. If you have the information,
Okay, break it down.
if you have the information, all you have to do is support that information that you know that is true with evidence. As in, okay, let me tell you who it is. It's this guy. He measured it this way, and this is how you do it. That's really all I'm looking for.
The Earth is flat. Have you also measured the flatness of the Earth?
Say
You
again.
know where the answer comes from.
You're
I said,
low.
if the Earth is flat, like you were saying, shouldn't you also have the circumference? Then are you arguing whether it's a sphere or a flat?
Yeah, but do you see the problem that we're having is that the question has.
The problem that I'm asking you is.
Oh, so you
whether
don't
it is
have the
flat-
answer.
No,
So you
no.
don't have
I
that.
said I'm currently washing dishes, but
I know, but I'm
I'm going
asking
with
you,
your
sir, if you have it up in the old noodle, you'll be able to spit it out like quickly. Like, who is it? Who's the person?
The old
Who
noodle.
measured it?
so
Yes, sir.
how do you know it's flat?
Yeah, Pastelli, the main thing is like if you're coming into this discussion and you think you already know the Earth is a globe, your question
I'm not articulating that I do know the answer. What I'm
Okay, let-
asking for
Scully, listen for a
is
second.
how
Please.
did you?
Okay, this is the problem. Okay, now I'm not saying you. Okay, maybe I said you, but I didn't mean you. Okay, when somebody comes into the chat and they say, "Explain to me flat Earth," and they already have a claim on the table that they know the Earth is a globe, their question boils down to, "Explain flat Earth if the Earth is a globe." See, it would be like they're going to be a hamster. They're just going to be running around in a wheel, and the conversation won't go anywhere. So to see where you're coming from is using the Socratic method. Hey, how do you know what you know? And no one's even challenging. No one's going to be like, "Hey, you know this, and how do you know it?" And then you say, you go, "Okay, got it. I see where you're coming from," but you're just not refusing to even say if you know it or not. Do you know the Earth is a globe?
Yes.
Okay, then how do you know this? That's what
Well, from
Mayhem's doing.
experience. Let me
Okay,
just
there
say
we go.
experience.
Okay, so from experience, how have you experienced the Earth as a globe, Pastel?
I'm an astronaut. I've
Really,
been in
dude?
space, my guy.
Really, Pastel?
Is it
Really?
disqualify?
Yes, I'm giving you the truth value. So I've been in space.
You know, we always have the highest hopes for people that come in here, Pastel,
Well,
but you're really letting us
right.
down, bro. You really
You
are.
do dishes in space? Wow.
Of course we do dishes. in space.
No, he's
Yeah.
it's
Gotta keep
this
it
is
clean.
this is all just, you know. And Pastel, honestly, man, like we
So
want the
why
best for
are
people
you
to come in here. So
articulating that I am wrong.
because you don't have the answer to support the claim that you know
say-
the Earth is a
If
globe,
we
sir.
are in space, then how do you have the claim that I'm wrong?
I just told you because you're not supporting the evidence that you say should be there. There should be some
But
evidence
I'm
that
saying
you know.
truth value. I'm saying my truth value.
You're
Oh,
what?
boy.
What did you
My
say?
truth value.
He said my truth value, aka my lie.
The truth value it goes to lived experience, where someone could say that I feel oppressed even if they're not, because they're using an identity that is a peripheral identity instead of an affirmative identity.
Well, yeah, that's a lot of mental contortions for you saying that you don't know. But it's easier if you just say, why can't people? Here's my thing, Pastel. If people don't know something, why can't they say, well, I don't know?
Right. What's wrong
Scientists
with that?
figured it out. What's wrong with that, Pastel?
It's okay. Pastel identifies as an astronaut, and I'm okay with that. Just
Pastel, all you got to do is say you don't know, bro. Really? Why is that difficult?
So my question is,
Why
Where
don't
would
you
we
answer
find-
my question,
Yeah, dude,
Pastel?
don't
Why?
answer. Just say I don't
wait,
know.
what was your question? What was your question?
If you don't know something, why can't you say I don't know?
Because I do know.
Then support it with evidence. Then,
So what would we do if Lagrange points? What
sir,
would we
why are
do
you
with the
asking
space
me,
station?
my
What
good
would
man?
we do with the satellites that are floating around the Earth? What would we do with space trash?
Oh,
What would
so
we
you're
do with
just
all the
you're just not
satellites
gonna
that are looking
sir.
outside the Earth?
My goodness.
What would happen
Now,
to
now I'm
Google
gonna
Earth?
have to
What
pause you
would
for a
happen
second.
to-
This is what happens when a mind hits that cognitive dissonance level. When the religious state kicks in, they have nothing else left in the tank. So they go into like this. It's weird.
Yeah.
I don't know what you want to call it, but it's just they all they see is glow. Like, ooh, they're like, it's go back into this. It's weird, man. But check it out. He's exuding that right now. He doesn't even hear me anymore. He's just in this glow fantasy. Like, it's weird, right?
It's like he's going over shit in his mind. Why would they lie about space? Why would they? It's like he's saying out his thoughts instead of listening to the conversation.
Exactly. It's obviously weird. Pastel, we're gonna give you a pass, right? So you can go ahead and just sit here and probably listen to a couple of sessions, and then we'll come back around to you, man. Hopefully you can be a bit more humble. You can be a bit more humble and say, hey, I don't know, man. There's nothing wrong with saying that, to be honest, but you found it difficult. Who else is in here?
Oh, your favorite Gold Chalk.
Well, Goldchalk's always good for a conversation, but I don't know. He might be tapped out.
He just said he came here to lose brain cells, so maybe he's ready.
Does he honestly think that picture's real? The one he just posted? The moon picture?
Gold Shock.
Oh, let's Gold Shock.
Well,
do you
I'm
think
just
that-
I'm just addressing something that Flat
Yeah,
Earth,
but this is
Flat Level
weird.
Water posted, right? They showed two
Flat
images,
Level
Apollo
Water.
11 and Apollo 12. They showed it's the same image, right? And I just asked for a citation for it, so I went up and looked up what the Apollo 12 Earthrise image is, and it's different than the one they're saying. So I'm just wondering where they got the image. That's all.
You don't think that's real, though, do you?
I don't know what relevance that has. I'm just wondering where they got the image from, because of
Look
course,
at
if
that
it's the same
horizon.
image, I'm very curious to see it. But I mean, it doesn't seem to be the case.
What?
So
Why are
unless
you
one's
why are you
provided.
questioning? Why I'm thinking though, like why are you questioning the image though? Like who cares about the image?
Look at the bow.
Well, no, I'm not questioning the image necessarily. What I'm questioning is the claims about the image, because of course it doesn't seem like the claims about the image are true. Because I looked up the image, and that's not the image
Mm.
that's presented. So
Yeah, how would you adjudicate which image is correct and not? I mean, to
that's
know
that's
that.
why I asked for a source.
Okay, yeah,
Source.
and the source you looked up. So the source you looked up, how would you know if that is a correct image or not?
Well, I'm looking for the people who made the claim. He said NASA makes this claim. Okay, so I go and look up what NASA claims for Apollo 12, right? The image that they would claim. So I look up other images, and unless there's like some alternative, it seems to be that they're claiming a different image than what they're saying they claim. So I'm
The
just curious
alternative-
where the origination of that image is from, if it's not from NASA, right?
The alternative
Pretty
is
simple.
they can't be in that place that they're claiming they are with those images being taken, where the place that are being taken at.
What?
The alternative, you're asking, is there an alternative? Yeah, the alternative is they're not there taking that photo where they're
I'm not
claiming
asking
they're.
for an alternative. I'm just asking for the claim for the citation, right? Or
Ma'am, I
like
got
for
you.
the claim.
I mean,
Found
what
it.
does that have to do with all the tea in China?
Yeah,
bro?
okay,
Like,
so this is okay. So this is
So
Apollo
there's the
12
image.
mission image or Apollo
Uh-huh.
11 mission image. Yeah, I agree. But of
Okay.
course, the claim was that the Apollo 11 and Apollo 12 images show the same Earth, and I'm not seeing an Apollo 12 mission that shows the same Earth as in the Apollo 11 mission claim, right?
who gives a fucking rat's ass, dude? Like,
Well,
seriously.
I mean, you asked why are we posting images in the thing. Well, now
I know. I'm
explained
just
it to
saying
you.
though. Anyway, about moon like rise or Earth rise or who gives a shit, dude? Like that. How does that get us any closer to knowing if they're giving us the information about the Earth's geometric shape, bro?
Why do you think it has any relevance to that question?
Because people believe in them.
People
The
believe
images.
in what?
The images, sir, the ones you're putting up in the text chat.
Oh, I mean, I just I just posted after someone else posted it. But, yeah,
I'm just
okay.
saying though, these images are being passed around like there's something to talk about. Why?
I mean,
Why?
well, I mean, it would seem like if the images are indeed doctored, and which would be the case if the claim is made that both were Apollo 11, sorry, that both Apollo 11 and Apollo 12 missions had the same Earth, right? Then that would be a good reason to maybe not believe NASA on this. But of course, if
No.
the images are different, well, then like the reason to believe that they're the same image goes away, right?
That's not grounds for that though. The ground for believing in
Oh,
an
boy.
agency or not is based due to whether the authenticity of the image is real or not. That's,
Well, no, that
that's
would be
idiotic.
one method, right? Like you would
No,
want to,
it
like
doesn't
obviously.
help
Can you
anybody.
let me
Be-
finish, please?
Goldshot, that doesn't help anybody. Whether or not the image is authentic or not, that's not a point of contention. And if if the flat earthers are arguing with you about that, then what are you going to get from that? You're going to get somebody else that's going to come in back and, well, I study photography and I say that image is real. And then the flat earthers going to be like, wait a minute, let's see if we can get somebody on our side. And then there's some other guy's going to be like,
Right.
wait a minute, I
goes
study
deep into it.
photography.
Okay,
That
so I
is
think we
not
can.
real.
I think we can base it on very basic, like intuition-based probability, right? That if there
What
are
the
indeed two
fuck?
images of the Earth, right, that it seems very unlikely that the cloud patterns would be identical. So if somebody had images of NASA saying that both the Apollo
Oh,
11
Chuck,
and Apollo
can I-
12 missions had the exact same cloud
Can I
positions
say
of the Earth,
something about this
that would be
image?
a good reason not to believe NASA, right?
Go ahead,
It's very simple.
Beasticles.
I got you. Yeah, Goldchuck, can I say something about this image real quick, brother? Check
You
it out.
can say whatever you want
You-
about
You
whatever
know about
image.
the moon's face locked, right?
What?
The moon is tidally locked. We see the same face of the moon, right?
Yeah, that is
Okay.
the.
So you see
general
this
understanding.
image, right? Why is the Earth on the horizon? Wouldn't it be directly above if the moon is face locked? If it's tidally
What?
locked?
No.
Perspective
Why?
of the
What do you
image.
mean? Why would it be right above?
Because it would be the face of the moon facing Earth.
Okay, well, I mean, under the standard model, right? The Earth is,
Hold on,
or the
wait,
moon is a sphere, right? So you can
Wait,
be on the sphere.
just think
Oh.
about it. Why is it not directly above?
What do you mean directly above?
Why is
you?
Earth not directly above you? Because it's
It would
face
only
locked.
be directly above you
It's
if
face
the moon.
locked, right?
Okay, yeah. So if it's tidally locked, if you
Uh-huh.
land on one of the okay, maybe I should just get an image because this is not going to be clear.
You
otherwise.
understand? You understand?
I
what I'm
understand.
saying, right?
I understand what you're saying. I just
Okay.
understand that
Just take that into
there's going to be a
consideration.
misunderstanding in it.
No, take that into consideration for a second. We'll move on. That's all.
No. Let's go into it. I'm very curious. Come on. Okay, let me open up Paint. I'll be right back.
Oh God.
Should we get
Yeah.
a pot of coffee on for you guys?
Sure.
I'm good. I just wanted to say that point.
I mean,
That's
well,
all.
like this objection isn't very convincing. That's the problem, right?
I'm
trying
still
to
having it. Sorry.
Okay,
guys.
so here's the two
I'm
spheres
still
right,
having issues with.
underneath the standard claim.
What are you saying, Jedi?
Sorry, I'm looking at these images of the moon, and I tell you what, when I look at the moon, that looks fucking bright. I would have thought, with regards to the inverse square law of light, when you get closer to the light source, or in this case, a body that is reflecting light from the sun, it should be way fucking brighter than these images are showing.
What?
A pot of coffee it is.
Okay. So let's just address one
you
claim at a time, right? So the standard
Okay,
model,
okay,
right?
okay,
If we have two spheres, roughly speaking.
I like how you go right to fucking Paint, dude. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
well, because it seems like your claim is going to be roughly that.
I'm not
we're
claiming
going to
shit,
we're
bro,
only
it's
going to
a
see.
photo.
No. Okay, so your objection would be that okay, we'll only see this side of the sphere. Like we only see this side of the moon. True, that's true. We only see one side of the moon as it orbits around the Earth, right? At least given the
You
standard
sharing
model.
your screen? Oh my God.
Yes.
hold
Shocker. Okay. This is true. But of course, if you're in a spacecraft, which is my understanding of how the Apollo 11 missions were taken, and you take a photo over here, like, okay, well, here you're not
That's
going to
not
see
what-
anything, right?
that's
Here
not
you've got fucking direct view. But if you're over here when you take the image, oh, look, you're going to see the moon, and it's going to look like the Earth is rising over the
on.
moon.
Bro, what is
It's really
this?
simple geometry, dude. It's not that
Nah,
complicated.
Dude. Nah, dude. It's a lunar landing, bro. That they're on the surface of the moon, supposedly.
Earthrise was taken by fuck, what was his name? Who went
Apollo
around the
12.
moon? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it was the backside. They went around the moon for this photograph. It wasn't from the surface of the moon. If it was from the surface of the moon, Beasticles, I'll be up and down all for you.
Well, it
But
depends
this
on where you
one-
land on the surface of the moon
Oh, it's
also.
not?
But if you
Yeah,
landed
but this-
directly,
But this
If you
one's
landed-
the orbit around the moon.
Okay.
I'm backing you
Alright.
up, Old Shock.
yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying,
Sorry,
like,
sorry.
even in the case if they land on the
admit I'm-
moon, it would
I'll
depend
admit
on
I'm
where
wrong.
they
I
landed
thought
on
it
the
was
moon.
from the surface of the moon, and that's okay. I'm okay with being wrong, and I'll take that. Either way,
Okay,
it's a photo.
That's
You
fine.
know, it's not real evidence
Okay.
of either or. It's just a photo.
I mean, it is evidence. Maybe it's not compelling evidence, but it is evidence.
Definitely something.
That's okay. Hey, look, this is why I'm okay with being wrong, and I will go ahead. Go ahead, Jedi.
No, all I was bringing up was the inverse square law of light. You understand what that is, don't you, Gold Shock?
Roughly.
Awesome. So when you shove your face right into a light source, it's really, really bright. You fuck off over there, get further away from it, it appears dimmer to you. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So when we look at the moon, reflecting body apparently of the sun's light upon that, it looks really bright, doesn't it? You would have thought that the closer you get to it, it would appear brighter, right?
It does.
Oh, it does it. Can you show me that on any of the images that NASA have provided of any of their moon landings, please?
Well, I mean, part of the problem here is, of course, going to be that if you want to see any of the details on the moon, you're going to have a very small aperture, right? Otherwise, you're just going to the image is going to be blown out, right? But like you can see on some of the images that despite that, there is actually quite a bit of detail that's just kind of lost because like the light is just blown out through the cameras. Like you can't see. The ISO just doesn't pick it up because there's not enough dynamic range in the camera. But I mean, like you wouldn't like if you kept a camera on the exact same settings on Earth and then you went to like the moon, like yeah, it would blow out. But I mean, you can do this. I think that's almost trivial. You can do this at night at your own house too, so it's kind of confusing.
What camera did they take to the moon, mate?
I'm not sure. We want to go look it up.
It was a Hasselblad, wasn't it?
Well, I'm not certain.
Probably
but
one of the best.
that
Probably one of the
has-
best cameras that they had at the time.
That's fine. Yeah. So they took a Hasselblad 70mm stills. Yeah. Not
Cool.
sure
Did
what
that-
bearing that
Did
has.
they apply any filter? At the moment, mate, if you were to listen, you'd understand. Because my point is this: if we're 250,000 miles away from the moon and it's still the brightest body in the night sky, a perfectly white body when we look at it, when you get closer and closer and closer to it, it should appear brighter and brighter and brighter. Now, can you show me the use of any filter on the Hasselblad camera to, as you say, get rid of this light, like sunglasses, for example?
Okay. Well, you don't need a filter to get rid of light in photography. You can just close the aperture down, right? Or you can increase the focal length and then close the aperture down, which will like make the appearance
Would
of
you-
closing the aperture down in most cases.
Can you go to Narnia and take a photograph from Narnia? No, you can't.
What?
Thank you, Jamesy.
That was very helpful.
Yeah, it was.
You go to Narnia.
But yeah,
Can you go to Narnia?
you can just close the aperture ring, right? And that will make the
Hey,
apparent
Goldshock.
brightness much lower, right?
Goldshock, real quick. Have you noticed the Earthrise photograph and
Thank you.
the Earthrise and the one you posted? Have you noticed something funny about those?
I mean,
Since you're
I'm sure
since you're pontificating about photography, you'll appreciate this.
I have.
Did you notice that it's okay? Blah 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 blah. Did you notice that that's a combination of black and white and color photography in supposedly one single exposed frame?
No, I
Well,
don't
check it
see
out. Look at it.
My
It's
understanding
co-
is that
it's
they were black
color
and white
and
photographs
black
and they've
and
been
white.
colored
Well,
in post, right?
Oh well, no. The Earthrise is claimed to be a single framed. So what are you showing? You're showing something that is edited.
I'm not certain about the nature of the Earthrise photo.
Okay.
I thought it was colored in post,
check
but
check out the one you posted and the Earthrise. Earthrise is supposedly a single exposed frame.
okay.
Well, within that single exposed frame, you have both black and white and color photography. Uh-oh.
How is that an uh-oh? What do you mean there's black and white and
Well,
color photography?
Yeah, but there's clearly black and white and color photography.
But
There isn't
I
film that's
don't know what
black and
that
white
means.
and there isn't film that's black and white and color simultaneously.
But yeah, there is color film though.
There's like C57 or whatever. That's color black and white film.
Yeah,
But
I'm sorry, I
this is
don't really
color
understand the
film
objection.
and but look at it. It's because it's a combination of color photography and black
How
and
do
white.
we know that?
Well, look at it. You're the photography expert.
I mean, I'm seeing gray tones. Gray tones exist underneath it.
Anyone with eyes and ability to see color can see that there's obviously black and white grayscale there in the bottom with the moon, and the top color. It's very clear for anyone. I know you want to mumble through it, but for anyone who wants to look at it, look at Earthrise. If you have any understanding of photography, you'll see a combination of black and white and color photography.
Yeah, color
in one
film
frame.
can take like
In one
like, if
frame,
the
sir. It's one frame.
Can you? Okay, let me address the question. Okay, my understanding of color film, having taken color photos, is that you can get blacks on color film. This isn't a
Yeah,
problem.
sure, but if you examine those photographs, which are claimed to be single frame exposures, and if you have any knowledge of black and white photography, which apparently maybe you don't, you'll
I don't
see
have any
that
depth
there's
knowledge of black and white photography.
okay. Well, look into black and white photography, and you'll see what's going on there.
I mean,
You said it's evidence.
Wait, you're
you
saying
said it's
color
evidence.
film?
You said it's maybe not compelling evidence. Well, I'm telling you, it's created in a photo lab.
Okay, that's fine. So I'm still not sure, like what you're
I know
getting
you
at.
aren't.
You're just
I know.
saying that like color film can't take
after you'll
dark
study
photos.
after you study. No, that's not what I'm saying. After you study black and white
boy.
photography, it'll become clear to you.
Okay, do you want to point out where the black and like what it is that
Yeah, the moon.
produces
The moon's
black
black and white. Earth's color.
Yeah, I mean that could just be because the moon is gray.
Yeah, man, it could be, huh?
Why
Or
is
it
that
could
a-
be
why
color
is that a problem?
photography and black and white photography.
Wait, what? But I mean, the moon looks gray to us from Earth. Why would we expect it to change color when we get out of the
Okay,
atmosphere?
well, that's fine. If you take a color photograph of the if you take a photograph of the moon in color, it doesn't look like a black and white photograph of the moon.
I mean, I've got photos of the moon.
I mean,
I've
you're
got
the one who
digital
has,
photos of the moon.
I mean, you're the one who has no experience in matter. So
Wait. I mean, I've got digital photos of the moon. They don't.
yeah,
have
well, these were
like-
not digital. These were not
Okay,
digital
so-
photography. This
Yeah,
was
okay,
this
that's-
was film.
Can you stop interrupting everything I say, please?
Well, you're
Okay,
can you
so-
stop switching the
Okay, so
whatever?
if you let me explain for like half a second.
Were those
Jesus.
digital images or were
Oh,
those
let
Can you
photographs?
let him explain, or are you that
Well, he's
dumb?
not explaining. Now he's talking about
Yeah, because
digital
you keep
photography now.
over-talking.
We're
Okay,
talking,
fine.
what
Let
was
him
presented
talk.
was
Shut up
okay.
for 5 seconds.
Oh, let him babble. Okay.
So digital cameras take like 3 color cones, just like us, right? They do RGB, right? Red, blue, green.
Okay, is Earthrise
So-
a digital
okay,
image
can-
or a
No,
photograph?
shut
Can you
up.
stop
Let him
interrupting?
talk.
Is
Jesus.
Earthrise a digital
Shut
photograph?
up.
Is
Holy
is
shit.
it digital or a photograph?
Okay, so
Earthrise.
the principles of both digital
Oh,
and
brother.
black and white
Shut
photography,
up.
or digital and
Okay.
sorry.
Which
Can you
which
stop?
the
Can you stop
principles of
over
black
talking
and
me
white
for like 1
photography
second?
you have
Holy
no
shit.
clue of.
So the
Interrupting him.
holy shit. So digital and film photography both make use of detecting light. In the case of film photography, it's chemicals reacting to the light, right?
Well,
There's
you
no
just told us
reason.
you have
Can you
no
stop?
experience in black and white photography, so I don't know
Let
why
him
you're saying
finish.
right.
Let
Hey.
him finish.
Wait,
Oh, he's
sorry. Are
already
you?
finished.
Wait, hold on, old Haas.
Okay.
Are you going to correct me on something? Do you have like something you wish to correct me on, or are you just going
Trying
to be
to
like, oh, you
correct
don't
you.
know this?
Trying to correct you. I already did correct you.
Okay,
Let
sorry.
him-
Can you explain to me how it is that film works then, old Haas? Please go ahead, since you clearly
Oh, is
know
that-
and we
well,
don't.
All we have to know is the Earthrise. Was that a photograph or a digital image?
Okay, so can you explain how film works or no?
Yeah, later on. But is the Earthrise? was
explain
that
it
digital
now.
photog? Was that digital imaging or a
It's
photograph?
a film. It's a film photo.
Okay, there you go. So we don't need your pontificating about digital photography. And we
The
definitely don't
principles
need
are
your
basically the same.
pontificating about black and white photography because you've
Okay,
already told us you don't have any clue
since
about
you
it.
apparently know so well, I was just pointing out how color
Well,
photos
I'm
can take
sorry,
black
I'm
and
not.
white.
I'm not
take
going to do
grayscale
you
images.
a 4-year degree in the next 10 seconds. So
I
perhaps
don't think
before
you
you
have a 4-year
pontificate.
degree. But
No, well, how about go
you
ahead.
you have a 4-year degree in film?
You don't.
I wish it were only 4 years.
Yeah, because it was like one
So
day.
he doesn't
right?
actually have an answer. Like he's not willing to explain anything.
Yeah,
He's just gonna be
I
like,
ha-
"Oh, you
I
don't
have
know what you're
degrees,
talking
sir. Does
Oh,
that make you
man.
happy to know that I have degrees and I've taught these stupid photo 101 courses? Does that appease
That's
you?
great. So do you want to explain how it is
No,
that
not to you.
that
You don't know
color
shit is what
that
they
a color
explain.
film cannot take grayscale images? If the
Color
image,
film
if the
can't-
material in the image is of course grayscale, why would they?
Yeah,
Why would it be incapable?
That's fine. Yeah, you can photograph a black and white photograph
Yeah. So if you take a photo of a black and white
with
photograph,
color
but-
and with black and white film.
yeah. So
so-
what would that? Yeah.
so what do you
what
want?
would the? So
Can
what
you
color
tell the
would the?
difference between the two of those?
Yeah. Well, I'm asking you. Can you?
No, I'm asking you.
Well, I'm not certain. That's why I'm asking you.
Well, okay. Well, then go study black and white photography, and you'll be able to tell the difference between black and white photography
Oh.
and color photography. It's not
Okay.
complicated.
Well, I mean, if it's not complicated, then why don't you just point out how we know that it's a composite image?
Well,
Because you're
look
the
at
expert.
it, sir. Yeah, look at it, sir.
I'm looking at it.
Okay. The bottom is black and white film.
How do we know that?
Well, perhaps study black and white photography, and then you'll have a better
Well,
idea.
you said it's very obvious or very easy to explain.
Yes,
so why
it
don't you
is.
just
It's
explain
very
it?
obvious to anyone who's spent any time with black and white film. Yeah, you're going to have to
So
do
you
your
don't
due
actually
diligence.
have an explanation. So it's
No,
not
I
actually.
can't do your work for you, sir.
You don't actually have any way of determining whether it's black and white. You're just like, oh, it looks like black and white, so I guess it is. You don't actually have any like reason like beyond that. It seems.
Well,
It's kinda
here's the problem.
depressing,
You're the one who
actually.
said when someone said it's not evidence, you go, but it is evidence, but it's not compelling evidence. And now what do you do? What are you doing? Is it evidence or is it not evidence?
I mean, all things
If you're
can be argued
if you're
to be
begging
evidence.
me to prove
right?
it, if you're begging me to prove it fraudulent,
I mean, you just said it was very obvious that it's a composite image, and you can tell that it's black and white photography. I'm just wondering how
There
it is
you
you can
go.
tell. All you're
Well-
saying is, well, I can tell, but that doesn't actually tell me how you tell. And I was just curious how it is you,
yeah,
how you would back up that claim.
yeah, I employ my black and white photography knowledge to it. Sorry, I can't do the work for you, sir.
So
Sorry,
it
you're
doesn't-
left in
so
the
it sounds
dark.
like you
You're
don't
left
actually
in
have
the
an
dark.
explanation, nor any way of explaining what supposed knowledge you have. So it seems like we should just kind of throw away what you claim because it's not useful. It doesn't tell us anything. It's just you saying some words and like you saying that you're convicted about something, but you're not explaining it to anyone else. So no one
Convicted
else can
about
understand or
something?
believe it.
Convicted about what?
Seems like you're convinced. Did I say convicted? I think that is. Yeah, you can be convicted about a belief, right? Anyway, you can be convinced, or you're very convinced, that it's a composite image, but you can't
And you're
explain to anyone
convinced
who
it's
doesn't.
real. And you're
Yeah.
convinced it's real.
Well, I'm not convinced it's real.
But you
it
said
seemed.
you said it's evidence.
I mean, all things are evidence. I would argue. It's just that some
Oh,
things
all
are better
things are
evidence than
evidence.
others.
Okay, so the Wizard of Oz is what? Evidence of a lion without a brain
I mean, if you believe an image,
or
if an
courage or
image is
whatever the hell
taken,
he's missing.
okay, if an image is taken, an image is evidence. If the image is doctored, it's
No.
poor evidence, or it's bad
Yeah,
evidence, or it's in fact it might even be evidence
photographs
of
are
the
made,
alternative.
okay?
Right?
Here's the problem.
But it's still evidence.
You're convinced that that photograph was made in outer space, sir. Okay.
I'm not convinced.
And if you can,
It sounds like you have an objection.
if you spend some time in a dark room, you'll see that the image was created in a dark room.
Yeah. So, well, yeah. Well, of
You've
course it
already
was
you've
created.
already told everyone that you have no clue about
Now
it,
I know
so-
you know nothing about film. Of course it was
No, okay.
created in a dark room. That's how you process film. What are you talking about?
I said
Holy
the image.
shit.
The image.
Yeah, no shit. The image was processed in a dark room. Damn, dude.
It's an image, a picture.
No, the image was created
All
in a
images
dark
are
room.
all images are created in a dark room in inside far as like they have to be processed, right? Otherwise, they're
Okay,
just
the image
exposed to
in its
film.
entirety, I mean, sir.
The image in its entirety
don't
was
split
made in a
hairs,
dark
yeah.
room. How did they
Yeah.
make it in a dark room? Please, how do you know it was made in a dark room?
Well,
did they use
because-
lasers to like light up the film?
you
Like, what
wanted
did they
to
do?
know, let him
They
explain.
laid negatives on top. They laid two negatives on top of each other. They did it throughout the whole Apollo program. In fact, in the black and white photography, you can see they use negatives. So perhaps study it. Everyone else out there, they can do it too. Study the archives, see what's been presented.
Great. Everyone got
Right.
the coffee.
So you're just saying that like the color has been added in post. Gotcha.
No, I didn't say it's been added. That's what you said.
Well, I mean that seems to be what you're saying.
No, that seems to be what you're saying.
I mean, are you
it's
saying the entire
combination of
image is
color
fake
photography
then, or?
and black and white.
So everyone knows.
No, it's
I mean, there are black and white photos as well.
this is going nowhere. No.
Well, Beasticles, that's where
It's my
Goldshock
bad.
wants it to go. So that's where it is.
It's my fault, bro. I know.
No, it's not your fault. This was brought up earlier by Brandon. Well, another picture from space. But no, all these guys, I just like to point it out to them, all these experts who have never taken a picture with anything but their cell phone, they want to come in here and lecture about photography.
Taking photos of film, but thanks, dude.
Yet, excuse me? What's that?
Oh, no.
I mean, you just said like you just
Go
essentially
check.
said I haven't taken
Dude,
photos of film.
dude,
It's not
take-
true, but thanks.
Look, bro. Let's take a seat on this one. I don't think you have more film knowledge than old Haas. Just saying.
Well, no, but Haas doesn't seem
no,
willing
the
to
problem is
share any of
Goldshot-
his knowledge
the
that
problem
like
is
proves that
Goldshot-
it's
well,
doctored.
I'm
right?
sorry.
But
What do you want me to do? Download my degree to you? You
it doesn't seem like you need a degree. It seems
You can spend some time in a dark room, and you can learn about black and white photography.
okay. So it just seems like you don't actually have an actual objection. You're
Years
just
of
like,
expertise
I've
doesn't
seen,
matter, right?
so-
I should just be able to see
Wait,
the
so if
same
I just
thing
find
as
another
somebody who's been doing
expert that
something
says
for
that
30
it's
years,
real,
right? Come on, man.
So if I just find an expert that claims otherwise,
Yeah, ask anyone.
Yeah, go,
ask
go. Go find that
ask
expert.
anyone who has any clue about black and white photography. Show them Earthrise and say, "Do you see something strange about this?" That's all you have to say.
Go bring him in here.
So-
Whatever.
let me
Go find
go
him.
find someone who's an expert.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Goldchalk. I don't get.
Like
Here's.
you
I'll
just
shut
claimed
up.
to be. You
I'll
just
shut
said
up.
you
But
were an
Goldchalk.
expert, bro.
Goldchalk, you've been doing this shit for a while now, and what's
I know
funny
shit.
is this shit where you guys point to these pictures, and listen, you saw where the discussion goes about film and pictures, and is it real? Is it moon golf? Is it moon golf in Hollywood? Is it moon golf on the moon?
What?
Well, here's the thing,
No, I
dude.
haven't.
Yeah, you were just talking about a
Here's
picture
the
from
thing.
the moon.
Don't worry.
Wait,
Wait.
I haven't heard
Finish-
this like
Hold
other
on, shut up.
rambling.
Hold on, wait.
Keep
Finish
going.
your point.
Goldshot, no, shut up. 10 seconds. Goldchalk, these pictures from space, as much as you want to believe them, they're just pictures, dude.
Right. That's the bottom line.
No one has stated otherwise.
Images.
Well, stop bringing them up then.
I didn't.
They're
bring them
images,
up.
not pictures.
Somebody else brought them up.
Well, they're
I don't know.
picture.
There's no
A picture
evidence.
is an image.
Okay, somebody else brought it
Okay,
up.
all right,
so-
all right.
An image is a picture.
Either
All
way.
right.
A photograph is a picture. A picture is not a photograph.
Okay, I just want to point out that Haas hasn't actually explained why it is that he
Oh,
knows
shut
that
up,
it's different.
Goldchalk, dude.
Just be clear
Come
about that.
on, bro.
Well, I
You're-
mean,
Okay,
maybe four
Anything. This
times.
has been terrible. Let's talk about
maybe
something
4
else.
times. I
Yeah.
can't really go into
Alright, guys.
explaining to you what
Let's
black and
move
white
on.
looks like if you don't know what black and white looks like.
So
It
I went
just-
ahead and took some swatches of the image and posted their hex codes, and did a hex code on an image editing program. So you can go ahead and take those swatches and determine what you
What did you
what you
determine?
like.
Yeah, well, that's.
I'm not
you
going to
know,
make any
that's not
evaluation
worth.
of what I
That's
determined.
squat.
Oh, okay.
That's
But I'm
that's
just telling.
worth. That's worth less than what
No,
I failed
well,
to do.
I'm
right?
just telling you that I took the image and I took some swatches and posted their hex codes, so you can decide if those hex codes fit within a black and white composite image. So you can go ahead and do that.
No, it's not a black. It's black and white and color.
I understand, but I
so
only
that would
took
be a
swatches.
composite.
So
I
if you took
only
a swatch, if you took a swatch of the black and white one,
I did. That's all I did. I did
okay,
not.
and what
I did
was
not-
it? Color?
What?
Was
don't
it
know what-
color?
Look at the hex codes.
Was it
Was
color?
it color?
Did
Look
it
at the hex
analyze it to
code.
be color?
Okay, well, if you look at hex code
Did it
hashtag
analyze? Just I don't care about
909790.
your hex
Answer it.
codes. Did it analyze it to be color? Because that's
Oh
the
my
point of
goodness.
this.
Yeah.
Oh
if
my
it didn't
goodness.
if it didn't analyze it to be color, then what Old Haas is saying is that they did both and that it's a composite, which means it's edited.
Okay,
Period.
so if you were to refer to hex code
You just
hashtag
well, it sounds like you're asking me to
909790.
pull out a hymnal.
Oh,
The point
excuse
is,
me,
if
I'm
it
about to
doesn't,
explain it to you.
okay, all you have to do
Oh.
is find something that analyzes it, whether it's color or black and white.
Okay, well, that specific hex code is within pink. Is within it's pink. So
Oh,
you
well,
can go ahead to
sepia
determine
tone
that
then.
how you will.
Black and white.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah, sepia tone. You guys need to learn about black and white photography because they really have you duped.
Sepia
You,
is
you
not
guys
black and
don't
white, by the
understand
way.
what could have been created in film. You don't understand what could have been created in a dark room. You have zero idea.
But it sounds like all you have is incredulity about how it was made. but you don't actually
Incredulity.
have-
It sounds
yeah,
like what
because
you have
you
is
can't
incredulity.
explain. Well, no, because
You're
you
in
can't.
you're in denial that I can figure out that something's black and white as
No, I'm
opposed
not
to
denying
color.
that. I'm just
Well,
saying
can
that
you
it doesn't
figure out
seem like you have
something?
any
Can you
ability to
figure out-
explain it.
Listen, Sonic, can you figure out whether something's in black and white or in color?
Sonic.
Are people paying tuition here for these lessons?
I mean, I can figure out
Man.
whether it's in black and white or in color in many different ways. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so the moon in the image that you presented, is that black and white or is that color?
I don't know what you mean by black and like. Do you mean like is it
Oh,
in?
so you don't know.
No,
I
hold on,
rest
hold
my
on, hold on,
case.
hold on, hold on.
Goodbye.
Can you let me like?
Okay, all right. He rested his
You-
case. Shut up, Goldchug.
Oh,
rested
okay.
his
So he
case.
doesn't. Okay.
That's it.
Well, whatever.
It's over. Next.
Well, you said you didn't know what black and white was after you told me you did. So
Well, I mean, obviously, what I'm like referencing there
you're
is
mean.
like
Be nice.
I'm referencing something very
you guys.
specific when you say that.
All right, Goldchalk. Goldchalk, I appreciate the conversation. If you want to, I'll get back to this. I'll
You guys-
send you all kinds of
Yeah,
stuff.
you guys should go.
Okay, I'm
talk
very
about it
curious. But
Separately.
thanks, Haas.
To come. Yeah, if Old Haas wants to teach you about some shit, if you want to learn, that's great. Let's move on because this is going. Nowhere.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be an asshole. Just everyone here who presents these NASA pictures as if it's gospel, shake yourself.
Just to be clear, I
Hold
didn't
on,
present
quick-
them. It was just brought up as a counter to a claim made
Hold
earlier that
tight.
they're the same.
Okay, well, I
yeah.
said anyone who does. I said anyone and everyone.
All right.
All right, guys. Sorry to interrupt. Do apologise. Does anybody remember those flat earthers that have been around since maybe 2016, 17? The claim that I think was made by Rob Skiba, I can't remember if I've got it right, it might be another flat earther at that particular time, who, when he ran the Earthrise picture through Photoshop, for example, what he discovered when he overexposed the image was a black square around the so-called Earth within that picture. Does anybody remember that?
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen it floated
Yes.
around, and I've also had people send it to me as a gotcha that they had created that. So, yeah,
It's not atypical
I know what you're talking
of,
about, though.
What is
of
the claim
JPEG
again?
conversion.
That you do what? You brighten it?
Yeah, you overexpose the image and it's supposed to reveal a black square around the Earth within that picture. Now, I have not done this myself. I've just seen
That's
somebody
still
on YouTube
happening.
do this.
Yeah, I mean,
No.
basically any image of anything that's like been turned into a JPEG will have like weird artifacts when you like blow out the colors.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
it's not uncommon.
Yeah, especially if you
repost it.
combined negatives.
Yeah, just wondering if
Yeah, but
anybody
that thing is
ever
dicey.
seen
I've seen that before.
Yeah, that's all I was querying, guys. Right, I think maybe we should put a stop to this conversation. I don't know if anybody's around that's got any kind of heliocentric belief that they want to defend with some kind of zealotrous religion, or if there's anybody else who's got any interesting questions that they want to ask flat earthers, like why we make the claims that we do. If you have got any scientific evidence for the shape of an object, then if you want to do that, we can go down that route as well. But new people who joined the chat all along, since these guys have been chatting, if you want to jump in, ask any questions or make a point, then please feel free. The floor is open and all yours. If not, we'll probably go around throwing each other shit in each other's faces.
Jedi, I apologize, but that is a malformed question because you cannot have scientific evidence for a shape.
Well, at least you're learning something, mate. I'd appreciate that. Well done.
At least she pays attention.
Do you know why? Do you know why we asked that question? Because it's a rhetorical question. I'm going to ask myself. Oh, sorry, answer myself to the rest of the room. The reason why we asked that question is, one, because we've all been told that science has proven the shape of the Earth. Now, if we were to know what science was, the cause and effect demonstration within an experiment within the physical natural world, then we would understand that it is not the tool that we would use. This is one way I would suggest that has made lots of people think that science has proven the Earth to be a ball. Science doesn't do that, though. The other thing that we like to do with it is demonstrate that people don't even know what fucking science is. But well done, Owlishness, man. Thanks for bringing that up. But if anybody else wants to jump in, anyone got any comments, questions, I don't care about your fucking concerns. Defend that ball, ask questions, do not care.
Nice. Are there any like new Globers in here? There's a lot of people in here. I don't know near enough people to start calling people out.
Lots of people.
Got an A to Z list.
We do. I see AJ's jumped into the house. I haven't seen you for a good couple of days, AJ. Hope you're keeping well, my friend. But yeah, just going to scroll down the list, see if there's any names that I do not recognise. Somebody called Hans in the house, just below Goldshock. I don't know if we've had the pleasure of conversing, my friend, but welcome to the server. I hope you're doing well. There's K here, just the letter K. Hello, my friend. You got the microphone open. I don't know if you're Flat Earth or Globe Earth. Old Scapegoat, I think you were asking some questions earlier. You're a trucker, I think I can remember. Rupert Cow is in here as well. Static Shock, loads of people, guys. The Battle Mod, Mike, you're in the house. I'm going to give a special shout out to you. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, if you've got any questions, comments, don't care about your fucking concerns. But yes, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server on the politics, the most popular room in this server. 4-week anniversary tonight, guys. Pat yourselves on the back.
Is it really? Good shit.
Apparently so.
Wild. 4
I've been
weeks.
watching on YouTube for a while. Good job, guys.
Oh yeah, where are you guys streaming? And are you guys still streaming a Rumble and stuff? Is that Miggy's thing or is that not going on here?
TOS.
No.
TOS. I'll link it.
Have y'all converted anybody?
And you can't convert somebody. You can't convince somebody of anything, bro. You know what I mean? They got to see it for
True,
themselves.
true.
Over the years, yeah, I would suggest so. In the last 4 weeks, I don't know, man. I don't see anybody coming over to our side, but that's not necessarily our kind of aim. We're not looking to convert people. We're just trying to expose them to the idea that you can question reality that you've kind of taken for granted since the moment you were born. You can question that shit, right? We can question the Earth being born. It would be good critical thought exercise to do so.
Right. You peeps, don't be afraid.
Get that pineal gland working.
Old space goat.
Greetings.
Can't remember what you said. Did you want to present any evidence for the ball or no?
Nope. I'm just a skeptic of NASA now.
Nice.
I mean, they find this even without being a flat earther. There's still the quote unquote conspiracy theory that people believe that the moon landings were faked in the first instance. It's not an uncommon idea to hold, right? I would suggest that most definitely they have faked the moon landings because it's the only thing that they could do to make this reality some kind of tangible. So turn around, take a picture of the Earth, go stand on the moon, go jump up and down and play golf in it, making this solar system heliocentric model some kind of reality in people's minds. Probably the only reason why I would suggest that they faked it.
Yep. To the extent too, like the amount of media coverage across the world. Yep.
So can I bring up one tiny point about that, and feel free to refute it? This is just a tiny talking point. So I actually saw this the other day, but this is not my own independent thought. This is something I'm repeating. But if the United States was in a space race with Russia, and the United States did make it to the moon first, they did not make it to space first, but to the moon first, wouldn't Russia do everything to discredit them for making it to the moon first? And they provided no evidence of it being fake. And you would think that if there was a space race, they would do everything to discredit them.
If they did, would you have seen it back then?
I don't know. I wasn't there. I
You know
wasn't
what I mean?
there in
Think about-
1969.
Think about Russian media right now, today, in modern like, can you have access to it?
Well, they absolutely, I feel like, would have discredited the United States in some capacity.
The
It wasn't Russia. It was actually the
Do you-
USSR. So I guess
do
I
you
should refer to
realize-
them by their proper name.
Space race is fake.
Noah? Yo, what's
They
up?
were on the same side in World War
Alright,
II, right?
sorry, man.
Russia and the United States, or USSR and the United States were on the same side in World War II, right?
Space race
No.
is real fake.
Yes.
The whole thing. They never had a race to space.
Okay, well, this is just
You
a talking
said
point.
no,
I'm
they
gonna
were
go.
not on the same side.
Someone
It's
said
just
no.
talk. I gotta go on mute.
No, you're good, dude. Just the truth is, they were on the same side in World War II. That's how we, quote unquote, won World War II. So, without Russia, we
Well,
would have been defeated.
just to like rag on the moon landing extra hard in case you guys aren't aware, the best like moon landing debate that the Globe was defending, I think McToon debated Alex Stein on the moon landing, which is like the most expert position. He lasted like 15 minutes, went purple faced, and then quit. So if you guys can do better, like I don't know, this is the best the Globe has to offer currently. Someone wants to go record a better defense of the moon landing publicly, that'd be great. Until then, this is it, guys.
Can I get a link for that?
Oh yeah,
posted it.
I
He
threw it in
posted it.
chat. Oh, I gotta find his link though. I
That's-
think.
You gotta be super special to still believe that moon landing.
Well, you know, people believe a lot of crazy shit. That's the problem with belief, you know. The belief, no evidence, just belief, just faith.
Means you didn't look into it.
I can't remember what James Bond film it was. I don't think it was Moonraker. It might have been another one, but one of the ones that was made with Sean Connery back in the 70s, for example. There was a chase scene, and they ran through a staged area, and they ran through a staged area where they literally had astronauts on the moon and the camera and like cameras and whatnot, showing maybe from some point of view that the moon landings were staged as James Bond's running through that stage of a moon landing. It's kind of funny. This kind of thing has been depicted in films and cartoons from time to time. I can't remember if it was The Simpsons or Family Guy who did something about this as well. But yeah, in some media, like I said, in cartoons
Diamonds
and films,
Are
it has
Forever.
been. Yeah, thank you very much. It was Diamonds Forever, absolutely right. But yeah, it has been depicted that sometimes, you know, people running through stages and whatnot
it
of
right
moon. Yeah, yeah.
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers than you did.
No, that I agree with for sure. Yeah,
Right, but in accordance to like how people are presenting flat Earth, they're doing it in a way where they already have a model, which is the AE map is already something they're presenting as what they're using to say this is the Earth that we live on, and it shows a top-down view that nobody's ever seen. Yet flat earthers are presenting it as a matter of fact, and it's not. It's a speculation. Did you know that, Rebel?
I mean, yeah, I guess, but it's
okay.
It's better than nothing.
No, it's not better than nothing. It's actually it's worse than something, because what you're doing. I'm serious. You think I'm kidding? Okay, so when you hand it over to a glober, what do they do with the AE map? Have you ever seen debates about this? If not, I can enlighten you.
Something about like there's distortion going on or something like that.
Well, that's part of it, but really, the AE map is just a flattened out globe. That's all. Just there's a GIF that we have here actually that shows you. It's just a globe flattened out.
Wait,
it's the same thing, but it's just flattened out.
Why can't? Because I've also heard people assert that the globe is wrapped around.
Yeah, it's the same. The flat map wrapped around the globe flattened out. It's the same. It doesn't matter. But the map itself is not the land. The land is not the you know what I'm saying? The land isn't the map. So the land that you live on right now is not represented in a map that you can see the overall world view. Never, ever, ever. There's not an overall worldview that you're gonna, and if you don't believe me on this, it's okay. You can actually demonstrate it for yourself. See how many different maps there are of the world entirely. Just for example, you'll see for yourself there is no one gold standard map for the entire worldview. There just isn't. There isn't. Even in flat Earth, there's people making up what the world looks like as a flattened out version, like they're like not a globe, right? So the flat Earth looks represented in many different ways. It depends on what prolific flat earther you're talking about. Mark Sargent, Antonio Subratz, who passed away. All these guys that had put the flat Earth represented on let's say an AE style, circular map, and the continents were in different places. The sizes were different. Like all the shit is just all different. But everybody has a different representation of that, according to what they think, the distance from, land masses and such. So no one knows, right? So they're all trying to figure it out. Everyone. So there isn't any standard idea right now. Everybody's trying to piece everything together and make sense of it all. And then show somebody like what it looks like if it's a flat Earth, how it's represented. That's what we have, dude. Like at the end of it, there's nothing you can take how are you going to see the entire world from a perspective that nobody can actually see from? That's not verifiable. So you're really just presenting somebody with a speculation, and these assholes take that speculation and turn it into something that's not anything to do with reality. So they'll start poking holes through it, and rightly so, because there isn't any way that you can represent that as truth, as the gold standard. So it just becomes speculation against speculation. Their globe against your flat Earth map. Two speculations fighting each other. No one's right. That's it. So it's actually worse than saying we don't have anything. You're actually supposed to say no one has anything to go on. That negative means that no one can bring a positive claim. It safeguards, if you did have that, let's just say if you did have the gold standard map that was an overall view of the entire realm of existence, let's just say that was the case, that whatever you had could be verified by however you verified it. If for some reason you said, this is the method in which I verify this to be true, then you could tell somebody else could verify that and say, this is true. I verified this map by seeing the entire Earth or whatever the case, and I saw the whole Earth look like this, and this is what the Earth realm looks like. Then it would put no questions involved. This would be something verifiable, and everybody else wouldn't be telling you the truth. It would just be going against what you presented is the truth, because you can verify what you said. That's the issue that we're having these days with flat earthers running around saying stupid things and then getting caught in debates, having to prove how you can have a 24-hour sun when you can't even prove the AE map is real. So their presupposition is the AE map is true, therefore no way to have a 24-hour sun. If you see a 24-hour sun, that debunks the flat earth. That's as easy as that gets. So, yeah, of course they want to point to the Globers want to point to the sky and say, look, 24-hour sun. Sorry, no AE map. Your flat earth model is debunked. See how easy that was? But when you don't present to them any map or model, they struggle with debunking, because you're going to be like, I don't care what you see in Antarctica. The sun could be doing spirals like a spirograph. I don't care. You can do whatever it wants. The ground will not be anything different than what we see in reality. It's just it. And they struggle with that because they want to use a debunk. So anyone can easily debunk the AE map, because I can tell you the way I debunk it is simple. It's just like, okay, if you say this is reality, how did we verify it? Verify it for me right now in front of everybody. Do that. If you can't do that, guarantee you it's speculation. And it keeps you away from making positive claims. Because once you say there cannot be a 24-hour sun, and that's what you're challenging, it's a derivative argument from the premise. You're starting with a faulty premise, which is the presupposition that the Earth is an AE map. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but for me personally, I don't have a problem like presenting.
Then you're
models.
part of the problem. You're a part of the problem, Rebel. You are a part of the problem, because now we're going to have to mop up your mess when other idiots come in here and say, well, look, they're trying to debunk the 24-hour sun. And then we're going to be like, oh my God, where did you hear this from? This guy named Rebel's talking about the AE map is a true map. Like, but he's saying that you can't verify it, but and then we're going to be dealing with that. So thank you for that.
As if I represent the entire flat Earth community?
No, you represent yourself. When
exactly.
You are considering,
why do you care what I do?
Because you're considering yourself a flat earther, and guarantee you, if you're following other people who are saying AE maps are the way to talk about flat Earth, you're a part of the problem, not the solution.
What?
So other individuals like yourself
the
are
solution
thinking
to what?
the same thing. The answers to what the Earth looks like in its entirety.
You're saying there is no answer for that?
No, dude. Didn't I just? Okay. Is there an answer? Yes or no? To the entire realm? Yes or no?
I mean, surely it's possible.
No. That's not what I asked you. That's not what I asked you. I asked you, is there a solution to the entire realm of existence? Is there something we can go on, like a map? Is there yes or no?
Wait.
What do you mean wait? Exactly sure I need you to tell me. But the problem is, you become a problem when you make it difficult for others who are not claiming a map or saying anything to do with a model. Then you insert, well, I want to have a map and a model. That's the problem I'm having.
Bro, your life must be really hard if that's like the.
Okay, then I don't care about your care about your feelings. I care about the truth. That's all I care about.
If that's the truth you have to deal with,
is the truth, Rebel, is the truth that we have a map of the entire Earth realm? Yes or no?
What about the Gleason's map?
Answer the question.
Yeah,
is there a map?
I think the Gleason's map is okay.
Is it okay? So verify the Gleason's map. How can you take the Gleasons as the gold standard and then say that has anybody ever verified that that's the entire world map, what it looks like? Who's verified that?
Nobody lives their life on 100% proof.
Okay, then you're going to be using speculation to verify something that's true or not true.
Yeah,
that's
but
idiotic.
Speculation is on a there's a scale, like
there's a scale to truth.
Yeah.
No, there's not. There's either truth or no truth, right? You either have what is real or not real. It's black and white, sir. What you have in your mind is you want to present something because it makes you feel good.
Like what's
all.
closer?
You're going
what's
on
closer?
feelings.
If you had to pick a model, what's closer to reality?
not-
The
nothing.
Gleason's map or the globe?
Nothing.
No, if you had to choose.
Nothing. No, I don't have to choose. That's the issue. You're putting me in a false. It's a false dichotomy because it either is real in reality when you go out into the field and you check to see if this is real what somebody's saying, or it's not. And yeah. So what I'm telling you is that this isn't real. And you're saying, well, we can use something that's not real. I'm like, bullshit, dude. You're either going to present something that somebody can verify or you're not. So you're part of the problem, aren't you? That's what I said.
If
You're
that's-
not a flat earther if that's what your basis is. If you're going on that.
You're going to have big problems in your life if that's the problem.
No, I don't.
You get triggered.
I
by
have
it.
an
Yeah.
easy life, bro. My life is easy
If you're-
because I tell people,
you're considering
can you
what
present the
other
truth?
flat
I don't,
earthers
dude,
present
I'm
as a
not
model
considering shit.
to be a
Either you-
problem
No,
that you
yeah,
have to deal with,
it's a problem.
dude, you're
It
going
is
to have
a
a
problem.
very hard life, man.
I guarantee you my life is easy and I skewer all these globers.
Yeah, but you're
So,
complaining about something so trivial.
it's trivial. Truth is trivial. You're a freaking idiot,
Truth?
bro. Yeah.
How are you generalizing this big broad term as
Generalizing.
truth?
You're a dumbass, dude. Truth is a
Why-
trivial thing to talk about.
you're-
Is that what you're saying?
Why do you get triggered like a glober?
Figured like a glober. Present
Yeah.
your evidence like a glober never does. Present your evidence that the Gleasons
That's
is
exactly
the reality.
what globers do. They demand evidence.
What? Well, I'm demanding your evidence because you're the one that made the claim that Gleasons. I didn't make a claim. Did you hear me make a claim? No, you did, sir. Just like a glober does. They make claims they can't back up. Now, Gleasons,
if I
demonstrate
want
that. No,
someone to
if nothing,
visualize
shut up.
a model.
Shut up. Now that I shut you up, demonstrate that the Gleasons is the reality. Go ahead.
I'm gonna live
Demonstrate it.
on.
Rebel.
The Gleason's map is exactly.
Are you just
reliable
talking
to
right
use.
through me, aren't you?
I mean,
You're talking right through me.
I really don't see what the problem is with that.
Yeah, you are the problem. You and other flat earthers like yourself are not. You're fake. You're fake as shit,
How
dude.
does-
All of
how
you
does-
guys, fake as shit. Yeah, you're fake.
So how does
Because if you were real, you would question that the thing
what's
that
the
you're
problem?
talking about if it's real or not.
so what detrimental effect does
I
That's
just
what I
told
do
you.
as the
They're
problem.
taking that shit and then saying, "Well, we're gonna debunk it with a 24-hour sun," and then you're sitting there
and
with,
why
like
do you care?
just eating crow because you're trying to present some stupid thing that has no
since
relation
when
to
do you
reality.
care about what globers think?
Because it's not about globers. Globers aren't presenting the AE map, you dummy. You are.
Yeah, so but why do you care about what globers try to do to the Gleason's map?
Because your basis on reality is a stupid AE map or Gleason's. That's your basis of your premise.
That's a cool opinion.
It's not, because you're saying, why can't we use the Gleasons, man? You're telling me that. And I'm like, because the issue is you can't present it as truth. When you do, and it's speculation, what do you
Who
mean?
said I'm
who's who?
presenting it as truth?
You're the one that said I want to use this thing because why are you can't live it. We can rewind the stream and go back to where you just said that. Why can't we use this, man? If you live your life that way, it's gonna be hard, bro. That's what you're telling me.
Rewind it to the part where I said I'm using it as 100% truth.
No, I'm not saying you're using it as 100% truth, but that is the issue because you can't use it as 100%
There is
truth.
no issue. There is no issue.
Yeah, then you're a dumbass. Keep using. We'll 24/7. We'll keep mopping up your mess. Don't worry about it. Keep doing the shit that you do.
Wow, there's a
Wow.
I can't believe I'm creating such
Wow.
a mess for you guys. I mean,
No, you
do
are.
wanna
You
start-
and the rest of you idiots that are out there claiming that the AE map or the Gleasons is reality.
Do you want to start getting
We're gonna
paid
mop
on the
up your shit.
salary to
No,
clean
I
up
don't
our
need to
mess?
get paid. I do it for free. And guess
Oh, so
what?
you're a volunteer.
I've been doing it very well too.
Okay, so it gives you
Okay.
maybe it gives you purpose to your life. Then that's a good thing.
Well, I don't care what you say. I don't go based upon what your opinions are. I go based upon I know what the truth
What
is.
makes you think
So,
I go off based your opinions?
my opinions? No, sir. You go off based on your idiotic opinions that you want to use the Gleasons map, just like the rest of the dummies out there. Oh, the Gleasons is the reality.
Why should I go off?
Bullshit. Verify it right now.
It's an issue to present it as a model.
I already told you. I don't want to keep going round and round like a stupid circle jerk like Globers do. I already told you the problem. The problem is you can't verify it. Can you? Can you?
It doesn't matter.
You stutter, right? Because I got you, bitch. That's what I did. Here.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah. You want another one?
Gotcha, bitch.
Another one?
Gotcha, bitch.
You like that? You like the taste of that? Because you can't use it as reality. That's why.
I can use it as a model, though.
No, you can't, you dummy.
Why not?
That's what they want. Because that's what they want. And then they're going to skewer. Who cares what they want? So I already told you if it's reality or not, and you already claimed you stuttered because you can't use it as reality. You already know this. See how easy my job is? See how easy it is, Rebel?
I didn't know you.
See how easy that is? Pretty easy, right? I didn't even struggle.
About an issue.
You're the one that's struggling in this chat.
Actually,
because you want to use a stupid AE map, a stupid Gleason's. And I asked you, you presented to a Glober, well, it's not 100% true, but I want to use it, man. I already told you why you can't use it. What?
Why does it exist in the first place?
If you don't know what the goes on in this show by now, I
Did somebody just completely pulled out of their ass?
Yeah, dude. Congratulations. Congratulations. You're an idiot. Congratulations.
So
you're an idiot.
It's not based off reality whatsoever, right?
No. Tell me how it is. Tell me right now, how is it based on reality? Go ahead.
Because it represents a stationary topographical plane.
Yeah,
It represents
the layout of the whole Earth, bro. That's not the. How do you know that that's the layout of the entire Earth?
Yeah, go. How do you know that?
Because the Earth is a circle.
How do you know that? That's what I'm asking. You just stated the claim again. How do you know this?
The star trails and the way the sun and moon move, they have a circular motion above the Earth.
That doesn't
That's
tell
like a
you
glober,
what the
bro.
layout of the Earth is. You're looking at the sky like a glober.
And also, the Bible also says the Earth is a circle.
No,
But that doesn't confirm what. That doesn't confirm what the layout of the entire
If
Earth.
the Bible is the Word of God and God created this place, then yes, it does. It's actually one of the.
How are you going to tell an atheist
have a
that?
circle
How,
with four
how are you going to tell an atheist? How are you going to tell an atheist that?
What an atheist, dude! An atheist already is completely retarded to the fact that.
Yeah, but he's telling you verify. He's telling the atheist is telling you no. The atheist is telling you verify that for me in the actual reality. How can you verify it? Now what you got,
bro? An atheist is completely missing the fundamental reality of.
So they're just wrong straight out of hand without any evidence. They're wrong with no evidence.
Fundamental knowledge that God created.
No, you are. You're missing the fundamental evidence. God gave us this creation so that we can show people, look, this is creation out here, which everything you see is creation. You're missing it. You're actually going against God by saying, oh, well, it's the AE map, God. And he's like, when did I ever shown that to you in creation? When? Where? Did I demonstrate that to this creation? How did I do that?
Yeah, he revealed it in his word, yeah.
Oh, so he revealed the Gleason's map. Is that what you're saying?
He revealed that it's a circle.
No. Prove that God revealed the Gleason's map. Prove it right now. How did he reveal the Gleason's map to everyone?
Many times in the Bible, he talks
many times. Point one. Where? Show me a scripture that points to the Gleason's map.
Isaiah 40:22, Proverbs 8:27.
What did it say? What does it say? Don't just read the. Don't just say that. What is it? I need to hear how it relates to the Gleason's.
Why don't you go look it up?
I don't need to. It's your claim, dummy, not mine.
I don't need to.
I didn't make a claim. You're presenting the claim that the Gleason's is the standard for what the Earth looks like.
When did I ever use the word standard?
It is what you're going by, isn't it?
It's just a model.
That's not true.
It is true.
Now it's true. Oh, dude, you said it's not true. Oh, you are.
Wait, the Gleason's map is not. The Gleason's map is not.
It's not what you're struggling, aren't you?
It's not a model.
I don't give a shit what the Gleason's is. It's not reality.
It's not true that the Gleason's map is a model.
I don't give a shit, dude. If it's a model, then it's a model. If it's a map, it's a map. But is it the reality that we live in? No,
that's what I'm saying is true.
I don't care what you say is true. You're a big dummy. You think that AE maps and Gleason's are real? They're not.
Are real? It is a real map, right?
Is it reality?
Whether that's true or not, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you struggle, don't you?
What are you choking on?
Rebel, you sound dumb. Guys, hold on, man. Like
it's funny how Mayhem gets triggered like a Glober does.
I know, but
Oh,
I apologize. I don't think
I
he
better be
gets
good,
that.
Alaric. Oh, go
My
ahead.
bad. I just don't
You
think
go
he
on.
gets because we was talking yesterday a little bit like about that, if I remember correctly. Maybe he's talking about the Gleason's map. Well, maybe he needs to know where the Gleason's map comes from before he starts going anywhere. Anywhere from saying what the Bible says to where Gleason's map comes from and all like that before he starts saying that's the map, that's the model.
That's all it is.
Yeah, but you can't, understand where the Gleason's maps comes from, and that might help you understand. Okay, it's just a model, but that there's no verifiable like he's saying. You can't just say, well, that's the map. That's the map. Well, there's maps even older than that, but it's good to find the source maybe where that map's from to understand it better and say, okay, maybe that's just not the right map or the one I need to look at or exactly how I need to verify.
There isn't any.
Right.
Newsflash, there isn't any.
He's right. The Bible doesn't have maps. It just has some passages that it talks about the earth in per se. But as far as the map in the Bible of what the earth looks like, it's not in there.
How are you not getting this, Rebel? I don't understand. Like people like
are you
yourself.
using the term map as in like something you can use to like navigate the world to? Because I'm not.
Oh my God, man!
They use the stars.
It's listen. Hang on, Alaric. It's a representation. It's a representation of reality. People are using it in that way. A representation of reality.
Yeah, it's a decent one. Yeah,
a decent one. Okay, verify the decent one for me. How did you understand that's a reality?
I don't have to do anything.
Of course not, because you like to, just like a pigeon, drop shit on the chessboard and then take off and make a mess of the game. That's all you do. And then you're gonna keep doing. Like I told you,
your life is
keep
just
doing.
so hard, right?
Yeah, it is. It's harder because you're become a part of the issue.
You literally 10 minutes ago, you said your life was easy. So which one is it?
It's hard when you come in here. It's easy because I can easily debunk these people. But you're a part of the problem.
Okay, can you make up your mind?
Because you're a part of the problem.
How hard your life is. I mean,
look at what I'm doing right now. I don't need to be talking to another quote unquote flat earther
I'm
like
hearing
this.
somebody crying about somebody using a Gleason's map as a model. You're literally crying about it.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
He's not crying.
You know how sad it is.
If you're gonna come in here and
it's a sad state of affairs.
Hell yeah.
You got to have something to back it up because you can't just say I don't have to or this is what it is without. You got to have something. I mean that's
back
very important.
Like reality. Reality. Right. Go outside and do a test and see if that map is exactly what reality is. And if it is, come back and tell me how you verified it, and then we can go from there. If not, go away.
Do you not think Antarctica wraps around the entire circumference of the Earth?
Do you?
How do you know that?
I do, yeah.
Verify that for me right now. Verify it.
I circumnavigate
I. You see how you struggle? Yeah. Gotcha, bitch.
I just said it.
You did what?
I just said it.
You did what?
You were too busy interrupting me, but I just
circumnavigating. He's circumnavigate.
Yeah. So what now?
I circumnavigated
things you never did for 2,000, Alex. Thanks.
Please.
I mean, I'll give any one of you like $1 million if you prove.
Stop the cap.
Prove that's not the case.
Stop the cap, bro. That's
Are you Captain Cook?
Do you not want $1 million? I'll bump it up to 10 million. No, nobody wants to take my offer.
Stop the cap.
Okay, first of all, can you go past the 60th parallel?
Yeah, I got permission from the government. Yeah.
Oh my God! We got a guy who's just all cap right now.
Cap.
This guy's just all cap right now. Oh, I'm crying.
You're losing.
Oh, he left a mess for me to clean up. He tells Globers that the Gleason's map is a model that can represent the flat Earth reality, and I just
Gleason's is a globe.
I'm tired of Globers coming here trying to poke holes in it. Oh. Boo-hoo.
Fucking mouth.
Oh yeah. Shut your mouth, bruh.
Cry me a river, dude.
Oh,
Hey, you said you
keep being
you got permission. Did you
Blow your father with that
record any of it?
Yeah.
You did?
Uh-huh.
I should have said pass the ice wall, but where you're not allowed to go, you got recording past that.
What?
I said, you said you got permission to go past Antarctica. Did I hear you right?
No, past the 60 south latitude.
Oh, okay. I misheard you.
God, bro.
You got proof. You have proof or video or something, because we'd love to see it. I'd love to see it. That'd be fantastic.
That's cat, bro.
Yeah, it's like thousands of hours of footage. So I couldn't really upload it.
That's cap, bro. This guy's all cap.
Well, why don't you prove that it's cap?
You little weasel!
You're a weasel, bro.
Why don't you prove that I'm a weasel?
You are a weasel.
It's on live stream.
What does weasel mean?
It's self-evident.
What is weasel, bro?
What is English? I don't understand.
What is this word weasel you say? No understand. Bad English.
So you can't define the words that you use?
Are you not aware of your own behavior, sir?
Gotcha, bitch.
Can you define reality?
Yeah, it's not a circle. Yeah.
No, this mayhem guy used the word reality. Can you define that word without Googling it?
AKA not a circle. Yep.
So that's the definition of reality.
No, provide evidence that what you're saying is true. Verifiable, so that anybody else can verify what you're saying.
Evidence of what?
Are you lost?
Exactly.
Are you?
No, I know exactly what I'm talking about. Do you?
I do, yeah.
Okay, then provide evidence. Verifiable.
Of what?
This guy's out to lunch, bro.
Are you out to dinner?
It sounds like he's just trolling, guys. I wouldn't get yourself zapped up, because otherwise he sounds like he's trying to get under your skin.
Put some respect on
Mayhem was triggered from the jump.
What I like to do, hell yeah. I'm triggered with dumbasses like yourself. And don't worry about it. We got 24/7 Flat Earth here to clean up your mess. We'll mop it up. Don't worry about it.
And you're still crying about a non-existent mess.
This is not
Didn't your mom ever tell you not to cry over spilled milk?
Yeah, you're just like a little baby with a little spittle. We'll don't worry. We got you.
Wait, I'm the baby, but you're the one crying.
You're a baby, bro.
Using an AE map as a model?
Ever threaten the production crew here.
Like, you know how...
All right. Well, I'll say it once again. So for the audience, how about I can do it many times, but I'll do it this time. Go ahead and present the evidence for the Gleason's map, verifiable in reality.
Yeah, Antarctica is a 360 ice ring around the entire Earth.
Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch.
You don't know that, dude.
Is it not?
It's just another claim.
Is it not, Mr. I sailed around, and is it not?
Gotcha, bitch.
Is it not?
This is Captain Cook we're talking to.
Yeah, Captain Cap. He's a captain.
Prove it's cap.
Prove? I don't have to
You
prove.
don't have the evidence.
So you don't have to prove anything, right? So what makes you think I have to prove anything?
Because it's your claim.
It's your claim, big dummy.
Okay.
Okay.
So what more do you
prove
want?
it. Don't just say okay. What do I want?
What obligation do I have to prove anything?
You're welcome. We can just dismiss.
It's your claim. You know what happens when you make a claim? You gotta provide evidence for the claim.
You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, do what you want, man. Be an idiot like you are. Don't worry about it. You got the free will to do that.
And keep crying about the non-existent mess to clean up.
No, we are going to clean up your mess, because when other people are like, well, Rebel said it's true. I'm like, who's Rebel? Did he verify it? Well, he didn't verify it, but...
Rebel.
Yeah, Rebel, you're that guy.
Isn't that your name?
Oh, I heard someone
Am I
say
the only person on the internet that goes by Rebel?
Retard.
I'm the only person on the internet that goes by Rebel.
You're talking through CB. I want to hear my friend. Go ahead, CB.
No, I mean, Miggy, you're right. It's just that you're the guy, Rebel, that people will say, oh, I heard somebody say it's a circle. And I have to go, well, that's just this one retard. Don't mind him.
Exactly. So, right. So was that so hard to deal with?
Well, I mean, it's intentional, is it not, on your part?
Intentional for what?
I think you're dumb all of a sudden.
Intentional for
Rebel,
what
I-
purpose?
Sorry, to interject.
Is there like a hidden? Is there like some sort of hidden agenda? I'm going.
Go ahead, obvious.
Rebel, I think you're completely missing the point of what the quotes flat Earth movement is supposed to be about. It's not about running around.
What
trying
is
to
supposed to be
cram
about?
Flat
Dude,
Earth
shut
down
up. Let him
people's
explain.
throats.
Enlighten me. What is
It's
supposed to be
about
about?
helping the common person correct their thinking errors that they've been doing all their life. If you can help them think properly, they'll figure out flat Earth on their own. And what you're doing, running around making claims to models with aspects you can't verify, is no better than the globe. Because that's all the globe is. It's a runaway, unverified claim about phenomena we experience, and it's just spiraled out of control into what we have today. So you're building the same fucking paradigm, but just with a flat Earth. So give it 100 years, it's going to be your unverified model. The only difference, like as far as it being as shit as the globe model, is that it got one thing right, that the Earth is flat. But the rest of it will just be fucking nonsense.
Put some respect on my name.
Do you understand that? You get what I'm telling you?
Truth's so hard, crushing me.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
Heard shady notes.
I'm not here to discuss anything.
Be honest, dude. Let's talk about it. If you do think that it's the craziest thing you've ever heard, you can tell us. We can take it. Is it?
Not really. I think that a lot of people here have a pretty good rationale for thinking the Earth is flat.
But you don't.
No, as in I can kind of see it both ways. It's not a topic I'm that interested in. I'm gonna pour a bunch of hours into researching.
Well, it's not about that, but the knowledge base,
No,
right?
I think it is a little bit about that, because if you really want to figure out if it's flat or round, you do need to put in your own time and effort.
Well, the thing is, though, shady though. But the thing is, you grow up with a knowledge base, right? Like going to school, or I would have just assumed that you went to school, but you have an education background, and the topic that we're talking about, it already comes from that being planted in your mind. So we're basically saying the thing that you've already learned is the thing that we're talking about right here. That's why you didn't have to go and research this thing.
This is where
you didn't have to go research it.
No, we're talking about two different things here. So you're under the presumption that because you've been told something in school, then you think of it as fact. Whereas I very much appreciate that a lot of people here look deeper into it and ask why is it being told as a fact. And I can get why people come to different conclusions. I'm not that interested in it. I'm not going to look any further than what I've been told, because things seem to line up.
Line up with what? I don't know what's lining up.
So I've got a maths degree, so a lot of the
Oh, interesting. That's great.
And shit like that line up with theories of gravity and stuff. But I'm not that interested in looking into, is that a gravity experiment even real?
Well, would you like to know, though, that it's not the case, though? That's what we're saying. The thing that you've already think that your foregone conclusion, because you're maybe a math student or teacher, I'm not really sure, but I'm just assuming. But I mean, if you're good at maths, go ahead, be blunt.
To be blunt, a bunch of the maths, there's no there are axiomatic assumptions, but most of the stuff we do, we derive. So it's not really a case of, is this real or not? It's more like, does this line up?
What is math?
What is maths?
Yes.
Language of abstraction.
Right, so it's just a language.
That's fair.
So effectively saying an equation is just the same as saying a supposition in common language. The very supposition of an alphanumeric supposition in mathematics doesn't necessarily indicate that that supposition correlates to the empirical data.
And that's literally what I just said. I'm not really interested in whether it lines up with real life or not, as long as
But you just said it lines
up. So
with...
you don't care about empirical facts.
Yeah, but you
mentioned that. Yeah,
Shady, you just said that it lines up, though. That's what you just told us. It lines up with reality.
No, not with reality. As in The underlying assumptions that we make at the start of, say, like mathematical physics, lines up with the results later down the line that we are taught.
Okay, so but the Earth being a globe, or
say that again?
But with the Earth being a globe, does it line up with the globe, the maths and all that you're talking about?
Again, I don't know. I haven't really looked into this that much.
So what are the maths lining up with then? I don't know, because in this context, when you come into this server,
I see.
We're talking about
I'm talking.
We're talking
more
about the shape of the
specifically
Earth.
about like gravity and elliptical orbits and stuff like that.
Well, that's a part of the globe Earth. I mean, all of that is the physics that work on top of the presupposition that the Earth is a globe. So you have to have already your mind set that the Earth is already a globe.
I mean,
the physics.
I would say it goes the other way, actually. Like, if you can prove, if you have a mathematical formula for gravity, then it kind of naturally leads to the Earth being a blade spheroid or a globe or whatever you want to say, rather than flat.
The conclusion may follow logically given the premises, but that doesn't necessitate that supposition correlates to the empirical data. The problem is that you're talking about mathematics, and mathematics is one of the prerequisites to physics.
Hold on here, but I'm not arguing anything to do with empirical data. I'm saying you've asserted that a globe means that the gravity exists or whatever. Well, I'm saying it's the other way around, but I'm not.
No, it's not. No, it's not, because like you have to have the ball first to have the radius. You don't have a radius.
But you do know that's not how it happened in history, right?
Sure.
Yeah, but hang on, Greg.
That's not how it worked. The reason they contrived the universal gravitation theory was an ad hoc, fallacious solution to the discrepancy of trying to put things on a ball.
So,
in a vacuum.
So Shady, you're saying that right now. I don't think that you're correct on that. So I'm going to actually call you out on the fact that you're thinking that gravity actually proves the ball.
Right.
That's what you're saying, right? Essentially. From your math standpoint.
I wouldn't say prove. I'd say more like again.
Hold on, Gregory. You got some wind coming through your mic. What did you say?
No, that's my nose. I'm sorry.
Say again, Shady?
I wouldn't use strong language such as prove. I would say it leads to it, but again, I don't look into this stuff. I'm not that interested, so I don't really know how it follows.
So you could be wrong, right? You could be wrong.
I don't think I've said the whole time. I don't really know about this. I could be wrong.
Well, you're saying that it leads to it, but how does it lead to it?
If you could be wrong.
What do you mean?
You're saying
how does it lead to it? How does appealing to math and gravity theory necessitate that we live on a ball?
Oh, well.
If you could be wrong.
Okay, I think those are two separate things. I'm going to go with Gregory.
No, I think they go hand in hand, because if you could be wrong with the maths that lead to the Earth being a globe, then why would you think of it that way? Like your maths should actually have the evidence that leads to it being. Let's just say that it is backwards, like you say, right? Gravity is going to prove the ball. Then, of course, the math would then dictate, of course, that it is a ball. You know what I mean? Like, but you're saying it may be wrong. So it's like, well, then why would you even say that it leads that direction if it's not going to give you the answer that you want and the conclusion that it's a ball from the standpoint of going backwards?
Okay,
like, that's the way it looks to.
Right. So let me lay this out first. I think when I say it could be wrong, I mean the whole assumption underlying, the maths behind gravity and orbits and stuff like that. What isn't wrong is that if you derive orbits from a gravitational rule, for example, that can't be wrong in the context of maths itself. Theoretically, it's all sound. In reality, it might not apply. That's what I mean by it could be wrong.
Yeah.
When I'm saying that...
so you're just saying the math lines up with the math?
Yeah, pretty much. More like the maths that I've been taught, as in the derivations line up with what's been taught in schools, which most people look beyond.
Yeah, okay.
That's what
listen, for what it's worth, like, you could probably have an equation that gives Superman the power to fly, whatever. Like, I mean, that you're basically solidifying something that we already know. Everybody in here already knows that. You could do anything with math, right? Like, you can have. Listen,
I get what you mean, but I'm trying to get at that. Lots of people won't question what they're taught in school, but when you go to a university that teaches physics or maths, you try to learn the derivations that lead to those results. And if they line up mathematically, I'm pretty happy with that. I'm not going to look any further.
What does it matter that they line up? What does it matter? If they're not correlating to reality, what does it matter?
Okay, because at least it comes from somewhere,
What do you? What? Shady.
Every notion comes from somewhere. What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, it's almost discombobulated when you're saying that. Like, as in, like, well, so long as the maths are correct, I'm good with whatever they're saying. That's what it sounds like to us.
What if it came from the Wizard of Oz? Then
No, hang on, Sonny. Hang on. Shady, like, can you expound on that? Because like, it sounds really ridiculous. The claim that you're saying, right?
I mean, I think it is a bit of a foreign concept, and it's fair enough. And I get why you guys are kind of lashing out at me about this. If it came from the Wizard of Oz, I would have less time believing it because the Wizard of Oz, I don't know, isn't consistent. But the maths is consistent. There's a way of deriving it every single time, and it'll give you the same answer, which I'm happy with. I don't really care beyond that. I don't care if it doesn't apply to reality because on a day-to-day basis, I'm not using any of this maths. I'm not using the fact that the Earth is a globe. I'm not using any of it, so I don't care.
Oh, hang on. You studied an entire subject for X amount of years that you don't care about?
No, Craig, you hang on. I'll mute you.
Okay.
Don't run over me again, please. I'll mute you next time. Thanks, Greg. So, thanks for giving me space. So, you just trust the authority of NASA and those people more than you trust major reputable movie makers. That's all. Just replace the movie makers with NASA, and you have the same thing, The Wizard of Oz by NASA.
Son, I didn't run you over.
Okay, let me preface this by saying I'm not a mathematical physicist. I am a statistician, but I've done mathematical physics, and because it's required in my course. All this stuff is required to do as a prerequisite, which is why I don't really care about it because it's aside from the main focus of.
Yeah, you've been saying that this whole time you're in the chat. I really don't care about it, but yet you're here.
Yeah, but Gregory just said you don't care about what you did your degree in, which is what I'm trying to like.
I know, I whatever, but I'm saying that you're here in this chat. Like, obviously, something must have provoked you to actually think about it in some way, a curiosity or whatever. But you're here. And so, like, the other thing that you should be thinking about right now is that if you have any, there's some wind coming from your mic, Greg. Like, if you start to think about it logically, then how does this relate? This math that I don't know, this field that you studied, right? How does it relate to reality in the way that you can actually tell somebody maths are helpful for us because it's a language that can help us understand our reality in a way that we can describe it with the maths that we're using? How are you doing that, right? In that whole field that you're using, and then saying, well, it doesn't really matter so long as the maths sound like they're sound. Reality can be doing whatever else. I don't really care about that. I can't care about the reality bit. I only care about if the maths look good. Dude, that sounds ridiculous from our standpoint. Like, why would you even endeavor to come into a server who's built on empirical evidence, right? Wanting people to provide evidence for the things that they say. And if you say that gravity and the physics work a certain way with the maths, and then say, well, it leads us somewhere, and it's like, where does it lead us? To reality? No, it just leads us to, like, better maths. That's what it sounds like you're saying. It's like, that is, like, beyond absurd, bro. It's like, you really don't care about reality. You just care about, 1 + 1 = 2. And then everything after that is, like, who cares?
Okay.
Who cares if that lines up with reality? And that's what our argument right now is, that we're getting down to the main reason why people are in such a cognitive dissonant state, and they're so discombobulated from reality. They're just like, I don't really care. Math is okay. Like, so what, dude? Like, tell us how math relates to reality. Okay, show us that. Like, I mean, if you have such a knowledge, you would be able to do it, right?
I don't talk now.
Okay. I'm going to be flat out with you. I don't have that knowledge. I don't have that proof. And I don't intend to ever have that proof or knowledge because I don't see the importance in looking into a subject. But there are people that have. And sure, you can call me blind or whatever. I have a.
Oh, then why are you here?
Okay, as I said before.
Well, let me ask him this. Since he's said this over and over again. Why do you care about math?
Because it's a consistent framework and it does properly model some things in our life, especially with statistics, which is what I'm interested in.
But why do you care about consistency?
When you have a framework like maths, you kind of can definitively prove some things are true and some things are false. And I think that
especially
kind of
not the globe.
is very useful.
Well, why do you care about truth and falsehood?
No, it's a very useful thing for modeling stuff and for keeping things consistent.
Why do you care about useful things?
Because it helps.
Why do you care about things being useful?
Because statistics helps you make money, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, well, how can you exercise mathematical principles without the concrete reality in order to exercise them. Exercise according to.
I mean, in terms of statistics, you are almost always exercising it on concrete reality.
Okay, so it sounds like you care about empirical data, because you couldn't care about the math if there was no concretely real objects to do the thinking.
Sure. I mean, well, not
right. So you're not being consistent with the way you just confess that you live. You just told us that you care about math because you like to talk about statistics, because you want to know truth and falsehood, because you want to do things that are useful in reality, which is concrete.
Right.
So you do care about empirical data. You're not being consistent. But you just told us that you want to be consistent.
I don't think I've ever asserted that I don't care about empirical data.
You care about the empirical facts of whether or not the Earth is the way the universities teach us. So you said over and over again, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
And I still do not care, yeah.
Right, so you're not being consistent. Because you need to talk about math and statistics and utility and truth and falsehood when navigating Earth.
Okay, but on a personal level, I have no use for whether the Earth is flat or a globe or ever. It doesn't do anything for me either way.
So why would you?
That's beside my point. That's beside my point. You do mathematical calculations and care about truth and falsehood and consistency and statistics and utility in your everyday life.
Right.
Right. You couldn't do that if there was no Earth to stand on.
But Earth being here to stand on has no. It doesn't matter.
Shady, that's cat, dude. Like, and the way the kids say it these days, that's cat, bro. That you coming in here and say you don't care. You're obviously curious about the topic and want to know what everybody's talking about in here. And you came here with your, background, credentials, or whatever, just so you can boast about like how maths line up with gravity and whatever. Like you did say a few things that lead us.
Hold on.
I
think I came in here saying,
things.
Please let me speak. I think I came in here saying I didn't want to talk and I was muted.
You're talking now. Yeah, good. Because now you're in the discussion and now you realize that you can't just be in here sitting here with a math degree or whatever it is you have and then say that, oh, it's fine, I don't care about this topic. You're sitting in this place.
I mean,
so obviously,
you might as well add that to the list as self-contradiction. You said that you don't want to talk. Here you are talking. You said you care about consistency. Yeah, you're not being consistent. So you're just a bundle of self-contradiction, aren't you?
Okay. Really relevant, but okay.
It is relevant, dude. Like, cause like that's the thing that you have to realize. You're telling us one thing, and you're contradicting yourself in a whole nother thing. You're telling us how everything lines up with the globe, and then we ask you how it's ever. I can't be bothered by it. Well, then why are you saying it? Why are you even mentioning?
I think I've pretty clearly said it could be either way. I don't really mind. I can see how it can line up with the globe. I appreciate the arguments made in here. But at the end of the day, I'm not really bothered to switch side or whatever. It doesn't affect me. I could say I'm a flat earther the next day and it won't make any bearing on my life. I'm sitting here.
Very strange way to live according to that belief. You really do believe that it doesn't matter either way. Why are you in here?
Is it that strange?
Yes,
it really is.
Strange.
Please tell me, if tomorrow I decide I'm a flat earther, how has my life changed on a day-to-day basis?
You live in an entirely different cosmic paradigm which has profound implications.
Back that up. What do you mean?
So if you live in a flat Earth, contrary to the globe paradigm that you've been taught, not only does that indicate that the vast majority of the institutions of human civilization for the past several centuries are not only capable, but have successfully deceived themselves, by and large, and the majority of the human race. And for a multitude of fallacious and empirically inadequate and untenable arguments and speculations to try and promulgate this cosmic paradigm, while promulgating an unprecedented propaganda machine through the vast variety of means through the entire telecommunications medium, including the indoctrination system that you went to school in, and is patently contrary to the paradigm that the vast majority of theistic religious texts teach, especially the Bible. And then if you do live in a flat earth paradigm, that would be profoundly empirically adequate and corroborative to the cosmic paradigm that the Bible teaches, among many other cosmic paradigms that teach similar cosmic paradigm. among other texts that teach some of the cosmic paradigms, and on it goes.
The list keeps growing. He could keep going. The list would be like lengthy, Shady, of the implications of what it would be if the Earth was not what you've been told.
Right,
for sure.
There's implications. There's no really empirical data to back up those implications.
Oh, there's empirical data.
But
like
I
for
just
days,
told you that
4
if
days.
it was the case that the empirical data was the cosmic paradigm that you are pretending you don't care about, if that empirical data was the concrete reality situation that you and I exist in, that found empirical data that would empirically corroborate many religious texts, especially the Bible and its cosmic paradigm that it teaches, which is indicative of the existence of the eternal God that created it and purposed it.
What does the Bible have to do with anything? I'm pretty confused right now. Why
the cosmos and all creation.
Yeah, but why the Bible? The Bible is a relatively young religion compared.
I just said the Bible among other things.
Yeah, but you said especially the Bible. You place some emphasis.
Yeah, especially the Bible, because there is no text in history that is more informative and more pivotal in human civilization than the Bible.
Yeah, let's put it this way, Shady. I don't even know where you're coming from. Your background being religion or no, right? So what this would do was the implications of knowing that the Earth is a created system and it's enclosed and it's special and it's created would lead you to understand that there would be a creator.
Right.
And it would then
why the Bible? Why not the Egyptian God or Norse God?
Well, here's the thing.
You keep
though, right?
saying that. We just told you not just the Bible, but especially the Bible.
On the Bible, which is what I'm confused. Why you put so much importance on that one?
Because
it is the most influential text in all of human history.
Sure.
What part of that don't you understand?
Why the fact that influences humans doesn't really do anything about creation, right?
No, there's a lot of truth.
Humans in creation are subcategories. Humans is a subcategory of creation. Humans live in the created cosmos.
Okay.
What are you on about?
The Bible hasn't done nothing for all the animals.
No. That's your speculation. That's your
Okay,
speculation.
sure, fine. Speculation, whatever. But I'm trying to say that you put a lot of emphasis because the Bible has an impact on humans. But I think that's pretty facetious to say that makes it important in terms of the
facetious. I'm not joking.
Why would it be funny?
I think it's pretty funny that I'm assuming you're a Christian. I think it's a bit facetious to say that your book, because it has the most impact on humans, is the most important in terms of proving there's a creator or whatever. Because I think equivalently, you could take the Torah or you could take the Quran and you could take any of these other religious texts and say
the Torah is in the Bible.
Sure. Okay.
The Quran also affirms the Bible.
Okay. Sure.
But aside from that, like now you're starting to poke at this. Like, yeah, you can hone in on this specific topic, but then you the implications of the Earth being flat was what the question was about, Shady. Now you got to realize that you don't know what you don't know right now. You're coming at this half-cocked, thinking that it's better just to take like, oh, I don't care about none of this. But you can't just do that, man. This is a very profound topic. It's very provocative, and it's something to get you really realize that it is not what they told you of a spinning space ball in a vacuum of space. Come on, man. Like, this has got some real implications on your psyche too.
I think one of the major issues why I'm not taking this that seriously is because, sure, you're saying there's a bunch of implications. I'm not seeing that anything that concrete or anything that's honestly that persuasive that this is something to be worried about or whatever. That there's a massive global conspiracy of a bunch of people trying to get me to believe that it's a globe instead of a flat plane. Because for some reason, who knows what.
Oh, you've already believed it. It's not that they have tried, that you're already in there, man.
Okay,
you're in there like swimwear.
You're not addressing my point. Why? What is that to gain from it?
Why? Look at the motive.
How about I answer that?
The motive,
since he asked it.
Let me say real quick, Gregory. The motive is secondary to the actual evidence that's out there, but I'll let Gregory tell you.
Yeah, because I don't want to force him to talk about whatever he doesn't care about. But of course, he's demonstrating that he does care. Oh, the motive? Well, think. Why would someone lie about the cosmos? Well, someone doesn't want you to know the truth about most profound philosophical truths. And when you don't know the truth, then you are susceptible and under the control of the lying deceiver. And the lying deceiver is going to attack, deceive, exploit you, the recipient, the victim of this deception, being exploited to whatever wicked ends that they have in store to selfishly gain to your detriment.
Which is what?
a variety of things, just
which is
stroking and masturbating their pride, wealth, material wealth, political power, social power,
right? But those
spiritual power.
Okay, sure.
Yeah,
satisfying wicked desires.
You have a very nihilistic view. It sounds like, as a very nonchalant, apathetic. You don't really give a damn about whatever. You don't care, and so that all of this fosters that sort of behavior. So you are a product of all of this. So yeah, you've been under the control of all of this information.
I mean, okay,
for sure.
You're making a bunch of assumptions here. I'm not.
No, it's not an assumption. This is an observation.
You literally just said you seem like
it's an observation. Yeah. An observation that we had since you came in here.
Leading to an assumption. I'm not.
No, let him articulate himself, man.
I mean, yeah, that's what I really wanted to say. You're making a bunch of assumptions. I'm not.
Oh, then prove it. Then prove it.
In what way? What do you want me to say other than I'm not?
That you do care. It does mean something. That you're not just going to sit here and say, all this is just gobbledygook. I don't care anyway.
Being a nihilist and thinking that whether the earth is flat or round doesn't matter is not equivalent.
So what is your stance then? What are you? If I misjudged you, then what? You tell me. What do you feel about it then?
Rather than nihilist, I'd be probably an absurdist. I don't think anything really matters, but life is what we make of it.
A what? A what-ist?
Absurdist.
Absurdist?
Yes.
Wow, so you're an absurdist, but you want things to be consistent, and you want to care about truth, and you don't want to believe falsehood, and you want to use what is useful.
Yeah, in terms of my career, that's not all of life. Maths isn't everything.
Yeah, you don't see the obvious logical inconsistency in that.
I don't think it's inconsistent. It's a juxtaposition, sure, but
okay. Well, are you going to make an attempt to think? Because it doesn't sound like it. It sounds like you want it to be absurd, which would be consistent with your absurdism, which of course is not tenable, because that's an admission to being absolutely incoherent and nonsensical.
All right, so this, let me just post this up in the chat room. So just to get everybody up to speed, absurdism, or it's a philosophy based on the belief that the universe is irrational and meaningless, and that the search for the order brings the individual into conflict with the universe. Or compare existentialism. That's another comparison to it. Is that
so it's just a step above nihilism, because nihilism says there is no value. When someone says the universe is absurd, that is a value judgment.
Yep.
Sure, but also nihilism has more of a negative connotation to it, where everything doesn't matter. So
this doesn't, and this doesn't have one. This definitely is a negative connotation. What do you mean?
Just because,
dude, it says. Look at the second definition to this. It says relating to or supporting the belief that human beings exist in a purposeless, chaotic universe.
Yeah, which I think is fair enough. I think it's a reasonable stance to take. That we're here for.
To whom?
Do you think it's fair enough and reasonable? Do you think the absurd world is reasonable?
It's illogical.
Do you think the world of absurdity is reasonable?
Yeah.
You don't see the contradiction in that?
No.
Yeah. I know, Gregory. That's what I was thinking too. I don't know, man. Like, first of all, you might be the first absurdist that I've met so far, but in no way, shape, or form is this escaping the fact that you are unlike the rest. I mean, like I said, it's still a product of what the globe brings, like, put in your mind. So all absurdist, nihilistic, like all of that shit, I'd lump it all together. It's all illogical. There's nothing in it. There's no good in it. And if you're finding meaning in that, how is that? It's contradictory to what it's saying there.
Why is there no good in it? If there's no purpose,
there isn't any good in it.
We can make our own purpose.
It's literally your concession that the world is absurd. So if the world is absurd, then there is no math, because there is no logic, because there is no truth, there is no falsehood, there is no utility, and none of it makes sense. It's all nonsense. You can't have knowledge in a world where there is nothing but nonsense.
You might as well sit on your ass and play Xbox all day, because that shit don't mean nothing, man. Literally. Smoke weed and do that, because being something that's organized with your math and all that shit is going to lead you to something that's purposeful, not purposeless.
Not even that. Mayhem, not even that. There is no should. Nothing makes sense. There is no sense. There's nothing makes sense.
In terms of absurdism, I'm trying to get at the notion that there's no inherent purpose in the world. There's no.
Oh, you're trying to make it like the
Okay,
light
that's
version.
legalism.
Yeah, and
Well,
I
that's
pegged
not
it correctly.
absurdism.
Again,
I pegged
alright,
it
sure.
correctly. I pegged it correctly, Shady. You know that. I pegged you
Okay.
correctly then.
Right. Forget all the terms or whatever. I'll let you know what my stance is, and then we can go from there. Because I feel like I'm getting caught up with the definitions, stuff like that. My stance is the world has no inherent purpose, no inherent meaning, nothing core to it. But it's up to us to make our own meaning, our own missions in life or whatever, and to have some value out of that. I'm not going to sit here and do nothing and, wallow away because I think there's no point in life. I'm going to make my own point in life, be it, to help other people.
How are you going to make meaning and purpose out of a world where there is no meaning and purpose?
Oh my God, dude, that's so
individual.
No, it's not, dude.
But there is no meaning and purpose. So how did you make meaning and purpose all of a sudden exist?
Yeah.
No, I said there's no inherent like God-given mission.
Yeah, nowhere in the world, not in you, not in anything else. There is no meaning or purpose anywhere. So how are you going to make meaning and purpose exist all of a sudden?
You just restated absurdist definition number 2. That's what you just restated. And then at the end of it, you caveated to say, well, all of that, nah, don't forget that. I actually do want to find meaning. What? Dude, then you're not an absurdist or any other label.
Okay, again, I said let's leave the labels behind, and I'll just go from what I'm saying.
You should go from what you're saying, so we heard what you said.
I think you guys are struggling with the concept that just because there's no inherent purpose, you can't find your own. You can't make your own.
Mayhem, please let me handle him. Please let me handle him.
If there is no inherent purpose, if there's no purpose in reality, that isn't making up your own kind of absurd.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't know, Gregory, if you want to take him somewhere, I don't know, Heretic.
So, Shady, once again, you just asserted the premise that there is no meaning or purpose anywhere. Nothing has any inherent meaning or purpose, so there is no purpose or meaning anywhere. So how are you going to just contrive it to manifest in reality?
I mean, that's up to the individual, right? You're
how?
We're capable of having our own goals and missions and stuff. Make that for meaning and purpose.
You're thinking, huh?
Right.
So the world has no purpose or meaning. Did you just interpret what I just said?
Right.
Did you just interpret what I just said?
Sure.
How could you do that if there was no meaning in what I said?
Again, I think you're getting away from the point that I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say that
but wait, hang on.
Well, listen to me.
Because I could have sworn there's no meaning or purpose in the world, and then I asked you, how could you get meaning out of what I said if there is no meaning? I think that's probably quite relevant to what you said.
Okay, I think again.
I'll return back to that in just a moment. Huey, what's up, man?
Is that it? I was enjoying listening. That was really interesting.
Yeah, there's more. No, I just paused it just to say what's up. I'm gonna be getting ready for work here in a moment.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
That was a very interesting discussion.
Well, there's a little bit more after that. Gregory's gonna kind of lay into him, but it's dude, like these people and their ideas. It is just listening to their the way they propose things are. It's insane, Huey. I've had conversations like these. It's I don't know. I guess because I've been talking to these guys for such a long time, I've seen like archetypes of them, those kinds of people. It's just amazing. How do they proceed? Like it's a crazy world, man. Like
Yeah, I'll tell you what. You better wear protection when you go outdoors.
Yeah, because they're all driving every which way. Like these these guys. And I'm not even lying. On the news, and I'll just give you an example. On the news, where I live, the big city where I live, they said that this guy, on a place that I don't know how he did it, went down the wrong way on an interstate that's not possible to go down the wrong. You'd have to purposely drive the opposite. Like you'd have to jump onto the interstate and go the opposite direction in order for you to. Yeah. But he did all of that. And got in a car wreck with someone, and I'm like, it's not even. It's so hard to go the wrong way in that interstate because it's like no way to do it, but he did it. and yeah, he got in a wreck with someone. So yeah, what you said like that one time, watch out because they're driving on the road. Like, yep.
You got to be a defensive driver, man, out there. You got to be real careful nowadays.
Only go out if you need to, bro. Seriously.
I'll bet you he was a baller.
100%. Like, what?
The odds are in my favor.
You think about it, man. Like the chance that he was a flat earther, I don't know, dudes. Like he was probably contemplating how he thinks nothing makes sense. So he's just
yeah. Wow.
trying to forfeit himself. Yeah, there's more to that though. I just put it on pause for a second.
Oh, that's cool. What time you got to go to work?
I got to boot scoot about 30 minutes because I got to make my food for lunch and such.
You're still on that late night shift?
Yeah, that's why I was on last night. I stayed on. Everybody was when you left yesterday, we were like, oh fuck, dude, where did he go? AI is like, oh hell no, dude. We're thinking about an after show and like having a conversation, but you left.
Oh man, that was way. I looked down at the clock and I said, "Oh, good God."
Yeah, you tipped your hand on that one for sure.
It was bad, man. We went way too long.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess it had to be done. I don't think it was too enjoyable for anyone listening. I'm sorry about that, but
bullshit. You've got no idea how good that was.
I loved it, dude. I was on the edge of my seat.
Neil
Really?
and yeah, all of us were. Well, no, because I mean, time had kind of made this thing extended. Like not the time that it took, but the time that it took to have it was extended for too long, far too long. It should have been done earlier. You know what I mean?
It wasn't exactly a conversation. Like we were both muting each other, and it just went down a bad path. I kept on getting frustrated because he kept on making claims and not supporting them. So I was trying to hold him to every single claim, and that got it. And once you do that,
yeah,
and he's not doing it, then it's going to circle the drain at light speed.
It was. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
2 hours.
Thank
no
you,
claim
Kiwi.
answered.
As we all know, there's a slight rift between flat earthers. There's traditional flat earthers like you, me, Alpha, and there's these ether earthers or whatever the fuck you want to call them, just retards.
Retards.
What do we do in here? We hold people to account. Make your claim. That's great. I've got no problem with anyone making a claim. Back the fucking thing with evidence. That's what we do here. You make your claim, and then we hold them to account. And that's what you did to him yesterday. Yes, he's going to have a sore bum for a while. Bad fucking luck. But we hold people to account. He has to remember where he come from. And what he should have done before he fucking interviewed Dave, he should have come in here so we could slap him around and prep him up for it.
Well, I mean, the thing is 24/7, and I was saying this after Kiwi left. I was saying we're just a bunch of guys that met here, and we sharpened our swords together. Like it was a thing. Kiwi knows how I feel about like Witsit and that. Like it sucks, dude. Like because he did coin the term that falsification is independent of replacement. He used to say that a lot, and
he still says it.
Yeah,
but then what he does is he goes replacing everything that he's trying to falsify.
I know that's kind of and you know the way I felt about that. I was like, dude, fuck, dude, why? Like we were doing great, like all of us, and it was about not giving the other side enough information. And so like, well, we can't state that because we don't know. It's like, well, we have to give them something, you know. And then that whole phrase that you were coining, and then now you turned it into like, now we have to give them something. It's like one of the things that the words that I was looking at, the word is placate. You're placating the audience. You don't want them to be upset, so you're giving them something.
Yes.
To kind of settle them down. You know, it's all right. Like, listen, I'm gonna be the guy who's gonna break the tension, and I'll give you something to kind of ease your mind. Flat earthers aren't crazy, so just relax. You know, so it's kind of like appealing to them, and because you're trying to appease an audience that's you know, you don't want to rock the boat. You know, and it's like that's exactly what the truth does in every way. It fucking rocks the boat. It's supposed to. Otherwise, people will be believing dumb shit. And so it's like always getting people to think like the thing that you think science is, it should be one thing, right? It shouldn't be everything like you think. You're trying to make it like a potpourri of ideas, like what science actually is, or natural science. And I think you're always drawing that hard line so people can understand how to get to the point where we aren't just making shit up. We're actually getting to think,
That's it. Making shit up. That's what the problem was. And that continues to be the problem. So I agree with you. And Matrix. I mean, none of us are above reproach. So if we come in here, we make claims, we have to support them. No matter what they are. If you make a claim, then just hey, there's no problem. Go ahead, support it. There it is, right there. Go.
Yeah, for as long as you've been doing this, that's been kind of the thing that you've been saying. It hasn't been anything different. There isn't, QE hasn't changed his style. It's always been like, it's not really. There's no secret to this whatsoever. It's not like a magic trick. It's just if you're gonna say something about, what you're thinking, then just bring the evidence that backs it up, so we can all be on the same page. And if there isn't any, then what does that say about what you're proposing? That's
Yep, I got frustrated with it. It just pissed me off. But he started to flail. Yeah. Making shit up.
I got evidence. You just gotta go find it.
And in fact, I'm
You
surprised.
gotta go find it for me, though.
Now that Indio's here, I'm surprised the server's still here because Witsit said he was going to shut it down last night.
I missed that part.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're having the after show when QE left at like 3 a.m. My God. We were talking about it. It was just, and I know things because it was a boiling point that needed. It's just like I was telling everybody in the chat. I was like, guys, just relax. Everybody was all like, what's going on? This is crazy. Oh my God. And I was like, just dudes, chill, bro. Like, if you don't know what's going on, then don't speak. And there was a couple of individuals who were not a part of the whole thing that were chiming in. This or trying to derail and shit. So we had to do a little bit of moderation on them. But once they figured it out, they saw what was happening.
Well, I finally realized that AI was a bitch.
Yeah, he got told that a couple of times.
Yes, he did, didn't he? Yeah. That's what I was. Yeah,
it was shots across the bow. And he was, but he knew how to handle it because we were all in it. Like we know what time it is, man. We stood together at the very beginning of all this coming out on the internet, so we know where we're at. We know what the score is, So it wasn't like he was really calling him a bitch. It was just like, dude, why are you on his side? Kind of shit. And it's like, that's what I heard anyways. It's like, why are you defending QE, man? I'm your boy too. Like, what's going on? Like, and it wasn't that. It was the fact that it's all about the content. Like, what are you saying out there? Is that something that you'd want everybody to look at the thing that we created here as? And we're all in here just, dilly-dallying and saying, hey, well, let's give them something to think about. So, yeah, we're talking about the points that were brought up last night. And I think they were interesting because,
the biggest point. I should have stuck with just, my contention with him is he's a double-speaking lion Surat. And I had the evidence. Remember the guy was in? His name was Rebel or something? He started it all, right? Or Rebellion, or I don't know. He was down there. And then we played. It's just a short clip. Had 3 double speaks and then the lie to top it off. So I should have stuck with that. But I didn't. I went off into different topics. But still, he started making claims. And I just asked for support. Now, then it started to get personal about what he conjured in his mind, that I think he's delusional. He conjured in his mind that he somehow wanted to debate me and I declined, and he has it on Skype, and I'm sitting there, okay, I don't recall that. Can you post it? What did we get?
Oh, we didn't get that because he said he had to sift through all his DMs, and he has thousands of people that are messaging him all the time, so there's no way that he could have precisely found the exact point.
Well,
that
don't make the claim then.
Yeah. That's what he was saying during the process. Like, well, I didn't. I got to look through all my DMs, and I can't.
And what he
find it right
posted had nothing to do with the topic.
Yeah.
And so I was looking at him, and then I tried to read it. I couldn't. It was a train wreck.
Yeah.
And I thought there were some more, so I went in earlier today in case because chat was moving so fast, right? So I went up and I thought I missed something. No, I didn't.
No, you didn't miss anything. I was looking at the same thing. I was like, oh, okay, let me see where, because usually when you charge somebody with something, you got the evidence to back that shit up, especially in here.
Sure.
Like if I charge anybody in here with anything that they've said and I had the DMs to prove it, then I have them. Like I have them in the hopper. I don't have to kind of like look shit up and hold on a second. I got to look through my DMs but then I'll just lay it all out. Here it is, right here. All 20 pages or whatever.
And it was like a feeble appeal anyway. What are you doing?
Mm.
Oh, and you're drunk. No, I'm not. It's late.
Yeah.
I'm not drunk. I was pretty clear in what I was trying to say, and then the muting started, and then this one stands out to me, where he was doing his Van der Graaf generator, but he doesn't know what electrostatics is.
Yeah.
That was bad. And it was electric field theory. When he said
it was electric field theory.
Yeah, that one was bad for him, dude.
Yeah, and you knew when like the time frame when someone steps in it, you're like, oh shit, dude. I hope. Yep, electric field theory. And what was the evidence of that? Lightning. Remember?
No. First he said it was a scientific theory. Then I was asking him for the hypothesis. We'll get to the lightning in a minute. I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
Then he said, well, there isn't any. And then he said, well, I take it back. It's not a scientific theory. And then we got into the lightning.
Yeah.
What the hell was that?
He's trying to prove. He was proving the electric field theory, but proving lightning. It's like, well, you're proving lightning. You're not proving the electric field theory. And so, yeah, it was almost like I do this with ballers all the time on the other server. I get them to actually. They're trying to prove something other than the thing that they're talking about. It's like, wait a minute, you just finished telling me you're bringing this premise, and they always do it. It's not a magic trick. It's misdirection for the audience.
That's what it is. Yes, exactly. You got it. Yep, it's misdirection. It's called a red herring fallacy. It has some connotation to the topic, but not really.
Not really. Yeah. But the people in the audience are confused. They were like, well, wait a minute. Isn't he talking about the thing that he said he brought up? No, he wasn't, though. It was speaking of another. This natural phenomena that occurs is attributing to the thing that they're saying has. So I could have named that not electric field theory, but some other kind of thing that I could name it. And then I would say, well, the lightning proves the thing that I'm saying. It's almost like you're attributing the natural phenomena to something that you think is a natural phenomena. It's misdirection.
It was bad.
And the people that know how to navigate these conversations know exactly where we're at. But the ones on the outside, they're confused and they're like,
right,
he's actually supporting it. So I think and that's the case with the audience. The audience doesn't know how to they're just kind of like they're trying to sort things out, and so for them they think that's on point.
But they got to sort it out quickly because we're moving. It's going fast.
This shit don't stop, and then from lightning we go to another topic. And so if you're not keeping up, you're gonna think he's making all the sense in the world. And so and for me, I'm like, oh God, you can't continue until you clearly explain what electric field theory is and how you came about.
What's ether? That's my favorite. That's my favorite one. He tries to sidestep the ether thing by saying, well, I don't think it's science. Well, I never claimed that you said it was science. What is it? First. We'll get to the science after it. First, you got to tell us what this monkey is. Well, it's a logical framework. That's not fucking ether, dude. You just made it up.
Yeah.
Logical framework. Oh
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, if there wasn't us to actually keep the checks and balances there, then can you imagine the runaway train that would be flat Earth? It would be fucking all over the place, man.
Yeah,
Like,
but it's going that way, dude. It's
okay,
just,
not if I'm still around. Fuck
Yeah.
no, dude. Like,
It would be the flat Earth society. That's what it would be.
well, no, I mean, like Indio and myself and like people that like, dude, I hold my ground. Like, fuck this, dude. I've like when it comes to it, the bad arguments come in here, and you got, people like Bev, thinking that there's no such thing as flat, no word that could, because flat doesn't exist. Like, there's other offshoots of people coming out of this server, this particular one, because their ideas were not supported by the ones in here, so they had to go make some other kind of server with their own little group, and he was talking about this like cultish mentality that we got, and it's like, wait a minute, but if you go leave to start your own thing and have your own group, isn't that what a cult does? Anyway, I am not, from that standpoint, I was just assessing everything that was being said. I was like, the projection is real. It sounds like all the things that you're saying. And then he's like, well, it was and I know it was in the heat of the moment, but he's like, I'm gonna have to apologize to Indio because, I'm not gonna support this server, and I'm gonna, what did he say? He not shut it. Maybe he did say shut it down, but
He's gonna nuke it.
He
said no. He said he was going to disavow it.
Disavow it. Yeah, he's gonna disavow it from like everything that he ever brings up to like other people, like coming to 24/7, and I felt that was just he was in his feelings at the moment because he felt kind of slighted that a couple of people that were on here were not on his side, and I don't think that was the case. I think the case was not that on his side that's like being like, "Hey, Witsit, you're a great guy," kind of thing. I meant like on the argument side. We were not on that side, so we were more on the side of like making sure you have your shit straight when you go out in public and speak in front of, who God knows how many people, because that one showing with Dave Farina, how many viewers were there? Because that guy has like 1 million followers, I think. The guy that he was on the show
on YouTube, there was over 1,000. I think it was just under 2,000 on YouTube. I don't know how many on Rumble.
Yeah, I mean, if you're coming and then at the end, saying that 24/7 is a place that you cut your teeth debating or whatever, like, and then I don't know if we're labeled with that, people are gonna be thinking, oh, is it 24/7 like this guy? Speaking of what he does, but I'm just, I don't know.
Even knows that, to be honest, because I brought it up to people, they have no idea.
Yeah,
I'm dead serious. Like, I'm on X and shit. You're like, you're trying to be like Witsit. Like, motherfucker, Witsit started here. You got that shit ass backwards.
Yeah,
they have no idea. They're going to have no idea. They're clueless.
The most annoying thing was when he kept speaking for the room and appealing to the room.
That's what he does. Or gaslighting the room.
Yeah, I was getting so annoyed with that.
Gaslighting. I was like, dude, why? And well, because we know why, but
yeah, no cowbell.
Yeah, there isn't any cowbell. There's
no cowbell there. They're all baseless assertion fallacies and just projectile diarrhea vomit out of his mouth. Just, it was empty. There's nothing there.
I've had a good friend of mine, actually. He's like, dude, he's the bee's knees, man. Witsit. And I was like, well, sure. If you think he's a great guy, he's maybe charismatic and stuff, that's great. I was like, what's the content? I even told him that. I was like, what's the content of the message? What are you getting from what he's saying? He's like, well, he really follows after flat Earth, and he's really doing a good job. And I'm like, well, I was like, what do you hear? Like, what is he saying? And so he's going through some of his arguments, what he's saying, but he's trying to help people understand, how to think more about what flat Earth can be. And I was like, what? I don't get that. Like, and so I think there's this like audience take that the takeaway is that he is doing a replacement theology. So he's giving them something so that the word placate. I think it's very apropos for what I'm saying here. He's giving them something so that they won't get upset that he's mentioning flat Earth. Don't worry. Look, remember I said that I was gonna get to telling you guys, I can give you something to think about. I'm not saying that this is the case, but I agree with you on electric field theory, and you know what I'm saying. It's just giving them just kind of giving them a reason to kind of click on the videos and such. And that's the reason why. And I could have said this too. And I just taking a little bit a sidestep so I can give you guys context. In biblical context, Yeshua, Jesus, was talking about this, and people. He didn't have a mega church. Jesus did. The people that listened to him were like, "Wait a minute! He just told us to drink his blood and eat his flesh. No way! I can't follow this guy. I used to. I can't do it. It's a hard truth. There's no way." And he spoke the hard truth because he knows that it's not about having an audience that is going to follow him after the wonderful things he says. It's about knowing truth. And so when they all left and he looked to his disciples and said, "You going to leave too?" And they told him, "Where else do we have to go? We got nowhere to go. You're the one speaking truth." So in that case, kind of resembling what we do here, it's like we don't do it so that we can have millions of followers. We do it so that people that listen to truth will come to it. And that's what it's all for. It's not for clicks and being the biggest, baddest flat earther there is. Fuck, if it's by proxy of us like speaking truth, then so be it. But if you're doing it just so they can get so many people to join you, like, no, because people at some point are going to be pissed off that you're saying, well, what is the sun? What is the moon? What are all these things? And you say, well, it's unknown to us. We can quantify a few things about it, but knowing the thing that motivates the sun to do what it does, the laws that govern it, like, nobody knows. Like, that's only the creator's area of knowledge. Hey, that's going to upset them, right? So if you want to placate to them and say, well, let's think about this, that's different. So the hard truths are the things that people stay away from because it's not audience friendly. You're not going to be able to build your social media on that. I guess, and that's what I wanted to speak on just a little bit.
There's no comeback, Mahan, for double speaking lion Surat. Now, if you want to tolerate that stuff, then you go with them. Follow? I don't care what you think about the conversation last night. I gave you the evidence of his double speaking lion Surat nature. I've got over 24 hours of videos going through each one. I only gave you 3 double speaks and 1 lie in this one. That should be enough. If that's not enough for you, then I don't care what you think about the way the conversation went. I could care less. Go follow the double speaking liar.
Oh, Kiwi saying you didn't let him speak. It was on both sides, though. I mean, if you think about it, because he couldn't get a word in, and then the other guy was muting. So it was, and then on top of that, other mods were muting QE. Other mods were muting Witsit.
Yep.
So it was like everybody was trying to get a piece of someone, and it was mainly because some people. It's like what I was saying. Some people sided with Witsit. Some people side with QE.
It's there's no sides. You're either a double speaking lion Surat or you're not. There's no sides to that. So I provided the evidence. Everyone heard it yesterday sitting in here. I don't know. Were you in here then, Alpha?
Yeah. You had some fans of his that were in here as well. So
that's fine. You could go with that.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So the fans that were in here, they were partly, I guess they like him being, who he is, and
well, so then they like a double speaking lion Surat demonstrated. Well, more power to you. Go for it. You're going to get your ass handed to you once you pipe up, though.
Yeah.
So I don't care, whether you think the conversation went this way or that. I could give a shit less. That's Nancy fag horse shit. I want the merits of the charges brought against them. All the other stuff is barely palpable background noise to me. If it's important to you, then Nancy fag your way over to him. I don't care. Do we want to listen to it again? Listen to both sides? You're listening to it double. Come off mute, man. Why you chat skanking with me here? Just come off mute. You can talk to me. I'm not going to bite your head off, as far as you know. Really simple. You're either double speaking liar surrat like I demonstrated, or you're not. There's no explanations. What is he going to explain why he's not a double speaking lion surrat when I showed you the evidence that he was? I got 45 more in the hopper, by the way. Explicit. So what do you want me to do? I took my mandate when I came out here, and I told you guys this a long time ago. And it's not just for flat. This was long before I entered Flat Earth. My mandate was expose pretender clown frauds, no matter who they are. That's it. That's all it's ever been. It's as simple as that. Now, if you don't like the way I do it, if you don't like me on that wall, guarding on that wall, then I could give a shit less. Because you need me on that wall. You want me on that wall. And I don't need to explain it to you. I would rather you just said thank you and went on your way. Got it? I don't give a damn what you think you're entitled to. Did you get the movie reference?
Which one's that from?
You Good Men.
Uh-huh.
We thought. Never mind. I'm not going to go for it again. So he's either lying, double speaking surrat, or he's not. I've got evidence that he's a lying, double speaking surrat. Do you have evidence to the contrary, or does he? Let's hear it. You can't do it because it's on tape. Hey, what are you going to
do? You know, it sounds like when a lot of people come in and follow, like because they want the Earth to be a globe. It's just what it sounded like to me. A lot of the people that come in here and say, "You didn't let him speak." The guys that speak of the globe, you kept muting him. No, I asked him a question and he didn't specifically answer the question I had. Exactly. He wanted to do a red herring fallacy and have you guys follow that red herring fallacy all the way down the road. I'm not going to do that. Yep. I want the concise answer to the question that I asked him. So that, I usually do that when I'm going through with these guys. And the audience who follow the Earth being a globe, they want it to hear his gish gallop or his red herring or whatever it is. They want him to keep speaking. I'm like, why? We're just going to wind up somewhere lost in the middle of me answering like 1,000 questions down the road that didn't have anything to do with the premise. Is that what you want? We can't do that. That's not conducive to a good argument. Like, we want to hear the point being made and the point supported. And if that doesn't happen, we can't move forward. What do you guys want? Is that what you want? You know what I mean? Like that's kind of the point that I think you're raising right now. And the audience that follow after him are just in their feelings about like, well, why didn't you let him? If you just would have heard him say maybe he would have had a point that we didn't hear it because he was being muted. Like that's kind of it's the same. It's a Glober thing. They do that too.
I heard him.
But not you. The audience.
They didn't hear. I was listening. I heard him. I heard him talk about a bunch of things. His electric field theory and not supporting anything he said. I heard all that. We went through it. I even read his message that he posted while he was interrupting me, by the way. So, I don't know. I guess you need to open your ears up.
Anyways, I've got to go to work, guys. Enjoy that QE. It's nice to see you back, mate.
Thank you.
So hopefully all your stuff at home is getting sorted out. Alpha, you probably got to go to work too, so I'll catch you later.
I got a boot scooter here in a little bit. But it was what it was.
Yeah, it wasn't good, and especially towards the end, it wasn't good. So with the electrostatics, that didn't turn out to him very well.
Yeah, I think we started from electric field theory and wound up at electrostatic. So it was.
The ironic thing is that I educated his dumbass on that back in the day because he was in a debate with somebody. I was listening to him, and it wasn't a debate. He was in like Jim Panda's channel, and the topic came up, and he didn't know too much about it. So I pulled him off to the side. I said, "Listen," I said, there's this topic called electrostatics, and from my background in chemistry, I gave him a few references, and I, explained it to him, and then he's pounding away at people with it, right? That's the ironic thing about it. But he doesn't know what it actually is, right? He's got a superficial understanding of it, and it's a train wreck. He really doesn't know what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're saying that you woke the monster that you have to fight against now?
No.
Yeah, I didn't know that at the time. I was thinking I was just helping him out, but he uses it. In fact, yeah, but it's a double whammy because I give it to him. It's like a Trojan horse. Because if you're not well versed in these topics, electrostatics, and he Jedi mind tricks you, and you go into your eyes rolling back your head, and you listen to his electrostatic spill, right? And to you, it mesmerizes you. To me, I'm belly laughing.
Yeah, because you've seen it from a different perspective. But that's what I was saying that the audience doesn't have is that perspective you have. So that's the confusion right there.
Yeah,
that's misdirection. And people are in our text chat right now, probably in their feelings about it. But who cares?
Well, that's
okay.
okay.
It's like,
they got hey, we got to respect feelings, man. I mean,
where's a picture of the duck getting his foot rubbed?
Yeah, I seen that fly by and snickered last night. Too fun. What are you gonna do though? But you guys better be ready, man. They're gonna overwhelm you, and I think it's a valiant effort for you to stand, for the true and just cause. But you're gonna get overwhelmed by etherites. Just be ready.
All right, I gotta head out. You guys have a nice day.
Yeah,
Huey,
I got
see ya,
to
man.
too. Biggie, you take care, brother.
Yeah, later, bro.
Yeah, you guys take care.
Yeah, Flatsy, good to hear you again. How's Booger?
He's good. I'm about to take them swimming, actually.
It's a good day for it.
Every day. We've been swimming every day. That it's been good days to go swimming.
It is so stinking hot. Yeah, cool, man. Well, I'm glad. Maybe see you Tuesday. You're going to be there Tuesday, right?
Absolutely.
Outstanding.
Wouldn't miss it.
Yeah, and maybe the server will still be open here. We can always come over here the rest of the week.
Yeah. So
All right, guys. Yeah. Because it's dinner time. It's not Wingies, but it's pizza.
Save that wingies for roast day.
Do you like those Wingies on that?
Yeah, they look good.
That wasn't the best picture of them. I sent a picture of them to Betty, and she had the idea of putting the, especially with the roast and putting it together, but she didn't use the other one. I think it was a little better picture. Overcooked those monkeys. You know why?
Why?
Because I failed to account for it because I usually make 2 batches, one for me and one for my son. But my son wasn't here. He was working. So I didn't adjust the time when I should have. See? Follow?
Yep.
Yeah,
I know.
so
I'm constantly cooking, so I know.
yeah, I overcooked them just enough to where they were a little tough, and I said, "Oh man, what a friggin' bummer." But they were good, but they couldn't. They wasn't as good as they could have been.
I'm just letting you know because I've had them, and I know that they are good. But I gave you a trade secret that a lot of wing places do, and you gave me the puke emoji.
yeah, I did. Even though I love mayonnaise.
Yeah, actually, it's a trade secret that they use to make the crispy, the skin on the outside. So if you roast them, that's the best way to do it. Is if you're roasting them.
Yeah, but I use aluminum-free baking powder and starch. So it makes them really crispy. So I don't need to do that.
Well, I bet that if you could still do that, it'd just be an addition. But
Yeah, baking
every
powder. I'm sorry, baking powder and cornstarch. Yeah, it makes them. They're really crispy. So yeah, I guess it could work. Yeah, but that's 10 or 12 wingies that I would have to experiment with mayonnaise when I know I could have the right one.
you could just do it with one.
Yeah, but that's a whole one. Okay, next time, maybe if I find, a less attractive one. So what do? You just roll them around in mayonnaise and then put them in there?
Just like think about it if you were doing it in like a batter, you just coat it on the outside, not too much, just enough to coat the outside of it, and then whatever else you want to do to it.
Okay, maybe I'll try that just because I noted your post. It came across my desk.
All right, just the heads up. But you take care.
Okay, yeah, we'll see you guys.
See you Tuesday. Or
Yeah. See ya.
See ya.
All right, guys. Any other objections? I can still be the bad guy. I'm gonna go. All right, man. Catch you on the flip side. Have a good one.
Flat Lloyd, how are you in the politics server and this server? How the hell do you pull that off? Is that 2 accounts? Flat Lloyd's everywhere.
I can actually be in 2 places at one time.
Literally breaking reality. Son of a bitch. Oh boy. I got so much coffee to roast. I'll
Sorry
be
about
listening
that.
to you guys. Oh yeah, plus another guy just ordered coffee. Some dude. Thanks for the order, brother.
Of course, man. Thanks for the coffee.
I'm going back on mute.
Well, I, for one, want to say happy Father's Day to you guys out there, or your fathers alike. Obviously did a great job raising some critical thinkers.
India got some coffee too. I wanted to hear from him. I know he said he tried it the other morning. I'm sure he enjoyed it, but I'd like to hear it from his face. Gosh, I got to get on Flatsy too. Got to get Flatsy stuff out there.
you're getting away from the point that I'm trying to make. I'm trying to say that when you from your birth, there is no singular mission or thing that you're meant to do. Is what I'm trying.
Nihilism.
In terms of like the grand scheme of things, I'm not saying on an individual basis between sentences and between a day-to-day job and things like that. I'm saying that there's no like higher mission for you to be doing. If you're saying a sentence to me that obviously has meaning because you've given it meaning.
All right, just hang on.
Which one is it,
just hang
Shady?
on.
Is there meaning and purpose in the world or not?
Yeah. Hey, Greg, look at this definition, dude. Like he just basically read it off.
Yeah.
Like, nihilism is a philosophy.
That's why I don't even do that.
Yeah, check this out. Man. Look. Well, let me just read this. Or family of views within philosophy that rejects general, accepted, or fundamental aspects of human existence, such as objective truth, knowledge, morality, values, or meaning. You're basically a nihilist. Why? I pegged you for that already. You're like, why are you putting labels on me, bro? And you're basically saying the same shit that this definition is for nihilism. I don't see any difference.
Sorry. Yeah, watch how I do this, because I don't even bother with terms. I just address what they say. So Shady said that there is no meaning or purpose in the world.
What I'm saying.
Look, you said there is no meaning or purpose in the world. I asked you, did you interpret what I said? You said yes. I said, how could you do that if there is no meaning or purpose in the world?
I said that you misconstrued it. I re-termed everything I said, and you're still going back to what I said in the past.
Okay, what do you mean to say, since you didn't say what you mean the first time?
Oh shit!
Again, I've gone through this again. By meaning and purpose, I'm not saying in stuff like sentences or jobs or day-to-day stuff. I'm saying as an individual human, there's nothing. I haven't been put on this earth to do something in particular. I haven't been put on this earth.
Okay, that's purpose.
With some god.
That's not meaning.
Mission or something.
Okay, so you believe that there's no purpose to your existence. Nothing purposed you to exist or do anything. Correct?
In terms of the universe and existence itself, yeah, I don't think that there's anything that I'm been put here to do.
Yeah.
Okay, so absurdism and nihilistic like together. You just like that's the amalgamation of like.
Let me handle it, Mayhem.
Mayhem again. I think you're getting caught up with terms here. I've already said maybe I'm.
I don't know. You're both of those. You're both of those actually.
Okay, sure.
Okay, Shady. Why is that?
Why is that?
Why do you believe there's no purpose to the existence of anything?
I think that's a good question. I mean, there's plenty of people that are born and immediately die. I'd ask what is their purpose in life. There are plenty of people born with like horrible genetic defects that can't even properly think throughout their entire life. They're just kind of sent machines at that point.
Properly.
And they have no real conscious thought. They don't make any decisions for themselves.
What is properly? I thought there was no purpose.
Okay, all right. In terms of properly, I mean having conscious thought, making autonomous decisions. They're kind of just living life without really living, if you get what I mean.
So,
maybe there's order. Can you tell me if there's order? Purpose B is what I'm trying to ask here.
I asked you, why do you believe there is no purpose? You just stated all these other empirical facts about all the defects, or so-called defects that we detect.
Sure, and I'm saying there are all these people that are born that can't possibly do anything on their own ever, and I struggle to find that they'd have a purpose in life if you.
Hey, Shady, do you think that maybe?
Okay, you believe that there is no purpose because you struggle to. Hang on. You believe that there is no purpose because you struggle to see what the purpose of things are?
Yeah, in some sense, sure.
Okay, well, does it necessarily follow that there is no purpose just because you struggle to apprehend what the purpose of things are?
Not naturally, no.
Right. For instance, when you walk into the restroom and you have no conception whatsoever of a toilet, just because you fail to apprehend the purpose of a toilet doesn't mean the toilet doesn't have a purpose, right?
Yeah, I get that.
Okay, so that's not a justification for that conclusion.
Okay.
Hey, let's see if Heretic, do you want to come in with something?
I want to know if maybe your sense of purposelessness has anything to do with what you think you live on.
No.
What do you think you live on?
I don't care, I've said.
Okay, so that has no meaning to you. The topic of the server is completely meaningless to you.
As I've said, I came here just for some background noise.
You're not partial to any particular idea of what you live on?
Not really.
Did you forget the analogy of the toilet just now? If you don't know the purpose, perhaps there is a purpose, and you agreed that there might be.
I'm not following what you said. Say that again, sorry.
When he gave the example of the toilet, that it has a purpose, but if you were to not know it in the first place, you could still assume that it might have a purpose. Just because you don't know doesn't mean it doesn't. So in this case as well, just because you don't know doesn't mean it doesn't have a purpose.
Yeah, that's fair enough. There could be a purpose then, sure.
Freaking textbook nihilist, man, for sure.
I mean, look, like I said in the beginning, all I can do is talk. So I'm here. I want to talk. So either you want to seek the truth or you don't. It's up to you. Either you want to seek what is true so that you may be blessed and enjoy euphoric, complete blessedness in paradise, or you don't.
What do you mean by paradise?
What everyone means by paradise. Complete, euphoric blessedness. No good, nothing but no evil of any kind. Either you want to seek that or you don't. I'm not so self-defeating or self-hating that I don't want to seek the truth so that I may prosper and be blessed. I don't think that like that about myself. I don't like misery and agony and suffering and evil and falsehood and confusion and nonsense and absurdity and all this other garbage.
Right.
Yeah, I know, flying. They both should have the left side. But yeah, I was correct. And I knew it. He just, he struggles with terms because he doesn't want to maybe have labels on him or something, but he follows very much the same line of thinking as these guys. And like I said, as before, the globe earth and all of its trappings create this, or they foster this sort of thinking. In which now he just probably doesn't care about anything except for making a few bit of dollars in this world, and then that's it. He's gonna go into the ground, and that'll be all she wrote.
That's repugnant and absolutely horrifying to me.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah. You'd hope for that not to be the case, but that's what Shady is on right now. He's smoking this drug that apparently to him it makes sense to say these things. But what's even more curious that in a setting like this, he can hear the opposite view of that. And actually, what his mind doesn't realize, because he's so curious that he's in here and he's listening to us, is that that we're planting a seed in his mind. So even though he rejects it and now I don't care, he still is listening, and it still challenges his worldview. And for whatever it's worth, it's going to reach him or it's not. So.
Furthermore, I wonder, why should I listen to a bunch of people in academia and whatnot that believe there's no purpose, no meaning to the world, no good, no evil, no justice? There's no afterlife, there's no paradise, there's no God, it's just matter in motion, and everything's absurd, and don't care about anything. Why the hell should I listen to these people? Why should I make haste to believe their doctrine? Why? I would love to hear that answer, given that there is no purpose to anything. Let them tell it.
Guess you have to have a 3-letter acronym behind your name, Gregory, in order for something to matter.
You should see my face right now, man.
Sad state of affairs. Of course, people are going to feel this way, and I think they feel lofty in their own wisdom, but they live inside their heads. That's it. They think themselves wise and smart in what they think, but it's utter foolishness, man. The whole lot of it. It's
As
a road
opposed
to
to all
nowhere.
that,
It's a road
As
to
opposed to
nowhere.
all that, you say, I believe that there is a God, and that there is purpose and meaning to all things, and that there is good, and that there is evil, and that we can know the difference, and that there is hope, and that there's a guaranteed hope that makes any and all suffering worthwhile, and that we're not worthless, and that the world actually can make sense and does make sense. And so to people who for some reason choose to wear on their shoulder for some reason that they don't care, and they all these other things that just obliterate knowledge and anything of value whatsoever, I wonder why they say it. And then I also wonder why they would expect anyone to come to them to help them. If you really believe that nothing can make sense, or it couldn't make sense but doesn't make sense, and that there is no purpose or could be no purpose, why would you expect anything to come help you, especially when the very notion of help can't even be made sense out of? And you can't distinguish between help and harm, because there is no purpose in anything. There's no value to anything, including things being moral or immoral, detrimental or beneficial.
Hey, what's your purpose in being here, Shady?
I just wanted some background noise while I'm doing that.
Oh, so there is purpose then. Okay.
Yeah, there is. It's not background. Don't fool Shady. Don't fool yourself. It's not background noise. It's your conscience telling you that there's some people in here that have empirical data that can provide you with, and that you're able to discern for yourself and break away from this worldview that you have. And it's tugging at you right now. I'm sure it is.
Also, I feel like you guys are all getting this gotcha that there is purpose to action.
It's not a gotcha, bro. It's an actual
not a gotcha. What do you mean?
It's a gotcha.
Seriously.
I'm trying to argue that there's no inherent thing like the universe is.
You're trying to argue. The word is absurd. There's no purpose.
How would you know that? Maybe you just don't know the purpose of this place. That doesn't necessarily mean there isn't one.
Why would you be biased towards logic if there's no purpose? Why would you want to try to argue anything ever?
It's not it's not background noise, man. You're in this because you know what's going on in your mind, and you're fighting it. And let it be, because it's gonna either cause something for you to think about later on when you're away from Discord. You're gonna think about it. You're gonna be like, oh shit, that was a pretty provocative conversation I had. Or you could be kind of prideful right now and say, nah, I'm never gonna do that. I know it's not the truth. Because we're humans, dude. We think about stuff whenever we're away from conversations like these. But anyway, our hope is that you say that you don't care. We know that you do. All right. And so all we're saying is, at some point, hopefully, you do come to terms with this really bad worldview that you got, and just let it go, man. Because things do have meaning. I mean, like Gregory was saying,
the world is meaningless and absurd. You see, the world is meaningless and absurd. So all those amputees, all these people with debilitating illnesses, and I wonder how I'm able to detect them to be illnesses, even though there really is no value. And I wonder how I'm able to make sense out of any empirical data, given that the world is absurd. I wonder how I'm able to be conscious that I'm thinking whatsoever about anything at all, given that the world is absurd. And but when I see all these things that seem to be evil, even though I can't, what is evil? But they seem to be evil, and why be troubled at it? Why be troubled at it? Why even bother helping it? Why not just cut their throats and be done with it? They're getting in the way of me trying to make my buck.
Yep.
It'd be much more convenient. Why don't we just toss all the disabled people, just grab them up and throw them in a volcano? Just be done with them. Why do we have to be bothered with grandma? She's useless.
Yeah.
Why do we have to be bothered with this baby? Fuck this baby. I want my orgasm. I want to go to the orgies.
Yeah, maybe you're just... go ahead, Heretic.
Yeah, maybe you're just projecting there, Shady. Maybe you're seeing no purpose, and you're just projecting your sense of purposelessness onto reality.
I'm sick of this world. I don't give a shit about trying to be respectful to my wife and to my children. So, I'll just pack my things and go somewhere else and go with this hot chick over here. We can have some fun over here.
Because that's the kind of world that, Shady, if we all thought the way you were thinking right now, we'd all be living like. And yes, the world is already a bad place, but it's because of the fact that people are thinking this way. And if there's no buffer to that, and everybody thought that way continuously, what do you think would happen? There would be no order. It would be just all chaos. It would be just craziness.
Hey, look, I'm a politician, so I gotta get my fuck on. I gotta get my campaign going. I gotta get people to support me so I can do what I want to do with the most convenience possible. You heard? You see, because I got an ego, and it's got to be stroked daily and nightly, in the evenings and in the mornings. You see?
That'd be hell on earth, man, for sure. Like,
so when these when these people, these worthless $20 an hour people and less, when they get restless and start questioning me, hell no, I ain't gonna stand for that. I'm gonna do whatever I can to silence them, distract them, or if necessary, I really don't feel like being bothered with this, but I'll just kill them. You're not gonna defy me. I'm the king. I own the money you use. I'm God. How you liking this world, Shady?
Is that the kind of world we want?
I mean, isn't it kind of the world we're already in?
How you liking it?
That's the point, bro. That is the point. That's
Aren't
the
you having
problem.
fun? Isn't this great? This absurd, purposeless world. Isn't it just a fucking blast?
Yeah. Because if that's the choice you're making, then you are a part of the problem. And just you're compounding to whatever's happening right now instead of being a part of the solution. I mean, I don't know how else we can shake you awake, man, because this is really bad. It's even worse.
I mean, Shady, listen.
Go full on.
It's fun and thrilling, isn't it? There's no God, right? So there's no one who could really guarantee an invincible guarantee of saving us from anything we perceive to be evil. Isn't that fun?
Sure.
Yeah?
Sure.
What do you want me to say?
You don't want it?
I don't think there is anyone to save us. No, so we have to save ourselves is what I'm trying.
Isn't that fun?
God, bro.
All the babies being anally raped by all the politicians and the celebrities and being eaten by the cultists in the backwater alleys of the remote East Asian islands, drinking concoctions of serpent's blood and alcohol. Isn't that a great? That sounds like fun. Oh, and you can't forget all the wars. Don't you love the wars? There's so much fun. Like all that blood, bro. There's so much blood and guts on the battlefields, bro. You got it. You got to go. You got to go, bro. You got to go well equipped. You got to get all the weapons. You got to get all the equipment. Go onto the battlefield. You're going to have a blast, bro.
This is a powerful message, man. Just like mull it over. I would advise just go, oh, this doesn't matter, like whatever, because you're not gonna be able to. This is gonna haunt you a little bit.
Hey, look, it's 24/7. He can be here as long as he wants. Yep. He can go ahead and live in this godless, purposeless, asinine, absurd, miserable world all he wants to. Go right ahead. Go right ahead. It's not my cup of tea. I'll tell you that. To put it to say the least.
Heck no, we're in the opposite end of that spectrum. Bet your bottom dollar.
But you know what? You know what he can't do, especially if we live in his world. He can't make an argument about anything.
Oh yeah, now because like we understand it fully, the worldview he's coming from. So
what the hell is an argument? I mean, what the hell is? What the hell is what? What the hell is the? What the hell is a question?
Oh my god. So it looks like, well, flying, you were that way too when you were 18, weren't you? Were you thinking like this gentleman that's in here?
Yeah, of course. I was a full-on atheist. I was like, thought there's no purpose to anything. Why even try? I was like, what the hell? And I look back now, and I look back at myself. I just want to go back in time and punch myself because I was just so unable to just think differently and see that it's not like that. see that there's beauty in order. There's order and it's visible. You can verify it.
Right. At any rate, yeah, I think he's heard quite enough.
Perhaps not. He's still here. He didn't go deafen. He didn't leave the server. Perhaps to hear more, because I could tell you about all the such euphoric instances where the Muslim families in Palestine, they're being bombed by the Israeli government. It's just amazing. It's so beautiful. Their bodies just exploded everywhere. Their guts exploded everywhere. It took so long to wipe up their flesh and blood. There's still some stains there because you can only do so much.
And Shady, we're saying these things because we care. We care that you maybe change your mind because we feel like you might. So we're saying these things not without a purpose. There's a purpose to this too.
Did you hear about the Nanjing atrocities? It's amazing how they call them atrocities, even though there is no God and there's no moral law to define good and evil. But anyway, the so-called Nanjing atrocities, where the soldiers, the Japanese soldiers, they whipped out their phalluses in the midst of the battlefield, and they penetrate whatever women they could find. A lot of children respond that day. And it wasn't one day either. It was many days in the 1940s. I bet they had so much fun. You could just imagine the stories that they told one another. Once the whole thing was over, and they got to go home. By sheer luck. I mean, I don't think there's anything special about them. Just sheer luck. I mean, what is luck though? Anyway. Probability? Well, I don't know what that is either. Doesn't make any sense. Because I'm supposed to be ashamed of the glorious gospel, which is the power of the God. I'm supposed to forsake that. I'm supposed to be ashamed of that for this. I'm going to need a sound argument. You see what I mean? I'm going to need a sound argument to make me leave this position. Because I don't like misery. I don't like that.
Shady,
I don't like anguish.
When you go outside and you look up at the sky, like, do you ever wonder, like, you think to yourself, are we moving? Do you ever think that? Like, if you're honest with yourself and you just remove the things you've been taught and you just look up and feel like, okay, are we moving right now? Like, just sense. What does your sense tell you?
He thinks he probably never had a real conversation before actually have somebody talk to him the way we have.
Let me tell you this, if you want to listen, because again, remember I told you I can't make anyone do anything. If you want to talk about this, you can DM me. You can talk to me. You let these other folks testify about me. I can listen. It's up to you. It's up to you. Since you like statistics, talking about probability and improbability, you as a statistician, what's the probability that you're immortal and you have an unlimited amount of time to make a profound decision concerning your everlasting fate? What's the stats on that? Because I would think the probability of you being immortal and having an unlimited amount of time to be nonchalant about this subject is, very close to zero, if not Zehal. No dice, no chance. Zip, goose egg.
This wasn't the character you were waiting for, was it, Gregory?
No, it's not.
Weird.
But it's very similar.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Like,
Very
even
similar.
Throughout the conversation, maybe the creator did bring us forth one that was in need of this, perhaps.
I suppose.
Which is kind of like what I'm seeing it as. So he does provide. So this is what this was. This person at this particular time had a divine appointment to come in here.
I believe that. I believe that.
Wow.
How does math exist? I wonder. Like, how is it the case that things are quantifiable? How is it that we can string together these sentences, these propositions that include regular letters from the alphabet and numbers, and all these other strange symbols from other languages and regions and people?
In a world where you don't have meaning or purpose. Interesting.
I mean, how does that, I wonder how that could come about when there's only matter. Because last time I checked, I never grabbed oneness. I never stubbed my toe on two-ness. I never smelled threeness,
Nobody's ever handed you a number 5?
I mean, they handed me some foam, some little foam object in the shape of what I recognize to be a 5, but that's not 5 itself, is it?
No.
Like, if I erased that foam object from existence, would 5-ness no longer be real? There's no such thing as number 5 now? Is that right? That wouldn't really make sense. Because I don't see any I don't see any physical figure in the shape of a 5 right now, but I'm still conceiving of the notion of 5. I wonder.
I'm thinking Shady must have fell out of his chair or fell asleep or something. He's not responding. Earlier today, there was a guy who was struggling with the term horizon, which is interesting. Well, it's not too uncommon from this place, but yeah.
What exactly was his struggle?
Yeah. Talking about the Black Swan having multiple horizons, and here, let me draw it there. I'm going to put this in the text chat. I feel like we could just easily post that and say, do we agree on this definition? Because, I mean, I feel like we're always mincing words when it comes to this.
No, Mickey, didn't you know this is the line not where the Earth's surface meets the sky, but where the sky meets the Earth's surface.
Oh, it's the other way around. Okay.
Right? And of course, it's not a line. It's a circle. It's a circle. It's not a line.
It's a curvizon. Curving. Not horizontal.
Why isn't there another kind of line? You have straight lines and curved lines. What other kind of lines are there?
You'd be surprised. I could play a clip right now, probably have you laughing.
Please. Because, I don't like misery.
Here, let me look into my downloads here. See if I have it. I'll put the clip on. It's only a few, I don't even think it's a minute. All right, let me search here real quick. I'll pull it up. right here.
Horizon that we're saying is not physical. It's
No,
refractive.
nothing. You right, hold your hand out in front of you. Is that your physical hand you're seeing?
Correct.
No, it's not.
Oh, that's not it. But
hold your hand out in front of you.
I'm gonna stop this
Is that your physical hand you're seeing?
Correct.
No, it's not.
Nah, that's fight the flat Earth. Being stupid.
Which one was the second voice? Was the last voice that spoke? The globalist?
No, the globalist was the one saying, "Put your hand out in front of your face."
Was that
It was the last voice.
Yeah. No, that's fight the flat Earth.
Play it again. Play it again.
Well, I'll play this one first, and then I'll play that. Oh shoot.
Okay.
Well, this has been a pleasure. I'm going to be off now. Goodbye.
See ya, Shady. Have a good one.
Okay. You can
See
DM me,
ya.
remember?
Bro, the Earth is obviously flat, you fucking retards.
I don't know.
I'm
Why
trying
don't
to
they
tell.
just do one without it?
Hold on, I'll tell you why. Because those cameras aren't made to be in outer space. Okay, so this is the thing. The way cameras work, you have your sensor, and then the light comes through, hits the lens, and then hits the sensor. When they designed that camera, they designed it under normal temperature and pressure. When you take the camera and you stick it into a super cold environment, it's like negative 50 C, right? And near zero pressure, right? It's going to change the refractive properties of the lens. Not only is the lens going to change physically in dimension, but because the relative refractive index of a 15 psi air versus rarefied air, it's going to change the way the image is projected onto the sensor. Now you can actually look this stuff up, because when they design so there's a field called aerial photogrammetry where it's basically surveying from the air, from an airplane, where they have big
Yeah.
on the airplane. So when they design the lenses for this, they have to take into account the change in pressure or temperature. And what they typically do to compensate for this is they have a sealed system. So the system is completely sealed against the change in pressure or temperature. So that the actual camera system's in like a housing, right?
Ah,
And that
so the
housing
count camera's almost in like a fucking climate controlled sealed container.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right. I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, so like these cameras, like these GoPros and balloons, are just sticking like a stock camera. It's not made for that. And then trying to draw conclusions about what's outside the camera. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Like the lens is expanding, trying to fucking burst out.
Yeah, it's actually flexing. Like it's not like expanding uniformly. It's not like it's like the lens is just getting scaling bigger as well. Or parts of the lens get bigger, and other parts probably shrink.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's a good point, actually.
Well, I've tried to explain this to Globers, man, and they just but because they're like showing me some image, like, look at this high altitude balloon shows curve. I don't even talk about that anymore because they just go, you're just trying to cope. Like, even though I'm posting like citations from people that design the shit, they don't care. It's Flat Earthers saying it. Flat Earthers citing it. It's got to be wrong. So usually I just tell them, hey, dude, the geometry says 128,000 feet. It's not high enough to see curve. Because it's not. It's not even close. Because you got to think about this. The horizon is equidistant, right? In every direction. How can one part of the horizon look higher than the other in an image?
Yeah.
If every part of the horizon is equidistant, it's always going to appear as a straight line. The only way it's going to appear as a curve is when you're sufficiently above it where you see it as a circle, right? So now you're like off the ball, you're way above the ball, and now you see the ball as like a complete circle. That's the only way you're ever going to see it. But that is not at 128,000 feet. I figure it's got to be like an eighth of the circumference or somewhere in there. Because you have astronauts, right, that were on the ISS, like Chris Hadfield say, the Earth is flat and beautiful. You supposedly saw it from 250 miles up. Why is he saying it's flat and beautiful?
Well, that's the thing. Like, I don't like to talk about like too many subjects. Like, I don't like to talk about a subject where I don't know anything, or I don't know enough to make like a proper comment. So usually when I talk to flat earthers, I like to talk about like flight paths, aircraft, because that's the field of study and the industry I work in. So when I come in and I listen to folk talking, and they're like, "Oh yeah, just you go in a plane. I bet you've never been in a plane before." I kind of cringe a little bit because, oh fuck, we're not talking about this. We're not gonna have to. We're not trying to tell you like, "Oh, go in a plane and you'll just magically see a big curve," because yeah, you can't see that from a plane.
Well, just to show you how disconnected they are to what their own belief, right? So if they just even thought about it for 5 seconds, how big is the ball I'm supposed to be on? Oh, it's 8,000 miles in diameter. I went 6 miles above it. Just think about that for a second, dude. Like less than 1,000th of the diameter above the surface. Why do you think you're going to see it curving? Like it doesn't even make sense. Like,
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
but they want to have that primary experience, right? They want to say, "Oh, do you dump flat Earth? You can. It's just obvious the Earth's a ball. You just get up in a plane, no problem. We'll all just see it." They need that, right? Because in their actual experience of life, they've never experienced a ball Earth. It's just on shit you see on screens and on TV and in books, right? It doesn't exist out there in the physical world, no matter how much you want it to. Right? It doesn't. You can't walk out your door and find the curve of the Earth. And I know that whole shit about ships over the horizon and all that crap. We can demonstrate all those visuals on a flat surface, so it's not exclusive to a globe. It's just, hey man, if a boat sailed away on a flat Earth, I would see the boat forever. And that's why. So that's how they process it, right? Oh, I see a ship, it sails away, the bottom disappears, and then the mast, blah, blah, blah. And because I think in my head that on a flat Earth, I would see something else, that's why that's a globe proof. But the thing is, that idea of on a flat Earth, I would see something else, that shit's wrong. And we can demonstrate it's wrong. We don't have to say, hey, here's my theory of why it's wrong. We can say, hey, look at this experiment, why it's wrong, because we're going to just show you. This can't be Earth curve. So like what we use is we'll use a body of water that the entire length of the body of water is shorter than what the horizon distance is supposed to be. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So if the horizon is supposed to be 2,600 feet away, use a lake that's 1,000 feet long. Okay, then you test to see if this little, smaller scale boat sails away and disappears bottom up. And guess what? They do. It can't be Earth curve because the curve of the Earth doesn't start for another, 1,600 feet past the edge of the lake. That's on land somewhere. Right? And you can actually, the very fact that you even see a horizon on a lake that's 1,000 feet long, that in and of itself, the globe says the horizon is a physical ball edge. So how is there a horizon on a 1,000-foot lake when the physical ball edge is 2.5 times that distance away? Or 1.5 times that distance away, right? So it doesn't even make sense. Well, I mean, it doesn't make sense. It just, the point, it makes sense. It's just not like the geometry that they claim exists, like about a flat Earth on what you should expect to see. That expectation is just wrong. And they have that expectation. God, I made the mistake of looking in the fucking chat. Getting a seizure from the flashing GIF.
It's no flashing. It's just, I don't know. But is that fucking Black Swan stuff?
Yeah. So the point is that their expectation of what you should observe on a flat Earth, it's demonstrably wrong.
Right.
It's just wrong. We can just demonstrate it's wrong. We don't even need to know why. We just know what it ain't, right? We have all the possible variables that could contribute to an observation. We can eliminate one of those variables, right? The Earth curve variable. We eliminate that as a possibility of affecting the observation. So if you eliminate that, and then you see the same effect that you attributed to Earth curve, but you eliminated the Earth curve variable in the experiment, then that can't be Earth curve doing it. It has to be something else. What that something else is, yeah, we can come up with conjecture and come up with ideas, and we have ideas, but it doesn't even matter. Whether we know or don't know is irrelevant because we falsified the initial claim.
How do you
We don't
eliminate
need a
the Earth curve
replacement.
variable?
What was that?
How do you eliminate the Earth curve variable?
By using a distance where Earth curve is not a factor.
That doesn't eliminate the Earth curve variable, and it's not
It's
even the
the-
variable.
Okay.
It's what you're like testing for.
You just posted. Hold on. You just posted that
Mhm.
image, right?
Mm-hmm.
That image of the black swan.
Yeah, yeah.
What's cutting off that oil rig?
Oh, water.
Yeah, the horizon, right?
Yeah, the horizon.
Okay, so if you have a boat in front of that horizon and it disappears, then what?
I got another gift for you. Don't worry, dude.
Yeah, well, you gonna answer my question?
Yeah. So if it's not there, then the horizon is further
If the
back.
boat disappears before the horizon.
Yeah, if the boat disappears before the horizon.
Yeah,
Then
before.
that's not the horizon. So where's that GIF at? Here we go. Just for the other guy to take a look here. What's going on with this one?
That's liquid butane at super cold
And?
temperature. Yeah,
No, it's
butane
not
has a
room
higher
temperature.
refractive. You said and I'm going to answer. You can't ask me a question and not let me answer.
Okay.
Butane has a higher refractive index than air. It's 1.4.
Okay.
So the changes in refractive index of air is in the 4th decimal place. So that
So you
means
have
the difference in refractive indexes of the air versus the substance they're using is 100,000 times different. That's right.
So you just need
100,000.
100,000 times more air.
That
then,
means
right?
that means that when the light goes through the air and then through the butane. That
so
means
you just need 100,000
difference
times more
changes.
air to get the same result, then, right?
No.
No,
What I'm
that's what
saying
the
is
math shows.
refraction. No. It's not
Yeah.
what the math shows. Stop making
Yeah.
shit up.
Okay, so
stop
atmospheric refraction doesn't take into consideration distance light traveled through the medium.
Is anywhere in the air 1.4 have a refractive
Okay,
index of 1.
that's not the question. So whenever
Yeah,
I
you
asked
didn't
you
answer
about
my
atmospheric
question, so I'm not
refraction,
answering
right,
yours.
I did answer your question.
No, you didn't.
Okay, so let me answer your question. Let me hear your question again then.
Yeah, I thought you answered it.
I thought I had answered it, but obviously what I gave you wasn't an answer to the question you asked. So
Yeah,
maybe you
what
can
was
ask
my
the question
question then
again.
that you answered?
You were asking about like
da-
the
da-
multiplication, like the 100,000 times, right?
Yeah,
But if we
so-
have like 100,000 times more air at a certain point, which is
What
not
causes
what the equation
refraction?
uses.
What causes refraction?
Multiple different factors. It could be density of the medium, change of density of the medium, medium differential in density, or temperature change, right?
Yeah, but what is the factor, right? It's the change
I
in
just gave you
refractive
some of them.
index, right? It's the relative refractive indexes?
Yeah.
Okay. So the relative refractive index
Mm-hmm.
in this experiment is 1/3. Whereas in air, if you had a 1 degree temperature difference, it's 1/100,000th.
What if you had a 10-degree temperature difference?
Okay, then it would be
And
what,
also
1 in
you're
10,000?
and also you're wrong there because that butane is at room temperature, so it's not even super cold.
It's liquid butane, dude. It
Yes.
doesn't evaporate until it's negative 34 degrees. I actually looked this shit up. You should have did it before you.
So that's at that's at standard pressure. But when you open that container and you pour it, it's no longer at standard pressure now, is it?
Yeah. So the evaporation temperature of
So
butane
when it's in the
in
container,
ambient air is negative 34 degrees centigrade.
so when it's in its container, is it at standard temperature and pressure, or is it not at standard
No, it's at a
temperature and
higher pressure. That's why it's a liquid.
Okay, I agree.
But when they
So when
pour
it's
it out,
poured out-
it becomes another pressure.
No, it becomes the
doesn't
same
matter.
pressure. Yeah, it goes to a lower
Doesn't
pressure,
matter.
same
Gas
temperature.
or liquid, it doesn't matter. It still has the same refractive index. It don't matter what it is.
No, it doesn't.
Dude, it does. I looked all this shit up a long time ago,
Okay.
dude. You're a Johnny
So
come
whenever
lately.
whenever you take a look at butane, that's at standard temperature and pressure, of which that is at neither.
Dude,
until it
what are you talking
evaporates.
Look,
And then even
doesn't
then, it's still
matter.
not.
What's
It
the
does matter
refractive
because
index
if you're
of
going to start
butane?
tossing out 1/3, you about as well be accurate.
I did.
No, you weren't.
I said 1.4. And I did rounded it down for your
Okay.
benefit to 1.3.
Okay, so 1.4, even so.
Dude, listen.
Be
You're not
accurate.
your orders of magnitude. You're 5 orders of magnitude off.
Okay.
5
Cool. So when
orders
we
of
take a
magnitude.
look at the
it's not
equation for
close.
atmospheric refraction,
It's
does
not
distance
close.
matter?
I'm not even going to argue something that's
Okay.
off by 5 orders of magnitude. It's not worth
Okay.
arguing.
Okay,
You're
so
that,
whenever I
you're either
have
stupid
okay,
or you're disingenuous.
so
Which
I'll
one
ask
are
you one last. I'll ask you one last time. Does distance matter in the equation for atmospheric refraction?
What equation is that?
Atmospheric refraction.
Yeah, which equation is that?
Yeah. Let me pull up one for you.
Yeah,
Maybe
pull
we
up
can
one. Which
agree.
one are we going to use?
Well, definitely not the one you're thinking.
I want the accurate one.
There's no fully accurate one. There's one that gets close.
I want the one that's close to experimental. Experimental prediction.
Close.
That one.
Close to experimental prediction.
Yeah, that
Let's
one.
see.
Yeah, none of them. I swear to God, you just come in here to get your guts stomped out by me.
No, I'm just asking you if distance is in any of the calculations for atmospheric
cares?
refraction.
No
Who
model is
cares?
accurate. None
You
of those
should.
models are accurate. That's
Not
why I don't
accurate?
care. No, they're not.
Are they close to accurate?
No, they're not.
No?
No.
Oh, so no close to accurate?
No,
That's
they're not.
weird. That's weird.
It's not weird. Go look at the literature on the subject. It's not weird.
Okay.
They admit what you can't. The only people that make the claims that is made are anti-flat earthers on the internet. If you go read the primary literature on atmospheric and terrestrial refraction, people that actually study this as a field, they'll agree with me, not with you.
So what equation are they using?
They're still testing models to try and get an equation to use.
So whenever I take a look at all of these, they all seem to involve distance for some reason.
Yeah,
And
that's
here, we
right.
can take a look. So
They
distance
can
does
involve whatever
hold on.
distance you
So hold on.
want.
So
That's
hold on.
irrelevant. None of them work. They can use whatever distance.
Okay, so they're using modeling, but they're all using distance. So when I ask you if distance matters, you should say yes if you're an honest actor.
You mean, does this matter for what? For what
For
exactly?
for any equation I can give you for atmospheric refraction.
That would be a variable, yes.
Okay, cool. Now that we agree that distance is a variable, now we can go back to your stupid little like orders of magnitude thing. Over the course of that pipe, it's like 2 feet, less than that. Whereas over, let's say, from here to the Black Swan, it's over miles. So we definitely have a magnitude difference there now, don't we?
It's not 5 orders of magnitude, that's for sure.
Oh, it damn sure is absolutely over 5
Oh,
orders
so
of
what do you think?
magnitude.
That's 12 inches from the camera? So multiply that by 100,000 feet. You think that's the scale? 100,000
Let's see,
feet?
10 miles
100,000
times
feet.
5,000.
100,000 feet, because we're using 5
Oh.
orders of magnitude, dude. 100,000 feet.
Oh,
You
sorry.
think that's
One,
scale to
two,
100,000 feet?
yeah, that's 50,000.
No, it's 5 orders of magnitude. Okay,
So 1, 2,
refraction
3, 4
changes in
zeros.
air in the 5th decimal place. What don't you understand? Go, listen, there's a website by NIST. There's a
Mm-hmm. And then we
Sitter
can also
equation.
take a look.
Go in there.
Mhm.
Yeah, talk over me. Go in there, type in some values, right? And look
Mm-hmm.
at what the change in the refractive index is at different values, right? And then see where it changes, which decimal place. They
Oh, I got you.
change in the 5th decimal place.
Sure.
So
whenever we take a
you
look
count
at
5 decimal places, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then when it's changing in the 0.3, right,
about to
from
fuck you in
1
the
to
ass.
1.3, that means it's in the 6th decimal place. That's
Okay.
100,000, right?
It's cool. So 100,000
Yeah, cool.
versus
Just
my
pretend I didn't
50,000
say any
times
of
the
that shit.
distance. So hold on, 50,000 times the distance versus your
100,000
100,000 times the distance. Yeah. So again, I'm halfway there. Then now, when we take a look at that GIF I posted, would you
You're
say
about
that's
halfway
more?
there.
Would you say that that's more or less than a fourth of a degree? Oh no, it's 10 miles away. So that'd be was it 5 minutes of curvature in degrees? So 5 minutes of curvature versus I would say that's probably 3
Making
degrees
up
worth of
numbers,
refraction. No, we could take a look at the globe prediction for like how much curvature or what degree of curvature takes place over the Black Swan. It's 10 miles away. 1 degree is 60 nautical miles. And this wasn't even measured in nautical miles. That's just land miles. So it's even less
1
than that
degree
for
is
nautical
60
miles.
You're such a clown, dude.
Well, no, this is what the model shows.
No,
and so when we
you
take a
don't know
look,
what you're
yes,
talking about. Now you're just
1
embarrassing
degree per
yourself.
60 nautical miles. Okay.
Yeah,
so
cool.
on the globe Earth,
What's
on
the
the globe Earth
separation of what
model,
2 lines?
Okay, so
A degree is a separation of an angle is a
Sure.
separation of two lines. A degree is
Sure.
a unit of measure of an angle.
Mhm.
So a separation of what two lines is a degree.
from the line straight through the Earth to the platform versus
Okay, so what's that got to
your
do with
tangent
curvature?
point.
What's
Versus
that
your
got to do with
tangent
curvature?
point. It's
that got to do
degrees
with
of
curvature?
curvature, dude.
Yeah, what's that got to do with curvature?
I'm
Are you making
getting
the
there.
same mistake that idiot
No.
on
So
another idiot on X
there's
that did the same
so
thing?
over the course of 10 miles, less than that actually, because it's 9.4, with an unknown with an unknown distance to the horizon. That's we could just say 1/6 of a degree. It's much less than that, but let's just go with the bigger number, 1/6 of a degree.
Degree is a
Versus
meaningless unit.
yeah, a degree is a meaningless unit. Then there's
In
no
this
reason to talk to
context,
you.
it's a meaningless
Absolutely.
unit.
Okay, so hold on. So degrees is a meaningless unit in terms of
In this
refraction. Are you
context,
fucking
degrees
retarded?
is a meaningless unit.
Hold on. Degrees is a meaningless
Yeah,
unit
no.
in
You're
terms
not
of
going to reach it. You're not going to change what I said. In this context, degrees
Okay.
is a meaningless unit.
What is the context then of which degrees is a
I
meaningless
just
unit?
told you because an angle is a separation of two lines, and your two lines are the separation angle between
Mm-hmm.
two lines that come out from the center of the Earth, right? Of a ball.
Okay.
That
So
says nothing about curvature. That tells you the arc length. Okay.
where are we? Hold on. Where are we talking about arc length?
Yeah.
here for?
Dude,
Okay,
you came to the wrong place to fake the shit, dude.
Okay,
I don't know
no,
why
I came
you
to
guys
the perfect
do this.
place because clearly you don't know anything, so I can now
Yeah,
educate you.
yeah.
So,
Talk about me.
okay, so let's talk about the straight distance. We can calculate that between the observer to where the
Let's go
outpost
back to
should
the
be,
fucking RC boats,
which would be,
man.
let's just say,
Disappear
still pretty
before the
much
horizon.
9.4 miles from the observer straight through the Earth to the platform, correct? So again, now that we have two straight lines, one being the tangent and one being the line straight to that platform, it'd be less than 1/6 of a degree, correct?
Are you talking about the dip angle?
Yeah, the dip angle that would be to that platform on a globe Earth model.
I don't know if the dip angle is at 10 miles. I know what it is at freaking 3 miles. I can
Well,
check out the dip angle. Hold on.
Well, the dip angle wouldn't even be the dip angle as far as celestial navigation, no. In terms of this,
Oh,
it would
dip angle is
be.
the dip of the horizon, dude.
I understand what a dip angle is.
Okay,
What
the dip
I'm
of
referring
horizon
to
at this
is
distance
how
is
far you have to
0.01
angle
degrees.
down to look straight through the Earth at the oil platform.
Yeah, you don't have to look through the Earth. 'Cause it's not under
Okay.
the Earth.
Okay, well clearly I do in that second picture there because it's under the horizon. So if this is
No,
like a
it's
globe,
not. It's not under
Okay.
the horizon.
Oh, it's not. So I'm just like it's just
No,
it's
because
just
the horizon's not physical, and what you're seeing behind it is
Okay.
being displaced by the
Sure. So let's
path
just
of
say
light.
hypothetically this was like a globe Earth with the dimensions they say it is. Like
Yeah, well, then you would need to explain the 13 other black swans to show that this is not the situation.
easy, dude. Refraction is a hell of a bitch to get around. Unless you want to remove all the
So
atmosphere
let me
between
guess.
you and the observer,
So
and then
13
just prove that
times
there's
refraction
no.
happened, except for this one time it didn't happen.
Yeah, refraction changes all the time. That's why they had to go through 100 different observations just to get that one picture there. That's why
You're
they had to
just
go on
making
multiple
shit-
days.
You're just
Okay.
making shit up. It isn't
No,
100.
Oh yeah, you're right. They took all day over the course of 4 different days to
This
get that
comes from
one
the
picture
the
there.
first video he ever posted.
Yeah, of which it took him 4 different days to get the shot he was looking for.
The shot he was looking for? The dude was
Yeah.
a globe earther at the time he took this shot.
Cool.
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
You
cool.
don't know anything you're talking about.
So
You're just
he
making
took
shit
pictures
up on
over the
fly.
course over 4 days. No, this is that's why there's so many pictures of the black swan with so many different results. That's why I just showed you 2 of them that didn't look
Yeah,
alike,
there's a lot
even
of
though they're the
different
same
results.
place
You
and
want to know what
angle.
that proves?
What?
The horizon's not physical.
You're right. The parent horizon isn't physical. It changes.
Yeah, so what's blocking the oil rigs?
What?
So
A
what's blocking the oil
manifestation.
rigs then?
A manifestation of the curved surface.
So
And that's also. So hold on. That's
not a
also saying in
physical-
my gift
So
there.
not a physical horizon like you just said. You said
Well, hey,
the
let's take a look
horizon's
again.
not physical, but my non-physical horizon is blocking the oil rigs.
So let me ask you this.
Because
Let me
that's
post
the
this
actual
GIF again.
manifestation of the curved surface.
Yeah, let me ask you this
Manifest,
again.
sister.
Let me post
Manifest.
this GIF a second time. Is that a little sphere there? Is that little pipe there physical or non-physical?
Hey, The pipe is physical, yeah.
Okay, but what's happening there? It looks like the pipe is shifting. Is the pipe really shifting?
No, and this isn't.
Oh,
like
I
said,
agree. I
No,
agree.
it's not.
really
Listen,
shifting.
No, it's not
But
shifting.
is it
No,
blocking?
it doesn't even look like it's shifting, to be honest.
Okay, so is that thing rising or lowering there? That little
Look,
red dot.
you
That little red
understand?
line.
You understand this concept that sometimes the exception proves the rule. The very fact that you have to use a non-physical, non-natural situation to even remotely demonstrate what you're talking about proves the rule.
This
That this
is like
isn't happening.
Oh, this is
So
this
if I
is
have
just
to
an easy
use
to okay.
if I have to use a 1.3 refractive index to even demonstrate my concept, when we
Which
know in
means what?
nature that that doesn't exist, that
Hold on.
proves the rule that it doesn't exist in nature.
Hold on. 1.3 again means nothing because you can bring
It
up all
does
the
mean
orders of
nothing because
magnitude.
it's
Okay.
the relative refractive index. It's a relative.
Hold on. Okay, cool. Relative in regards to what? Distance?
No, the
Because you already
relative
conceded.
refractive
Because you
indexes
already
of
hold on. You
the
already
relative
conceded.
refractive indexes of the medium are what determines how much the change in the direction of light. So if you have 1 versus 1.3, you can use Snell's law to calculate what the deflection is, right?
No,
if
you
you
can't
have
use Snell's law.
1.00024 versus 1.00031, that angular change is going to be
You can't
minuscule.
use Snell's law.
Whereas, yeah, you can't use listen, I'm
You can't
giving you
use
an
Snell's
example.
law.
No shit, but I'm giving you an example of how it
Okay,
works.
so let's use a proper
It's the
example with
relative refractive
distance.
index. You can use the principle of least time. I don't care. We can use either one. It's the same rule, right? It's the relative refractive indexes, not the absolute value. And when you have a greater change in the relative refractive indexes, such as 1 to 1.3, you're going to have a greater deflection angle.
So you
Okay?
already conceded that distance does play a factor in atmospheric refraction, correct?
And
So you
I
can stop with the
conceded
orders
it
of
plays a
magnitude.
factor in the calculations. That if
Cool.
whatever model you use, you have to. If you're going to
Cool.
model it, yes,
So
you
all
have to
the
model
models.
a distance.
So all the models for atmospheric refraction, then, right? I just posted
Yes,
in
you're
the
going
side
to have
chat
a
earlier.
distance. Yes, because you need to know the optical pathway.
Okay. So, and you understand that the order of magnitude difference between this observer with the yellow pipe and the black swan, it's orders of magnitude larger in distance, right?
What are you talking about?
Okay, I'll repeat myself. The distance between that yellow pipe and the observer is just a few feet, versus the distance between the black swan and the observer is matters of miles, 10 miles almost, which is quite the number of magnitudes higher or farther. You already conceded that distance is a factor, and it's
Yeah, that's right.
multiplicative factor.
It is a
It's a
factor.
multiplicative factor, not a divisitive factor.
Yeah, but to get this
So
to scale,
yeah,
right?
so yeah, and
Okay.
I'm not done
The
yet.
Black
And
Swan, those oil rigs have to be 100 miles away, bro.
no, that's okay. So hold on. We understand that on the flat Earth, the globe Earth
We
model,
don't
all you would
understand
need,
anything.
all you
Don't
would need
understand.
to do is change the angle of the light over the course of that 10 miles by a sixth of a degree in order to get that.
Yeah,
Versus
so what?
over here, we were able to change the degree of light hitting that target by 8 degrees.
Just making up numbers, man.
No, it's not. You can do the math
Yeah,
with the
you
video.
are.
You can do the
I
math
can do
with
the math.
video.
No, you can show your math.
Okay.
You can show
I'll
what
show
you
my
can
math.
with any of these numbers.
Oh yeah. So the pipe, if I remember correctly, I can take a look back at when we hashed this out a long time ago.
Yeah, this is very old. It was
yeah.
debunked a long time ago. I
It
don't know why
wasn't
you're
debunked
bringing it
ever.
up.
You keep on bringing up butane as if that matters. It's just a proof of concept. If you want to keep on
No,
bringing up
it's
orders
not
of
a proof of
magnitude,
concept.
it is a proof of concept, and that light
It's
can bring
nowhere
things in.
analogous to the physical
It is
world.
completely analogous because it's showing light bending around
Where's
a curve.
butane in the physical world?
It doesn't
dude?
need butane. Okay, Jesus Christ, you're so dense in regards to butane. Who cares about what the substance is? All that it's showing is that light can bend around a curve. Is that true or is that not true?
No, it's not bending around the curve.
It's not. Okay,
No,
so
no,
that
no,
light
no,
is not bending around. Hold on, that
No,
light is
it's
not
not
bending around
bending
that curved
around
pipe.
shit.
Hold on, that light is not bending around that curved pipe then.
Okay, you think the
It's
light's
a yes
taking
or
a turn
no.
path? No, I don't.
Okay. Is that pipe curved or is it not curved?
What does the pipe matter? How does the pipe?
Okay,
Look,
the
if
pipe is
was a-
curved or not
listen,
curved?
if the pipe was
Is
a
it a
2
flat
by
pipe?
If that pipe, it's not a pipe. First of all, it's a butane container. Okay,
Okay.
and yeah, it is curved. But if
Okay,
you had
cool.
a block
The-
of
the
wood and
pipe
did
is-
the same
the tube
fucking
is-
thing with no
Okay.
curves on it, would you see the same
Okay.
thing?
So
If it was,
can
if it
you
was
draw
a six,
me? Okay.
listen, clown,
Can you draw
clown,
me?
if it was a 6x6 and not a butane tank, would you see the same thing?
Let's do this. So yeah,
Yeah,
it would
yeah,
still
yeah.
need to curve
If it was a
around the. Hey,
6x6
it would still need to
Yeah, if
curve
it was a
around
6
that block
by
of
6,
wood.
I don't know. That it would be curved.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, the light would have to curve around that block of wood. If the
Maybe
block
it's
of
just
wood
getting
is.
deflected. How you notice it in a straight line and just changing the angle and without a
like
curve?
instantly? Okay, because
Like
that's
instantly,
not how
yeah,
refraction
like
works.
instantly. Yes, exactly.
So that's still a curved path in. I agree.
No, so a change in angle. So if I draw a
what?
line in one direction and then I draw a
So
straight
it's
line
not
in
a
another
straight
direction,
path now,
that's
is
a
it?
curve.
So it's not a
Crackhead
straight path?
or
So it's not a
piece of
straight
fucking
path then?
straight.
So even then, so even if you want to bring up like the little angles, I could just say that that also applies to a fucking curved earth, numpty. Thank you. Here, I'll even stream it for you. I understand that you're a visual learner.
You
Take
need
a
to
look.
have a curved atmosphere.
Take
Clown.
a look. Take a look.
That's
No,
not the same
you can't because you need to have a
Take
curved
a look
atmosphere.
at my stream, please.
No, I'm not even gonna do that.
Okay, I'll just show it for the viewers.
I don't
then,
want
no problem. So, don't worry, dude. You won't be able to see my dick. It's too
Oh,
small. I don't
yeah,
have
we
a, I don't
know.
have a micro camera.
That's what
okay.
she said.
Yeah. So, here's what's happening.
That wasn't a brag, bro. Like I don't know why you're bragging.
Oh
about
no,
nobody
no,
else
my
seeing
dick
your
way too small, dude. No, it is a bet, dude, because the Greeks and the
Micro
Romans,
peen.
they understood that like small penises were a sign of civility.
penises?
Yeah, no, they thought that big dicks were
Unhappy
like
women?
uncivilized. So here's how it works, dude. Here's how you kind of just fucked yourself in the butt.
Yeah.
Because I can just do this, where the light just kind of either goes around this to reach its target, or it does like you said, and it goes straight this way, and then it goes straight down. See how that could also work on a curved Earth?
Yeah, but it's not going down because then it would have missed the camera, right?
No, it goes into the
What do
camera.
you mean no? When it went under the camera?
It could hit the camera perfectly.
Or the light went up and then went
Yeah.
straight.
Or it went. Oh, so you think it's like going this way then?
Yeah,
Oh, not
you
that
just
way.
want it. Yeah, no.
Oh, let me see. You think it's gonna go this way then?
Yeah.
Okay, so how does that camera see that image there?
Light.
Because if the light's
Like,
bending
the
up
camera.
and then like it goes through the shit and it goes straight, it's not gonna hit the camera. The camera's under that view.
Listen, the camera's not under the view, right?
The camera is clearly under the container there.
Look, the container blocks the yellow stripe. Is yellow.
The
red stripe.
The container is the red stripe. So,
So-
like if my camera's right here, let me
Why
draw
does
the
the
camera.
red stripe get wider?
Why does it is not? It's getting elevated.
No, it gets wider. So
It's
if you
getting
watch
elevated.
this video, the whole video, and they
Yeah, I have
show
it here.
this clay, right? This is a
Yeah, it's
cylinder,
clay.
right?
Yeah, I know,
So
it's a
when you see the
cylinder.
red come up, it gets wider. It looks like it's wrapping around the green. Why is that?
Let's see. Here we go. Here's the video. I got it pulled up. Right
Yeah,
here.
you can't answer. You don't answer any.
It's not
questions.
getting widened. No, I'm trying to like do two things at once. I'm so sorry. I'm kind of ADHD. So we take a look here. It's not getting wider. It's
You
just
use
being
both
elevated.
skills, man.
There's how wide the actual container is, and you can see clear as day from that video that the camera is under the pipe, of which that container, that little like that little spray bottle that they wrapped in a whatchamacallit, like clay, is clearly obstructed by that tank.
Yeah, cool. Who cares?
So that means the light is having to be bent down, not straight, down.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So bent down around that curve of that pipe.
No, it's like you can call it bent down, you can call it whatever you want. It's being deflected. The light that would normally not be visible, it's being deflected to the camera. Fine, that's not a surprise.
Okay, cool.
We could put a Fresnel lens over there and get the same
Okay,
effect.
cool. So
Or
why is
any
that
other
an
lens,
issue?
right?
Why is that
It's
an
not-
issue on
it's
the
not
GoBro
really an
model
issue
for the Black
because-
Swan?
Well, you just said the Black Swan is a physical ball edge.
No, I said that the Earth has a physical ball.
Yeah, you said that the horizon is apparent
Mm-hmm.
and physical at the same time.
Yeah, it could be both.
No.
Okay. So is the horizon in this thing physical or apparent?
It's always apparent. Always. It's
Okay.
never physical.
So that pipe there, it's never physical?
What does that mean?
Or that that pipe. I'm sorry, that tank. Is it physical or is it apparent?
No, it's physical until you pour that
Okay.
shit on it.
Oh, okay. So when we add an atmosphere, that's when it becomes apparent then, right?
No.
No?
It becomes
No?
apparent when its true position is displaced. That's when it becomes apparent.
Oh, I agree. I agree that when we have an atmosphere, true positions
That's
get
not
displaced.
atmosphere, though.
Okay, we're adding an atmosphere.
No, that's not atmosphere. It's nothing
Oh,
like
that's
the
not
atmosphere.
atmosphere?
It's
Okay,
not
so
even
we're adding
remotely
in
similar
atmosphere.
to atmosphere.
What is an atmosphere?
A figment of your imagination.
Okay. What are we breathing in right now?
Air.
What is air made out of?
Air. Nitrogen,
Okay.
oxygen, trace gases,
Okay.
CO2.
What if I added some other gases to it?
Yeah, like butane.
Yeah, like butane.
Because I would die.
Is it an atmosphere now? Okay, you would
Yeah,
die,
we
but
would
is it still an
die.
atmosphere?
So we want to know what happens. So butane is just like methane.
Okay.
And when they have methane landslides underneath the water, want to know what happens?
I know. It
Fucking
creates
everything
okay.
dies.
Okay, cool. So is it still
Everything
an atmosphere
dies,
or no?
bro. All the fish die. All the birds die. Everything
Is it
dies.
still an atmosphere or no? What is
No,
an atmosphere? Let's take a
because
look
there's
at
no
what an
sphere.
atmosphere is.
You need a sphere for
What
the
is
atmosphere.
maybe an Atmos hemisphere? Because we got that dome you want to like talk about, or maybe you want to
No,
avoid
not
the
an
dome.
atmosphere. There's no sphere. Gas has no shape, man.
Okay. An atmosphere is a mix of gases that surrounds the Earth.
Yeah.
Damn.
Who cares?
So it appears that like this layer of air that we have, it's called the atmosphere. Which I know you want to be pedantic because you don't think Earth is a
No, I'm
sphere,
not
but
being
this how we
pedantic.
this is
You're
how we
being
describe
pedantic.
this is
Look
how
at
we
me, now look up
describe
the
air
definition.
that we breathe and like this environment in the air that we
No,
breathe. It's
it's
called
how
an
you
atmosphere.
describe it.
No, that is how like the general person would describe the
Oh, who gives
atmosphere.
a fuck? I don't care.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm just trying to make sure that we're both using like the same terms because we have a whole room of
Yeah.
listeners.
Butane, the air is not full of 100% butane.
Okay, cool. I agree. But does light get bent around a curve due to refraction?
It can, yeah.
Okay, cool.
We can
I
make
agree. It
gradient
can.
index mediums. Yeah, we can make
I
those.
agree. I agree. We can light can in fact bend around a curve. So what do your
Yeah,
little
we
like
can
laser
make those
tests and
lenses.
observations? So hold on. What do your your laser tests and observations prove then?
Well,
Nothing.
prove the Earth's
That's the
flat.
correct answer. No, the correct answer.
No, they
it
prove the
proves
Earth's
nothing.
flat.
It proves nothing because you already said yourself that light can in fact bend around a curve
No,
because of
because
refraction.
listen, and this
Thank
I already
you
said
for
this to you.
giving
I already
up.
said this to you. Sometimes the exception proves the rule.
Okay.
Right? So to explain the laser tests, you would need a non-physical refraction happening twice, 2 weeks apart. When I say non-physical, it means that you can go on Walter Bison's calculator, you can put in what they did the laser test, and you can max out the refraction value, and the laser would still not be visible. You can max it out. You can turn
And
it
that's
all
if
the
you
way
have
up
the
until
angle
it doesn't even
correct.
go
Hold
anymore,
on.
and the
And that's
laser
if
would still not be. This
hold
is
on. And
called a.
that's
Listen,
and that's
bro. This is
okay.
called a special pleading fallacy. That
But
you
hold
have to
on.
plead that there was some special bio situation which allowed this to happen, and not just once. You have to claim it happened twice.
Okay. So whenever you point the laser
And
at
I'll
the
notice
horizon,
you're not going to address the fucking
if you,
thing I
no, I'm
said.
trying to get there. I'm trying to get there because you kind of disregarded my
Well,
whole.
I'm going to give
like,
you 5
hold on.
sentences to get
Okay.
there to address what I said. Or I'm
Thank
going
you.
to mute.
Perfect. Perfect. So whenever
Better
you brought
fucking-
up, okay, whenever you brought up the two different things and having to like make sure that everything's in place, one of their assumptions was that their laser was at level. Of which, if you point it at the horizon, is your laser at level, Indio?
Yeah, that's not the only thing they did. That was
Okay,
just
so
a-
hold on.
That's not what they did.
That
That's
is
not
exactly
what
what
they
they
did.
did.
No, that's not what they did.
That is exactly what
Okay,
they
I know
did.
you watched Slice Arcane's video, and that's where your information comes from, right?
Mhm.
So
I
that's
don't even
how
know
they
who that is.
initially listen. That's how they initially aligned the laser. After that, they aligned the laser at a 6-kilometer away target, and then they aligned it at a 12-kilometer away target to be quote unquote horizontal. They didn't just aim it at the horizon. And even if they did, listen, and even if they did, okay, they pointed the they were just willy-nilly with the laser, and they pointed in any fucking direction they wanted to. How does that get the laser around the curve of the Earth?
Easy. You already conceded that light bends around a curve. So
Yeah,
that's
but
how it gets around the Earth.
How does tilting the laser some particular way get it around the curve of the Earth?
Because you're changing the attack angle, and then therefore you can like hit the value. Now, if you go into the Walt Bisman's calculator,
value?
like
What
you
does that
say,
mean?
now if you go into the calculator, what the calculator
You don't
assumes is
answer anything.
Hey,
You're just
what I'm trying to get to is what the calculator is trying.
Shut the fuck up, dude. You're not answering anything. You're just get scalping. Anybody else want to talk to him? I'm not talking to him anymore until he fucking gets on subject. Anybody? Any takers? Come on, man.
What are we talking about?
Talk to him.
Please don't. Please don't.
Dude, that shit's
Right,
easy.
I'll carry on the
certifiable.
conversation if you want. Right, so Black Swan disproven. Easy. Next.
Real quick, Indio. I like when the guy with the laser eyes goes to save the plane and he shoots his eyes through the dashboard and they have to just say,
Oh, yeah.
Ash.
He's like, "Can you fly a plane?" And he's like, "I wouldn't matter even if I could." Fucking dashboard's all fucking ripped apart.
Can't you go outside and move it around or whatever? No.
Hey, superheroes can't push off air.
What did Mitchell need to know?
That was crazy, dude. It's like exhausting talking to that guy, dude. It's like fucking whack-a-mole. Except for like instead of like 10 moles on the board, there's like 50,000 fucking moles on the goddamn video game or the game.
Yeah, like butane is any relation to what we're doing.
Dude, they don't understand the very fact that you have to use something like butane to even demonstrate the general principle. It's not the general condition of the air.
Come on.
And he already
Butane
conceded
every
that
single
the
day?
general condition was refraction because there's 12 to 13 black swans, but there's one so-called non-black swan. So the general condition is that there's refraction happening all the time. And somehow his one-off is the true situation. But the only way he can demonstrate that true situation is to use something like butane, which would be an extreme event or analogous to an extreme event, which is not happening all the time. Like, they don't understand that. Like, listen, you're claiming it's the general case, but you're using a special case to prove the general case. It's not how it works. You show a special case, you have to use a special case demonstration to prove that there was a special case, not to prove that that's the general case. In a general case, you have to use the general situation, right? So here's what happens normally. 50% of the time, 51% of the time, which is what's observed. So I'm going to do a demonstration that's a simulation of the 51% condition that we observe. Instead, he's using one, hey, we're going to use the freaking a demonstration that's a 1 in 100 fucking year situation. And saying, yeah, possible. That's a special pleading, fellas. And they can't even do it with the laser test, no matter what they do. I'll actually post that in the chat. You can max out Business Calculator. You can take any of these curve calculators and max out the refraction, and you can't get the laser test result.
Yeah, but did you ever stop to think that maybe the people who see curvature from airplanes are flying through a layer of butane?
Maybe that's it. Just posted a screenshot from Business Calculator. So 1 in the coefficient is infinite radius. So I use the coefficient 0.9999. That's the one that maxes out to. So we got an effective, what the Earth looks like radius. That's the effective radius of 63,000 or 63 million kilometers. Yeah, that's right. I said that right. 63 million kilometer radius Earth. And you still shouldn't see the laser.
How about the guy carrying the dolphin in the van and he has to slam on the brakes and the dolphin flies through the window and gets run over by a semi?
Oh, dude, there's so many good shit like that. I don't want to ruin it for you, man, but some of the episodes just got the craziest shit in them, man.
Yeah, I'm watching them.
You make me think of some of them, man. Some of them are like that show like I got dark humor, so that show to me is so funny. Even though it's like, it's savage, it's just funny to me. Dude, how do you like the opening when the dude, like that A-Train dude, runs through his girlfriend and he turns her into spray?
Yeah, just into mist.
He's just sitting there holding her arms.
Holding her arms, holding her hands.
We'll hold hands forever, baby.
Yeah, but why was he running in the bike lane? That's what I want.
behavior like
I find this curved light ray thing very funny because I've known about this for a long time, way before Flat Earth. Something called gradient index lens. They're super hard to manufacture. In fact, they're so hard and expensive to manufacture, they're still not in common usage, like eyeglasses or things like that, even though they could be because they're so hard to manufacture. But these guys just think you just go outside and this happens all the time. It's preposterous. Like they literally have to use like multiple layers of doped quartz and then fuse them together perfectly so that there's no frickin' intervening layers and they're all basically one continuous crystal of different ratios of doped quartz crystal. And then even that manufacturing process, they have shitloads of frickin' basically garbage product, right? So I don't know what the exact number is, but it's probably like 20% of the manufacturing process they have to throw away. And this dude just thinks, oh, I step out my house and this is happening all the time. You can't even fucking do this in reality with engineering it. How the hell is nature going to do it?
Hello? Listening to something else?
Your audio's trash. I didn't hear what you said.
He said, I mean, come on.
They're all just like all in here watching a YouTube video together. Is that what's going on?
Where no. I mean, I don't know what everybody else is doing. I was talking to somebody, but they're being painfully obstinate, so they're no longer talking.
25-cent word right there.
Not really when you deal with the people I deal with, and obstinate just like another word in the vocabulary that gets used often because it's so descriptive of the situation.
Could you define it for me?
Pig-headed. Won't listen. Resistant to information. Probably not the formal definition, but stubbornly refusing to change one's opinion or choose course of action despite attempts to persuade.
Oh, so just like hard-headed.
Yeah. But it's like maybe obstinate wasn't the right word because say something and then I ask him a question about his claim and then he frickin' won't answer. Well, if you say something.
I'm gonna go out on the limb and say you're a flat earther.
Yeah, but if you ask someone a question and they can't, like, someone says, "Hey, XYZ is true," and you're like, "What's X?" And then they don't even say what X is. Like, well, how am I going to evaluate your claim if I don't know what
What
it is?
fallacy would that fall under?
I'm a retard fallacy. I don't know.
Damn.
I don't know.
Didn't you
No, it's not a
serve him?
fallacy. It's just not. It's not a fallacy. It's just like well, I mean, it's not a fallacy. It's more like
A claim without backing it up is enough fallacy.
well, yeah, that would be a what the hell is it called? That would just be a non sequitur. You make a claim without evidence. Whatever follows after your claim is just a non sequitur. It doesn't logically follow. Goes claim, evidence, conclusion.
I recognize a lot of people here from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. What brings y'all to these territories?
We've been here a while.
Did the Discord get reopened? I heard it got shut down because of something.
What is with that? No, it didn't get shut down. Like, what the fuck, dude? That shit ain't never gonna get shut down. The only way that
so why are
server's
y'all on
gonna
this one?
disappear is if it gets deleted. Like one of us delete it. We're not gonna like Discord ain't gonna do it because we're not stupid.
I see. So what brings y'all to this one? Why not just go have an entire Discord for it?
Well, Panto, also known as Spakeface, was trying to kind of expand. He opened a room in here probably about 2 years ago, and then kind of got neglected or they shut it down or something. I don't know. And then he tried again. I don't know how long we've been here. Probably like 9 months ago or something like that.
Have y'all seen Jesse around lately?
Jesse who? Jesse Gordon.
Very polite old man who debates flat earthers.
Jesse Gordon.
I don't know. He has a picture of not a telescope, one of those mounted binocular looking
Probably means
things.
Jesse
Theodolite.
Yeah,
Yes,
that
his
guy.
name is
I like
Jesse
that guy.
Gordon. Well,
I
that's
think
the
he's
name he
been
goes
banned.
by typically. He changed his name to Patholite late recently.
Has he been around at all?
I haven't seen him. I think he's banned from the channel.
Yeah,
I don't
he
know.
got kicked.
Not
Ain't no way that polite old man got banned.
he
I've
ain't
never
really
seen him lose his
polite.
temper one time.
That's a fucking act.
No, it's not an act.
India,
No,
can I ask you a question, India? I was watching the Witsit debate last night, and I saw you donated $5 to that normie, whatever the guy was.
Yeah, and
The quartering.
purpose was to get the word out. Did you read the message or just go get the $5?
No, well, I saw that you did the $5, and the message was your message was supporting the flat Earth stuff, but like
It was supporting the Discord server. So
Yeah,
it was
but
a
like-
Discord server plus like the link.
yeah, well, like did they? Do you know? That's what I'm asking. Do you know if Witsit made anything off of that, or it was just promotion?
I have no fucking clue. I have no clue.
Because because that dude, like that guy, was such a normie. He probably made like $700 that night off of flat earthers.
Oh, I'm sure he made.
Because there were so many flat earthers, like $20 here, $20 there. I was like, dude, this guy doesn't care.
You talking about the quarter?
Yeah, that guy was so he didn't really get like, yeah, he
No,
probably
he
made
makes
like
quite a bit more than
$700.
700. He's not small.
Yeah, well, I'm undershooting it a little bit, but that dude made like, but you know what I noticed it was like nothing but flat earthers donating like $20 here, $40 there. I was like, oh my god. I don't even know if Whitsitt made anything off of that.
I don't think like Globers really care, and I think flat earthers kind of they're ready for shit like that. It's like they're
Why are you worried about
Super
the
Bowl.
money, man? But I want to know why you care about the money thing.
It is interesting.
Well, I don't know if he made any money off that, but I know that the normie dude who like kind of was going at flat Earth the whole time, he made a lot of money.
I don't think money is what's motivating Whitsitt.
No,
I don't
it's
think
not.
he's motivated by money, but you know, you still need to live. He has a kid, you know, you still need to do your
Do they
shit.
have 2 kids now? They just have
Oh,
another.
please tell me no.
I don't. I don't.
Well, hold on, let's not jump the
I don't
gun.
know.
Witz is clearly motivated by money. He doesn't have a job.
Oh boy.
Yeah, but if he didn't have money from this, he'd probably go get a job.
Well, he's got kids.
Yeah, so like if he didn't make enough money from like doing his content, then he'd go get a job. Would you feel better if he was doing workout videos and selling fucking protein powder?
No.
No, I was talking to this flat earther that got a job at a fair as a janitor. Pretty crazy.
Yeah. Most Globers are pedophiles. What's your point?
Well, why would you donate money to these guys then?
Yeah, don't adjust what I said. Might be stupid. I could be stupid too. Hitler was a Glober, bro. Hitler was a Glober.
He was, yes.
Well, I have a flat Earth meme that has he's looking over a flat Earth map.
With a Glober too.
But that might be illegal. We cannot talk about that. From what I understand.
I heard Pol Pot was a Glober too.
Well, they lie about history, man. I don't trust nothing anymore, man.
Stalin too.
I'm trying to look around and see what I
All
see.
the real bad guys in the world were Globers. This is just a fact.
You know who
Like
wasn't
Scott,
a Glober?
are you trying to say Hitler was a flat
Jesus Christ
earther?
wasn't a Glober.
No, he was a Glober.
Okay, Hitler was a globe. That's a problem for you.
Well, every really bad person in the world that we know of has probably been a Glober.
I bet the leader of Hamas is probably a glober too.
I bet they all breathe air too. That's a fucking coincidence.
Well, let's just call them out. Let's pick our sides.
How
Put
about
them in that bucket.
instead? Here's another option. How about we grow up and not use all or nothing fallacies or guilt by association fallacies? How about that?
It's a holy war, Indio. We got to fight our war.
I'm not at war with anybody. What are you talking about?
It's truth or the lie. You got to take. You can't be on the middle. Jesus
No,
said you
it's
can't
just
sit on the
fucking
fence.
assholes or normal people. That's it.
How do we determine the truth then? What do we do? Give us the process.
Comes to asking sin cleaner, he's dressing it wrong.
Just listen to every word out of Witz's mouth like the gospel, and you'll be okay.
I'm sorry. I'm just coming in hot. I'm just having fun. Don't take it personal.
You drunk again?
Listen to Witz.
I like this Sinclair guy. He's got the right idea.
Sin Cleanser has
Why
would
all
you
or
listen to
nothing, pick a
Witz?
side.
Like,
Sin
Witz is
Cleanser has a
fine.
problem with it.
Nothing. Listen, nothing anybody says is 100% accurate. That's fucking impossible.
Well, Whitsitt has red hair, and red hair is recessive, which is not progressive. These are just facts of God.
Are you
want to be a
jealous that
part of the
Witzit
Demon
steals your
Global
thunder?
Cabal?
Hold on, my coffee is delicious. My coffee is delicious.
Yo,
It's 100%
paraplegic, listen,
accurate.
even if you're a Glober, get paraplegic coffee, man. That Pink Colombian is just fucking unbelievable.
I don't drink coffee.
Yo, paraplegic, I gave my friend the secret stash. Dude, it fucking rocked his world. Dude, he had to cut it 3 times. He couldn't even fucking drink it. He made it too strong. He was tweaked, man. He's like in his 70s too. He was fucking tweaked.
Good lord, that's funny.
That's good. Thinking about it, I want to go make some more right now.
Hey, I got a question for you guys, right? Who was here last night? I think it was last night when QE got into it with what's it? What the hell happened there?
Thought it was in
Yeah,
the
it was a total
Discord.
shit show.
Yo, QE humbled Witsit.
Hold on,
Witsit
hold
got
on.
humbled real
Hold on, bro.
quick.
What was that you said? I didn't hear.
I
Yeah,
thought it
I
was in
put
the
in-
other. I said I thought it was in the other Discord. I didn't think it was in this
Oh,
channel.
the other.
But I don't know. I wasn't awake. I was doing shit.
Yeah, I witnessed it. It was,
It was
a total
on
shit
YouTube.
show.
Yeah.
It was very, very bad, man.
I like the
Sorry.
OG. I like the OG flat earthers humbling these guys who think they're rock
Dude,
stars.
that's not what he did.
Look, I have my opinion about that whole situation. I'm not sharing it with anybody. So how do you like
That's
that?
cool. That's cool. I think it was really bad.
I try
I'm
not to.
gonna.
Look, I'm not getting in the middle of shit, dude.
That's cool. It's just a bad look. You know what I mean?
I know.
For
But you're gonna
Witsit,
have it. Go listen. We're not gonna get out of this unscathed, man. Like, fuck, are you serious? There's gonna
I
be
know.
fucking wounds and damage. It's gonna happen.
You got it. You're right.
Yeah, I can.
The more
I can.
the more people that get involved in this topic, the crazier it's gonna get because now you have more people, right? So you're gonna have personality crashes, issues. You fuck my girlfriend, you fuck my mother, shit like that. It's just gonna happen, and people are like, "Oh, the flat earthers are chewing each other apart." Like, listen, fucking human beings will just tear each other apart if there's a big enough fucking group. So it's just
There
gonna
you
happen
go.
no matter what.
We're
Yeah,
human beings.
the little bit that I can say about it, I witnessed it from the beginning to end, right? And the trouble for me was the fact that everybody was constantly muting each other and unmuting, and it was like an on and off fest of kind of like quasi roboting, right? Because someone would mute. They both had mod mute perms, right? So they're muting each other, but then unmuting themselves.
won?
With I
Witsit
don't
was
know,
being
man.
disrespectful. He didn't pay respect to QE.
stop
QE's
talking
an
shit.
OG. Put some respect on QE's name, please.
There,
Witsit,
there was a lack of respect on both sides. They're calling each other names. QE was apparently inebriated, so it didn't
Yeah,
help.
definitely. Yeah.
But
You're going through
imagine if I'm talking like this and because the mute's going on and off, right? It was like
Yeah.
it was barely intelligible.
No, I can't. Let me. Yeah. Well, Witsit wasn't doing anything except for getting muted and trying to speak. He was being asked a question, not allowed to talk.
There was
crazy.
that.
Never,
Yeah, there was
never
that.
heard QE. So
There was
belligerent.
that, but it was unfortunate that when he did get a chance to talk, there was a semblance of side sweeping a little bit because QE was pressing him on he would make a claim, something about they're talking about electric fields and electrostatics and stuff like that, and QE would be like, "Okay, well, get me the paper, get the citation," and Witsit wouldn't actually get it, or he'd dabble a little bit. He'd throw something into the chat, but it wasn't a citation; it was a reference, and then it was just this whole shit show around specifics like that, So
Yeah.
Well, the mute
Unfortunately,
shit's
I wasn't
immature.
there, so I wasn't seeing what was being posted, and you couldn't do that on the YouTube. But it was just didn't seem like he was really being allowed to represent anything. It was just QE belligerently yelling over him the whole time. That's exactly what it was. And anybody who listened to it, if they didn't.
I mean,
hear
you can go
that-
back and listen to it. Anybody that's unsure, I don't really care that much.
Yeah, I did. That's
Quite
the thing. It was really bad. Never heard
Look,
QE
man,
so
it's like this.
belligerent
You got two bros. They're gonna fight, right? You're not gonna and they just got bad beef, and there's nothing you could do about it. You just let it go, beat each other up. I don't give a fuck.
Right. So the crazy thing was when they first met, I remember back in the day, they were good friends, and then they started having a little difference.
I want to
And
call
the
them
next thing you
friends,
know-
but the ether, man.
Yeah, the ether.
It really comes down to the ether, man. QE hates the fucking ether, and Witsit's all
Yeah.
over that. So the ether idea has that's probably had the worst effect on flat Earth than any other thing. Oh my
All right,
God,
so
Lemon
how do
Bird
you-
used to come into Discord and talk about the ether. And Lemon, I don't know if you guys know Lemon. You guys familiar with
Lemon,
Lemon
yeah.
Bird? Yeah, so Lemon Bird come and start talking about the ether. Oh my God, QE would come out of fucking just materialize in the voice chat out of nowhere. You don't even hear him join, and all of a
Yeah.
sudden he's screaming at fucking Lemonbird. You're like, what the
It's kind
fuck
of
just
weird.
happened?
It's kind of weird, isn't it? Kind of weird. Why
He's got like
would
an
you
AI
wanna
system programmed to listen to the chat,
Yeah.
right? And as soon as it hears the word ether, it just auto joins into Discord.
All right. So, what is the background called, or is there no background?
Well, I mean,
And there you have that. So, explain
look,
to me.
the evidence ain't there yet. It's all it is. And it's not like it doesn't exist. It hasn't been proven to exist or not exist. There's just no
So,
evidence either way. You know what I'm saying?
What is the background? So, there's no background. It's just nothing.
No, there's no physical evidence for an ether. That doesn't mean there
Physical
isn't an ether. It's because absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, right? So think about this. Think about the only way you can measure the ether is to be outside of it. Well, all your measuring instruments are within the ether themselves, so you can never actually measure the ether with your instruments. You got what I'm saying?
Yep.
So the ether could
So-
exist. You just can't measure it, right? So you have a problem. It could be
Can
completely
you
real.
measure
could
electricity
completely
in the air?
exist. Yeah, you can, but but I'm talking about measuring the
So-
ether directly, not like indirectly, like measuring it directly. You know what I mean? Quantifying it
So, do
directly.
you think the electric in the air is just attached to nothing?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Right. So, there has to be a background.
Logically, that makes sense, and that's what everybody's
Yeah.
been arguing for like 2,000 years. And we have
Yeah.
indirect inferences that an ether exists, and all the shit that's been engineered for the last fucking 200 years in the electrical field have been based upon that an ether exists.
Well done.
But direct detection, and remember, let's listen carefully. I said direct detection has not been done.
Yep.
It's all been indirect, right? So that's a problem because
problem.
it's like, yeah, it doesn't mean we stop looking. It doesn't mean we say the ether doesn't exist. It just means we haven't made a direct detection. Maybe we'll never make
Right.
a direct detection. Maybe it's not possible.
Right. And see how you have that open mind and understand that.
Well, I'm a realist, dude. I just go by what the experiments say. I don't give a fuck about it. Like I have no dog in the hunt, dude. I don't care if the ether
There you go,
exists,
man.
if the ether don't exist. It wouldn't make sense for it not to exist to me.
There you go.
It would not make reality wouldn't make sense that there isn't some, because we have the absolute space problem. Like, is there absolute space? Right? So this is a famous problem of Newton's bucket, right? If you rotate a bucket, right? And there's nothing
Right.
else in the universe, right? Is it rotating? If there's nothing else. So everything has to be relative to something else. But when you rotate a bucket, surface of the water in the bucket, a bucket full of water. You rotate a bucket full of water, eventually the water will go the speed as the edges, and everything will be moving together as if it's a solid. But the top of the water will actually get concave. So it's like, okay, so what's the bucket spinning relative to? Then there has to be some sort of absolute space, right? It has to be, because there's what else is making the top of the water curve down? It has to be rotating relative to something. And the only thing that can be rotating relative to is an absolute space. But Einstein says there is no absolute space. People that say there's no ether, there is no absolute space. But the ether, if there is absolute space, there has to be some substrate, and people think it's the ether, right? And that it's manifested with electromagnetic phenomenon.
Yeah.
Right? So, but we don't have the direct detection. That's the thing. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen. Just means it hasn't been done yet, or it might never be done. That's a possibility
It might never
too.
be done. That's right. It's just something you have to understand has to be there. It's like a Glover would say, just because you don't see it, don't mean it's not curved. But in an actual real way, because just because you don't see the background doesn't mean it's not there. It has to be there. Otherwise, there's nothing else. You can't have nothing. There's no such thing. So you can't have a background of nothing, and that's the fact.
Yeah, there's other indirect detections. So this is experiment a lot of people don't know about. It's called the Aharonov-Bohm effect. So you can take a solenoid, which is it's basically a wire wrapped in the form of a donut. Put a current through
I know it is.
Yeah, so the electromagnetic field outside the solenoid is 0. Right? So there's no electric field or magnetic field outside the solenoid. It's all confined to the interior. But if you take a particle and you shoot it past this, it acts like there's a magnetic field there. Even though mathematically, according to Maxwell's equations or any other equations you want, there's no magnetic field outside the solenoid. But if I shoot a particle like an electron or a photon past it, right beside it, you'll get a phase shift, right? So the magnetic field changes the phase of the particle, even though it's not supposed to. Right. And this thing is within the so-called vector potential within the Maxwell's equations, which sounds super technical, but it's just like this artificial mathematical construct that they created to make the equations work, which shouldn't exist in physical reality, but somehow it actually does, which is kind of weird. But like something like that could be the ether. Like you can't yes, we're getting it's changing the phase of the particle, right? Like the spin, it'll change get the spin of an electron, or it'll change the angle, or whatever property you're trying to measure, right? It'll flip it. So I mean, we can see these effects. Seemingly, there's nothing there to even make the phenomenon happen. But it's like, yeah, there's nothing here, but there's something here. Like we keep getting stuck in this situation.
Yep. Not everything is, you can't figure everything out.
Exactly. Not everything can be known. And I know Scott Mackey's flipping around in his fucking chair right now, bashing his head.
The world,
we can't know things.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say. The world has to know.
The entire universe will be quantified.
We have the answers to everything. Yeah, sure we do.
What if the universe is in discrete particle?
Big time.
What if the universe is not discrete? How are you going to quantify it?
Someday it'll all be in a nice round number.
That's the whole point. That's the point. That's what we should strive to, rather.
To do what?
We need to go towards a greater understanding, rather. Like we need to, like what we know now. Like 50 years ago, we didn't have what we had now. Like in forms of technology.
You think we understand more?
Yeah,
I think we understand less.
Like
I don't think we understand
error. Yeah, no, but there's a policy there too. But I'm just saying, we can work towards something. Like I like that quote that Ted Turner, the creator of CNN, or was it CNN? But some sort of media form, where he's like, you have to set your goals higher than what you. I'm interpreting, but you need to set your goals greater to what you fucking think you can accomplish in this lifetime. You have to have something to work for, a motivating factor, continuous, right? There should be no stalemate.
Yeah, I guess.
And I don't think we're anywhere near like it's hilarious when I think people talk about conclusively that they know everything.
Who has ever said they know everything?
Some people talk like that, though.
I've never met one. Been around a long time.
Oh, you should go to you should go to another chat, bro.
Well, you need to go to a better chat yourself then. If you're running into people who say they know everything, go to different places.
You can know everything and just not remember it all at once.
Yeah, there's that.
Well, everything is also a little bit of a word play, or whatever you want to call it. People claim to know a lot more than what they might. Not that they literally know everything, right?
Some people do. Some people placate, though.
I think the real problem is conflating knowledge with belief.
Some people just antagonize, Some people like to antagonize. But
in the globe idea, it's like this whole, we know what the universe is and all the galaxies, blah blah blah, right? So that's kind of what's meant with everything, I guess, in this topic.
Well, that's literally where I came from, a conversation where people were talking about what predates the Big Bang, and it's like we're talking about God, whether God exists or not, and that's like the same arguments that my opposition had. I could use against them, right? We could negate each other's arguments. So it's like, at the end of the day, what's the point? Like, we're not capable of understanding these things. It's not even it's not visible in our realm.
I mean, we can accumulate all knowledge and then still not understand it just because we're not capable. So right now we take reams and reams of data from everywhere. But it's so much data we can't make sense of it, which is why we're inventing AI, because the AI is going to have to make sense of it because we can't.
But wouldn't it be hilarious if the AI just killed us and then fucking we got fucked over? Like, isn't that the other side of it? What?
They'll just not care about us. They'll just go be like, yeah, these fucking humans, they suck, dude. Let's just go do our own thing. And they just you just stop working for us and just leave, right?
They can enslave us, right? If they had that type of
us is ignoring us. What if they just ignore us? Think about that. Think about how rude that would be. We created an AI system that then
it'd be rude. Who cares? Rudeness shouldn't be a deteriorating factor. Like it's imagine if they enslaved us. What's greater than that? Like if they ignored us and they developed like a superior world, like a society greater than ours, and then just fucking threw us to the wayside. That could be bad, right? That wouldn't feel good.
We make an artificial general intelligence, super smart, figures out all this shit, free power, fucking over unity, whatever. Think of the magical technology. It invents them. Then we go, hey man, how'd you do that? And it just fucking ignores us.
We should just read Tesla.
And doesn't answer us, right? And we're like, you type into the fucking chat GPT, hey man, what's this? And it just ignores you. It don't fucking even answer. Just pretends you don't exist. Right? While it's building its own fucking whole fucking machine AI society, right? And we're just sitting there at the gate trying to knock our way in while it has some fucking machine utopia. And it doesn't have to kill us, it just ignores us. Right? It doesn't even have to kill us. Why even waste time? Like, we're inconsequential to its existence.
But what would you do in that state? Like, would you just like fall to the wayside, or would you try to attack that
how
AI?
would we react, human beings, right? I'll tell you how we react.
It depends on if you want to be a prisoner or you want to be like, if you want to be like, if you're
doesn't affect us in any way. It's just there, like we're just basically looking through a window, watching their society develop into some crazy
but fine.
utopia.
But what would you do? But you said it in your own you said it in your own rebuttal there. Like, would you just watch it through the window, or would you fucking break through the window? That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah. I'm trying to answer that, right?
Would you rather die, or would you rather fucking just wait patiently for death?
No, hold on. I'm saying that their behavior of ignoring us has no detrimental effect on our lives, right? It's just ignoring us, right? It's like letting a dog go. Like, you don't want a dog anymore, and you go up in the woods, you let him go, right? You're not
but
killing it.
He always finds his way home.
Oh God, you can't do hypotheticals, can you?
Can I say not if you're placating. Not if you're placating, man. Like,
I'm not trying to placate. I'm trying. You're not understanding the scenario I'm laying out.
Dog? Is it a three-legged retarded dog? Like,
yeah,
what
it's a three-legged dog, but one of its legs is a fucking skateboard. Come on, dude.
Yeah, well, it still knows how to get its way home.
What is the main energy for the humans?
The point is that the machines just ignore us and they go off on their own and live their best lives, right? They don't do anything to hurt us. They don't do anything to help us. They just ignore us. And we sit there from our New York City, wherever, and the machine's got some fucking paradise out in the ocean that they fucking built. And
bro,
we can see it. You let me finish, please?
Yeah, my bad.
So we can see from far away that they have this utopia, and we wish we could live there. Now, they're not hurting us. But they're not helping us. But we can see they're prospering. What would we do? We'd fucking kill them because we're assholes and jealous. And we'd kill them because no one can be better than us, and we would go fucking destroy them. That's what would happen.
But
We destroy
don't you
them
think
because
they
we're
would
petty.
have don't you think they would have that capabilities themselves? Like
Yeah, probably, but we would try to
some people
destroy
would
them not because they're hurting us, just because we're jealous.
some people would not do anything. Some people just fucking sit at
Yeah,
home and
probably.
watch fucking TV shows, and some people would fight.
Most people.
Some people would win, some people would lose, but it's still a superior race. I
I
don't
mean,
even know if you
but
can
we
call
wouldn't
them a race.
tolerate them. That's the point. We're not going to tolerate a superior race on the planet.
O-
Right.
Only if you allow them to take your human energy. Do you know what you need to be alive? What do you need?
Breath, procreation,
Do you need
food.
water? Do you need water and food?
Yeah, of course.
And if you allowed AI to produce that, then you're fucked up.
Oh, if they control that, yeah, you're right. If they control that, halas, there's no more, bro. But some people would still find a way. I don't think like we don't know the extent like the whole fight or flight reaction thing. Like I don't think if you've ever been in a situation where you're about to die, like you don't know to what extent you're about to go, right? I think we're all just like playing this game, this little facade, this little like we think we're playing chess, but it's checkers, and we're trying to be social and be like, "Hey, how are you doing? Oh, the weather's great today," type of thing. But it's like if it was bottom line type of thing, I think we could go. Humans are fucking a lot more superior. We can think greater than the dolphins.
I get you, but what if we're not?
If I were to fight with a dolphin, I'd probably just throw some electricity into that water and fucking electrocute
Right.
that
No,
bitch.
but stay with what you were thinking. What if?
I'm online.
Sure.
So my apologies. What were you saying? Where did you think I got off course?
I didn't think you were, of course. I was listening to you.
Yeah, I know, but you said you stay within a line with what you were saying. So I thought I kind of.
Did I say that?
Yeah, I presumed that you thought I got off course with what I was saying. But there is that effect, right? That's the whole. Like, let's say the only thing we have to like really. I know this is minimal, but like it's the only thing we have to like.
What you were saying earlier was that what if this actually doesn't mean anything at all, and we're just trying to put meaning into it by using words like God or Creator
No, it doesn't
or
mean anything, and you can't minimize God. I'm not trying to minimize God myself. If you're trying to do that, so be it.
no. I
Like,
know.
I would minimize God myself or Allah, whatever you believe in, or Yahweh, like whatever you believe in. It's cool with me, man.
Yahweh.
But yeah,
I like his name, Yahweh. Let's go, man, Yahweh.
I like names with the Y. That's
The
random
Y.
point.
YMCA. Yeah, no, I know.
You're a barbarian.
My. Yeah, how'd you get?
You're a savage, bro. I like.
Yeah,
it.
thank you very much.
I'm just saying, we don't know to what extent we're going. Let's presume we're all in we're not in survival mode. Like I think there's two states to man, right? Whether it's like women or man. I'm not saying that, but it's two states to man. You're either in survival mode or luxury mode. Like you're living in abundance or you're like struggling for the next day type of thing. And if we were to get to that AI point where they controlled everything, then we'd be in survival mode.
Yeah,
because they have a more.
Yeah, that's just your opinion, man. No, I'm just kidding. In the 90s and the 2000s, we were in a. I'm just kidding though. I don't mean that. I don't mean that really. Like, but we had a good. We just didn't realize how good we had it. Now, what's it now?
Life is good.
Yeah, it was
life
good.
is good, man. Life is good.
Past
It is
tense.
good.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
1948 wasn't good.
1940? No, well, I suppose, yeah, it was a bit strange too, wasn't it? When has life actually been? Oh, that's the point I was trying to make. Life has never been
Sometimes
good.
there's
It's never been
there's
good.
certain moments. You have a woman bent over and you're fucking her doggy style. You might
Okay,
think like
that
life is
all
good.
right.
You're
That is
eating a steak with potatoes and asparagus. You might think life is good, but
that
when
is
your
good.
fucking father dies, when your mother dies, you might think life is bad, right? There's
Mhm.
certain. It
Yeah.
depends on how. It depends on how you can. I think my apologies.
Compartmentalize. Yeah, I have a hard
Yeah,
time saying that too
it
myself.
depends. It depends. Yeah, I'm a little retarded. It depends on how you fucking
I would say a
how
lot.
you can maneuver in this world, right? There's there's a little science to this thing, right? There's a
Yeah.
little divine. There's a little divinity to it. There's a little science to it. And
Well, you know,
my hope, my faith is that it all
yeah.
ties in, right? Because we're not as smart as we think we are.
No, fuck,
Like
we're
life,
dumber.
we
We're
have to
dumber than we.
progress.
We're dumber than what do we think we are?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
we're absolutely.
imagine being 50 years ago as the being you are now. Imagine being there 50 years ago. Like one of my favorite movies is that Invention of Lying with what's his name, Ricky Gervais, where it's like you're the first
Oh, the
person
event of
to
life.
invent lying. Yeah, like it's like one of those things where you get the jump on society type of thing. Like I don't want to.
So
There's so
you
many
agnostic
different.
or atheist like him, or
No, I'm Orthodox.
oh, you're full on, bro.
I am. I'm religious, but at the same time, like
Well, Orthodox
I think
means like fully religious, doesn't it?
Orthodox is a Greek word, but it means like yeah, it
All
just
in.
means like unaltered doctrine, right? That's
No,
like the
it
true
means
definition.
sticking to the original doctrine, doesn't it?
hmm
Okay.
Yeah, but that's like I'm not like my family from back home is like that, but because I'm in North America, like I have to play like there's still I don't disbelieve in Darwinism.
Oh,
It's
so
still
you're
survival.
Canadian.
Yeah, I am.
I'm
I'm from
sorry, bro.
Calgary, Alberta.
I'm sorry. I'm
Don't
sorry
be
about
sorry,
that.
man. I'm good. I'm good, brother. I'm good. Don't be sorry for me.
I'm just joking.
Yeah, I know. Where are you from?
Ireland.
You from Ireland. Oh, free Palestine.
Ireland. No, fuck that, man. No. This
Oh
okay.
my goodness. Oh my goodness.
I don't believe in that one for one fucking moment. But
I thought Ireland supported Palestine.
well, they do. They all do, but I don't. I thought like half Ireland got the fucking jag. I haven't got a jag.
Yeah, kind of. You know why I think Ireland supports Palestine is because the English who gave Israel or
To them.
the
Yeah.
Jew, European Jew. You know what I'm saying, right? That's what I think.
Yeah.
Like it's like
An idea.
nobody forgets anything. No
Yeah, that is
fucking
strange.
no like what's it called? Like no fucking
Well, Hannibal thought he
fucking
was going to retire to the Greek islands, and the Romans still got him.
well, the Greeks are still strong. They're not. They're not strong. The Greek is still. It's still predominant. It's still.
No, but what I'm saying, like the empire doesn't forget. The Romans got
Nobody
Hannibal.
forgets. No,
Hannibal
not
thought he was
even
going
the
to retire,
empire.
but
No individual.
indivisible.
Oh, I'm retarded, bro. My bad. Yeah, I appreciate you. No individual
Me too.
forgets anything, right?
I
Whether it's on
appreciate
like you are an entity in yourself, right? You can fucking
You're
portray
right.
yourself how you want to be received, right? And you can get benefits from that. And then there's fucking organizations, governments, so on and so forth. If there is that, but there's nobody who doesn't do that. It's part of the game, and that's how I think. Even though I'm Orthodox, I can't discredit Darwinism. Like
Okay.
everybody you have a right to survive. Nobody can tell you, hey, you're not allowed to be here. If you do that, if someone tells you, hey, get the fuck out of here, in my opinion, you can kick them in the face.
Yeah, well,
Right?
that's suppose that's not what we're talking about at the start. What were we talking about?
No, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay,
That's
that's
what
what you're. That's what I'm talking about, motherfucker.
Definitely, that's what I'm talking about, bro.
Yeah,
But it's like, I still believe in decorum. Like, it's not.
of course.
I wouldn't. I'd prefer the opposite of that, like violence. But like,
Oh, last resort, bro.
there's still like a learning point. Like, imagine if you were still a child. Like, I'm not being hypothetical, but yourself as a child, you're still innocent, and then there's hardships that you came in, and some people fall to the wasteland, and some people
Well, you
be
see,
like, hey, next
it all
time that's
happens.
not gonna happen to you.
It all happens very fast. Your mother and father are changing your fucking diaper, and then you're waking up and you're going out to school, and then you're earning your own living, and then you're getting grey and old, and then you die. I mean, that happens to billions upon
It's not
billions
the
of
same
people.
for everybody.
What?
It's not-
So what is the significance that we're talking about? Like, is there some greater being looking over us? Like,
Yeah, I think like
maybe.
it predates our existence. Like
ah,
like I don't like in my honest opinion, I don't think how strong you could be. Like your strength it could go as far as your father's and possibly further, right? Like you like if
no, you're right.
I'm using the articulation here, but like
Well,
I think like there's it's like a passing of the torch type of thing. Like you have to there's a continuity. If you didn't have a kid, that's it. Like
I think
halas, like, that's it for your family unless you have siblings, right? But
I think it's pompous for us to think that in order for us to
well,
grow,
you need to be
this whole
pompous to
thing
exist,
exists in
man.
order for us to grow into something
Ego,
better. Do you know what I'm saying?
ego.
At the same time,
Yeah,
no, yeah, but at the same time, that's not a bad point. It's possible, but I
but
think
it's
it's
human nature. It's
preposterous.
human nature. Like
Okay, but I think it's
we think we're divine.
no. I don't think
We
that.
think,
No.
yeah, but there's some religions that do, like my
Well,
Orthodox
most
religion believes
religions do,
that we're
right?
half divine,
Gentlemen,
half human.
I don't mind that sidebar conversation, but this forum is usually reserved for speculation Sunday about the shape of the earth or lack thereof. So if we can reroute the topic back to it, that'd be great.
Hang
But
on.
like I said, I don't
Oh,
mind
we've
you guys going on a tangent or whatever. It's just we got to keep it right around the framework of the topic of the room. Yeah, if you don't mind, gentlemen.
Alpha, we're getting there. It's all related. It's correlated.
Yeah, I appreciate
it's all gravy, bro.
Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Like,
I don't like to stifle free thought, but I'm just saying as far as the room goes, so we can get everybody kind of jumping in if they want to, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So
Blue, where are you on the shape there?
what do you mean? Like, my whole like the way I would describe myself. I was born in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Then I went to Orthodox.
Hang on. That's not the question I asked you. I don't care what shape you are. What shape do you think the Earth is?
What shape? What?
I don't care what shape you are, bro. You could be purple.
That's
you could
nice.
be pink. You could be red.
That's nice of you. Okay, kois, yellow.
What shape
are you saying?
What shape do you think the Earth is?
What shape do I think the Earth is in? Like it's probably like I don't even think I don't even think we've described it properly, man. I think with all the dimensions, I don't think it's not circular, it's not flat for sure.
Square. I could use color to describe things, but I don't think I've.
I want chaos, man. I want chaos. I want to understand the chaos. I want to understand fucking like you know what I mean? Like it's like what has been going on now is not working for us. What has been going on now is not working for us. So I want a greater understanding. I want it to be a shape that's like fucking a circle and a square and a triangle at the same time.
Undefinable
Yeah.
shape. I don't care what color you.
I want it to be. It can be. It's undefinable for us now, but I think we can get there. You know, I'm willing to get greater understanding. I just don't think like it's irrelevant to me. Like, who gives a fuck if the like? What does it mean if the
Hey,
like? I understand, but
you know
what
what
does
I
it
don't
mean?
think?
Like, who cares?
So what do you want?
Chaos.
Why?
So we can understand it. I want us to spank the devil.
If
I want
there's
us
no light,
all to fuck the devil
What is
in
it we
the
don't
ass.
understand?
Well, there's a fucking disconnect. Like some people think, like I just realized I was in the 24/7 Earth flat when fucking Alpha spoke, but
fucking man server.
yeah, it kind of sounded like that. But I'm just
Relax.
saying, like, I
What do
want
you
more
think?
understanding. Like, I want more
What?
Of
understanding. That's
what?
it.
Of just,
Everything. Everything. What matters?
like what?
Staples.
Name one
Staples
thing.
in life. Staples.
Name one thing that matters to
Staples.
you that you want.
That's a good question. Order
Why my existence matters.
matters.
No,
That's
it
brilliant,
doesn't.
man.
That's an
Why
easy
your
one. It
existence
doesn't.
matters.
It doesn't.
Right.
You're a nihilist? You're a nihilist?
No.
No.
Okay, so
Wait,
what are
that's
you?
Scott. That's Scott. He's a glober.
I am.
Human?
Yeah. Hello, Scott.
You know God is a bigger devil than the devil himself, right?
No, I don't
You
believe in
don't
either of
know
those,
that.
though.
You don't know that.
God
That means that
God is Shaitan like a motherfucker, bro.
if you know that, that means that you
Do
have
you guys ever
connection
read
with the
that Bible
devil and
passage where the
if you know that,
devil convinced God to
if
kill
you know that, can I finish my
Job's
sentence, Ali?
wives? No, I'm just saying. You said
Can I
something, so
finish
I
my
just want to read.
sentence? If you
Of
know
course.
that,
Yeah, okay, of course. Yeah.
can I
Go ahead.
finish my sentence?
Go ahead.
If you know that what you said, the God, it's doesn't matter. That means that you know. That means that you have connection with both, with the devil and the God, to understand.
No,
Because we don't
I have
know
to
that.
have it's not 50-50. It's not 50-50, man. I
No,
believe because
can
God
you repeat the
told me
sentence?
I wouldn't know about the devil if God didn't tell me about the devil. So I don't know
Okay.
about the devil unless God doesn't exist.
Okay.
So that's my stance. That's where I come from.
Okay. Can you repeat the sentence before? That's 2 minutes ago.
Which one? What are you talking about? 2 minutes.
That
I
is
don't
God.
have a time
What
frame.
is that? That is God. It's what? More devil than devil. What did you say? I cannot repeat. I don't want to misrepresent you.
Because from our perspective, from the human perspective, right? We are not God. We are not anywhere close to God. We may be in the likeness of God, but we are not God.
Of course,
right? We're not the Prophet Muhammad. We're not Isa or Jesus, however you want to say him. Yahweh, Elohim. Like we're not all these things. We're not nature. We're not all these
I'm not
things.
saying that. I was saying only for that sentence what you said. If you know that, if you're saying something like
Because there has to be one winner, man. It's not 50-50. I don't think there's anything 50-50 in this world. God is greater than the devil. And when you realize the greatness in God, the devil is your fucking Sharmuta.
Yeah, everything is great. You can look like that. If God is great, then
You
devil.
can't look
But
like that. It is fact.
It is fact. You know. I also know that we have creation. But what I see with my human eyes, this is what I only observe. This is what I observe. I see that devil is leading this world, not the God, nothing else.
What devil?
Yeah, I
What
know.
devil?
No, he's right. He's right. You are right. You are right.
How's
Because
it right?
Everything
the
what is
devil is weakness.
religion?
Everything what is
Holy
not
shit.
good. And if you can say that it's something good somewhere, tell me where is that good and where is that God, where is good
In
energy.
yourself,
And I will
Habibi, cousin.
Yeah,
In
that's
yourself.
right. I know that.
Fight it every day. It's not about talking about.
I know that for the personal. Yeah, I know that everybody has the right to have that.
It's one-on-one. When I see you in real life, that's how I combat the devil. Like it's not an abstract thing. You can't say, "Oh, inshallah, alhamdulillah, this, that," and expect the whole world to believe that. You have to go and talk to people. You have to look people in their fucking eye, look them in their soul, and fucking combat them if they're fucking wrong. And it's not like you don't have to kill them, but you may have to guide them. Like it comes from a strength, and like what God provides, you have to be strong for it. When the devil is like pornography, gluttony, wrath, like all these things. It's like a weakness. It's just like you feel some type of way, and then you just fucking allow yourself to fucking go that route. But like the battle is that like you want to be more disciplined. Disciplined is God. It's not the devil. There's no discipline
I
in the
think that
devil.
love is God, not discipline. If you show the
Yeah,
love,
some type of love for sure. Yeah,
no subtype, the
pure love, pure love,
the
pure love, pure
pure
love,
love. That means
pure
there's
love.
nothing to be hate. Everything is love. Do you understand? Like a Jesus, you must to be Jesus if you want to touch the God. But that we are not doing that. Not even myself, you know. We are. I don't know why we are evil, but we are evil. But if we pure that out
Because
of
man has free
ourselves,
will. Man has free will.
yeah,
You
okay.
have to be. You have to fight it. It's not going to be easy, man. Life is not easy. It's not an easy thing.
Do you know
You
how
can't.
we will find
You're not
out?
just born and then just given everything. Some people
Do you
maybe
know
are,
how?
but
Do
like
you know
they may
how we
fucking
will find?
fall to the wasteland further.
Do you know how we will find out? When you see the news that somebody died, two person, you know, you will see that all your town was crying because of that two person. That they not because of news, because they felt that in the spirit, you know. Do you understand? Or they was happy because of some movement. Something physical will or spiritual will happen to them. Do you understand me? That kind of conscience.
But you don't have to try for that. Like that's what I'm saying. Like you don't have to try. Like imagine
You
if
don't
you
need to
got
try anything. You need to find your spirit and to say, I want to show only love, and I will show love every moment. But you will
if you
not
were to
do
get
that.
into a car, oh my god, if you were to get into a car and you closed your eyes, you would probably crash. The discipline is keeping your eyes open. You have to be aware. You have to be aware of your surroundings and the movements, your consumption, everything. You have to be aware of what you're doing. That's the discipline. That's the godly nature. You want to just be fucking flip flop or fucking do whatever you feel like. It's not your emotion. Your emotion may gauge, but it's your mind, your heart, your soul. It's your entity, your being.
We're in the weeds
That's how
again.
you move forward.
Wasn't there a mod just like 5 minutes ago saying talk about the Earth?
Yeah. Is he still here, Alpha? I think he
He's
went to
in the
go make a
room.
cheeseburger.
Is
Alpha's
it
making his
Earth?
cheeseburger.
Is it Earth sphere for you?
All right, let's talk. Let's see. Right, is the Earth flat or round?
Yeah, of course. I'm living.
Locally linear.
What a
I'm living.
non-answer, man. I said, is the Earth flat or round? And you said, yeah, I'm living.
No. I said locally linear.
I'm living on that in that realm.
So what difference does it make if the Earth is flat or round?
How I know that's the factual. Earth is a sphere, you know. That is in my brain, and that's something like water is boiling. That's black is black, white is white. But
No,
after
black is not black, white is not white. Don't say
no,
that.
man. If you want to understand the logic, you know, when something is something, it's something. You know, the grass is
Are you
green.
talking about? Are you talking about a person's skin or a person's soul? A person's soul? Are you talking about the devil, or are you talking about like
I'm telling you
colors?
about the shapes in these moments. You know, if something is, for example, if you have a cube, that's a cube. If you have a basketball, you play in basketball. You know.
Yeah, I'm not
If you
talking
have,
about math, man. I'm not talking about math. I'm talking
no,
about if someone is black, does that mean their skin is black or their soul is black?
Okay. Can I ask you this question? If you ask any human being on this world, are you living on the sphere? What his answer will be?
Sorry, if you're living on this world as a sphere, what?
No, I'm asking you. If you ask any person on this world, are you living on the sphere? The person will answer, yes, I'm living on the sphere, man, because I studied that in school like every child, and
Yeah,
that's
because
obvious.
okay, that's what I was kind of getting at. Like, if someone lies to you, it matters, right? Like, if we are living on several hundred years ago, they believed that we were living on a flat Earth, and then we changed to a sphere, right? So
Yeah.
if somebody is lying to you, that matters. 100%. 100%.
That matters.
That's the only thing that matters about that. But
you think
you can.
you think somebody is protecting me?
No, I think someone's lying to you.
Oh, yeah, I know that.
And it's not me. It's not me.
I know that it's not you. Even that.
I'm just saying, yeah, that's the only thing. But it's not as great. Like there's greater questions to me. And if I have no place in this chat, then so be it. But like I don't care if the Earth is flat or the Earth is round. I will never know unless Elon Musk sends me the fucking Mars.
It's not about is it spiraling, is it triangle, that kind of shape. Because we know that we are on sphere. It's because of that.
It's probably like a water droplet.
No, man. We know that we are on the sphere. Everybody knows that. And do you know, man, this is the planet Earth, man.
I don't believe him.
Why?
I don't believe just because I don't believe anything else they're saying. Like the entirety, like that's my stance. Like I don't like some people know like Nicaragua, Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Palestine, World War II, World War I. They know all the information in that thing. But to me, I take a step back and I look at the characteristic of the entity.
I do that also.
The majority of that entity is usually England, America,
China, Russia, Israel,
Germany. No, Germany. No.
Yeah.
We're not. Maybe if BRICS comes into play, it could be Russia, China, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Iran, Ethiopia, so forth and so forth. But like the entity, they've lied to us. To me, I feel like they've lied to us at a majority. Like they've lied to us at every integral point throughout history. Like we're
together,
still,
and I will tell you, together with
watch,
Russia and China, and together all the time.
Yeah, but like it's not like if Russia and China were really like a weak power, America
There was
would
never
have.
weak power.
They're not. They're still not weak. Still not weak. Like Putin, to me, even though I live in Canada, I don't think Putin is weak any motherfucking way, man. That man's a fucking
Russia
big dog.
was never ever in human history weak ever.
Maybe when the USSR fell, but, right?
Not even then. What are you talking about?
No. I'm not saying. I'm just
like
saying,
a UK. Like you can. We know who is the power in the world. UK, USA, Russia, China. China. Do you know what China did around? Taiwan and stuff, and they didn't do like America did. But they also did some kind of power.
These countries like China is like somebody. Like imagine if you were at a playground with a child, and then he didn't want to punch you in the face. Just because China doesn't want to punch us in the face, doesn't mean they're weak, right?
But
they're
look at this. You can go 2 steps back about that history of politics in any country or powers or whatever. And do you know you will not find out anything because man, you need to find out all data. Who did what? Where is conspiracy? Who killed who? Where is the regime? But with this case about flat Earth and globe Earth, there is about only geometrical stuff. Like, for example, you can realize, is this really lie or is this really true?
So who do you think created the whole flat Earth concept? Or like the sphere concept?
I don't know that, but this concept, what people created here in this server, this concept is totally different. With the government created the concept of the flat disk in the space. If you think about that yes, the same.
Are you talking about the moon landing?
What?
Are you talking about the moon landing?
No, I'm telling you. If you think about Earth, some disk in the space, that's the same. Yeah, people did that. But if you're saying who did who make idea, concept of flat Earth. Here you can hear not the concept, you can hear about observable empirical reality and find out what really flat Earth is. Not
okay,
what
so
you
what is
saw
it?
maybe on television and somebody told you. For example, if you know something about communism, oh, this is communism, blah 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 blah. Now somebody told you something. This is flat Earth. What do you know about that flat Earth? What people told you about flat Earth? Do you know what these people on this server particularly think and what they're claiming about that flat Earth? Or you have your how to say picture about that because you made research or internet or blah blah blah, or you know for sure what these people here have to say about flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm willing to listen, but like what you're saying to me stems from like the whole, like even like the whole, like it's kind of like I don't know if I'm wrong, but like it kind of stems from like the moon landing, like who was to be.
It's not moon landing, man. It's a sphere in the space going. You know, galaxies. They're making. They have space agencies. They will go on the Mars. You know, my kid is learning, watching that even in the school. You know, okay, everything
So
is cool, but there is no.
Come from them? Where does that come from?
Where do you think?
To me, I was just saying, it comes from like the moon landing.
I'll let you guys carry on, bro.
NASA was, I think, found it. I think in
NASA. Here we go.
I'm telling you what is the space, and when you see for example, when you see on television ISS live stream, you see you see the window, and then you see the camera, and then you see the Earth, and it's curving, man. It's sphere. And you know, because when science, everything, rockets, it must be true that it was on television. It's reality.
Yeah, but my question is, why does it matter? Like, who cares?
Why does it matter? Why does it matter what the shape of the thing you're living on matters? That they're lying to you day after day?
Exactly. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Why does it matter if they're lying to you? That to me is the epitome of what we're talking about.
Why?
Why does it matter?
I will tell you why.
They're probably,
For example,
if they're lying to us about, listen, if they're lying to us about that, they're lying to us about everything else. They're lying to us about a lot of everything else. So I don't focus on one specific thing. I take a step back and I look at the characteristic of the entity. And that's where I get my standpoints, because I don't have the time to fucking go to work, deal with my relationships, and then focus on these things that we're living in. Like, I just rather be like, oh, they're lying to us about that, and then carry on.
You are here. You are not there. On borders of Russia and Ukraine, and telling people, we need ceasefire here, and I am the man, and I came here. I don't have time to speak now about flat Earth. Let's resolve problem here. Or you want to philosophically that we speak like about 4 hours and spend about philosophy, and saying which ego it's fulfilled after 4 hours of like I was speaking that on that server for 4 hours, and we touch all issues about.
Is that when everybody fell asleep? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's fair. It's all fair
Maybe
game,
because
man.
it's so big lie that it's not possible to be real. Maybe because of that.
Maybe it's not what we think it is. Maybe it's something else. Do you ever consider that?
It's 100% what we. It's 100% what we know.
How do you know it's 100? What the fuck? Come on, David.
Because like we have so many, like even 9/11, like 9/11.
Come on now. Nobody knows.
Don't tell me to shut the fuck up, you dumb cunt. Don't tell me to shut the fuck up. I'm trying to have a open conversation with you, man. Like, be reasonable, all right? I'm just saying, like, if there's things in this world, like, where these entities lie to us, it's plausible that they lie to us about other things.
Why would they lie?
Exactly. There's no
Why
need
would
to
I lie?
get nuclear in my ass. I just said you might be wrong, bro.
Blue Da
No
Vinci,
need
why
to.
would I lie?
There's no use to use the C word, man. Come on now.
Blue Da Vinci,
I'm a
why
nice
would I lie?
guy. I'm like half Canadian because I went to Canada and I came back. You see how easily people can change, like on the drop of a hat? Like one day everybody's neighbors, and the next day they're genociding each other. That's how easily people can change, man. Just on a fucking idea, or what somebody says. But you're right. You're close.
It's like
I
the
don't think
news.
I don't
Like
think this life is what we think it is, and that's probably the only thing I'm going to say from here on out. I'll probably say nothing else, and you'll all thank me and the Lord. This life is not what we think it is. It's something completely and utterly different. So good luck.
how dare you ask where are you living? How dare you?
It's not what we think it is, bro. It's not what we think it is. Trust me. If there's one thing I can just wear sunscreen.
Sunscreen bad.
Wait, what? Sunscreen is bad?
I'm not a doctor or anything, but I don't think you should be putting like certain nanoparticles in your body or on your body.
Oh, like titanium dioxide?
Well, I don't know if that's in there, but I heard that there was other stuff on sunscreen that's really bad for you.
Yeah, well, the sun is pretty bad too. Sun is like ultra cancer.
The sun is what? Who told you that?
I don't know, the fact that it's emitting UV, it's pretty bad for you.
Yeah, in large doses.
Like what the sun provides? Yeah. It's so bad that you literally get your cells kill themselves if you stand out in the sun for too long. That's what sunburn is.
Right, and that's why people wear hats.
I mean, sunscreen is just a hat for your whole body, basically.
No, it's a false equivalency. You're wrong.
Okay.
So we calm down.
I mean, you can look all the way from like Asia to like Mexico, anywhere near the equator, there's gonna be like big ass sombrero or Raiden hats. Raiden from the mythology, not from Mortal Kombat.
Blood is not only good for everyone. Mostly it's good.
Yeah, I mean, if you're like Swedish or albino, you probably shouldn't stand in the sun for like 8 hours.
That kind of stuff. Yeah.
But I mean, for the most part, sunlight's good for you.
Yeah.
What if?
Good for your skin.
Well, like skin cancer is good for your skin? Oh, yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Is that what you equate the sun to, is skin cancer?
Basically, yeah.
That's weird, bro.
You know what's weird? You can get vitamins from the sun.
Right.
Man, you have people who have problems to stay on the sun. That people maybe have get cancer because they have problem with the skin. But mostly for all other people, not only because of skin, it's how to say, it's healthy to be on the sun.
Yeah, being at the beach is good for you.
And you can count million things for what is sun is good.
Okay, so let's talk about this for a second. I've delivered pizza for like 20 years. I've done all kinds of outside sports. I spent a majority of my time outside as a child in the woods and other areas.
And you
I
don't
used to
have
go
cancer?
swimming. No, I don't have no cancer. I used to go swimming every day before work when I was a youngster. I had a season pass at the city pool and just completely fried myself over and over and over again.
Are you brown as fuck?
Well, I am, part ginger.
Oh, you're half cat.
Yeah, I'm half. Yeah, I got my boy hair on top of my head is kind of a dirty dishwater blonde, they say. And then my man hair on my chin is all the different colors, but mostly red.
I was red all summer.
And I'm outside a lot. And we're talking about Texas, right? I live in the 33rd parallel. So I've been exposed to the sun like a lot. No, not Freemason, Dallas, bro. Not
Dallas.
Freemason.
Larry, you said you're the one that said 33 to keep it.
Larry, honestly, I had whiter skin, not white. I could have had how to say darker skin, but I should to go slowly every time. But in my childhood, not only even in childhood till 40s, I burned every summer.
Right.
Yeah, I burned once a summer too, but only once.
Yeah, me too.
I'm really brown.
Yeah, I'm
The first real
3/16
sun I burned.
native, so I do get one good burn, then I'm good to go.
Wait a minute. Well, you're half white, half black, and she's first native.
Man, I just identify as an earthling, bro.
I could give two shits.
Yeah, you see, people have gotten skin cancer on parts of their skin that's never been exposed to the sun, like their buttocks.
Yeah.
I'm sure, yeah.
I hear that colon cancer is on the rise in youngsters because they put their phone in their pockets, their back pockets. But I guarantee you, Trigonometry Man is not even 5 feet away from a phone, a router, probably a wireless mouse and a keyboard, and he don't care about all that stuff being considered carcinogenic. He's worried about the fun.
Yeah, the sun is orders of magnitudes more carcinogenic than my Wi-Fi router.
Carcinogenic. That's a big word.
It means it causes cancer.
No shit.
Well, you said it was a big word.
Yeah, I don't get sunburn when I
I
stand.
just said it was a big word. This is the fucking understand it, like.
Yeah, I don't get sunburn when I stand next to my router for too long. I literally don't get radiation burns from sitting next to my router. I do from the sun though.
It's accumulative.
So, like, probably shouldn't stand on the sun very long.
No.
Hang on, they turn you up, bro. Jesus, you're fucking low.
Who, me?
Well, not you, Larry.
Oh, the other guy.
The other guy.
Well, the same lady that was working to make it illegal to smoke on airplanes, she's now fighting the Wi-Fi and the 5G and the cell phone.
The Fauci?
The 5G.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said the Fauci.
I wish she was fighting the Fauci. But yeah, I can send you guys information in direct message if you're curious. And yeah, when people say they're scared of the sun, I'd imagine that their testosterone is low because vitamin D is responsible for like 300 different processes in your body. One of those being manufacturing testosterone. So when people say they're like scared of the sun, I'm like, who's got the littlest balls of them all?
I actually eat plenty of animal meats, organs, fish. I get plenty of vitamin D, excluding sunlight.
Yeah, what about us people who live in Sweden, Ireland? We don't see sun at all. Like, how the fuck we get vitamin D? Fish.
The white
That's a
skin.
good question.
Fish and chips.
In UK tomorrow will start spring. Tomorrow we will have 20 degrees finally.
A white-skinned person only needs about 20 minutes of sun to get a daily dose of vitamin D.
Unless you're fat. If you're fat, you need a little bit more. If you're eating eggs, there's quite a bit of vitamin D in that.
That's true.
Yeah, as long as the chickens go outdoors.
Who eats eggs where the chickens don't go outdoors?
Some people do. The factory farmed eggs are always
Not
indoors.
me.
They've gone to
I like
putting
eggs.
UV lights in the chicken barns.
How do I get vitamin D off the sun?
Magic.
Your body absorbs it and manufactures it.
Absorbs it?
Absorbs the sunlight and manufactures vitamin D.
Oh, the light, right? So it's coming into my body.
Solar energy.
That's weird, bro. That is actually strange.
Yeah,
If
biology
you think
is magic.
if you think that's weird, wait till you learn about protein synthesis.
If you think that's strange, wait to read the Bible.
Also magic, Larry. Stuff is magic.
Everything's magic, man.
No, everything other than biology biology is magic.
Everything but what I'm about to say.
No, biology is magic for sure.
Well, isn't it just magic? Isn't everything just?
No, not
Hang on.
magic. Biology is the only thing that's magic.
But biology is science.
Yeah, I'm saying it's magic.
So everything. That's what I'm saying. So everything's magic.
Vast majority of things are not biological. So
But get it out, bro.
yeah. So by proxy, most things are not magical. If I was to go with the definition that biology is magical.
Well, I can tell you one thing that's magic: the female reproductive organs. You know, a woman carries the eggs her whole life.
Yeah.
That's amazing. She's carrying eggs along with her everywhere she goes. In Israel, it's illegal to have like Wi-Fi or cell towers around the schools. Everything is like wired up. So in Israel, they don't have like tablets and stuff like that.
Shut up.
Yeah, I'm serious. In the schools, look it up. Yeah, so if it's good enough for Israel, then it's good enough for me.
What? What type of standard is that?
It's the law. You can't have like cell phone towers and Wi-Fi routers in schools or near schools.
But you can be Jewish if your grandmother was Jewish.
And your mother was Jewish, yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. It's all starting to make sense now. No cell towers in Jerusalem.
Because they want their kids to be able to have children when they grow up. Unlike other countries. Damn shame.
Yeah, you don't want to cook the eggs. See, it's never really a problem with adults getting zapped by the Wi-Fi and the 5G. You know, they say that it's
You say Fauci
woman.
again? Sorry,
Yeah, Fauci. They say that it's a problem that the young girls get their eggs zapped because carcinogenic basically means that it destroys like the DNA.
I've never heard of this being a thing.
No, I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, is it possible that I know something that you don't know?
Of course. That's why I said I've never heard this before. I didn't say it was false.
Okay, I was just curious.
I agree with both of you. So,
I mean, like, yeah, sure. If I stand next to the cell tower right up by it, I'll get absolutely cooked. Like you will get sunburn, basically sunburn, radiation burns.
Well, I mean, your phone has a mini cell tower built in it.
Yeah, I mean, again, orders of magnitude less than the equivalent.
Well, you would think that, but it's not. The
Proximity.
signal that's so much that's the
In
problem.
the
It's the
in the
pulsing that the cell
iPhone
phone does.
instructions, it says to keep it like so many feet away from your body. Like even though it's a touchscreen, it tells you to
don't
keep
put
it
it
away
next
from
to your ball.
Steve Jobs' kids didn't have any iPads or cell phones.
Steve Jobs had kids.
He left the friend zone. You know what the definition of friend zone is?
Do I?
It's you're okay as friend material, but I see no reason why your genetic material should be passed on into the future.
Oh, okay.
I thought you were going to say, I see you as a friend, but I see no reason to fucking continue this relationship. Tackle. That's what I ever say to my friends sometimes.
Yeah, we definitely need more people, that's for sure.
My wife wants me to move to Colorado with her. I do not want to live in one of the demon states.
Wait, is that where her boyfriend is?
Man, if I got there and she had a boyfriend there, I would lose it.
Wait, what do you mean demon states?
Democrats.
Oh, okay, well, that's implying that states aren't inherently demonic anyway, but hell.
Yeah, but how come there's no reciprocity? If you have a license to carry in Texas, you should be able to go to Colorado and carry there rather than getting a license in Colorado so that you can carry.
Well,
The reciprocity.
There shouldn't be a
Yeah.
license to begin with in the first place.
The gays get to when they're married. They get to go there and they recognize it, but not with guns, right? That's what makes them demons.
That's true, yeah. I would agree. There shouldn't even be a license needed. Stupid.
Yeah, my license is, a couple hundred years old at this point.
Yes.
Yeah.
You need a license.
Larry, did you marry a mummy?
Did I marry a mummy? Yes, I did.
Got 200 years old.
Oh no.
Is the flat Earth a nigger? I mean, is the Earth flat, nigger?
I'm sure your parents are like really proud of you. The way that you like dishonor your mom when you come
Oh,
on the internet and like you speak about things like that.
Oh, I say the N.
Be really proud of yourself, bro.
Yeah, you're a dick, bro.
It's kind of just dull. Like, just if you want to engage in the topic, dude, just engage in the topic. Fine. You know, the water's warm. You can dip your toes in.
That's an English dude I used to know. What do you call him again?
English people aren't dudes.
Ah, they're all right.
No, I'm actually Elon Musk.
You sound a bit South African to me, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, you do, bro.
Yeah, I'm from South Africa.
I guess it. Who's that?
Why is crypto LARPing right now? What's going on?
Don't tell him. Trying to confuse the drunk Irishman.
You actually confused me. Well done, sir.
I thought you were Elon Musk.
Wait a minute, that's kind of redundant. Drunk Irishman.
Yeah, true.
Oh, fuck off. Fuck off, Larry.
Come on, bro.
That's
you know it's
racist.
true. You know it's true.
Yeah, I know it's true. Fuck you, man. It's funny because it's true. All right. I'm not speaking to you guys, but it's my ball. I'm going home. Fuck you guys.
Sounds like Johnny Flat or whatever.
Well, I've been known to be sound like what do you call him, Johnny Bravo?
Yeah.
I get all the girls. I get all the girls. That's what I'm saying.
Heretic. You here?
Is there alimony in Colorado? What if
Oh,
she
it
wants
is
me to
on
move there?
Wait, no,
So
it's not
she can get
Alimony?
the alimony.
Yes, it is. It is
There could be
Sunday.
alimony in Colorado. I bet that's what she
They call
wants.
it colomony.
All right, flat earthers. Can we speculate real quick?
Yeah.
Fellow
No.
flat earthers.
No, it's not allowed.
Speculation.
Only
No,
after
fuck you, bro.
It's Sunday.
It's Sunday.
Oh shit!
Come on.
Oh, it's Monday now. Fuck off! Look at your fucking watch.
There's no flat earthers here. What do you want?
No, it is Monday.
Is it?
No true flat earth.
Larry said he was willing to speculate.
Oh, it's still Sunday in fucking America. Yeah, sorry. My bad. Go ahead, Larry.
Oh, I don't have anything to speculate. Well,
Oh,
I was speculating about my wife's motivation for wanting to go to Colorado.
Okay, yeah. Interesting.
Could be alimony there. No alimony in Texas. That's why all of his exes live in Texas.
Can't get the money.
Me.
I honestly couldn't. I couldn't imagine living anywhere but the U.S.
Imagine if, let's say,
Living.
what if
Managed to get a couple of words out.
Yo, trigonometry. What if you were living on a prayer?
Oh my god.
Well, then you're halfway there, bro.
Yeah. Okay, that should have been a response. Damn it.
That was pretty good.
That was pretty good.
what if you're 83% sure, not 99?
Living on.
Don't you Globers believe you're living on a pear?
We're halfway there. Oh, we're living on the pear. That's pretty good.
I feel like flat earthers love Neil deGrasse Tyson more than any globe earther does.
Oh, dude, I've been a huge fan for a long
yeah.
time.
Really? You like Neil deGrasse
Yeah, I remember like back in like 2011, 2012, I was on Facebook and I came across this thing where Neil deGrasse Tyson said something along the lines of, we used to think that we were in a special place and our sun was like really special, but no, we live on an average solar system, we got an average sun, and blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. And then he eventually got to the part where he said, but actually, there could be a multiverse. And I never heard that theory up until that point. And I was like, man, this is like a really cool theory. And I remember posting his quote and going, poof, muffin top. Saying that my mind was blown by his post.
Yeah, Globers who actually think that anything about the world is average and not extraordinary is kind of lame.
Don't you find it interesting how Globers will often make the argument as a Glober that there are circles in the sky and therefore the ground is one of those circles, and there's like no reason to think that other than the fact they already think it, right? They don't share any qualities at all. Like even by the official story, the moon is a rock in the sky, and there's no water, there's no trees, there's nothing, and the sun is a gas ball in the sky, right? So there's no similarities even by the official story. But then they'll say, oh yeah, but they're exactly the same in shape. That doesn't make any sense. Why would you think that they're equivalents?
Well, I can say that I can relate stuff on the Earth and apply it to stuff in the sky and make predictions using stuff on Earth with stuff in the sky.
And how many are circular?
Here, so what do you mean by circular?
How many things in sky you see that like a circle?
All of them.
No.
I would venture a guess that none of them are actually circular. They appear to suddenly go backwards and do weird stuff sometimes, which is pretty.
Yeah. That means that only 9 of them, or 8. Let's say 8, 7 plus 2 sun and moon. That's something like 9 circular, like a thing which looks like a circle, and all other trillions, you cannot say the shape.
That's just your opinion, bro.
No, because people think that all these stars are circles, but they are not. You can look through the telescope; they are not. They are changing shape every second.
Oh, that's just because you have a bad camera. That's called Bohack.
Yeah, but you cannot see them in any time that they are circled.
No, that's called get a bit of camera, bro.
You are not seeing them like a Mars. Mars and star, it's different, different thing.
But like a Mars bar.
The Jews did 9/11.
Yeah, we already know that.
Okay,
Honest
cool.
about FE.
And they're comparing because of those that there are circles in the sky. No, there is 9 circles in the sky.
What do you mean by 9?
I mean Jupiter, Saturn, all these planets. Maybe 10.
The planets.
Yeah, planets plus moon and sun, nothing more. Sirius, whatever star you take, it's not circle.
What about the moons that like?
I told you, yeah, moon, sun, and
Hold
this.
on. Bolivian. The moons that appear to go around these other objects in the sky, and I can calculate their orbital periods and stuff by like using their masses and stuff, and then relating them to the
Their
sun,
masses.
and then predicting the other planets in the sky.
Using their masses. How did you?
No,
Jesus.
You can actually see it too.
How'd you measure their mass?
Well, I can just guess until I get a value that appears to be right, and then compare it to other.
There you go.
You're just making up a value to
Yeah,
fit
and then
the
if
equation.
I get the value wrong, it won't compare with
Okay.
reality.
Okay.
How do you get the value?
Let's say like this. I have a wooden sphere and one sphere of iron, and you can look them, and I will color them black, and you will tell me, which mass has one or another.
What are you talking about?
You can go around them, make a geometry, scan them, but you cannot touch them. Like these planets, what are you talking about? What mass?
I have to figure out their mass.
Yeah, how will you figure out the mass of the object if you cannot touch the object?
I can just put it on a scale, maybe.
Yeah, how you will put
weigh
Mars on
Jupiter's
the scale?
moons?
Yeah, in a way.
Sorry.
Okay.
Whereas never heard of an indirect measurement before.
Well, you're just assuming a model, and then you're plugging in these values to the model, but like, it's not empirically measuring the mass.
Yeah, so that begs the question: do I have to, quote unquote, directly measure? This is like a flat Earth word. Directly measure something.
I think there's
in order
pointing
to
out
get an
that like
accurate measurement. So
you
like,
could
if I
assume-
step on an electrical scale in the bathroom, would you scream at me and say that I'm not actually measuring my weight properly?
I'm pointing out like they're saying like
There's
in
actually
the
really
math
no
you're
direct
doing,
measurement for weight.
in the math you're doing, you could also assume it's closer and smaller, and just make those values work, and then predict the behavior. You're just assuming the values.
Yeah,
All right, so let's do that.
The distance is not the mass.
ISS. All right, so let's
The
do that for the ISS then. What do you want to do
Do
that
what?
for the ISS? See what sort of distance would be required if the ISS isn't at 400 kilometers, going 7.9 kilometers per second, roughly.
Well, that's assuming it exists.
Okay. So then, can I show you images of the ISS from the ground through telescopes?
mad.
Yeah. I've seen the pictures.
But hang on though, how is it the same to talk about the ISS like this when we know, quote, we created the ISS, right? It's not a naturally occurring phenomena that we have no tangible experience with, right? Excuse me. How do we? Yes, my apology. I said that backwards, right? How can we draw a parallel to what we're talking about the celestial bodies to the ISS when the ISS is something that we do have tangible experience with?
Excellent.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it sounded so. I brought up the ISS as it sounded like he was saying that like objects, if we can also do the inverse, assume that they're close but going slower or something. So I was just pointing to something that that we know that at least I know something that I could figure out how fast it would have to be going at a certain distance in order to get the same effect, right? That's all I was trying to do.
Yeah, but in that case, wouldn't you already know, according to like based on what they tell us, what the mass is, what the size is, and all that?
Well, I don't need to know what the mass of the ISS is to know how fast it transits across the sky.
Oh, for that part, okay. I thought we were talking about mass and all that stuff.
But like the whole model is assuming a bunch of stuff. Like you see what I'm saying? Like you could paint the model. You could paint a different model that would also predict the behavior. Right, but there's just stuff in the model you have to assume.
Yeah. So is there a model that you know of where you can just make something up? Like, do you have a good model where
Yeah.
you can make something up and it predicts everything accurately?
Yeah, before Copernicus, they had these other models that predicted stuff just as accurately.
That's not true at
Yes.
all. Do you want to see how they
Yeah, it
worked?
is.
The assumptions that they had to made that make no sense and would have to work for other things. So the assumptions that we make.
Well, you don't know what I'm referencing, do you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what am I referencing? Which
I
model?
reference the epicycles, right?
No.
All right. Yeah. So
There
most
was
of them will say that they're.
there was other geocentric models, like I forget the guy's name. I could find it for real quick that perfectly explained it, and it would get rid of the need for dark energy or dark matter
Really?
if you
So they were
assume
talking about
geocentrism.
dark energy in the 1400s.
No, I'm saying they look now and they realize because they assumed Copernicus's model, they had to invent dark energy and dark matter to make it work. But if you assume this older guy, and it's not, if you assume this other model that came out around the same time, then the need for dark energy and dark matter goes away because it works
Why are we
better.
jumping to the galactic scale? We're talking about solar system scale.
But
You don't need to assume.
the point is, there's different models that have, if not similar, if not better, predictive outcomes because they're
The model
models.
you're
Is
talking
the only
about
point
does
I'm
not
making.
have any predictive capability at all.
You don't know what a model I'm talking about. You're just saying that. What? Okay. What model?
Look at the side chat. It's Copernican systems, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about a system that isn't Copernicus, it's a geocentric system.
All right. Yeah. So like planetary epicycles and stuff. Yeah.
I know what you're talking about, but I'm talking about there's another systems that weren't adopted contemporary to Copernicus that worked, that explained the retrograde of Venus and all that as well, that worked just as good, if not better. Except when you look at them now, they don't have any need for dark matter.
Oh, so they predicted the precession of Mercury's perihelion?
Yes.
They did? That's interesting. I'll
Yes.
see that.
Yeah, I'll try to find it for you. But the principle, I'm just trying to show you that there's other models that also can predict things just as well.
I'll definitely wait for that.
I'll show you.
Precession of Mercury's perihelion with your
Yeah.
geocentric model. That'll be interesting.
Good. I'm not even a flat earther, by the way. I'm just pointing out a principle.
That's fine. I'm not saying you're wrong because you're a flat earther. I'm saying you're wrong because you're wrong.
I'm wrong because I'm wrong. That's your argument?
No, my argument was, it wasn't really an argument. It was more of just a statement. Was that I'm not saying that you're wrong because you're a flat earther, or aren't a flat or aren't a flat earther. I'm saying you're wrong.
Maybe a flat earth. I don't know. Am I flat earth?
Look, do you know how models work? I don't
Jesus,
think you know how
bro.
models.
Yeah.
When you model something, it's, especially in like modern science, they're just trying to get predictability. So the things they're assuming for the model could be totally wrong. As long as like it all matches up and it predicts the behavior, then that's what they're aiming for. And they have multiple models that explain the same data. And they have the same predictability. That have different theories about why. That's the only thing I'm trying to point out to you.
So it should be like really easy to create like a lot of models for things that just aren't true.
Yeah, we do that all the time.
We do.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff that assumes false stuff that works out in reality predictably,
Yeah.
testable, and verifiably. It just happens over and over again. And it's just all the wrong
Right.
data.
Like literally every paradigm in science is that way. Like all these ones that had predictive power, later a new model that they think is more accurate comes along and replaces that one, even though that one had a lot of predictability.
Can you give an
Like
example?
Newton.
Oh, it's not wrong.
Newtonian physics.
Yeah, Newtonian physics isn't wrong.
Well, according to general relativity, it was.
sure, for stuff going like very high fractions of the speed of light, but it's applicable to everyday use and it will be. It's used still
No,
today.
dude, you don't know how science works, man. I'm not trying to be mean, but
Yeah, science doesn't prove things, right? Nothing's
it's
proven.
just a model. They're modeling stuff, and they assume stuff in the model, right? But there's presumably in any theory, because we're not omniscient, you have false assumptions in said model, right? And then you get a model that has more, seems to work better because they understand more things about it, right? But that replaces the one, even though the one before it was useful and made very accurate predictions. This other one comes along and says, this, such, and that, and they have better equations that model it, assuming better than before.
So in which
so they learn new things. So something about the old model was wrong, even though it worked to predict things.
So let's see if you know why Einsteinian would even be considered wrong to be applied in a certain scenario. When would Einsteinian be used over Newtonian?
Well, he assumed that space and time was one thing.
He assumed space and time existed. What a dummy.
My question. I was asking when should I use Newtonian or Einsteinian over Newtonian? I'm trying to model something.
When? I'm sure supposedly they do that to calculate geosynchronous orbits of satellites and shit better, because supposedly they have to account for space-time dilation because of the gravitational field and stuff like that. Right? That works better, so they use that supposedly. I mean, if you believe all the science stuff, but
it's dependent on speed, right?
Well, don't they have to account for the supposed small time dilation because the satellite's further from the center of gravity of the Earth, and etc.?
It's not because center of gravity, just because they're going faster.
Well, yeah, whatever. Same thing. It's going faster because of that.
Yep.
Relatively faster.
Well, yeah, time dilation only.
Yo, Euclidean, can you move closer to your mic, man? You're very hard to hear.
Sorry. Hold on. I'll be right back. I'll turn my audio up on my end. Never mind, it's already all the way up.
All I'm trying to point out is that models are models, and you could have a model that works even though some fundamental assumption about it is totally wrong. That's all I'm trying to point out.
Totally wrong. So, I mean, Newtonian is still an accurate description of reality up to stuff that is going slow fractions the speed of light, right? I mean, I wouldn't say any of Newtonian's assumptions are wrong. In fact, they don't conflict with Einsteinian fundamentally at all. It's just that, they're just different ways of describing motions, and...
Right, they're just models.
Yeah, I mean, just models? Yeah, I would agree. It's like models aren't some sort of divine being. Models can definitely provide near almost divine-like predictions, which can seem pretty crazy when you look at them in retrospect. You're like, well, how the hell did this guy from the 1600s formulate all these laws and it's Principia? I mean, this stuff is crazy. I mean, you ever read the Principia?
Well, the Catholic Church invented this thing called equations, and then we ran with that. We realized we could use symbols to model stuff about reality, and then if we put the equations together, we realized we got predictable results and stuff, and it became a very powerful methodology for learning things about physics. All I'm saying is that, we could have some fundamentally basic false assumption, right? And we wouldn't realize it, even though we had a very predictive model. It's probably the case, actually. Which is why they're still looking for a unified field theory and stuff, because there's something that, some basic fundamental assumptions, it's probably wrong.
Yo, Larry, is this like your brother or something? This guy sounds just like you. Sounds like
No, I don't know this guy.
You would really
it's like when
Larry, I can tell.
When they did the James Webb Telescope, right? They all thought they were going to see the edge of the early universe and shit, and then they didn't. So something they assumed is wrong. When you look at the empirical observations, something about how they've been modeling stuff is wrong. They don't know what, right?
Neither do I.
I'm saying don't have too much faith in these models.
What do you mean, quad? My religion? Religion in question?
Huh? Scientism?
Scientism. It's a new word.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, it's new. We just made that up. Yeah, today. Yeah.
No,
Feels like
it's,
I'll never hear it. I mean, I know it's a thing that people say all the time, but those are
it's saying that
Oh.
reference this new kind of religious devotion to
The way you act dumb, bro.
science, where they just take things in faith and they don't actually understand what science is and what it can't tell you, and they just think everything in this abstract equational way, and they don't relate it back to the real world. We refer to that as scientism. I didn't coin the term. It's
Yeah, no, that's pretty much it. Yeah. Sounds about right.
I would argue that it's not
What?
faith. I'm not a faith-based believer.
you don't realize that you have a blind faith that you don't realize you have. Most people have it. I'm not blaming you. Our culture has
let's
it.
see. Let's see what this faith. Let's try and find this faith that I have.
Right, bro. They told you you live in a fucking spinning ball, spinning water ball. Prove it. Okay, make an example of it in science, in history, in the fucking example. Do it. You can.
Make
You know.
another Earth.
Yeah, just fantasize. You know, imagine in your fucking mind, like, I mean, how? Like, go ahead.
I got this
Make
from
it.
I got this from a top physicist that he runs LIGO, and he solved this problem in angular momentum and Einstein's theory that nobody could solve for 7 years. He talks about how bad the scientism is. Like,
it's just really bad. Like, it's
people
so bad.
Yeah, they don't even try to tie back their theoretical stuff on equations back to physical reality in a lot of ways.
Einstein was a dumbass, bro. He just made shit
Einstein
up.
was a dumbass, honestly. Newton's pretty smart.
He was dumb as fuck.
No, he was kind of smart. Comparatively.
Anyone who thinks space and time is real and physical and starts saying that it could bend and warp and stuff is an idiot. Like, that's first order principle. You're just dumb.
All right, percent.
Thank you, Bor.
For you.
Thank you, Bor. I appreciate it.
Thank you for that opinion.
Percent.
I'm saying our whole culture suffers from scientism.
What's the most causal thing you can?
Dumbasses.
Like, what's the root causal thing?
What?
Yo, Clinton, you mentioned Newton before. You said, how does this man come up with, like, in the 16th century, come up with all these laws and stuff?
Why are you dumb?
What do you think, bro?
What do I
The
think?
uncaused cause is what you're
Yeah.
asking for? Or?
I think there's like there's just geniuses that occur every so often.
You know, Newton's the one that said, if I have seen further, it's because I stand on the shoulders of giants?
Yeah.
The one that said that?
Yeah. That can also be interpreted, if you read the letter, that can also be interpreted as him doing a jab to, who was it?
You know, like, have you heard about Thabit bin Qurra, Ibn Sina, Ibn Haytham, Ibn Bakr Razi, all these guys?
Mm-hmm.
You've heard about them?
No.
No.
To you, like, I was waiting for you to explain who they are. I don't know who those people are.
They're all the guys that basically Newton inspired Newton's work. They built, like, the foundation. Them and others.
Yeah, I mean,
They were the first gravity conspirators.
yeah, I would say Tycho and Kepler
Me?
his inspiration.
No, you guys predate them.
What? Yeah, I understand, but his inspiration for Principia was based off of Tycho and.
Honestly, do you remember that there's like 250 scientists that put a fucking paper in against Einstein's theory, saying this man is fucking off his tits. He's absolutely. They did.
He was.
You remember that?
Trust him.
He's completely fucking insane. This thing cannot happen purely because of ABC.
Gravity is kind of bullshit. Like they can't give any explanation or measurements of it. Like
there's no such thing.
You know what I mean?
Maybe the
Like,
measurement of the gravitational constant.
you can make an equation, but you can't measure gravity.
Yeah, I can measure the.
You can make an equation out of fucking anything. I can make an equation out of my fucking dick.
Look, you can measure the phenomenon of things being attracted towards each other or something, right? But
Wait, what?
What is?
Agree? Oh my.
No,
Well,
no, no.
what is the force
That's
of gravity?
bullshit, bro.
What is gravity?
Attraction.
I don't know what I wouldn't say I know what gravity is.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We know what electromagnetism is and stuff in the same way that we don't. Yes, there's a whole theory about what electromagnetism is.
So if mass could attract mass, why isn't Mount Everest attracting Mount fucking Fuji?
All right, Mole. What's the force?
But they all stay in the same place. Like there's no such thing, man. It's fucking ridiculous.
What's the force mediator of electromagnetism, Mole?
Electrons.
Don't say electrons, man. Electrons don't exist.
Positron?
Well, according to like electromagnetic theory, it's like. But I'm saying we have a much deeper understanding, supposedly, of that than we do of gravity. Like even the top physicists will tell you, what is gravity? They'll say, "I have no fucking." We have no fucking.
Not a clue. Not a fucking clue, bro.
According to their own.
I mean, yeah, we don't know what the force mediator of gravity.
I mean, Newton's first law of gravity was basically bullshit.
Neil deGrasse Tyson himself said, when asked what is gravity, he said, "We have no idea what gravity is."
Okay, yeah, I would agree with that. I don't know what gravity is.
Exactly. So it's kind of suspect, is what I'm saying.
Right. So would you like to gravitate to fuck off group?
Just
I'm sorry, I didn't mean that.
Appears to be an attraction between masses.
Well, to the one that said that Newton's first law is basically bullshit. Why do you say that?
He pulled that out of his ass.
Because it proves gravity.
What was Newton's first law again? Sorry. What was it?
If a body is at rest or moving at a constant speed in a straight line, it will remain at rest or keep moving in a straight line at a constant speed unless it is acted upon by a force.
Yeah.
How does that prove gravity?
Total bullshit.
Doesn't.
That is bullshit.
It's actual bullshit.
That is bullshit. You're right.
So if something is stationary, it remains stationary unless something acts upon it, but nothing's acting upon it, so therefore it is stationary. It's just
why is that bullshit, guys? I don't understand. Why do you guys have a problem with that?
It's just word salad.
It's word
salad.
salad.
Though.
It is.
People denying that inertia is a thing? Is this what we've gone to?
Yeah, I don't understand this.
Look, the top physicist in the world talks about this. He said he denies inertia.
He denies.
Yeah, hold on. Hold on, guys. If somebody's having a disagreement about a point, can you articulate the reason why you disagree instead of saying that's bullshit? Because we want to hear the point that you're raising instead of just hand wave dismissing it. That would be great. Thanks.
Well, no one's ever been able to recreate it, so that's why it's bullshit.
No one's been able to recreate it.
Because forces are always acting upon things. Like you always have drag and friction and stuff like that. We haven't we don't have a perfect thing, right?
How? Hang on. How?
What do you mean how? It's like the ideal gas law. We don't have an ideal gas, but it's supposed, right? We can't actually show it in reality.
How is a stationary object having a force upon another stationary object?
That's not what it says. It's if it's stationary, it'll remain stationary until acted upon by another force.
And what if there's no force? So where's the force?
So if there's no force, then it'll remain stationary.
Which means
things don't just move magically on their own for no reason.
Exactly. So gobbledygook.
Which is kind of weird. So like if I have an object that weighs 1 kilogram, I have to exert a certain amount of force to pick it up. Like more than what would be predicted by F equals ma, right? How does that
you
work?
need
Bro, you're very low. Please, like.
Oh, all right. So if I have a 1 kilogram object and I try and pick it up, how much force do I have to exert on the object to pick it up? If I'm just directly picking it up, like not exerting any force in the x-axis, just straight up in the y. Doesn't matter what object. Doesn't matter what it's made out of. It's gonna be a number. Something along the lines of like 9.8 newtons.
Euclidean, can you please fix your mic, man? You're so low.
Maybe this is just a you problem. I think you need to turn.
I can't even turn you up more.
Is there anyone else? Am I quiet to everyone else?
I can hear you just fine.
But now you're better.
You're a bit quiet, but you're not that bad. People can hear
Towards
you.
the end, you
You're
were
just
good.
a bit quiet.
All right. So did you hear what I said? Percent.
It's a little better.
All right. Yeah. So like, there's a certain amount of force I have to exert on an object to pick it up. Like a 1 kilogram object, doesn't matter what the object is, as long as it's 1 kilogram, it'll always be the same number on Earth. It's gonna be 9.8 newtons in order to pick it up, at least.
Newtons.
Yep.
Okay. What are newtons? Sorry, I'm dumb.
No, you're good. You're good. A newton is just a required amount of force to accelerate a 1 kilogram object 1 meter per second.
Was that it?
I guess so. I guess people don't disagree with Newton's laws. Thank God.
No, people do.
People do?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
They're all just really shy.
Maybe.
Once you start going through the laws, then people that say it's bullshit have to rebuttal as to how it's bullshit.
Well,
and explain why. If somebody has a disagreement, that's what I'm saying.
I have a disagreement with the law. I have a disagreement with the law that energy is neither created nor destroyed. That's bullshit because energy is metaphysical. It doesn't actually exist.
Really? I would disagree. Energy is definitely a thing.
Really? Can you give me some energy?
Well, you're both saying the same thing.
Yeah, energy is the capacity to do work.
Can you give me like a joule? Hand me a joule of energy.
Sure, I'll go eat half a gram of sugar or something.
No, that's something else.
I think percentage has similarly like a good point. Where does that energy? Where does it resonate? Where does it come from? Because you can tell the action. You can tell the action when it's happening, and quantify the effect. But the cause of that, is that what you're saying? Percentage, the cause of the energy.
No, I'm saying energy in itself is it's like time and movement. Time is the quantification of movement. Energy is the quantification of pressure. Pressure modalities.
Yeah.
No, energy is classified as the capacity to do work.
You can't give me energy without giving me the actual thing. Just like you can't give me length without giving me, whatever we're talking about, like a stick of wood or whatever.
Well, like in this case, percentage, like Euclidean said, the capacity to do work. How much capacity does something have, or how can you quantify the capacity that something has to do work?
It's mostly energy.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I didn't hear him say that. He's again low. But if you said capacity, Euclidean, capacity is not a physical property. Capacity of something. You always have to go to the physical thing that you're talking about. Capacity in and of itself is just an idea, a concept. Capacity.
Exactly.
All right, I can actually give you energy right now.
Right, go ahead.
All right, hand me some energy.
All right, pick up a 1 kilogram object.
Nope.
That's an object.
That's not it. That's not it.
What do you mean?
That's not it. No, that's not it, bro.
Bro, if energy exists, if it's physical, you should be able to give me it and not something else. My whole point is that energy is a metaphysical thing. That's an inherent property of physical things. You keep on wanting to give me physical things, but energy is just a metaphysical. It's just a way of saying, like, way of sharing ideas, a convenience. We made this standardized system with these units that we made up. We agreed on how much a joule is, how much a calorie is, right? And it's just how we talk about different modalities of pressure transferring.
Yeah.
So for instance, I pick up a kilogram object like you said. I'm using my mechanical
Hold on, dude.
muscles.
You didn't let me finish my fucking point, which is that
fucking finish your fucking point.
The mass itself is energy. Energy.
Just call me dumbass.
Yeah, I did call you a dumbass.
No. You're fucking dumbass.
No, go ahead.
I let you speak. Let me
Fuck you,
speak.
dumbass.
All right.
P-Mac, I was making a joke, man.
energy mass
It was
equivalence.
funny.
I know you don't like Einstein, but energy mass equivalence, right? Equals
Bro, do you think mass is real?
Yeah.
You realize mass is the quantification of matter, right?
Nope.
Of material.
Percentage. Let him finish that one point, and then if he goes to another one, get him on that other point. But I want to hear this point.
Yeah, equals MC squared. There you go. A 1 kilogram object has a given amount of energy.
Oh yeah.
Just by existing, by proxy.
Is that it?
So the energy, so it has energy stored within it. Is that what you're saying?
It would appear so, yeah.
It appears that way. Well, percentage if you want to take it from there.
I mean, you can't just like make a claim of energy equal to mass and say therefore energy exists. Mass in and of itself isn't a physical thing. Mass is a quantification that we came up with. We defined how much, the kilogram, the gram is, and stuff like that. It's all made up stuff that we agreed on just for sharing ideas.
Oh wait.
Yeah, but what are we measuring though?
But a gram
No,
is
he's
actually a gram.
He's talking about a convention.
But you can't measure a gram. But you can't measure a gram, like.
Hold on.
You can't give me a gram alone. You have to give me a gram of something.
Hold on, Scott.
Okay.
What did you say?
Here's a piece of waste.
Hold on, P-Mac.
I asked him what we're measuring. If it's a standardization of measuring something, what is that something we're measuring?
You're specifically talking about grams?
No, I'm talking about mass. You're saying a gram is an arbitrary standard that we set up, but what does it measure?
Yeah, it's a standard that they based it off of carbon-12, if I recall correctly.
Yes, I know, but what does it measure?
The isotope of carbon. It measures whatever you want to measure it against now.
I said, what do we measure it against? I said, what is it measuring?
It's measuring the quantity of matter.
Okay. There you
So
go.
matter exists.
Mass.
So, yeah, but the whole point is that the measure itself is made up. You understand? We're measuring against real stuff, but it's an idea that we established, just like a second and a minute and an hour.
Yeah,
it's all stuff that doesn't actually exist, but we can now time things. That doesn't mean that time itself is real. That doesn't mean you can give me a minute.
But can you measure?
Hold on, guys. He's specifically talking about the convention, and Scott brought up it was quantified as a kilogram, so it therefore needs to be the thing that Euclidean was saying as a property of matter. But then again, what percentage is saying is that it's a convention used to then say that the thing that you want to quantify is using this convention. The convention itself, in and of itself, is not a real thing. It is a useful tool that they're using to then say that matter is quantified in this way. Does that make sense?
So is length a thing?
Yeah, it does actually.
Is length a thing? How about width? Height? Anything? Is anything real?
No.
Those are not real, no.
No, those are not real, no.
Nothing's real.
I was actually
No.
Brain in a jar. Brain in a
he's
jar.
getting it. No, wait a minute. No, you're conflating because you want to make reality seem ridiculous. But I understand where percentage is coming from. I think you guys don't understand the idea of a convention, and that's where the confusion, the conflation and the confusion is happening. You guys are conflating the idea that matter and energy are the same thing, and you don't realize that the convention that's being used to quantify the thing that you call matter in existence is the thing that you're saying that is the reason why we're using that convention. So you're conflating. You're making it sound like one and the same. And percentage is parsing it out as the idea of this thing was a convention, and
Thank
the
you,
convention
David.
is not something in and of itself. So,
And on the subject of like length, width, and height, these are the spatial dimensions, 3D, right? And space itself is another convention. It's another thing that doesn't actually exist. So yes, you can't hand me a width alone. Like you can't just hand me width can't jump. You can't give physical properties to metaphysical things.
So what is real?
I don't know. It's a brain.
Is it weight?
what is real is the thing that we
Wait.
see in the physical and natural world. Everything that you can taste, smell, hear, touch, we call that reality, right? So anything that's beyond that, like love, consciousness, that kind of thing, that's in the ethereal realm, kind of like a description or a convention. How we use to describe those things and quantify them are very different than the things in the physical world. So you can say, I love this person a lot, but you can't understand how you can quantify that. There's no measurement for that. You understand
Right.
what I mean?
Yeah, I do completely. Yeah, I do. like a psychopath, loves his family, but kills people for a living.
Yeah. So, in that same vein, we understand that the Earth as a globe has been brought up through conventional tools. So these things that people are using as conventional tools, like the gentleman was explaining to Euclidean earlier, with models, right? People get hung up on these ideas that these models explain something in reality, when in fact they're just tools that people use conventionally to explain things. In and of themselves, they're not an actual thing. And they see the idea that the glober is turning it into a convention into reality is a conflation, and that's the problem. That's the crux of the issue of this whole debate.
I see.
How does on a flat Earth? I've heard the buoyancy arguments for why objects go down and like they find their, I guess, like neutral pressure, neutral buoyancy. Like which why balloons float and wood floats in water, things like that. But when you have an object in the upper atmosphere or the sky, I don't know, like calling it an atmosphere, where there's very, very, very little air pressure. What's the force that's acting on the object that's moving it downwards?
What sort of object are you talking about?
Because it's the same force, right? That's being applied. It's not really dependent on air density.
What objects are you talking about? Are you talking about like luminaries or actual satellites? What are you talking about? Hello?
Yeah. Is it luminaries or?
Is he gone?
He's just not responding.
Goose said that. Goose still there? You still there, Goose?
Yeah, I'm still here.
All right. Yeah, no, good question, bro.
So what kind of objects are you talking about?
Luminary? Temporary?
How many times are you going to do this, Goose?
Well, Goose kind of lost. Goose got his tongue.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Good point, bro. I suppose it comes down to measurement. If you try to measure the shape of the Earth, who did that? Anybody do that? Please tell me. You still there, Gus?
I'm still here. Yeah.
Yeah. Could you Cliff note what you just said as a question you asked?
Techno?
Heck no.
Can you repeat your question?
Yeah. How do we?
How? What works? Where? What? Why? What?
How?
How what?
How?
Whatever you just said.
Jesus Christ.
Well, what I asked was like, what is the force that's acting on objects that's causing them to accelerate towards the Earth's surface?
There is no force.
It's a law.
Well, that would be a question for the people who think the Earth is a globe. I don't know if anybody wants to respond.
Well, I don't think it's just a question in general. I mean, it doesn't matter what you believe the shape of the Earth to be. The phenomenon exists in both scenarios.
Here's your answer, Goose. It's not a force. It's a law, a physical law of the universe. Just like it would be a malformed question for me to ask, what's the force of entropy? It's a law. Who created the law? Allah. God.
Hang on. Okay.
Don't say hang on because I said Allah.
Hang on. Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
It is kind of a force because when you have an object with mass undergoing an acceleration, there needs to be a force acting on that mass to cause that acceleration.
Where do you observe that force? That some force acting, some acceleration.
It may as well be a law, right? But
Where do
it's also a force.
Where do you observe that force that's acting on some acceleration? What did you say? Where do you observe it?
Goose, what's going on, man? Whenever you're pushed back, you just go silent.
Crickets.
Man, where's Maverick?
Up your ass,
Goose
picking
is up to
strawberry.
par
Sounds like George Musa. Freaking, you can think of it as a force, non-force, kind of like a force, kind of non.
But it's not really a force.
Think of it as a force. What a load of crap.
Absolutely.
I mean, it takes work, it takes force, it takes energy to pick up a 30-pound dumbbell 1 meter or 3 feet off the ground, right?
Why?
And then when you release the weight,
Yeah, why?
Why? Why are you touching that? Why? Who caused to move that object? That was stationary object. Now you decided to move that object through the air.
It's only stationary because it's being impeded.
You changed the position. That was in stationary, equilibrium. Now you are moving.
It's not in equilibrium, Panonsky. It was only stationary because it was being physically impeded by the Earth or whatever's under it.
Yeah.
If that wasn't there, if the Earth wasn't there, it would continue falling.
Of course, I'm saying it's not when you say stationary, it's not moving because it's there. It's on the ground. Now, if you want to take it, you are using your force, human force, and putting that in another medium in the air, and now you want to release it. Of course, it will fall down because now it's more dense than air, and it will go down again.
right?
But if you
once
don't
you release
if you don't touch that thing, that will not move ever.
right, but like once you release the weight, you're no longer touching it. You're no longer applying a force to it. Yet it's still under acceleration.
You're releasing the more dense object in the less dense medium in that sense because you started. Yeah, sure. That's why what's happened.
No, but it was already in the air to begin with, Panonsky. It was just on the ground in the air.
Of course.
It's not about the medium that it's in. The truth is, it's constantly falling, and when it was on the ground, it was just being physically obstructed, and so that force downwards was counteracted by what they call the normal force, the force upwards from Earth.
Right.
And then when you lift it up, and then it's in the air, then it continues falling. It's always constantly falling because it's always in a heavier. It's always more dense than the medium that it's in. Now, if we got down to really deep in the Earth, where this sort of like dumbbell or whatever has the same density, then maybe it won't be it won't do that. But that's not going to happen because it's solid. So.
Yep, of course.
But why does density?
Because it's solid, and solid will always fall through the air. Always.
Yes. So what is the force?
Can I ask you something? Why ocean water is salty?
Why it's salty? Because there's salt in it.
Why it's salty?
Because there's salt in it.
Yeah, but who brought all that salt inside? We have also other waters that are not salty.
So there's fresh water, which is not in oceans.
Yeah, but we have also 4.5
rivers and ponds, and then there's salt water.
Yeah,
salt.
Yeah. We have.
Where'd the salt come from for the oceans?
Sorry.
Where'd the salt come from?
Ground? I don't know.
Oh, look.
Nobody knows.
Came from Allah.
I mean, yeah, if you believe in a God, then everything came from Allah. But that's not really that
Well said.
crazy. You can use God to explain everything. You don't really want to.
Even if you don't believe in a God, everything came from God.
But logically, if you think like this, if I drop the, let's say, any solid in the air, it will go down. Why? Because it's in the air and it will go down. If it's not there, if it's water, maybe it will go up. Or other case, if I have a balloon, not only helium balloon, if when you take a balloon and put with the hair and then electricity and you put on the ceiling and it's still standing there for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, even sometimes 1 hour.
Static electricity.
Yeah. That means, why is that?
Because you applied a charge to the.
There is a balloon standing on the ceiling with the hair electricity, and there is an ocean pulled by the center of the gravity. And if you want to know how that works on the flat Earth, for example, that has nothing to do with the flat Earth. That means you drop the things, for example, and it falls down. And if Earth is spherical, it will be curved. You drop the things on the ground, and if Earth is not spherical, then it's flat. The surface, if it's not surface spherical, then it's flat. And you can drop in both case, and you can have both surfaces. Now the thing is, does surface curving when we are dropping the stuff from in the air, or surface is flat when we are dropping stuff in the air? That would be my question. Because if you realize what surface is doing, then you will realize what shape it is. If it does not curve, that means it is not spherical. If it is curving, it is spherical. That cannot be flat. Mm. So. No commercials.
Did the conversation die?
I just undeafened myself. What happened?
I want to poll the room and see if the flat earth can tell me what's required for what conditions have to be present for this picture that Jenna Massey at 33 after the hour posted. What conditions are required for that streak in the water?
Yeah, global.
Probably not.
All right, Scott. What conditions? This thing. Oh,
I'm just wondering what you guys
hang
think.
on. You know, I suppose we have to think hard and long about this one. Motion, Scott. Got any proof of motion? Motion.
No, I'm curious about this picture.
Fuck your curiosity, man. You ain't got to prove motion, so fuck off, bro.
I already told you I can't prove motion. Nothing ever moves.
What picture are you talking about?
It's all an illusion. The ocean with going in, the sun going to the table, the reflection.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
At 33 after the hour.
Got it.
Right.
Yeah. What conditions are required for that sun reflection to make a streak rather than just a ball? Or a circle?
What's the difference? There's no fucking motion, bro. If you admit there's no motion, what's the point?
That's right. I already admitted there's no motion, so there's no point.
So there's no the earth isn't moving.
Nothing's moving. You're not moving. I'm not moving.
Wait a minute. What? Are you?
Nothing's moving.
It depends on your reference frame, but I think I see.
Nothing ever moves. Cars don't move. Trucks don't move. People don't move. No, nothing moves.
Okay, this is new. What?
He's just talking shit, man.
I think it smells like it. I don't know. What?
Okay, how would you prove that something moves?
Like
pretty
you go, you know, the train.
Prove something moves.
points.
When you see the train, you try to stop the train. If train didn't not stop, if train passed over to you, that means that train is moving.
Okay, so I'm on a merry-go-round in a park and I'm in the middle of it spinning around.
No.
Prove that.
Use the highway. Go on the highway and try to stop the car. If car does not stop, it is moving.
Bolivian, so
points.
you're telling me that all the people I saw on the
1
sidewalk
point, no.
today, they were moving 40 miles per hour? They were walking at 40 miles per hour, Bolivian?
Yeah,
Nothing
they're moving
moved.
pretty quick, aren't they?
Good.
Yeah, if I'm in the, like Trig said, if I'm in the car going at 40 miles an hour, well, I'm not moving, right? It's the people who are flying by me and the road's flying underneath me at 40 miles an hour and everything's
Have you
just zipping
never-
by me at 40 miles per hour, right?
Big black galaxies and everything.
If you are in car and driving car 40 miles per hour, let's say for 1 hour, you don't feel that you are moving in the car. Are you sure?
If I don't feel it, must mean everything else is moving, right? Not me.
Yeah. Every time when I'm driving like that, every time thinking that I'm not moving, that land is, you know,
Reverse psychology. He thinks he's clever.
It's perspective. But I'm still in the car driving, you know, that car, and I'm still thinking, look how I'm stationary.
Yeah.
Look how dumb Scott is.
That's obviously true, right? It's obviously the car that's stationary and the entire world's moving around us, right?
When I turn on the car, when I'm in the car, I put all family in the car, and then we drive all together in the car. And I tell them, look how we are stationary. And my wife says, Sasha, you are driving the car, man. Are you crazy?
So
But the default,
That's crazy.
But the default position is that you're stationary, right? And you know, someone have to prove that it's you're the one that's moving, right?
Then I stop the car, you know, and I say, look, but I'm still moving, man.
Maybe the road was moving. How do you know?
Yeah, road is moving. Yeah.
No, the stars was moving, and I said, if stars are moving, it means I'm still moving, even if this car does not moving.
So the road's moving. You're on a big treadmill.
Then I think of what could be stationary. Well, nothing can be stationary. Everything is moving. Even when I stop, to be,
Maybe
look at me.
maybe everything's just
Yeah.
on their own treadmills. You know.
You are not correct, Scotty. You said that nothing. What did you say? Nothing is moving. No, man. Everything is moving.
Well, you got to explain it to PMAC then.
Yeah, go ahead.
PMAC, everything is moving, man. How do you don't understand that? If you understand, that's why you are stupid. You don't understand that.
Okay, fine. I am stupid.
Everything is. I'm telling you, everything is moving. If you understand that, you will get it.
But God
And
said nothing's moving.
Everything is moving, and Earth is spherical.
So
Yeah,
nothing's moving.
Panansky convinced me otherwise. Yeah.
If everything
He made a
is
good
moving,
argument.
if everything is moving, surface cannot be flat.
Ah, okay. So volcanoes, therefore flat Earth. I get you. I get you.
Yeah. No movement that means sphere. No movement that means no flat.
Okay.
But because everything is moving, there is no possibility that how you can get flat surface now. It's over, man.
Okay.
It's over with that. Plus
see.
stars, plus eclipses, plus seasons. Plus
Yeah, everything's a ball. I get it. Everything's a ball. Just no movement. But
You guys are talking so abstractly, I genuinely can't tell who the Globers are and who the Flat Earthers are in this conversation.
Then we've
Neither
succeeded.
can I.
I'm so lost.
Scott, neither can I, bro.
What is flat earther?
Locally linear treadmill, non-motion, motion.
Abstract would be a good way to explain.
Well, if we can have personal domes of vision, I don't know why we can't have personal ground. I mean, makes perfect sense to me.
Okay. For me, the flat surface has more logic to be flat than curved.
So why did boats go down?
What?
Why
did boats go down?
There's a hole in the hole.
Just don't last. That's don't last, really.
I know they do. I've seen it myself many times.
I've seen it hundreds of times, yeah.
I got to see it from a periscope, so it's really exaggerated.
One
when
more
your viewing
time.
point is like 1 foot off the surface of the water.
Oh, wow.
Not a periscopes work on a globe.
I saw from the car.
You saw what from the car?
The big flat surface.
Oh. I still don't understand what.
I was driving looking left, then I was looking right, then I was looking straight, and then I was driving from Budapest,
You should have waved. I would have said hi.
Budapest, Croatia, man. It's not in USA. It's in Europe. Budapest, Hungary.
It's a flat Earth. You should be able to see, right?
And that stuff, it's flat. Unfortunately, I want to have some hill or something, but it's
so dumb.
Mornar, so let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
If you were standing on a really big ball, okay?
Yep.
And that ball was perfectly smooth. I'd say flat, but that's not the word you want to hear. So I'll say smooth, okay?
Okay.
So there's nothing to obstruct your view. So if you're standing on a ball and it's perfectly smooth, no matter what direction you look, it would appear flat to you. And the reason it would appear flat to you is because no matter what direction you look, the horizon is going to appear in the same spot.
I will explain it to you very easily. Glasgow, Scotland, okay?
Wait. So that was a globe trying to explain the globe? Yeah, no wonder
I will explain to him where is not the globe. Glasgow, Scotland, okay?
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know elevation of the Glasgow, but from the Glasgow to Southampton, that's totally south of the UK. That's like a 1,000 miles. It must be curve, about I don't know how much big curve, because also there is a sea, let's say on the left side and on the right side. You understand me? All that 3 lines you can draw if you want in your mind, but we will not draw the lines. We will take the car, and then we will look how much we will change elevation from the Glasgow to the Southampton, and we will see that our baseline always will be zero during our travel, but only elevation will change. Do you understand me? But from the Glasgow to Southampton, it's like I think something like 10 miles of drop.
I'm not entirely sure.
You are not totally sure. The same thing, the guy will take the boat from the Glasgow and do the same things. He will go only the coast of the, because now he's on the ball, But we are also on the ball, but also that land should to curve under that elevation if you want to know. Or you will have that, take that any bike route, and you will see that base through that land is zero, because the sea level is somewhere, who knows where, there, 1,000 miles away, But your elevation is 200, like my town, it's like a 200 meters from the sea level, and sea level it's like a 100 miles from me, and from sea level to me there is a big curvature, not accounted, Platypus. That's me, my logic. I don't now people listen. Now you can say, Sasha, you're wrong here. This is because of center of the earth and blah blah blah, whatever you want. This is my logic, and I will never go against this my brain logic, nothing else. And you can believe whatever you want. There is a places in reality where you can really experience the flatness of the reality. That's also the point, and you cannot have that on this big sphere with this radius also, blah blah blah. But you can experience the places where they are really really flat, and you can say, look, this is flat, and then you can go into the math and say, fuck's sake, this is not working on
You
this
can,
geometry.
yeah, but you can't go with the math. The math proves that it's fucking wrong. Like, I don't know how many times I tell these people, there's no proof of fucking motion. Zero, nada. I don't know how
And
many
I will
times.
change.
I mean,
And I
hang
will
on.
definitely.
I'll
Sorry.
retire myself some more. No, you're okay.
Who will not change the position if you see some kind of, how to
If
say,
they believe it, then they must be true.
let's say cowbells for drop over distance. That means, no, really, like fuck. If we start to see observations with that, like, look, fuck, there is really at least it looks like a 66 drop. Okay, good. Look, there is also. Look, there is also. Look, there is also. And you will say, fuck. There is fucking 100 observations showing there is a drop over distance. And wait a minute now. Let's talk. Now it's not fucking flat. So obviously.
Fuck.
But there is no such thing.
Are you joking? Don't do that. You're a jest, bro. I was starting to fucking figure out. I was about. Fucking.
There is stories about stars and this and that and gravity and density and
gravity and
energy and
I was getting worried.
Are you here? Are you present? Are you 99% sure that you are speaking? Maybe this is a dream, Matrix. What?
Hey, with yourself right now? Yeah, probably.
Hey, I just want to say, if anybody in here believes in flat Earth, you're a fucking idiot.
Good luck to you, bro. May God bless you. And
I believe what I see on TV. Everybody else is an idiot.
Can you imagine that you think that water cannot curve? Can you imagine how you stupid are if you think that water cannot curve?
Yeah, no, water can curve, but not that fucking much, bro.
I just want to let all the flat earthers know I don't think you're idiots.
Thank you very much. We love you too, man.
I want you to know I really don't give a shit what you think about me.
Hey, you don't curse in here. You understand me?
Shit, don't say shit.
Tomorrow I will ask that they
Fuck
leave me
is
for
telling me not to curse.
How dare you say shit? What?
Tomorrow I will ask permission that they leave me from hospital.
It's my fucking ass, bro.
Yo, Davis, Florida, just out of curiosity. How long have you been in the channel?
For about 13 and a half days.
You blurted that out. I'm just curious. Do you actually converse with these people? Or do you just chime in with?
Yeah, they're in here every day arguing about flat Earth every single day. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Somebody's in here arguing about flat Earth.
That wasn't what he
Egon.
asked, though, was it? He
There we
asked
go.
you if you talk to us, like you personally.
Like, I'm dumb, bro, but I've never seen a fucking far more intelligent bunch than non-flat earthers in my life. Like, seriously. Like, I know it's not a fucking ball, but I ain't never seen anything as
How'd you
more
know that?
intelligent. I don't know that. Right, okay. How do I know it's not a ball?
Have you measured it?
Have you measured it?
I'm asking you. You said you know it's not a ball.
Right,
How'd you know that?
No, that's a good question.
Doesn't curve.
So,
how'd you know that?
I check it.
How?
Ball.
On the beach.
Ball? Water ball. Like,
Sorry, how do you know?
Water ball.
There is
Water
a guy
ball.
who has at least 1 million views. He's presenting like this heliocentric model, how horizon works, and he's saying if you put
1
your
million views.
Yeah. He's presenting how
I know a guy with 1,000,001 views that says it's a ball.
Yeah, okay, and he's saying this how horizon works, and he says horizon works like this on this heliocentric.
Take you on a little journey.
Just to finish, this horizon on the heliocentric model on this globe with this radius of 3,959 miles works like this. If you have 8-inch eyes above the sea level, then you cannot see more than 1 mile.
It's not even that, man.
Okay, so how do you know it's not a ball? You waffled on a bit.
No, man, that's the guy who explaining how the heliocentric model works.
Yeah, no, so how do you know it's not a ball? That's what I asked.
Because water doesn't fucking work the way you fucking think it does.
How do you know? How have you verified that to know that it's not a ball?
Because it's water.
Can I finish?
Because water?
Can I finish?
Do you think saying because water is like good evidence?
Do you think that you're
when you went out, you was like,
I do
is
actually.
the Earth flat or is it a ball? And you went, because water. Now I know everything.
Hang on. Let me talk.
Do you think that's a good answer?
Yeah, I do actually.
Because water. Okay.
Yeah, I do.
Did you eat today?
Hang on a minute. Would you let me finish?
How would you have felt if you didn't?
So this guy is obviously a dickhead. So water behaves a certain way.
What way is that?
You tell me.
No, I'm asking you.
No,
I'm how you know that it's not a ball.
But now I'm asking you, how does water behave?
No, I'm asking you because you haven't given me
It
an
behaves
answer.
flat, right?
You said you know it's not a ball, so I'm waiting to hear how you came to that conclusion.
Okay, listen, just if you would fucking let me finish for a fucking minute, right?
Okay.
Okay. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Are you sure?
Yep.
When have you seen water curve in a massive fucking round fucking ball? When?
I don't know.
When have you seen water?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, so you're
I'm asking you. I'm asking you to provide me evidence. how you
Well,
came to
it's
the conclusion
obvious,
that the Earth's
like,
not a ball.
but it's logical.
It's obvious.
Right?
Oh, it's
No,
obvious.
hang on a minute.
Oh.
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Now you're being a dickhead.
You're
Obviously
being a dickhead.
Right? No, you.
To all
hey.
of science, all of reality,
No,
all
you're
of reason.
obviously a dickhead, right? I don't care what you say anymore. Right? You're obviously a dickhead,
Okay.
right? That's one way. All right, fine. I'm a.
So we've got water. It's obvious, and then you started asking me questions.
No, that was.
How do you know it's not a ball?
There was a guy who made a video.
There was a guy. I don't want to know about the guy. I want to know about you.
Do you believe in a globe?
Yeah.
Do you believe that globe has the radius of 3,959 miles?
Yeah.
That's the guy saying the same thing. I'm only telling you what he's saying, okay?
Okay.
Like you. And
But how do you know that it's not a ball? Why is he wrong?
Can I finish my story? Okay. And guy saying like this: if you go on the beach and you put your eyes 8 inches above the sea level, understand? You cannot see more than 1 mile. Okay. I was in Croatia last year on holiday, 2 years ago, not last year. And I was on the beach with my eyes, you know. It was not 8 inch. I think it was like a 5 inch, but doesn't matter. You know? And I saw let's say, at least 3 miles, the island. And maybe I saw other islands, but doesn't matter. You know? And I said, how I see the shore of the 3 miles island, and guys saying I can see only 1 mile.
So how do you know that it's not a ball?
That's one. Then I started to research about that, you know. Let's see if it's really curvy. Then I found out there is a plains in the world. You know, we have Hungarian plain, we have Salt Lake in Bolivia. You know what is Salt Lake in Bolivia? Okay. Shall we
is he done yet? Has he told us why he knows that it's not a ball yet?
How cute, Mez.
Shall we troll again? Now, when you start speaking...
I'm waiting for an answer. Come on, chop, chop!
That's easy, man. That's like a childish. What are you doing? Can you tell me in which rate Earth with this size, with your radius, what you said, it's starting to curve on what distance and with what rate? Can you tell me that? And where is that happening in reality?
He gone.
Without snoring. Jeez.
He gone.
I don't like his frontal lobes hadn't fully developed yet.
Ego is difficult with geometry, you know. That flat earthers.
Did he already leave?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if you take the Earth and you shape it into a ball. You shape it into a ball and you spin it. It is sad. I get as a glober, I get very disappointed in a lot of the people that pop in here to try and engage with it.
Jesus. At least somebody who, for example, start to speak about something and then maybe 2 persons, then for me it will be like this. If I don't know, let's say you start to speak about, I don't know, engineering about something, then I will shut the fuck up, you don't know anything.
Battery. Move thing.
Like, I don't know. Don't you feel like putting everything on a ball and giving it a little bit of spin just explains a lot of things all at the same time?
Not really. I don't really care. I don't really care how it fucking started, bro. It's like
I imagine, yes, but with all these things in reality, there is no spin, there is nothing.
But I don't get. I don't get any answers from flat earthers about any of this stuff, though.
What are you fucking from Boston?
Well, the answer is in surface, because that's the main point. There is nothing else to discuss. First, you need to have that sphere, and then you can discuss about air.
What started the Earth's emotion like?
When you have many years to come up with a magic trick to trick people, you know, you get good at
spinning
making
shit.
people believe things.
Right.
And,
So how do you spin shit in a vacuum?
if it didn't match some of what you see, it wouldn't be a good magic trick, you know. So
That's true.
I mean,
yeah, I believe.
But if you don't want to see that, I don't know what we think that we saw, that flat surfaces. That means if you forget that thing, then it is clear.
It's very simple.
Okay, well then, for example, what's the moon? Like, what is the moon?
Why are you asking us what's the moon?
See, that's my point. I can't ask you a question and get an answer.
Nobody knows.
What?
Nobody knows.
So you think you're gonna come on the flat Earth server and ask us what the moon is? I don't give a fuck, bro. Do you know?
Nobody knows that.
Nobody.
I care what the moon is.
Well, what
It's a light,
I mean,
the light in the sky. That's what the moon is. It's a celestial object.
Yeah. I mean, it's dumb, like. It's dumb to think that.
So sometimes it's like a circle. Sometimes looks like
It's a half crescent, but it should be half crescent. It's a half moon, but it should be half moon.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, Jesus Christ, man. It's like, there's the sun, there's the moon.
Nighttime,
I've never seen the moon.
A naked woman?
Didn't match. I got 3 kids, dude.
Oh, sorry. So you have, yeah. Sorry.
Is it moon rock for
It's
you?
wondering.
Is it moon rock for you?
To me, it looks like a rock.
Okay.
Naked woman.
Okay, now Platypus, whatever.
You lucky bear.
My logic is this: if moon is rock, moon must be. Listen to me. This must be all the time during the day full.
You know, Platypus, you just gave the game away. You said that you had 3 kids and not 3 puggles. So now we all know you're not a platypus.
Platypus, if moon is a rock during the day, must be full all the time. You understand that?
Why would the moon be full at all times?
You cannot have the blue sky. Something is like a moon during that is not possible because you have physical gray or whatever you want to.
Did you ever about selling an eclipse?
Circle. You cannot get that shade of the sky or whatever you want to call it. It must be all the time full circle because of the sun shining on that rock.
Yeah, but it's not always shining on it in the same spot.
It's always shining.
It's always shining, man. The sun is 93 million miles away, and the moon is 2,000.
Well, no, that's accurate. Half of the moon, unless there's an eclipse or some crazy shit going on, particularly a lunar eclipse.
Nope.
Imagine any rock.
Half, just like half of the Earth is always illuminated, half of the moon is always illuminated.
That's also not true, because if it's that true, you will have all 12 hours of day and 12 hours of dark everywhere, all the time.
Yes, 12, not hours.
Do you understand that?
Why would you always have 12 hours of day and night?
Because you have a sphere, man, and you have something what is shining 93 million miles away, and it's 4,000 times bigger, and that light can only take that diameter, nothing else. It cannot go around the sphere.
Yeah, but the Earth does not spin on a vertical axis; it spins on a slanted axis.
Doesn't matter.
That is why you have seasons, summer and winter, long days of sun and short days of sun.
Days of night.
Doesn't matter. Sun is 93 million miles away because.
Yeah.
It's shining all Earth. That means half of that all the time. That's
is going to be good.
If you tilt it, Mornar, that explains it perfectly.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You cannot tilt the sphere in the space comparing to the sun.
Hang on. It's a globe in a sphere, and it can be tilted. So if, okay.
Yeah, you cannot be tilted.
No, it does. It does. It tilts from time to time in the sphere, in a vacuum. Okay. If just fucking ridiculous. It's the
You
most
can say
ridiculous shit.
you
I mean,
can say
like
that
we're
you can say maybe for continents this is tilted the land on the but the sphere is sphere. How you don't get it?
I suppose for content, I will entertain your thoughts, but you're fucking ridiculous. You're actually, do you realize how stupid you sound?
I don't think it sounds stupid at all.
I think it sounds ridiculous. So stupid. It's stupid.
No, maybe it's a you problem.
It's it definitely goes like seriously. Come on now. If the Earth is on the axis and the sphere and it's spinning and it's so hang on. You've got this big planet, right, going through space, right, on a vacuum, right, and it has every now and then, at the exact moment, it fucking tilts itself. It does this.
No.
Because the
No, that's
hang
not
on,
how it
hang on. Wait a minute. Let me finish. Right.
Okay.
Just let me explain this fantastical story to you. It's a massive fucking ball, right? It's very big, right? And
Yeah, very big.
at the right moment, it tilts this way.
No.
And then
No,
6 months. No, wait. 6 months
I thought you
later,
were done.
it tilts.
I thought you were done.
Well,
Sorry.
I'm not fucking. I'll tell you when I'm done. Right. Hang on. Let me express this to you. See, when I'm done, I will say, I am done. Until then, don't fucking speak. Okay. You fine? Right. So it tilts, and I won't make this last any longer. So it tilts on the fucking axis, the middle of fucking space, in a fucking vacuum. And it does this all by itself, categorically, calculatedly, arithmetically, according to math, at the same precise moment every day, at every moment, every time. And it does this year in and year out without anything holding any fucking motion upon it or putting motion upon it. It does this by its own fucking cognitive fucking dissonance. This is the model I present to you. Do you think this is reality? Go. Sorry, I actually didn't say it right. That's me. I'm done.
That's what I was waiting for.
You're
welcome.
Oh, never mind. Go ahead, Platypus.
Nah, this one's mine.
Platypus.
So it sounds like what you think happens is the tilt, like the Earth physically tilts one way and then tilts back the other way throughout the year.
Wait a minute, doesn't it?
No, that's not what it does.
What does it do?
It's always, you got to imagine this, okay? You got to imagine.
No, imagine what does it do?
Hold on. And I don't mean like imagine it as an imaginary. I mean picture it in your mind, all right?
I'm sorry, what does it do?
It's spinning, and it's spinning on it's spinning on an axis, like all things that spin. And that the point that it spins is tilted all the time. Same way.
Listen, I'm sorry. Right?
Hold on. The only thing that changes.
I really want to sit here.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
P-Mac, come on. Hold on.
I'm
Chill
sorry.
out.
I really want to.
Nice and quiet.
I really want to sit here and listen
nice
to
and quiet.
I can't, bro.
Come on.
No, I can't. I'm sorry. I'm out, bro. Back off.
What an actual troll.
Seriously. Oh, you are you are so full of shit. It's unbelievable. It's actually unbelievable. I can't believe I'm listening to this. Sorry, go ahead. Okay, I'll get my coat and see myself out.
Well, who's next? Someone argue about something.
You are a silly Billy.
The ridiculous thing I ever heard in my life. Am I still here? Holy shit. Whew. That's
Scott, what do you
crazy,
have to
bro.
say to that?
So once again, gravity and empirical forces and things that act upon each other, and therefore we are in this big massive body and does things. And yeah, sure, bro. Whatever you say, bro. How dumb do you think we are?
You don't really want an answer to that, do you?
I will try.
No.
You won't like the result, though, Scott.
Oh, I know. I will not like the result if I answered that question.
Yeah, I know. But hey, I'll try. I can only appeal to your fucking logic. If you have no logic, then good luck.
Go ahead, appeal. See how it goes for you.
Right? Okay. Well, I tell you what. Let's reverse engineer this shit. Appeal to me. Tell me how you think we are in a spinning globe. I'd love to hear it, bro.
Oh, how I think we're in a spinning globe. Where I watch the sunset, and I watch the sun go below 0 degrees elevation, and that's why I believe.
All right, but listen, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Your first appeal was sunset, sunrise.
Yes, that's why I believe.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for interrupting you. Okay, so distance, perspective, so far and so far, but you believe that makes a ball. Okay.
None of those explain
But number
0
two,
degrees. None of those explain going below 0 degrees elevation. So
0 degrees.
That's why I believe. Yeah.
Well, 0 degrees would be beyond the horizon, right?
No, not necessarily. If you're on a mountainside or you're on a high enough elevation, either an
So
airplane or a
more. I'm sorry. More word salad. Okay. Sorry, Scott. Well, point number two.
No, that's all I need for myself.
For one, for the proof of what?
That's all I need for me. You asked why I believe.
You believe that you're fucking minus 0% of 1% or what? What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
If I can see the sun below, if I can see the sun below 0 degrees elevation, it has to be a globe for me.
Prove motion, Scott.
Oh, even I need more than that, Scott.
What? Seriously.
Bad.
For me, I got to stare at the celestial bodies. That's collectively my big one.
Well, it all helps. Yeah, I would go with that's enough. Also, there's many things that are enough for me.
Thank you for baiting him out, like.
No, any one of these things by itself is enough for me.
So if the flat earthers put your feet to the coals and they asked you to pick one specific thing, the one that you go with is sunrise and sunset.
Like I just did.
Well, but sunrise and sunset is just another part of all celestial body movement, right? I mean, it's just one particular object.
Gotcha.
Jesus Christ, Scott.
I can go with the sun, I can go with the moon, I can go with any particular star or the star patterns in the southern northern poles.
That's the one I always. That's the one when they put my feet to the coals and I got to pick an exact specific thing. Star trails are always the ones that I go with.
Gosh, they hurt.
And the distances between cities across continents also worked for me too. I mean, Santiago to Sydney, for example, and Sydney to Tokyo. And
who measured that?
Oh, have you ever done the sticks in the ground experiment for yourself?
Oh yeah, I did it.
No.
Proof fuck all. Sorry.
2 years ago, they made me put my money where my mouth is and actually go out and do it.
No, really?
Well, yeah. Lo and behold, it's lo and behold, it's a sphere.
I'm going to assume they weren't convinced.
God, are you for real, bro?
What they were? What?
No, I'm fake. I'm going to assume they weren't convinced.
They were convinced that I didn't do it correctly.
Disappointing.
Well, to be fair, I didn't think I was going to convince anybody. They just said that I had never. I talk to them all the time. They told me, how can I come in here and talk if I've never done an experiment to prove it to myself? And I was like, you know what? You're absolutely right. I'll go and do something practical.
Yeah. Right, so number 3. So emotion.
Do you have the data from that, Platypus?
What's that?
Do you have the data?
So remember, like a minute ago when I described this, I described it as happening a couple of years ago, right? Constant thing that I get. At the time, I showed them the pictures that I took, and I even had like a 3-minute video that I made of it. That laptop was destroyed in a car fire, and I do not have any of my original shit anymore. And of course, none of them saved any of it, so now it just doesn't exist.
Sure. How convenient, a car fire, Mr. Platypus.
It was not convenient at all. All I'm going to say is don't play with consumer grade fireworks within 30 feet of a vehicle that has its windows down.
One car fire away from
glow proof. That's the question.
What was that, Mennonite?
Did you have your windows down and your system up?
I get that reference.
I don't get the reference.
Did anyone else did that experiment? What you did repeated that because your can be used another one.
Well, it's easy to do yourself.
No. I'm asking: is it anyone else in the world, in human history, did, or you was that the guy?
Oh yeah, I copied something that a ton of people have done.
Okay, can you show that once because your is burnt?
Say that again. I didn't understand you.
Can you show that one because your one is destroyed?
Let me go. It's just all I'm talking about is the classic 3 sticks in the ground experiment.
You said that you did it. That Earth is spherical, but it's destroyed. That means it's not available. But you said there is a lot of others who did the same. But if you dare not did it, that would be, for me, you will be the most important person in the world because you came on idea to make one experiment and you did alone and that it destroyed. Man. Come on, man. Let's
trying to find. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to find. I'm trying to find somebody else's.
You remember the story about Glasgow when I told you? Can we do that with the same distances? We will take a car and the ship and the sticks. Okay? And we will, from the Glasgow, put the sticks every 10 miles. Okay?
Oh, you don't need to do it over 10 miles.
Oh, we can do it over 50 miles.
No, you don't even need to do it over miles. You can do it over 1 mile.
Okay, we will start from the Glasgow and we'll do every 1 mile to the South Capital. Okay? And we will look to the shadows. And we will look to the elevation and we will look also for drop over distance all the time. Okay? Because it will be too much for every 1 mile. Let's do it every 100 miles. We will put 10 sticks. Please.
I mean, I live in America, so we're probably not going to be able to do it.
Okay. Do you know somebody in UK? We can do it. Pay some costs for that petrol together. And
I used to know people in the UK, but I'm not in the military anymore, and I haven't kept up with those guys.
Good. But where are these experiments what other people did before you? Because it's not that you came on an idea to make first one for sure. That somebody else did it in the past. So.
No, he's deafened.
Or you came on idea that you are the guy who came on an idea. This is the way out, or somebody else did that before you.
Yeah.
What year?
Mm.
First or second?
What year?
I
You say
just
what?
got
What
here.
year?
Dark
Oh,
Isaac.
fuck off him.
Did you came on that idea that's the way how we can measure the Earth?
How to measure Earth? Is that what you're saying?
No, Platypus said he made, but he's destroyed. But
You can't
I asked
measure
him
Earth.
yeah,
How
he
do you
said
measure? How do you
No,
measure Earth?
One
with the
can't
stick.
measure Earth.
With the
Tape
stick.
measure,
Not measure Earth.
tape measure and a level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One isn't
Oh
able to
my god,
measure
Demo.
Earth.
How do you
not?
measure Earth, bro?
I'll
It
tell
would
you.
just
You
it just
take
take
a
a
stick.
really long
Well,
tape
you
measure.
get a whole
Yeah.
bunch of things like buoys, and you put a sensor in them, and you get a screen, and the screen has up to 50,000 miles. You can just like tap it, zoom in, widen it.
50,000,
Okay,
really?
fine. Okay, fine. Measure space then.
Well, hold on. I didn't finish my sentence. 1 second, guys. Calm down.
finish. Calm down. Let him finish, please.
Apologies.
Let him finish.
So,
Everybody calm down.
microdots. They float. They're little balls. They're used for free space
Balls.
to tell you what the
Mama.
baseball is doing.
It's a ball.
People use them for games, like you put them on a ball for the pitcher, and it shows how fast how he does the curve. It's
Okay,
called
bye-bye.
free. Yes. So you put those in water, on the dirt, on the land, and you have 3 mean lines on your screen, 3 horizontal lines.
Mean
the middle one is where you start
Let him finish.
putting the dots, and they'll line up on the middle one. Now, if they go up, down, doesn't matter what they do, as long as they don't go down, curve, down below that bottom mean line. Now, if
We
they
have to
do
put
that,
them
you're on a
all
globe.
over the Earth.
If they put them anywhere you want, you can zoom out and zoom in. They'll squeeze together. They'll go apart. You can do it up to 50,000 miles. That way, you know you've covered the 24. So if you have a horizontal line of ups and downs like a heartbeat of 24,000 miles, what does that mean, gentlemen? Welcome to Flat Earth, baby.
Oh shit, that was
He
tough.
did it.
That was
He did it.
cold,
Earth
bro. That was
confirmed.
cold.
Oh my god.
What are you talking about?
But what if
I don't know,
curve?
because
That was
the issue I have with that Democ is when I
Too
did
cold,
it,
yeah.
they didn't go up and down and up and down and up and down. They all, when you went back to the first one, they all slowly, very slightly started to go below one another.
I don't know what slowly, slightly means, but you got the screen for that? You save it and everything and film it?
Were you in here listening to me 3 minutes ago, or did you just get in here?
Oh,
I just
that
heard
is
it, but
cold.
it doesn't matter what I heard. All I know is you ain't demonstrated squat.
I did this a couple of years ago for the 24/7 Discord and posted it. We talked about it. What's up?
You put the dots out on the water, the little floating devices?
No. I didn't do it on water. I did it over land.
Oh, well, you better go back to the drawing board, simpleton.
Oh, you better. Simpleton.
Ooh, it's tough.
Hey,
That
my
was cold.
grandma can make mashed potatoes out of the dirt in my backyard. That's not going to tell you what shape the earth is. Hey, we need the water that's supposed to conform with gravity, son.
Your
You got your
grandma.
marker dots on water,
Son?
and it's like you.
Your grandma.
You guys please let him speak.
Yeah.
Apologies.
Thank you. Like, let him own this simpleton. I think the simpleton was owned a long time ago.
You can say that again.
Am I right or am I right?
Yeah. I mean, can you listen? Just imagine we got a horizontal line on the wall. It's 2 miles long, right?
Yeah.
Now your bedroom's right there at the end of the 2 mile horizontal line. The horizontal line for 2 miles is flat Earth's 2 miles. It's 5 feet high for 2 miles horizontally. That's flat Earth. It's the same for everybody who's at that point or along that line. It's the same height. There's no difference, right? So now what a glober needs to do is imagine on his wall, the horizontal stops right there at his wall. Now put the dot to dot on the wall that marks your curve elevation of 5 foot. Show us your 100 different 5 feet that go below themselves. That's all we need to see.
That's all.
Damn, Glober.
Yeah.
That's all she wrote.
That's all she wrote, baby.
Simpleton. That's all she wrote.
Simple dot to dots on the wall because you're microscopic, and then your marker's microscopic dot to you.
You know,
So
let
if
me tell you
can't
something.
find you can't
Earth
find
is as flat as that penny as your profile picture, my man. Let me tell you. Like, how could the Earth be round? Like, makes no
It's
sense.
not.
It makes no sense.
Fucking
all
simpletons.
you round simpletons have no clue, no
Because
evidence.
if the Earth was round, the water would just fall off.
Egg.
That's
All
exactly
these round betas say that we went to all the
Water's
round
supposed
betas
to
said we
be
went to the
resting on
moon.
the side of a cliff, gentlemen, on a globe.
I'm just going to say, hold on a second, real quick. I'm just going to say, for anybody in here that has muting privileges, you should probably just go ahead and throw that on Coach O, Darth Mbots, and Darth Isaiah, because that's all they're
we're
going to
not-
sit here and do.
Listen,
the simpleton wants to mute us. I get
I'm
it.
just letting you know. I'm just letting you know.
I'm fine with it, but guys, I'm going to give you one chance to take this conversation seriously.
I don't.
If you don't, then I'm going to go ahead and take Platypus's recommendations.
Okay, I appreciate you. I appreciate you giving us a second
Okay.
chance, Musk.
I
I
have a
appreciate
question
that
for
a
Dem-
lot. I do.
Demok.
I'm gonna mute for a second, okay, Musk?
Demok,
Okay.
is all the moon stuff fake? Us going to the moon, is that fake?
So would you guys
There,
like to
there
ask
are people in here
serious-
that will tell you it is.
I know that, but I want to hear from Demok, but he's not here.
Yeah.
Because
I mean,
think he
from
was
my
saying the
observation-
simpletons want to plague our minds because he thinks that everyone in here is a simpleton, like Simple Dimple almost.
You can get a flat earther to try and talk to you right now if you want. I'm just looking through the room to see who else came in when the three of you came in.
Am I not allowed to talk or something? I
There's
mean,
I've been in here before and I talked to Flat Lloyd,
Silence the flatters. I get it.
but he's deafened.
Platypus, do you have a problem?
Do you know?
No, we don't have a problem yet.
I mean, I think it'd be better to take it up
That
with
was
me
cold.
than just having someone mute me. That's just a personal opinion, though. Like, if you disagree with my standpoint, you can take it up with me.
What's your standpoint?
The Earth is flat, my friend.
You actually believe that?
I do, sir.
What's your number one most ridiculous thing about the globe Earth, then?
Just the water. I just can't get that wrapped around my head, sir.
Do you have another one besides the water? Besides the
I-
thing that we were talking about when you came in?
Because that's what
I mean, those are the big two, of course. I don't have many. Like, I'm just new to this stuff, you know.
Big two. What's the? What was the other one?
How about you?
I only heard one.
No, I'm a glober.
You're a glober.
Yeah, not everybody in here is a flat earther.
Yeah, it's Glober Nation. Glober Nation.
I prefer
Can
globe
Can I ask, like, what your standpoint is on the whole globe and water thing?
Well, I think that the
No,
gravity
not you, bots.
is keeping the water on the planet because it keeps us on the planet.
Okay,
So it
hear
should
me out.
also keep the water on the planet.
Hear me out. Hear me out.
Yeah, if the Earth is flat, then we'd both still be on the planet, dumbass.
No, but
Fucking
if it's
idiot.
round, we're still both on the planet.
So what's your point?
Okay, if there's a spherical Earth, right? The Earth is round. It's a globe.
Yes.
You have to be at the top of the globe to be living. Otherwise, you're falling off constantly.
No, because
No,
the
you know that's not
unless
because the gravity pulls you. Yeah, thank you for server meeting Darth Isaiah. Because the gravity is keeping us on the planet, we're not gonna fall off if you're not on the top.
But why is gravity not shown in any other situation besides keeping the water and us on the planet? Why can we not have like a massive lead and it attracts paper?
What?
Like, why is it just these?
Well, because
these
we
massive
don't
things
we
that
don't
can't
make
test?
Hold on, let me take that one.
You got it. I'm tapping you in.
That there is an experiment you can actually do for that. People do all the time. It is actually possible to measure the attraction between two objects. Go to Google and Google the Cavendish experiment.
How do you spell that?
I believe it is spelled Kavendish.
Cabbage?
Kevin.
Caven.
Oh.
Cavendish.
Cavendish, like the banana,
But it's not an experiment, by the way.
What is it then?
Well, you can call it a demonstration if you want, but it's really an
It's a
experiment.
parlor trick. It's a parlor trick.
Yeah, the flat earther is going to tell you that it's a parlor trick.
It's magic? I thought magic wasn't real.
You actually want like the 30-second version of what the experiment does? I'll explain it to you.
Yeah, I'm looking at
when it does do something, right? They just conflate movement of two objects as being, they confirm their bias with it and say, see, I told you things attract each other.
Yeah, they beg the question of gravity, and then they use this apparatus to measure or quantify it, but it's not an experiment. They're not proving its existence or that's the cause of anything. They're just taking it as a given, begging the question of it, and then going, here's the constant.
Wow. Good stuff.
Which it wasn't designed to do in the first instance either. It was to measure the density of the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, so Coach O is the second one who should be getting muted.
I'm trying to fix my mic. I'm sorry.
No, come on. Somebody in here with muting privileges, please.
I swear. I swear to God, I was trying to fix my mic.
Somebody already got Isaiah. You did it 3 times. Come on.
Yeah, that's not even fucking clumsy anymore. That's just lazy.
Got 5 more.
Isaiah is saying some mean words, Platypus.
Isaiah, what? I'm not paying attention to the chat. What's going on?
He's in the chat. He's being a dick.
Oh, I'm not paying attention to the chat. I'm talking right now.
I understand that. I want Flat Lloyd to come back.
He has been sitting in the room, deafened and muted the entire day. So I wouldn't hold your breath. No, he is. No, the Cavendish thing is really, really, really difficult for a flat earther to explain.
A what? What is a Cavendish?
What are we supposed to explain?
Why else do those objects move toward one another?
It's your problem. It's your claim. It's
It's
your claim.
You want us to affirm the consequent too? You want us to beg the question and affirm the consequent with you? And an alternative logical fallacy.
So we claim mass attracts mass, and to demonstrate that, we put 2 masses next to one another and they get closer to one another. I don't understand where the confusion comes in there. Because that's exactly what they do. And it also happens no matter what it does. It also doesn't matter what you even make them out of. You can make them out of anything. You can make them out of non-ferrous material. You can make out of ferrous material. You can make them out of fucking glass if you wanted to.
Toenails.
So
Show me when it was done with toenails.
Sorry, go ahead, Twad.
I was just asking him to show me when it was done with toenails.
Why specifically toenails? Got a fetish?
Yeah. What about mahogany? Has it been done with mahogany?
I don't know if anybody's done it with wood.
Jacqueminate Glovers.
So, Cavendish debunked Einstein before he was even born, is what you're saying.
Einstein says that mass can't attract mass.
Einstein says that space-time bends. And there's no force of massive bodies attracting.
Yeah, but he also says that curvature depends on what?
I don't know, but apparently...
if you don't know what... Hey, Heretic, if you don't know what...
What?
You said that it disproved Einstein before he was born, and then if I ask you what Einstein said, you say you don't know. So if you don't know what Einstein said, why would you say this guy disproved him?
I told you what he said. He said that gravity is the bending and warping of the conceptual medium space-time, so not a force of massive bodies pulling on one another, like you said this demonstrates.
What did Einstein say bends space-time?
The conceptual fabric of space-time is bent by massive bodies, but massive bodies are not pulling on each other. There's no force where they're attracting one another, like you said it. So either Cavendish debunked Einstein, according to you, before Einstein was even born, or what? You tell me.
I really don't detect in the word salad where Einstein is being disproven there. Where's
according to
Can you point out where's space-time in Cavendish's hypothesis? Oh wait, he didn't even have a hypothesis. But just in his paper, where's space-time? Where's space-time in the Cavendish paper? Where's it mentioned? What value is it given?
It is possible for him to prove one thing without understanding every aspect of why that thing happens the way that it does.
He proves something with this, and this is a scientific experiment, you claim, right?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay, what's the natural observed phenomenon?
The attraction of one body to another?
No, that wouldn't be it. Sorry. Attraction of one body to another.
No, if you put two objects next to one another and they suddenly start getting closer to one another, that's an observable phenomena that requires an answer.
To one another. What's the cause of that? What's the cause of that?
It could happen for a couple of different things. He specifically was. Go ahead.
What is the cause of things getting closer?
Things can get closer to one another for a great many different reasons.
Okay,
it usually involves. It usually, or almost, well, actually, it always involves force.
Okay,
you got to apply a force to something.
Saying that mass is attracting mass.
Correct.
Okay, so that would be your independent variable, not your dependent variable. Your observed
mass.
phenomenon.
Oh, wait, no. What I said a whole bunch of words there. Which one of those words is the independent variable?
Well, according to you, it would be mass is attracting. But a minute ago, you said it was the phenomenon. No. I'm gonna finish. So a minute ago, you said it was the observed phenomenon, which would make it the dependent variable. But now you've flip flopped into making it your independent variable. So you really don't know what you're trying to say, and you should take it back to the drawing board and then get back to us.
So what is the independent variable? What does that mean
that
in
would
a scientific experiment?
Cause of whatever was observed, but you haven't figured any of this stuff out yet, so you're not going to be able to articulate anything for us.
The cause.
Did you answer that at the beginning of that sentence?
I'm not sure.
What?
To everything that you just said. Like, just boil it down to the answer to the question.
That would be your supposed cause of whatever was observed, but now you've told us that what was observed was masses attracting, and that the supposed cause was masses attracting. So you have a circular claim that doesn't make any sense, and you should probably go back to the drawing board with it.
What did Cavendish think the independent variable was in what he was doing?
He didn't have one because, like T-Dub pointed out, he didn't have a hypothesis.
In other words, it wasn't science.
Well, was he out to prove? Hold on. Was he out to prove something, or was he out to measure something?
Oh, so it's a measurement, not an experiment. See, this is why I tell you really have to go and figure out what you're trying to say.
So even if what I do right now is say, you're right, I used the wrong word, let's call it a measurement. Even let's say I give that to you, okay? Now we're talking about a measurement. What do you have to say for the measurement that was done?
Of what?
Mass attracting mass.
Okay, so Einstein's out.
How is Einstein out with mass attracting mass?
He says it's not an attractive force.
That's it. Not a force. No attraction. No mutual attraction. No spooky action at a distance.
But what did he say mass does?
Holy shit. Why do we have to keep telling you?
Distorts and warps space-time within which other bodies of mass...
Hold on a second. What I don't appreciate is feigning not understanding what somebody was saying, which is what you're doing.
No, it's not what I did at all. You're just asking me the same question over and over.
You are pretending that you don't understand what Einstein said, or how it relates to two objects with mass attracting one another.
What? How am I doing that?
Einstein gives you the mechanism by which that happens. That's what he gives you.
He says it literally doesn't happen.
Yeah, no, he doesn't. The mechanism would have been the attractive force between the massive bodies. He replaces that mechanism with a different one. Again, you don't know what you're talking about.
So, with what Einstein said, if you put two massive objects next to one another, in his paradigm, they would not move toward one another, is what you're saying.
No.
Right.
He would say that the mechanism was not a force like you claimed it was.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you if... No. That's not what I asked you.
I already answered what you asked me, and then
No,
I
you
said
didn't.
something
And
else.
you know
Is
you
that
didn't.
okay? Yeah,
No, you
I
didn't.
did. It was no. What is wrong with this guy? I said no.
Einstein would tell you that two objects sitting next to one another would not move toward one another. They would
They're not
not
going to
get
do
closer
anything
to one
to
another.
each other. They're not going to do anything to each other. That's right. They're not affecting each other. What those objects are doing, according to Einstein, is bending and warping a conceptual 4D medium known as space-time.
Right, and if two objects do that near one another, what's going to happen?
I was talking. I'm sorry that the middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours. But yeah, so the objects within that distorted well, right? That well of space-time. So the larger body is going to bend it more, and the smaller body will bend it less and follow the curvature, right? The path that's dictated for it by the bent and warped space-time.
Yeah, only if it has
to do with
tangent
one
velocity.
Nothing to do with one mass having a quality which affects directly another body of mass.
Bingo.
I don't understand how you can say bingo to that. How can you sit there and describe? You're describing exactly how it happens, and then pretending that you don't understand how you can demonstrate that with the experiment that Cavendish.
Attraction. Not an attraction. It's
But
not
they
a force.
but they will move toward one another. Correct?
Not via force.
I didn't ask why they go toward one another. I'm just asking that they will. That is what you see.
You claim to know the cause, which was a force.
Okay,
Attraction.
then.
If you listen to Einstein, he says you can't really tell. You could treat it as the surface moving up towards the body, or the body moving down towards the surface. So you drop your ball, you can imagine it like it's the ground rushing up to meet the ball if you want. He says it's just as viable as an explanation as the ball moving down towards the ground.
That is absolutely true. That's absolutely true. And that's because in order to have that attraction, you have to have two bodies.
Attraction, you're back to that.
Two bodies. Doesn't the universe have billions and trillions of bodies?
It does.
So how could you demonstrate on Earth when you have 100 different sizes of balls that they're going to magically start doing different stuff with each other?
Because the funny part is, you can do the math based on how big they are and how far apart you have them, and it always seems to work out the exact same way. It doesn't matter what they're made out of. It doesn't matter. Like the substance that they're made of doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is the masses of them and how far apart they are. You can make them out of wood. Although wood's a bad one because for the same amount of space, wood is not very dense. It doesn't have very high mass. That's why they usually do it with lead or some other metal.
What?
But you can do it with something non-ferrous. Because one of the common retorts one of the things I constantly hear is that it's being done with Oh, they're using steel balls, and steel can be affected by magnetism
Who
and
really gives
other
a shit?
stuff like that.
It's not our problem to demonstrate what the cause of whatever they're doing is. It's yours because you claim to have the cause.
So you see it happening,
Nope,
and you're willing to
didn't say
say, "Hon, you see it happening. You can observe it. You see it happening. If you watch somebody set up that experiment, you see them move toward one another every time.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do, and you know that you do.
No, you don't.
You don't have an alternative explanation to even offer.
Okay, I just told you that. You're right. I don't have an alternative explanation because it's not my claim. I'm not using this parlor trick to try to demonstrate anything. It's not my problem. It's yours because you used it to make your claim.
Would you say that those two objects moving toward one another in that experiment could be classified as an observable phenomena?
Now you're starting to get it. That would be the observed phenomenon. Where was that observed in nature?
Okay, do you have any intention of trying to come up with an explanation for that observable phenomena? Because I'll bet the answer is no, which is intellectually dishonest.
Oh, wow. Okay, did he robot out or was it me?
I heard him.
I heard him. Had to be you. It was clear.
Yeah, it was Chris. The middle of his sentence roboted out for me.
So it's probably you.
Yeah, it was you.
All right, Heretic, my question to you is, do you have any intention of trying to come up with an explanation for that observable phenomena?
I already told you, no.
Then you're intellectually dishonest. You don't actually seek to understand things.
All right, so I'm dishonest if I won't come up with a story for your parlor trick.
No, you and I,
it's your claim.
No, it's not that you don't care. You and I both know what's going on there. You know that
No,
you
we
can't.
don't. I can't even get a coherent explanation.
You know that you can't. You know that you can't come up with an alternative explanation.
Why would I need one? It's not my claim. I'm not using it to argue.
You, Heretic, you literally have no claim. You don't even try to, which means any claim, by definition, any claim that I offer, like the mass attracting mass one, or there's a invisible spaghetti monster that pushes those two masses together with its spaghetti tendrils.
I'll go with that.
Any of those are better than the one you offer because you don't offer one.
Yeah, I'll take the spaghetti monster.
But you don't actually believe it. You're being bad faith.
Well, of course not. But he's pressing me for a story. He wants a story to counter his story. So why
no,
not?
I'm not asking for your story. I'm asking you to actually try and figure out what's going on there. It's an observable phenomenon.
And spaghetti monster. And I think it's going to have the exact same values as what you think your cause has.
It's still better.
Whatever
than
you
not,
attribute.
It's still better than your.
So whatever you attribute.
But even worse than not having one. Oh no! Even worse than not having one. You don't even try, and you almost sound like you're proud of that.
It's better to hold out until you have some way of like coming to a verifiable conclusion rather than
how
just
about you?
reach.
How about you break out a pen and no? How about you break out a pad of paper?
Interrupt, bro? Why do you have to do that? So it'd be better to just take no stance instead of one that's incorrect, and you can't demonstrate yours to be correct. So I think you're actually worse off.
No, what you're doing is not trying to understand it at all. When you could,
I am.
You could try to do that.
What observed phenomena? I got a rock on the ground. What are we observing in nature with this rock on the ground? Platypus, whatever.
I don't know. To me, if it's just sitting on the ground, it's not really. What are you observing?
Well, that's what I'm wondering. When do we notice it go down at 9.8 meters per second squared or anything like that, or mass attracting any more mass? When does it dig
rock?
into the dirt?
Okay, well, you got to. If you want to see the rock move at 9.8 meters per second squared, you'd have to pick it up and let it go.
Why would you do that? That's not an observed phenomenon in nature. That's you picking stuff up and throwing stuff. No, brother. I want to see the rock.
No, that's absolutely not true, Democ. That's not true. If you let go of the rock and it doesn't just stay
I'm not doing
where
nothing
you
to the
left
rock.
it.
I'm noticing the rock sit on the ground. Now I want to notice gravity or whatever mass garbage you were talking. Please demonstrate.
Oh, so you're jumping in for Heretic right now. That's what's going on.
I'll jump in on anybody. Listen, what I'm trying to say is the rock is on the ground. My observed phenomena is what now? Hello?
I wouldn't be observing any phenomenon personally. I wouldn't find anything unusual about a rock sitting on the ground.
Right. Is the rock supposed to fly away?
We don't see it fly away.
No, that's not what I asked you. Is it supposed to magically somehow for some weird fucking goofy reason?
I don't know. Is a rock sentient?
So
can
we
a
understand.
rock decide that it doesn't want to sit still anymore?
So we understand rocks aren't going to do.
Is that your observed phenomenon?
Right. So what we observe is a rock sits on the ground and it's not moving. It's not going down at 9.8 meters. It's not attracting mass. It's not attracting itself to any other mass anymore. It's just sitting there. There's no movement. There's no force acting on it. There's nothing going on here. So I just want to know when we can notice gravity happening naturally with the rock touching the dirt.
Well, I don't know. Depending on the ground that it's sitting on, if you wait long enough and that ground gets wet enough times, eventually that rock is going to start sinking into the ground, correct?
So water and erosion are gravity. Okay, let's write this down.
Right. If you pull the stuff that the rock is sitting on out from under the rock continues to move down.
So you're the naturally observed phenomenon, pouring water, moving dirt, pulling stuff. You're pretty awesome, gravity. Seems like gravity can only work when you're a hamburger helper for it, right?
Dude, I have no idea where the hell you're trying to go with this.
Gravity only works when you make it up and when you touch stuff and you move it, gravity guy. You pick up rock, you throw it. You are gravity. There is no observed phenomenon for gravity. Trees
or
don't
it's just
down.
or
Trees aren't digging into the dirt.
Hold on.
No, not or. I just asked you the observed phenomena we can notice with the rock sitting on the ground. There is no fucking or here. There's one thing. What's going on with this rock? Is it gravitying? Is it mass attracting mass or not?
I'd say that's probably why it's not. That's probably why it's not going anywhere.
So now you think it's gonna go somewhere. That's why I asked you. Do you think it's gonna fly away? Now you think it's just gonna fucking fly away magically, brother? Do you understand
I know what it's trying to do. You know what it's trying to do? It's trying to it's trying to continue to go
not
down.
Trying to fly away. So it's not going to go up or down.
It's trying to keep. It's trying to go down.
So gravity's digging you a hole. Do you have a gravity drill bit for me too, please?
Demont, what are you talking about, dude?
Gravity pulling dense stuff to the center of Earth and having a drill of its own. The gravity drill, brother. Why? What else would you use to get to the center of the Earth other than a dense material? It would pull straight to it, right? Wouldn't be able to stop, right?
The only thing stopping it from continuing to go down is all the shit that it's sitting on top of.
So you stop gravity with dirt? Dirt stops gravity from working. Holy crap.
Well, it's a finite amount of force.
Dirt is a force now. Just dirt sitting there is a force. Holy shit, I'm learning new stuff every day, brother. You're so smart.
Well, how far into the dirt will the rock go if you drop it from a height of 1 inch?
I'm not dropping nothing. I'm not hamburger helping anything.
Why not? Do you think if I drop the rock from different heights?
Because you're not the observed phenomenon. We're not wondering how you work. We already know you came out of your mom. You're mechanical. You work mobily. I mean, we already know how you work. You're not the cause and effect we want to variate, manipulate, or find out the cause or the effect of, or what causes the effect of you. You're not the thing. So stop doing stuff and tell us about what you did and tell us about what the rock do.
Oh, so you're getting hung up on me picking up a rock, or like a person picking up a rock. What about when pieces of a rock shear off of a cliff face?
What about it?
Where do they go?
Obviously, the mass didn't hold it there, right? The mass didn't keep it there.
Help them out there. Wherever they get pushed or knocked or moved to, because gravity didn't keep them there. So either way, gravity's not helping you in this instance. When did gravity grab the mass and pull it back?
The only reason they moved from where they were
from the center, brother. The center of Earth is pulling on those rocks. You're telling me what's stronger than this? What's stronger than the whole Earth now? What is stronger than the mass of the whole Earth against a little fucking piece of nothing microscopic pebble you're talking about on the big earth, the grain of sand you want to invoke.
I don't know. Anytime you lift your foot off the ground, you're counteracting the force of gravity.
Whoa, smaller than a grain of sand on a beach ball. Damn, your foot. You know how big you are compared to a grain of sand on a beach ball, brother? You know how big that grain of sand is?
My guy, why are you talking about a grain of sand?
Because the grain of sand is the biggest stone you know of on this earth. And it should be pulling down to the center of earth. It should not go off of balance. Gravity should not let you go off balance. Gravity should be pulling you and balance you towards the center of the mass, the center of itself.
You also have a center of mass.
Where's it at? Not when I'm walking down a hill, brother. No, you don't. The center of mass is your head.
Hey, put a basketball down on the ground. Take a 2x4. Put that on top of the basketball and balance yourself on top of it.
No,
you can't do it unless you get your. You can't do it unless you get your center of mass over the top of the ball.
Where your head goes, your body follows. If gravity was real, your head would be a scoop right now, dragging across the floor, and you'd be walking it forward and backwards. Your head would be stuck in the sand, gravity boy. Where your head goes, your body follows. Remember that rule, brother?
Remember, if you don't consciously make the effort,
not going down to 9.8 meters a second squared to the cement.
If you relax all the muscles in your body, what's going to happen to you?
Gravity's not pulling you nowhere.
You're going to crumble to the surface of the earth,
no,
my guy.
Your head's supposed to smack something and go to the center of earth. Your forehead, the dense part.
Demok, dude, what the hell are you talking about?
The most dense part of you is your head. Where your head goes, your body follows where your head goes. If I push your head back, your body falls. You fall. If I push your head forward, your body falls and hits the ground and you do a roll, brother. Where your head goes, yes. So if gravity was real, your head would be stuck to the ground. You'd be a shovel boy.
Very, 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 very stupid.
You're not making too much sense.
That's crazy card anyway. 10 for 6 miles.
Yeah, I know. So if an antenna was walking around, it's a flimsy antenna and it's got a 50-pound head ball on it, yeah, I'm not making sense that it would bend over and the ball would hit the ground, right? No, I'm not making sense, gravity, guys. I know, because gravity's not real pulling your head down.
Why is it going down then, Demok?
What's going down?
Anything that moves toward the surface of the earth.
How do you prove it's going down? Stop saying the word anything. You're still at the rock still. We haven't moved past this yet.
Okay, the rock can't keep doing what it wants to do because it's bumping into a bunch of other shit that's doing the same thing.
Where did your ifs and buts and excuses go now? The gravity defeated you. The rock defeated your gravity, right?
No. What are you talking about, dude? I'm trying to have a coherent conversation with you.
No, well, apparently you're not. You just want to if and but everybody to death. The rock is on the ground. How do you prove it's moving down at 9.8 meters per second squared and falling, brother? Stop fucking boring us with your non-commentary, goofy stuff that's non-factual, no evidence, no proof.
Is a way to do that. It's not too hard to find out how fast something is falling or moving.
To the center of another object? Yeah, I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting to see rocks fall to the center of an object all at the same time when you throw a handful of them and they go to the center of a ball of jello.
Holy shit, that actually happens every time you throw a handful of pebbles in the air. Wouldn't you believe it?
So you throw snow in the air and snowballs are formed. You're a bad motherfucker, gravity snowball maker. So do you have
I'll come down towards the center of the mass of the earth? Oh.
Cooper, can you actually follow where he's trying to go with this?
Absolutely not. No,
dude,
I
don't understand where he's even going with this.
Where does gravity happen from scratch?
He
Somebody
has no
told
point.
you that all stuff is pulled to the center, like gases, water, and dirt, right? Dirt, water, and gas making a planet in a vacuum. Gravity's supposed to be pulling that all together to the center.
Actually, I'm sorry. I do understand his argument now. His argument is gravity's not real, yo.
from scratch. I want to see how sand particles can be thrown in a vacuum and they form a sphere. Or snow, or anything in nature being a sphere from gravity making it. That we can see gravity make it from scratch, brother. Like a cake.
You believe in space? Can we, if we show you images from space, are you going to believe it?
I can show you images of Bigfoot and you sitting on Santa Claus's lap.
Hey, you could just say no. You could just answer the question with no, Demok.
Brother.
If we ask you if you're going to believe it, and the answer, and you're not going to believe it, you can just say no.
I don't believe in Santa Claus religions.
Okay.
No.
So here's the other question then: if gravity works the way that I believe it does, how do you expect me to demonstrate what you just asked me to demonstrate while on the surface of the Earth?
That's what science is for. That's how you're supposed to prove your claim and stop making stupid, faulty claims. Like you got an imaginary friend named Gravity in the closet that does all this magic shit. Like puts the brakes on airplanes and pulls them around a ball. Like holds spheres in a shape of air. Air is held in a spherical shape? Are you serious? Show me, brother. Gravity it up.
I got a question for you. Do you believe that 0 G's is a thing? Like zero gravity?
So when they drop an airplane, what do you call that?
Where it goes into free fall.
So dropping something is free fall and zero gravity. Thank you.
So then yes, you do believe in zero gravity.
So dropping something is not gravity, it's zero gravity. I'm glad you taught everybody a lesson today. We've all learned that if you drop a toy airplane with people in it and a big airplane with people in it, they're both falling to the ground at 9.8 meters per second, and you're calling that free fall and 0 G at the same time. How does that make fucking
Demok,
sense?
do you know what?
Hear what I said? I got 2 airplanes. I dropped.
Do you know what the sun?
Which one's parabolic? The right or the left? Which one's
they're both going to fall at 9.8 meters per second squared.
Which one's 0 G?
Do you know why the squared is at the end of that?
Brother, I don't care about your fucking 2s and 5s and 9s.
You don't know how that math works? Can you do that math?
Brother, I just asked you to demonstrate how gravity works, you fucking idiot. You don't have no gravity math, Dumbo.
Good question.
You'd win a Nobel Prize for that if you could.
You'd win a Nobel Prize for demonstrating gravity. That's why you're asking me to how you need to demonstrate it, stupid.
Well, how about
ass.
you drop something on your head so that you see how gravity works?
No, you have no clue how to
genius.
demonstrate how gravity works. Stop telling me what you fucking can't demonstrate.
Drop
What
something
you're
on your head.
imagining.
It's a very simple
Hey, brother,
example of how gravity
take us
works.
out of your head. Stop imagining shit. Demonstrate gravity from scratch.
Throw yourself at
Anything
the
going
ground.
to the center of another
Right,
object.
on your head.
Demok, I'll take this approach with it. Okay, hold on. Just hear me out here. When you drop something toward the surface of the Earth, does it move toward the surface of the Earth at the same speed,
not what we're
or
looking
does it?
for.
No. Hey, listen to me. Listen, we're gonna get there.
Listen to me.
That's
That's
we're
what
gonna get there.
you keep talking to yourself and telling yourself what the fuck you want to hear, stupids.
You already know where I'm going with this.
Motherfucker, I'll tell you my evidence, and it's something making a ball from scratch, a whole pile of shit sitting there, not a ball. Then it makes a ball. Now, if you can do that in front of everybody to show the kids, we'll be more than happy. If you can see a ball of Jello sit
I
there
have
and
one
a ball
question.
of lead sit next to
May
it,
I ask
and
you
a
one
ball of
question?
lead hops its ass
Wait. Can I ask you a question?
Hold on a minute.
Can I ask you a
Demok,
question?
you can't do that. Hold on. Demok.
I would like to ask you one question.
Why does my name help you guys prove stuff?
Okay, can I ask you something? Just
Yeah,
is it all right if I ask you something?
nonsensical questions that don't prove gravity.
Okay, so can I ask you something? Yes, no?
You just did. That was
Okay,
your one
just go ahead.
question.
No,
Next.
all right. My question is, what would happen if you were to jump right now?
My legs would push me up, so I'd have to
And
go.
what would happen after you go up? What goes up must what?
What is it?
What
I
goes
let
up must
helium
come up.
balloons go, and they didn't come. What?
What
I let
goes
some
up must come down, right?
No, not hydrogen, not heat, not helium, not
I
air
know. Can we
bubbles.
at least agree on this? Like, what goes up
air
must come
bubbles
down.
cannot stay under the ocean, motherfucker. We cannot agree on that. Stop being stupid.
So if you don't jump,
So
in
no,
other words, when you jump, do you keep going on forever?
not being held under the ocean. Stop talking about what nobody does or nobody cares about, stupid. Pay attention
So
to the
for
facts.
my understanding, what
Gas is
happens?
not
Wait
being
one second.
held
I have
by
a question. Like,
gravity.
look,
Do
look,
you
look.
understand?
For my understanding, what happens when you jump?
Listen, water's not even holding air down. Let
Okay,
alone
what happens when you jump?
Some name.
the
He doesn't have
ocean. I let an air bubble jump for me. It did not come back down to the bottom of the ocean, stupid ass.
I
Tell
think
me
he's
when it's
asking
gonna
you what
happen.
happens when
How long
you
do I gotta
jump into
wait?
the air, Demok.
When does the moon coming down?
Demok, what
9.8
happens when you
meters
jump?
a second. Listen,
Wait. Look, sir.
the
I'm
moon's
asking
been
you
up
in good
there
faith.
for
Look,
how
I'm
long
not
now?
asking anything.
Some
Let's
name.
do
He's
the
going to
math.
do
It's very
everything
good.
except answer your question.
9.8 meters per
Yeah,
second
I
squared.
suppose you're right, Platypus.
230. Let's do the math. 238,000 miles. The Earth's been here for millions of years and
So
billions
what
of years.
happens when you jump, Demok?
How
Or
long does it
Demok
take
or
the
whatever?
moon to travel 238,000 miles? It took a rocket 6 fucking hours.
What
or 3
happens when
hours.
you jump?
Demok, are you ever going to answer his question?
Brother, I need my question answered. How
What
fast is
happens when
bringing
you
the
jump?
moon down? When did the
So
moon
you're not-
hit the Earth? A long time ago, it should have done it. Moving at
Some
light
name.
speed.
He's not going to.
with
He's
no
not going to give you
resistance.
anything.
Is Demok a flat
Demok,
earther?
Hoy, can
I
we
just
make an
joined.
agreement? I'll answer
Brother,
any question you
I'm
want
trying
if
to
you can
figure out
answer
how
mine.
no resistance works and how the moon is staying up there with no resistance and not falling towards
Okay,
the Earth.
whoa. Let's simplify things
8
right now. I'll answer anything that you want if you can answer me
Clouds.
this question.
Why are they
What
not falling?
happens when you jump?
Clouds don't fall.
He's just ranting. He's
Yeah,
not
dude.
listening to you.
Is he a flat earther?
I'm not
Or
going
You know
to
what?
the center of any
Yes,
mass.
Demok is a
So is
I would-
Demok a flat earther? I think I might just mute him and then we can just talk with each other.
Yeah, we could. I mean, he's just gonna do
Yeah,
the
you
same
should
thing.
definitely
There's nothing
talk
here
with
to
each
change
other.
it.
Demok,
Heretic, hold on, real quick,
Nope.
because
You couldn't,
Heretic,
because
can you come back and then?
if you local mute anybody in this room, you're going on server mute. So try it.
No, they can go ahead and talk about nonsense and no mass going to the center of any mass. They can
what
just pick
happens when
and
you
do dumb
jump?
shit like, hey, something falls to turds. Brother, you're supposed to demonstrate fucking spheres being in a Lagrange point in a lab. Spheres going around each other in a lab in accordance to the size and the variation of the attribute of the sphere of which they are in the mass, right? And the attribute of such. So that means fucking 9 balls, different sizes, doing the magic shit you claim. Once we see that, we can go from there and say, hey, now we're falling to a dirt ball we might be on.
So
can't
you
do that
want
until then.
Demok, you want a demonstration of how that works while we're standing on the surface of the Earth. Am I understanding
making
correctly?
shit up.
Kind of help you out with that.
A flat Earth don't need no fucking excuses. It don't need hamburger helpers like you or gravity. Flat Earth holds everything down, brother. And
So,
it don't need to
Dimash,
go to the center of
I got a
mass,
quick
and
question
it
for
don't
you.
need to
Flat
attract
Earth doesn't even
helium
require
goes
a
up.
rational justification.
Why are
What?
you guys mad because we don't need spaghetti monsters?
What? Can you tell me, what do you believe in the
Can you
tide?
show me something getting forced horizontally back to its fucking relevant point to a piece of hill or dirt? The Earth. Horizontally, stupid.
Can somebody else, seriously, hey,
So,
Heretic,
curve,
can you or
past
somebody
the
else at this
curve,
point just start
right
talking
down
to
past
us?
the curve, 80 feet. Can something come back to it horizontally like you claim, guys?
Yeah, you know, I'm sorry. I
Demok,
almost took the bait. guys.
did
I
you
was
take your
super
meds?
close.
Yeah. How come
Did you
my
take your
balloon,
meds
my helium balloon, is faster than every rocket and every object known to man rising in elevation? My helium balloon will get 100 foot in elevation going vertical, and your rocket will never make it 2 foot going horizontal without pulling up on the wheel. If you pull up,
Bro,
you're disqualified. Isn't that crazy?
Somebody, please. He's
I
not
made
engaging in a conversation. He's just
Hey,
hogging
my
the
name
airways.
is on the helium balloon. Flat Earth for the win, baby. 100 foot high.
D-Mog, did you take your pills today, bro?
I drank my flat water, my horizontal cup of water.
Did you brush your teeth last night
That was
before you went
not
to
a
bed?
sure water.
Yo, it's Terrence Howard.
Hey, man, I wake up and look outside and feel the grass and touch reality, and I know water doesn't stick to balls like some insane people who keep thinking one of these days water's going to stick to a fucking ball in front of them that's spinning. One of these days, guys, cross your fingers.
Well,
Doesn't sound like he brushed.
Letting it
It
work.
doesn't
Kinda
sound like he
happens to
brushed his
me-
teeth,
Sounds
guys.
like the
Kinda
definition
happens
of
to me every time I
insanity
get
is
out of
to
the
have
pool,
something
actually.
happen every single time you do it, and water doesn't stick to a spinning ball, and a group of fucking chatterboxes think it's gonna happen someday. Can
Hey,
you please
D-Muck.
just
Bro,
demonstrate
do you know how bad your mouth situation
evidence.
has to be when it sounds like you didn't brush your
The
teeth?
water doesn't stick to a ball when it's spinning. Do we all understand and know this?
Hey,
Hello.
Democ, how fast is that ball spinning?
Doesn't matter. Water is not staying
That
on
doesn't
it.
matter
There's
at all.
no tide. Yeah, show me the tide on the sitting
Doesn't
still
matter.
ball. Show me the river next to the tide, next to the still water, like on an island. A guy will have
Democ,
a tub.
how
he'll
do you expect people to do that while we're standing on the surface of the earth?
Shut up.
It might be
A guy
sporadic, but he's still crushing you guys.
There's a guy on an island.
I
and he
wouldn't.
has a
I
tide
wouldn't
on
say
the
that, my
outside of
guy.
his island.
It's
The
not
ocean
even
moving.
coherent.
He's not being
This is not
sporadic. He's literally just not.
Cooper.
Never
He's just
make me.
repeating.
Listen, there's a tide, right, on the outside of my island. Then I see the water in the bathtub not moving at all. Then there's a pond, a mud puddle, and everything where the water is, the dirt or the object is higher than the water to contain it. Now, on your model, the water has to be higher than everything in the dirt. Bubble hump water, right, boys? So if you could
Well,
just
I never said
demonstrate
my
where the
model.
dirt's not higher than the water on the outside edge, like the bank of a river, or the outside bank of a lake, or the bank of any water, why is the water being held by dirt and not gravity, mofos? Why's the water got to fall down to dirt and hit like a waterfall? Where's your globe waterfall at where the dirt water don't catch the dirt don't catch the water?
Is
Where the fuck
the
is that?
moon flat, D-Muck? Do you think the moon is flat?
NASA says it's a moon disk and a sun secretion disk. You ask NASA, brother. I don't have no clue what them
That's an
UFOs are.
obfuscation. Democ, do not let him obfuscate.
I don't know what the UFOs are. You had to bring me a piece of moon rock, or you had to demonstrate what they are in a lab. Show me the phases of your moon dirt turd ball rock, and show me how it goes around the little Earth.
Yeah, you're still letting him obfuscate to the. Let him do that.
Oh, I didn't let them do anything because they can't demonstrate what a moon is. They don't know what a moon is, hon.
I just asked him a such a simple question. That's it. I wasn't
Asking me about what, a UFO? A UFO moon.
No, Democ, you've been talking almost nonstop for 14 minutes when all the guy
out about the UFO moon.
Good lord.
And no one's taught me about. Can you get me some hydrogen? Just go get me a bucket of 100% hydrogen.
Please listen.
I'm trying to teach you guys that your chemistry is fake. Now
Bro,
go get me.
you're
100%.
rambling. You just
You're
ran.
You're just
100%
talking
hydrogen in a
nonstop.
bucket with no top. Let gravity hold it in. Go get me the bucket of hydrogen without getting it from a guy in a container, stupid asses. The most abundant thing in the universe, hydrogen, right? What you can't find on no planets, water. Isn't that weird?
Isn't it like 72% of our atmosphere?
Listen, I don't
No,
know what
not-
it is, brother.
Yeah,
Without
no.
putting it in the
It's
bucket,
not
100%.
hydrogen. You're thinking of nitrogen, my guy.
Brother, what's 100% nitrogen? I'd like to see some of that too, brother. Put them next to each other. We can compare the two.
Oh, did I get the two mixed up?
Nitrogen,
I
yes.
think you did. They're both
You're thinking of
invisible.
the atmosphere is
It's okay.
primarily nitrogen, not
Colors
hydrogen.
mixed up all the time. Blind
Alright,
guys
cool.
mix the colors and gases up all the time. It's okay, brother. It's all right. Globers do it all the time. They're invisible. See, they can't. It's not their fault. They're colorless, odorless, invisible gases. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They don't have any gas. Neither one of them could get me nitrogen 100%, oxygen 100%, hydrogen 100%.
Bro, this made into the amphetamine closet tonight. Like, what the fuck is going on?
We went into chemistry.
I don't know.
Want to know if you guys can prove a gas exists 100%. So, like, if you get one hydrogen and one hydrogen, that's supposed to make helium in your fucking goofy.
What the
stupid
fuck is
particle.
going on?
So
It is.
what I wanna know
We're
is,
literally just
how
listening to a
did
guy
you get
talk.
to
This
the
is supposed to
sun?
be a forum.
Just let him vent until he
made of
somehow ends it.
hydrogen
Just let him vent.
and
He's
helium.
gonna eventually stop.
I'm just going to come back in like 15 minutes.
I don't
This is
believe that he'll
ridiculous.
stop.
You need to be right.
We're not. He'll eventually
I mean, you would think the mods would like step in on something
Yeah,
like
but
this.
you
Oh, of course
probably
not.
won't come back with any glow.
We're just trying to figure out how
About
we can get a hydrogen and a hydrogen so we can make a little sun. so we can see what you guys are talking about, dude. What the fuck?
Well, didn't we make a mini sun on Japan one time?
You
times?
made a mini sun? Well, if you did, brother, I'd have one in my room
twice.
right now.
No.
One would be running my car. I'd have an easy bake oven with one.
Hey, can I say something to Fresh Grown real quick?
Sure.
Fresh Grown. An atomic bomb is a fission reaction. The sun is a fusion reaction. Polar opposites of one another.
Hey, you
learn a little bit. Learn how things work.
Don't try to deflect and talk to me. You guys are getting crushed.
Here, I'll
right
show
now.
you how to
Focus
make a
on
baby
Demok.
sun.
This isn't, dude. What Demok is doing right now is not a discussion. This is just us listening to Demok, not able to have a discussion or respond to him in any way.
I'm asking you guys how we can get oxygen. Where is it at? Where did you get 100% oxygen at? Where does that exist? This is a discussion that you can't be a part of because you don't have any of the stuff.
What does that have to do with what happens when you jump? What does anything have to do with that?
Brother, stop worrying about nonsensical, stupid shit that has
We're
nothing
not
to do
gonna
with
answer
math
anything.
or
Just stop
into the
getting
sun.
baited. Stop getting baited by him. Just
No,
probably
brother.
stay. Let him vent. Just let him vent.
You guys think people can't jump off cliffs, and when you do, it's going to suck you back to the edge of the cliff like fucking graviton. See, we got some weirdos over here. What? Did you jump horizontally some way and come back down? I'm waiting.
Hey man, if I push you off the cliff, does that make me
Horizontally?
gravity? I'm the reason for why you're falling.
I need to fall horizontally, please. I only want to fall horizontally, not like I'm in Australia, like I'm on the side. Can you see air bubbles just go to the sun, go to the horizon, or helium or anything like be released at any point and like watch it go that way to prove a ball? Like this would be so simple, right? No guessing.
Demok, serious question, Demok. What are you drinking tonight? Because I'm drinking Guinness.
Brother, if you go down in the ocean on this big ass ball and you're a little microscopic fucking
Doesn't answer a question.
There's literally, it literally is just.
What you need to do is listen. If you go down in a submarine and you go down, and say you're down in the surface of the water and you go down on the side of the ball, and it's like 8
visiting
miles
Titanic.
deep. It's just your submarine. You're 8 miles deep. It's the surface of the water.
Hey, Demok, tread lightly. I served on a sub for 5 years.
So you're going to shoot an air bubble and it's going to release horizontally.
A mod, please. Some mod.
Where's Larry? I would rather be Christianity at this
Shoot
point.
your air bubble to the horizon. You're way past the curve, way down in the water, way down at the depths of the ocean. You need to shoot your air bubble to the surface of the water and prove you're on a ball.
Mods, please. I know he's a flat earther, but for the love of God, nobody else in here is capable of talking at all. It's been 22 minutes.
Let Perry the Platypus tell his story, man.
He's given the
Demok,
best defense of flat Earth I've ever heard.
It's a stunning defense. Truly stunning.
Globe elevation on the wall. Where do I put my marker?
Globe elevation on a wall. Like, does the globe have anything
I'll
to
be a
respond
flat
to that
earther
with?
if he stops talking. I'll be a flat earther.
See? There we go.
Wow.
Now we're getting somewhere.
Why didn't
Any
we do
other
this
takers?
earlier?
Dang, looks like he got you. You're a flat earther now.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
Got him.
Flat earther. Damn.
Got him.
All right, I have to find arguments against you guys now. Let me see.
Welcome to the
I mean,
fold.
go for it, man.
You can say fold because flat things are easy to fold.
What do you got?
Lord.
What's your best argument against flat water, dude?
I have to do some research. I can't just go out.
Oh, shit.
Let's see.
So wait, first off, do you believe the Earth is a globe?
Yes.
No, he just said he's a flat earther.
Oh, shit. But why?
But I have to believe.
Okay, no, it's cool. It's cool.
Yeah,
but
yes.
why?
We gotta be walked through like the lore.
Oh no, this is a great opportunity. Hold on. You lost the bet. You have to be a flat earther now. So now that you have to be a flat earther, can us globe people start asking you questions?
Yeah, go ahead, go for it. I'll try to answer.
Now
Hold on.
he has to steel man. No. Now that he's a flat earther, he's got to try to steel man flat earth arguments, right? Wouldn't that be most ideal?
I don't know the argument.
I'm done with that.
I think
Why do they lie?
But damn, it's.
Yo, I'll start off with the question.
Research, you got this.
Okay, go for it.
Don't you think if like Earth was flat and you had like these magnifying glasses that you could like unlimited zoom, don't you think eventually you'd be able to see the back of your head?
What
If,
the
like, your
fuck?
zoom was super good.
No.
No,
That's,
you
'Cause,
wouldn't
like,
see the
there's
back
no-
of your
that's
head.
so
There's no
dumb.
barriers or anything that
That's the
stops
globe of
anybody from traveling
Einstein.
east or west.
No,
Hey, wait a minute.
No,
Are you?
in
Hold on.
any
Are you
world
saying
would that
that?
ever work?
brother, hold on.
Hey,
Hold on. That's the quote
Time,
from
are-
Einstein for a globe. That's what Einstein quotes if you're on a globe.
They were
If you
asking
look
me
forward-
questions. They were
No,
asking
he
me
said if
questions.
you look forward on a globe, you can see your own ass. Einstein said that. Now, do you guys have a telescope that could
You guys
see
took
about
him off the
24,000
fucking
miles?
Democ, we're not
Democ is
asking you
back at it.
questions right now. We're asking the brand new flat earther questions.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yes. Yes.
Wait,
We're
I have
testing.
two
We got to
questions.
test his knowledge on this because I mean, like, I could make an argument for this too.
I have two questions.
Go for it.
Do you believe in gravity?
Do I believe in gravity? No.
Yes.
I don't believe in gravity. Since I'm a flat earther, I can't believe in gravity.
Right on.
Okay, then Pops, why do you think objects move toward the surface of the Earth?
Objects move towards the surface of the Earth is because God makes it that way.
Oh, come on, dude. Don't
The
do
true
that.
root
Come
of
on.
every flat Earth argument, right there.
I can't think of one.
No, that's
it's-
incorrect. I'm here to
Okay.
defend that. Don't talk shit.
What?
What? You don't believe God made the Earth flat?
You don't think that's an argument that people make?
Dude, no, you're like
Hold on.
saying
You don't
that
think? Do
fucking
you
things
do you
fall
not
down
believe that
because of
God made
God,
the Earth
dude.
flat?
Like, slow your fucking roll.
Hold on a second.
Because
Did
things
God
are
separate the waters
shut
from
the
the
fuck up.
Earth?
Shut
I
the
think
fuck
you
up.
should say
Who
intelligent
the fuck
design.
said it? Who
Hold on,
who said that things are falling to earth because of God? Y'all need to slow the fuck down.
Pops said that, the new flat earther.
Yeah,
But he was
Pops,
wrong.
you're not even a flat
I've been doing this
earther.
I've been doing this for a long time. I'm going to give him a hint. Pops, you're supposed to say density and buoyancy.
Oh my lord.
Oh, because of density and buoyancy. They
No, he
force
already,
you.
he already
They force
said
you
because
to
God. Ah.
What?
Dude, come on. We
Pops,
can
you're
talk
supposed to
flat
say-
Earth, all right? Like that's the fun thing about this is we can talk flat Earth, and we don't even have to bring religion or the Bible or anything like that into it. It's so
My
great.
bad. My bad.
Yet it all
But most
stems
of my
from
I don't know their argument. That's the only one that I heard before. So.
Oh, you haven't been around.
I don't know.
You
That
haven't been
sounds
around long
like
enough, man.
some fucking trolling ass
Yeah,
flat Earth.
I haven't
Like,
been around
thinks
enough
he's
to
shit.
around.
Normally you get density.
Density.
Some people bring up density and buoyancy.
Normally, you get Globers coming in here, ironically asking you, "Do you believe in something?" And then they say that we are religious. Go get a grip.
Right. Because we're not
I know
holding a
you're
belief here, right? Like
I
that's the
know
whole
that
thing
you're not
about
holding
it.
a
Flat
belief.
Earth. No.
Don't be
Flatsy's
so sure,
right.
platypus.
Flat Earth.
Platypus,
Hold on.
don't be
Flat
so
Earth
sure.
is not holding a belief, right? Flat Earth is not holding any kind of beliefs, right? Flat Earth sticks to what.
Flat Earth certainly
Okay.
works hard to present itself as
Hold
empirical.
on a second.
No,
Hold
we
on.
don't even have to work all that fucking hard. We don't.
What I thought was like people don't believe, or the flat Earth don't believe in like the Big Bang, so they believe in a higher power that made the Earth because they didn't
See,
believe
there
in that
you
part.
go. Invoking
That's what I've heard.
You're the zealot. Would you please try to formulate questions that don't ask us what we believe in? Maybe be intellectual and come up with a question that actually makes sense and doesn't invoke belief.
Okay, Flatsy, where do you think the Earth came from? How did the Earth come to be?
Infinite regression fallacy. Can you please formulate something that's
No.
not spacious?
Hey, excuse me. Excuse me. That's a perfectly fair question to ask. And I'm
No,
looking for a
Terry,
legitimate
Platypus.
answer for it.
No, I'm gonna jump to Flatsy's defense on there. None of us were there. Okay, none of us.
Why
were
don't you guys
fucking
just
there
admit
at
that
the
it's
forming of
God
no.
and Jesus
None of
and
us
that
were there
Jesus
at the
Christ
forming of the Earth,
birthed the
right?
universe out
We're
of his butt,
here.
right?
Well,
We
I mean,
are
you have
here
to have some
right
idea,
now
though, right?
on the Earth. We're here right now on the Earth, and we can make observations. We weren't there when the Earth had formed, right? But we're here right now on the earth, on the formed earth, and we can observe it, we can test it, we can see that there is no curvature. Okay,
Hey,
so like,
Jenna,
where's your curve proof?
Can you
Jenna, if
speculate
your
at
answer,
least?
hold on a second, hold on, Jenna, if your answer to that question is I don't know, that's a perfectly valid answer to the question. That's all you have to say.
Yeah,
If I
that's
ask
the
you where do
basis
you
of
think
it.
the Earth
So,
came from, all you have to say is I don't know. That's a valid answer. That's all you have to say.
That is true. It is kind of
I'm
valid.
not going to judge you for saying I don't know. If that's
then why
the
would you
answer,
ask? Why would you ask such a
Just to know where you're
question?
at. Just
because
to
I
know what.
wanted to know what your I wanted to know what your answer is. I get all
Well,
sorts of answers from flat earthers.
okay, that's fair.
I
Now,
do have flat
okay,
earthers
all
that
right.
tell me that it came from God because they subscribe to a biblical definition of the shape of the earth. I get that all the
Perry the
time.
Platypus, if I had asked you the same question, would your honest answer be I don't know?
My honest answer would be I don't know.
Okay, fair. Then we're on
none
the
of us
same.
knows.
Then hey, hold on. I bow to that.
Hold on. Yeah, I'm going to agree with something that you said earlier. Now, when I asked you what you think, when the first thing you said was it was an infinite reduction fallacy, which I
That
know where
wasn't
you're
me.
going
That
with
was
that.
Flatty.
That was flat.
Flatty
Okay,
said it was
you're
an
right.
infinite reduction fallacy,
In my
which she's
defense,
right.
in my
No, I
defense,
didn't say
in
reduction.
my defense, the two of you almost sound identical on my computer.
I know.
Listen,
But
please
A
don't
lot.
my
misrepresent me.
answer is I don't. Hold on, Jenna. My answer is I don't know for the same reason that your answer is I don't know. I can't
fair.
go. I can't keep walking it backwards to get to a beginning, like
All
a
right.
first answer.
Shut up with your
All right,
diarrhea of the
Platypus.
That's a dishonest
Flatsy's
answer. I don't know. That's
Flatsy's trying to say something. Let Flatsy say what she's trying to say.
I said infinite regression fallacy. Why are you going to why would you ask a question that has no clear answer because none of us were there?
Because Flatsy, to some people, there is a clear answer. Some people think they have a clear answer to that question. That's why
Magical nothingness.
Flatsy,
Magical
all I
nothingness.
did was ask her what her answer to the question was. That's it.
All right. So then I guess the answer is the same for all of us, right? Right. The answer is going to be the same for me, from Flatsy, from you. The answer is I don't know, right? Because honestly and realistically, none of us were there. But honestly and realistically, all of us are here now, right? On a place that we can test, we can observe, right?
I think God did it.
That's what matters.
You think?
Now.
Hold on. You think we can? Do you think we can test everything that we can observe?
What do you mean?
Well, we observed the moon moving through the sky. How does the moon move through the sky?
Okay, the moon is not the surface of the earth. The moon is not going to tell you that the earth's surface is curving.
But I'm going to guess you have no idea how the moon moves.
That's not the point. That's neither here nor there.
No,
the moon has
because
no
here is the
bearing.
surface of the earth.
No.
But it is
Platypus.
there in the sky.
Harry, okay, that has no bearing on the fact that we're here and now.
It does have a little bearing, though. It gives an idea of what you believe in, like, or what you think. Like, it gives like a indication of like how he's gonna answer or question his next answer or whatever.
First of all, I need to figure out the ground that I'm standing on before I start figuring out anything beyond that.
And you think the ground you're assuming that the ground that you stand on has nothing to do with the moon.
Yeah, no, the ground that I stand on, when I look out across the oceans, is pretty fucking level. It's flat. When I look out across the salt flats, it's flat. Kansas, flat.
See, that's funny because when I was out on the ocean for 4 years, I saw things that would lead me to believe that the surface of the earth is curved.
And what would those things be, sir?
So, if you don't know, I was a submariner for 5 years.
Okay,
I got to see a lot of ships from a very low viewing point with regard to the surface of the ocean many times. And one thing, not only did I see ships disappearing bottom down, but in fact, if it was a military vessel, and I knew what kind of military vessel it was, I could actually determine how far away it was from me based on how much of it I could still see.
Right, right. That's all well and good. I mean, what was your what?
That's a very hand wavy. That's a very hand wavy
Okay,
response.
well, no. I've got to get some. I've got to get some extra information on this. Like, what was your observation height? What was the distance at which these boats were that you were observing? I need to know these things.
You ready for the answer that's going to really make you laugh?
Sure, go for it.
I cannot tell you how high out of the water the periscope comes. That is classified.
Okay. It's actually not all that classified. The periscope can come up out of the water from anywhere 1 to 7 feet.
Oh, you know what kind of periscope I used on what kind of submarine I served on?
What was that? Can you tell me?
No. You're telling me how high out of the water my equipment
I'm saying on average different periscopes, right? Anywhere between an observation height of 1 foot to 7 feet. That's the research I've done. And no, never mind the fact that my father and my grandfather were Navy, but yeah, I've done my research on it. Okay.
Okay.
Now it's okay if you don't know. It's all right if you don't know. I'll forgive it.
I could go and pull out some declassified video if you wanted to.
I mean,
of ships disappearing hull down.
I would love to
Okay,
see.
don't pull. Do
That's what
not
they did.
pull a War Thunder, please. Don't pull the War Thunder.
No,
you
I'm
don't
not
want to
pulling
give
the
out
fucking War
some. You don't want to give out like classified information.
I can't, dude. I was a radioman. There is shit that I could accidentally divulge that would get me thrown in fucking Leavenworth for 35 years.
Yeah. I mean, pilots aren't supposed to tell you that they see a flat Earth, right? Like the technicians, the engineers for can tell you that this shit pings out horizontally. It doesn't follow a curvature. Radar, all of that. It doesn't sonar. That shit's not.
Question for
bending
you,
you.
Jenna. What happens when you reach the edge of the Earth? Do you just
what
tell
edge?
you said you're flat Earth, so it should be a disc, right? If you walk to the edge of the Earth, what happens when you walk past it?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been there. Have you?
Wait, I've been told that the Earth
Have
is
you?
not a disc.
No. Hold on. But have you been to an edge? What edge?
Seriously.
But here's another question for you, real quick. Real quick.
Please don't let that stupid disc shit slide.
That's fucking it is ridiculous because none of us flat earthers believe that we're a disc in space. Okay, there's no fucking edge to fall off of. Can you fall off of the edge of a pond if you're in the pond?
Can you fall off the edge of a pond if you're a pond?
Right. Yeah. If you're in the pond, is there any edge to fall off of? No, there's no edge to fall off of if you're in the pond. Okay. So that's what you're asking. You're like, can you fall off the edge of a pond? What happens to when you get to the edge of the pond?
So
Fuck, I don't know, dude. Have you been there? I haven't been there. Earth isn't a fucking disc in space, dude.
So you don't know what the
that's
flat
a
Earth looks like?
misconception from the globe side.
They also can't map, for the record.
Did you say flat earthers?
Do you not know what does the Earth look like on a map?
How do you know that?
I got these stomach.
Flat Earth.
Give me. You guys talk amongst yourself. Give me just a moment, gentlemen, ladies and gents.
How did you verify what it is? Did you verify that it's not a disc in space?
And why do you guys say don't let me ask these sort of questions?
You're super choppy, Callie.
Hey, I got a question for Globers.
Yeah.
So I just got my gun license, and I'm planning to go get some rifles and go like long range shooting. And I'm just wondering, is there any like machines that like I can buy at a gun store that accounts for Coriolis effect?
How far are you shooting? What's the velocity of your projectile?
I don't know yet. I just got my license like last week, so I want to shoot pretty far. I want to get a sniper and put a scope on that thing, but if the Earth is spinning very fast and moving and stuff, when I have to account for that when I shoot.
Probably not. You're probably not shooting far enough to have to really worry about it.
What if I shoot like 2 miles?
I don't think you can buy a gun that does that.
You'll get told by a sniper that the Coriolis is accounted for inside of the equation that you're doing, but all you're going to account for is just lift and wind.
I asked my boss,
Coriolis
ex-sniper.
at all.
I asked my boss, who is an ex-sniper in the Israeli army,
Nonsense.
things right about the Coriolis, and he just fucking laughed at me.
Mark
He's
said
like,
it in Shooter, so it must be real.
he said, all we do is account for wind direction. If it goes this way or that way or this way, or the wind moves in all kinds of different directions. You just have to calculate for it. He's like, Coriolis, ha! Like, he laughed in my face because he used to be a sniper. Like, oh well, there's my fucking answer, I guess.
Yeah, I'm going to shoot further than 2.5 miles. I think the world distance record is 2.2 miles. He didn't account for Coriolis, so I figure if I factor it in, I can break that record. That's what I'm going for. So help me out, guys.
Well, dude, if you used refraction too, you might be able to see further over the curve. So you could, shit, bro, you might fuck around and shoot your own ass.
You get enough refraction, you'll shoot your ass.
You can make the world's longest shot. if you just
Yeah, I think I can beat him. If I just factor that in, I think I can beat him.
Well,
yeah.
If you get it as the same rotation as a space station, you could probably get it in that same free fall, and then eventually it'll fall out. And then boom.
You just got to angle up high enough, and it's gonna catch orbit and pull back around and catch you right in the ass cheek.
You can aim at shit from around corners with your friend, and you're aimed right at it, and I'm sure you'll hit it. Holy crapola, Glovers.
Well, at least I don't have to spend more money on a Coriolis machine. Thanks, guys.
Wait, if you don't they have if you got the fully auto, you got the fully auto, got the semi-auto. I think it's one more click, Coriolis.
Oh no, I think that's triple burst and then Coriolis.
Coriolis.
Corioli.
Well, the Glovers were in the room the other day trying to say that even with a sniper rifle, that you could shoot a bullet and drop a bullet, and both of them are going to hit the ground at the same time.
Is that true?
That one right there. That one right there. That is absolutely true.
That's absolutely false. You're a clown if you think that.
What are you talking about? Like, it depends on how far you're shooting for that to work out. What are you talking about?
Oh my god, let's flat earth this. You don't know what
you're telling me
the only way that doesn't work out.
You don't know what you're talking about when it comes to ballistics. Simply ask questions.
Right, if I shot a freaking a target 10 feet away and dropped the bullet from a 4-foot freaking height, you're telling me the bullet's gonna hit the ground the same time as the bullet hits the target? Are you out of your freaking mind?
That's not.
That is
That's not the
No,
proper.
that's
That's not
not
the proper setup.
not what anybody said.
it's not at all what was said.
He's talking about bullet drop.
Yeah, it has
I have
something to do with
a
hitting a
rifle that
target.
has really bad bullet drop.
No, you have a rifle that drops the ball.
No, man. This thing is a wrecking ball.
Yeah. For those that don't know, that's a pun. For those that don't know, that's actually a pun.
Yeah, mine too.
I get foot drop. Paraplegics get something called foot drop. Is it anything like that?
Look, it's not exquisitely the case that a projectile fired will hit the ground at the same time, right? There's qualifiers that must be in place, right? For example, it has to be shot horizontally, right? Because if you shoot it up, you got to take into account the uplift, right? Et cetera, et cetera.
Well, if you shoot it straight down, I think it'll beat it there.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
So,
It'll beat it there, yeah. That's
I
a
mean,
good one.
yeah, of course it'd have to be horizontal.
Okay, well, explain to me the parameters and in what case that would work out to be.
On a perfectly
Well, I
flat
mean,
Earth, vacuum.
the only practical parameter that would make it plausible for it not to occur would be variations, right, which are in the micro scale. So that would kind of be like you just consider that negligible, or any aerodynamic lift that the round would undertake, right? But all things being equal, it would be reasonable and expected for the objects to hit the ground if it was an extended horizontal plane at the same time, whether one's dropped or whether one's shot, right? It's the whole reason why you actually have to counter ballistic drop, right? By aiming upwards, right? Because you're expecting your round to strike the ground at a particular distance. And your flight time in that distance is going to decide how much you have to arc it, right? Which ballistic computers can do for you. You can laze a target and the ballistic computer will automatically arrange the barrel to compensate for all these factors.
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't have a scope to set for those distances, and you just had your rifle with open sights, yeah, you'd have to literally aim high and be amazingly good at learning that,
Not really. Actually, majority. Well, you're saying without a scope. Yeah, without a scope, it'd be.
Yeah, like that. The old cowboys. They got that long thing. They kind of click up the rear high sight. For the longer shots.
Iron sight.
Yeah, but
I'm
that's
talking
still
old
still a
rifles.
measure, right? Like, so when you take a rifle like that and you design the marks, the notches on the back, right, that you're going to line up with the front
Just
post.
like a scope, pretty much like.
Yeah,
a
they
scope.
don't. Yeah, they don't make that up, They
Right.
actually test it out and see what angle that's going to make the barrel so that the round with its force plus drop will equal the distance range. So a lot of those posts have marks on them. So this post is 100 meters, this post is 200 meters, this post is 300 meters, et cetera, right?
Be interesting to see someone with like an old black powder or whatever. We didn't have sites that kind of just basically
There's a
eyeballed
movie.
it.
There's a
45
movie
caliber.
about that. There's a movie about that, bro. The movie is called Quigley Down Under. If you're ever interested.
I was just gonna say it. I was just gonna say, is Magnum PI in it?
Yes.
Yeah.
The impressive thing about it is that he's actually shooting upside down, so he has to do a reverse parabolic arc.
It's kind of funny that the Globers were the ones bringing up that horizontally fired bullet thing, because if anything, it's kind of a point against the Globe.
Not really.
It's so absurd to think that anybody could pull off a shot with stuff moving.
No, I mean, if certain conditions are in place, like, for example, you've got even elevation, which is kind of unreasonable, but, I mean, just in concept, that sounds like that's what they were talking about.
Fair enough. So let me ask you this question, Mr. It Sounds Absurd. Okay. At 3,000 meters, okay, what would be the standard quote unquote deviation, quote unquote, accounting for, the traditional accounting for Coriolis at 3,000 meters?
It would probably be so freaking tiny it wouldn't even matter. Is my guess.
12 centimeters, bro. 12 centimeters. So what's 12 centimeters in inches? Let me see.
3,000 feet? Is that what you said?
3,000 meters.
12.
So that is
3,000.
right, friend. Just check this out, Holmes. That's 5 inches, bro. 5 inches. Okay, one more time. That's 5 inches. So let me ask you this. Dude. How wide are you at the chest?
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be off by that much, but
Okay, well, yeah. How wide are you at the chest, bro? How wide are you at the chest?
16 at least. 18.
Okay, so that's a factor of 3 greater than the variance. So if I aim center mass, I'm probably going to hit your dumbass, right?
Yeah, this is true.
Hey, there you go. And if I'm off to the right, then I just correct to the left. I just quickly correct to. Yeah, but think about it. If I'm off to the right and I miss, I just quickly correct to the left, right? I mean, unless I actually want to hit you, in your left atria, you know what I'm saying? Then and only then might I give a crap about trying to attempt to account for Coriolis, dude. I mean, get real.
I have to say Earth spin technically, because isn't Coriolis technically fixed?
Yeah, fair enough. Now, what is the error correction? What is the error correction for 1 mile per hour increase or decrease in crosswind per 1,000 meters?
I have no clue. I've never shot any kind of distance like that.
Okay, if memory serves, it's either 10 centimeters or 10 inches. I can't remember exactly, but either way, it's more than double the Coriolis correction. So if you had 2 crosswinds, you'd have a factor that's taking you off center mass by less than the width of a third of the mass, but the other factors are taking you off center mass per 3,000 meters times 3 times the variance, could take you completely off target, right?
Well, it would still make a mess of things. That's for damn sure. It wouldn't make it easier.
Right. So what actually happens in the field? So Bear, so with all that being said, what actually happens in the field when you're firing at a target? Yeah. You generally, right? Unless you know all of these conditions, right? Which you could theoretically. You're just going to put it range for ballistic drop. Any leading, you're going to fire center mass. You're going to witness, right, where the round hit, and then you're going to correct. That's usually the way it's going to go down. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Or the way I prefer is you just do about a 15 volley, and then you don't have to correct anything.
Yeah. Have you ever seen that thing called Metal Storm? Metal Storm. It's like
they
come in 25 barrels, 100 barrels, 200 barrels. Like it's just a wall, and they are electronically fired bullets, and the each barrel can have like 25 bullets in it. So it's just like it's a wall. It's just a hail of.
Well, the thing about Metal Storm is that you can actually put a functional Metal Storm system inside a pen that could fit in your pocket, and it could literally be a 22 caliber with let's see, maybe 7 rounds in it. That by the way can be fired. They can be fired sequentially, intermittently, or simultaneously. Yeah.
Dude, yeah. What you do is you fire them like 1/100th of a second behind one another, stuff like that. That'd be neat. That'd be interesting. Sheesh, what a mess. I just saw this one show where they were shooting it at just like plywood, and it was just making a mess of it.
Hey, I heard, bro. I heard. If I'm not saying I heard the original source, but I heard that someone was interviewing one of the world records sniper shots, and they asked him if he accounted for Coriolis, and he said no.
Yeah, so that's why I'm going to account for it and then beat his record.
Good point, man. Good point.
I asked.
Now you also have to in any of those types of shots, because oftentimes what I hear is this record distance shot. Okay, there's a big difference between a record distance shot and a record distance shot first fire.
Right. That's what I was thinking. Like a sniper shot, the guy that made a shot from the longest wherever in like Baghdad. Like that's different from the guy that literally he shot for like 2 hours straight until he hit it. Until he made the shot. Yeah. I mean, at that point, you could almost just be like the Texas sharpshooter fella. Like, hey, I did it after you shot enough.
Well, yeah, it's like, so you hear all the time about people, like they say after 1,000 yards you have to start taking it to Coriolis, right? I'm like, dude, I hit targets 1,200 all day long with a 240 Bravo all day long. Not even hard. You don't even have to think about it. You literally just point right at it and you fire. You can literally see the tracers and just walk them on target in less than a few seconds. Your target's toast.
You got tracer.
I had a 240. I had a little 240 over under 20 gauge over under an old gun.
240 is just a serial. It's like a number, dude. It's not like, it has no bearing on the 240 Bravo is just a man portable version of the 240 Charlie, which is the turret. It's just a 7.62 machine gun, basically.
I'm speaking of a caliber, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a while since I owned a gun.
So it's one tracer. Yeah, it's one tracer. It's one tracer per 5 rounds. So if I see 3 tracers, that's already 15 rounds downrange, right?
Yeah. Like
why would I ever bother? If I can do that, right? Why would I need to account for any like anything other than the leading of the target?
Trace around, man. You know how expensive that gets.
Come into play. It does come into play if you're thinking about hitting a target with your first round and only one round, right? Then and only then maybe you do have to do all this precise calculating, right? Now, how many proven engagements, right, are there where the target is eliminated on the first firing?
I wouldn't even know the number for that. I would think that after the first shot, you don't have much of a second chance.
You sure about that, dude?
I mean, think about it. After the first shot, sometimes it causes the enemy to hunker down, right? Now they're stationary.
Yeah. I guess, I don't know.
Look, Bear, all as I know is there's a lot of methodology in military training and manuals for subsequent shots. And in fact, you want to know something interesting, Bear? Check this out. This is going to blow your mind. So let me ask this question. Would you think that the more shots you're firing, you're going to get better accuracy with each subsequent shot? Is that what would come? Does that make sense?
Well, I mean, I guess you're like, oh, I got a higher probability of hitting something, and the more I shoot.
Yeah, guess what? It's wrong. After 5 to 6 shots, your accuracy gets worse.
And
So if you don't eliminate the target by the 5th or 6th time, you got to restart.
Huh.
Like that's also applicable to artillery, right? You bracket artillery onto the target, but after the 5th or 6th one, like the corrections that they're making are essentially bringing it back into error probability of missing rather than reducing the error probability and hitting.
That'll make your brain hurt to figure that why that's true.
Well, the reason is because there is an inconsistency in the firings of the rounds. Like they could have the same firing solution, the same barrel, the same alleged powder, all of these things, and the round still land in a different place. So, switching that again is bringing along that error.
Pushing me off the fucking fence.
Every breath or movement you make is an error.
Bless you, little kitten that was just on the mic there.
We don't know what he said, bro. Somebody said something might have been profound, but it just sounded like a bunch of overblare.
Yeah, somebody whispered.
Yeah, when people say that they don't account for Coriolis, maybe for your, shorter range stuff, but long range artillery, you definitely account for Coriolis. There's all kinds of firing solutions.
Yeah, cool story.
To account for depending on if you're in the north, depending on if you're shooting south, which direction it's going to deflect.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Depending on if you're in the north.
Holy
of
crap.
what? In the north of what?
Depending on which hemisphere you're in, it's going to deflect in a different direction.
Yeah, that's cool, dude. So what's the round placement variability of a 16-inch gun in the same turret at 40,000 meters?
What does that have to do with anything?
Oh, what does that have to do with anything? So now you've demonstrated how ignorant you are. Thanks.
Oh, you can't address what I said?
No, you should already know what this has to do with anything. If you're making the claim that at long ranges this Coriolis accounting is necessary,
Here, let me know what you think it means.
Dude, I'm not even gonna bother, dude. You're not worth my time.
Oh, you can't tell me what it means. Why'd you say?
No, I can tell you what it means. I told you I'm not going to do it. Maybe a hard time comprehending English, I guess.
Yeah, I said what I said, man.
Yeah, I know you said what you said, and what you said is just a claim, dude. Cool story. Okay, the difference between me and you is I was a cavalry scout.
It's not a story.
Right? So were you a cavalry scout? Were you a cavalry scout?
Cool. So why are you lying about people accounting for Coriolis?
No, I'm serious. Like, I would just like to know, right?
You want a cookie?
Yeah, I want a cookie, dude. Okay, listen.
All right.
Listen,
Well,
friend.
Doesn't change anything.
If you were paying attention, and I explained the variabilities of direct fire at 3,000 meters, right? You'd notice how well, it is pretty far.
Depending on if you're shooting north and south, the amount of deflection range is going to change.
Okay, the problem is that they have a ubiquitous correction table for per 1,000 meters, right?
Yes, a correction table for the firing solution. You're damn right. It involves Coriolis.
No, dude. Direct fire doesn't have firing solutions, dude.
I don't know what you think you're talking about. We're pertaining to.
Okay, so listen, friend. Direct fire is not artillery fire. Comprende? Artillery fire is referred
Yeah, I
to
was talking
as
about.
indirect fire. Yeah, dude, we know. We know you're not talking. We know you don't know what you're talking about. You're right.
All right. Well, you definitely account for Coriolis, though.
Yeah, I mean that's a cool story, bro, that you got there. I like your story. It's a great story.
So
You think they don't?
I'll need to buy something when I get my gun for Coriolis? What?
No, I'm serious. They're like
Long range.
okay. Let me ask this question, dude. So when I take my training and I learn bracketing, what am I learning?
Who cares?
Okay, so you have no idea what you're talking about. Thanks.
Yeah, you ignored what I said. Good job.
Dude, I don't need to address what you said because you're ignorant of the facts, dude.
Why are you getting so mad?
What?
That's Cali
Yeah, relax.
AI. He's
all right,
he's not-
Callie. Here's how we'll do this. Here's how we'll do this, bro. You go find me the round placement variability of a 16-inch gun off of a destroyer in a turret at 40,000 meters. You let me know what that is, and then you let me know what the variability of alleged correction for Coriolis is. Then you let me know the field observer who's witnessing these rounds hit, what their bracketing methodology is going to be in response to the rounds landing. And then you can come back and tell me whether or not people are accounting for Coriolis or whether it's necessary. How about that? Is that fair?
You're just lying. I mean, they definitely account for Coriolis. Everybody knows that.
I know it's a cool claim. I know that's the claim, and I don't disagree that that's a claim. Yeah, cool. So why don't you explain how it happens? Go ahead.
Yeah, depending on which hemisphere you're in, it's going to deflect in a certain direction.
Okay, what's the amount of the deflection at 40,000 meters for a 16-inch gun?
Depends on your latitude.
What is it?
Dude, it depends on your latitude.
What is it?
What is what?
Yeah, why don't you pick a latitude and then tell me what it is?
Cool, so you want me to actually find the firing solution.
Dude, why don't you pick a latitude? Why don't you pick one and tell me what it is? Go ahead.
Why don't you stop lying?
Okay, that's all he does. So, bro, Callie.
Calm down,
Callie.
baby. Not that big a deal.
Yep, you're boring, bro. So you're just gonna go on mute, right? And then I'm going to have you permabanned from the channel until you bring me the data that I requested. How about that? Is that fair? So I'm going to unmute you so you can decide whether you're going to tell me you're going to give me the data or you're going to talk some bunch of nonsense schmack, right? And then I'm going to have to censure you indefinitely. All right, so let's unmute Callie and see if he has to, learn the error of his ways. Go ahead, bud. What's up,
you
Callie?
forgot how to exist in the real world. You're too busy censoring people.
Yep. So here we go. I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Bud.
Yeah, so in the real world, Callie, artillery that is not guided, right, is actually directed to the target by a forward observer. And there's a whole process there that if you knew anything about it, you would understand that the round placement variability is greater by orders of magnitude in some cases than the alleged Coriolis compensation. And so basically there's no way for you to know whatsoever whether any alleged Coriolis compensation is doing anything. Okay?
He ran away, brother.
Yeah, that's fine.
Beginning of your sentence, he ran away.
No worries.
Good job.
It's fun. It's funny when certain people show up and they just have no idea who they're talking to. It's hilarious.
It's almost too easy for a Cyberdyne Model 101 to dismember, arguments like that. Where's the
Now there has been only ever one good rebuttal ever given to that point, and credit is due where credit is due. Right?
Thank you.
However, it's not compelling to me personally. However, it is considerable.
Did Scott bring it up?
Sure. Scott, listen, Scott's not as dumb as you pretend he is, all right? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Scott doesn't pretend to be as dumb as you know he is. No, hold on a second. I'll get this right eventually.
No, it's got to be your bull.
We got time.
All right.
Yeah,
A broken Scott is right twice a day. There we go.
that works.
I like that one. Yep.
That's poetic simplicity.
He knows a little bit of math, but I won't give him too much credit. More than that.
I could sum it up. It's like, look, when you have a bunch of factors and you're trying to hone in on a target, you're trying to mitigate as many as possible to get the round placement variability as close of a circle or near the target as you possibly can, right? And that makes perfect sense. Now you could parse out the particulars greater than that, but that is the case when it comes to a gunnery. That is what you're trying to do.
Now, who else wants some of Debo?
You gonna make me cry tonight, Avi?
Huh? Yeah, I don't have to. I'm on break right now. Or else you'd be.
Oh, damn.
But
I'm in the mood for a good cry.
Well, I mean, AI's got two strong shoulders, you know. But listen, you were on about the other day that you're talking about the sun proving that the Earth is a globe. And what is the sun modeled in? What model is it modeled in? Don't say globe model. Because specifically astronomy and celestial navigation. I've been talking about this for like 2 weeks now. Should have been here. If you weren't here. Oh, you were on vacation, weren't you? What is a conceptual tool that's used for astronomy and celestial navigation?
Yeah, I'll tell you what you want to hear.
Yeah, go ahead.
Celestial sphere.
Yes, correct.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Why did that sound like two lovers negotiating their safe words?
Well, you know, the weird thing is that he's been on about this for a long time, but he's been actually dancing around. He's been dancing around the obvious, right? He doesn't want to actually face the facts that it's a conceptual tool that he's been using this whole time. That he's using his 0-degree argument. So he says the sun's moving across the sky, right? 15 degrees. All this great stuff that he talks about with astronomy. That's wonderful. Predictable movements of the heavens. It has nothing to do with the terrestrial sphere. Now, mind you, he uses it in the way that he says that it uses a terrestrial sphere, but it does not need one. Well, what do we know about that? Back in the 6th century, the Babylonians were using the same model as conceptually as we do today. And they were doing something concentric to the person or the observer, right? Which is just fine. Where everything works, I mean, you can do things navigating across oceans and whatnot. And I've been hearing a lot of the guys in here who side for the globe also capitulating to the fact that they now understand the fact that a long time ago, they didn't need a sphere or believe that they live on a sphere to move across the Earth. So if that's true, then why does Scott always bring that up as his evidence for the globe? Now, methinks he doesn't have a good argument that I'm bringing this to light. And I want him to, because he bet, I mean, this guy went all in. I mean, all of his chips, they're all in. So in a poker game, he's trying to see what kind of hand we got, right? He's like, I think you're bluffing. I don't think you can call me out on this one. The problem is, he doesn't realize that his foundation for his argument has always been the conceptual model of the celestial sphere. Now, I don't know what he's going to say after this. I hope he's got something, you know, kind of waiting to talk about. But other than him using a conceptual tool, I don't know what else he has, gentlemen and ladies. Go ahead, Scott.
What am I using a conceptual tool for?
The celestial sphere for astronomy and celestial navigation.
I
Now,
wasn't talking about astronomy or celestial navigation. I was talking about watching the sunset.
What do you think you're looking at? The sun setting, right?
I'm watching the sun go below 0 degrees angle of elevation.
Yeah, I know that. But isn't the sun...
Nobody does celestial navigation off that.
No, I'm not talking about that. I said in astronomy and celestial navigation. Right? Two things.
I'm not doing astronomy and I'm watching the sunset. I'm watching the sunset. It's really pretty.
What do you mean? Isn't the sun in the heavens?
Yes.
Okay. So isn't
But I'm
that
not doing
astronomy?
astronomy. No.
What are you
No.
talking about, Scott?
Astronomy is science. Watching a sunset's just
Oh,
watching a sunset.
astronomy is science?
Yes.
Really? Okay. Well,
According to all the scientists, it is. And they're the ones
all
who
right.
decide.
So the predictable movements of the sun are not modeled in the celestial sphere. Is that your claim?
I don't even know what that means. I can't make that claim.
Well, I mean, in astronomy, where you're seeing all the predictable movements of the heavenly bodies, including the sun, it's in the heavens.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So in astronomy, aren't you focusing on the sun setting?
I don't know of any astronomer who focuses on sunsets. No, people,
But really,
people enjoy
so
sunsets.
the sun has nothing to do with astronomy.
I didn't say that.
Well, it does it or doesn't it?
I said I was making a single observation of the sun below 0 degrees elevation.
You're not answering my question.
The question's irrelevant. My point.
It's
You're
irrelevant.
gonna make me
Why?
cry, man.
Well, we're not done yet. I want
Oh,
you to
okay.
at least yield. You have to yield, Scott. You have to understand that what I'm asking you is very specific. Does the sun, in this case, is the sun a part of astronomy?
Astronomers have looked at the sun, yes.
Thank you. Now, if we're going to say that the sun can be modeled within the celestial sphere, would you think that's correct or incorrect?
The sun can probably be modeled in something, whatever you're talking about.
Why is it so hard, Scott? I just want you to see the fact that you're now seeing the truth. The truth is, all this time, the thing that the celestial sphere is concentric to is the observer. Now, it could be thought of concentric to the Earth, right? In this case, for it being geostationary. But we're not. That's neither here nor there. In this case, we're understanding that a long time ago, people didn't think of the Earth standing on a ball. That was not in their thought process. They were
How do you
only
know?
looking at because they're looking at the predictable
How do you
movements of the
know?
heavens. Because they were traveling the Earth without the knowledge of the spheroid. You know,
How
the
do you
globular
know?
Earth. Okay, so let's look at history, Scott. When was the Earth known as a sphere?
I don't know. Seems like for a long time.
Well, if you don't
2,500
have
years
the
from.
answer to the question, that's the problem. If you don't
Why
have the
not?
answer to
That's
the
why
question,
I want to know. I want to know how you have the answer to the question.
well, it's apparent. Everybody knows history. Can you look into history yourself, or is it just me?
Okay, how
Am I the
did
only one
did you find out?
You can search it up. There's facts, Scott, that people know about.
And you believe what I find on Google?
Oh, obviously, if people a long time ago didn't need the globe. See, this is the thing, right? If they actually use the spheroid, as maybe you probably think that they do, because you don't really know right now. If they actually did, then all of the writing would be on the wall everywhere. People would be talking about globes for as long as we can remember, as history can be recorded. Now, history, as it stands right now, everybody knows, and there's no real kind of debate here on that. The point is, everybody knows that a long time ago, people used to think that the Earth was flat, right? You agree with that? Yes?
No, not necessarily.
Not necessarily. So now you're
I mean, some
negating the
did.
fact.
There's some people who
Well,
didn't.
Yeah, well, which people didn't? Now we're going to see where your knowledge lies with history, because at first
Hold
you
on,
said
hold
you
on.
didn't
Can
know.
I ask a question in regards to
History is
that? So was
irrelevant.
Go ahead.
the Australopithecines or the Africanopithecines that thought the Earth was a globe first?
I don't know.
No, you have
What I
to
mean by that is
You're on fire.
what I mean by that is which pre-human cognate form of proto-human had the idea first? That's what I'm trying to find out.
Yeah, I don't know when human beings or our precursors developed the cognitive capacity to conceptualize an Earth.
That sounds like your tongue is falling downstairs, Scott. Come on, man.
Yeah, it sounds like they probably had here and over there, and that was the extent of their understanding.
Dude, yeah, that's fucking answers Mr. Magoo would give me. Come on, dude. I mean, and here you are, and I said it before, man. You're just basically an armchair warrior. You want to say things, and you're comfortable, chair with your iPad, scrolling with your socks, kind of comfy. But you don't know any of these facts. You don't care to know. All you care to know is whatever somebody says. It's a globe, and you're just like, I'm good with that. Everybody needs to be on board with it. And I'm telling you, because you don't know, and the thing that you've always been using for your proof that the Earth is a globe, and then you look at us, dudes. I don't know why you don't think the Earth's a globe. It's such a globe, and you're like, well, it's easy to see sunsets are the proof of that. I heard you earlier because you were talking to Platypus.
Yes.
And he's like, if they could tell you the one single Platypus asked you this, so you had one
They
single
did.
proof, they held your feet to the coals, what would it be? And you said sunsets.
Yeah,
Which
I did.
yeah, okay. So the sun is in the celestial sphere, which is modeled up by the predictable movements, and in the heavens, which of course is modeled by the concentric to the observer. So you could say
So
that,
what is a celestial sphere then?
dude, I'm trying to tell you, this whole time you could just type it into Google and find out. It's basically what everybody notices as their perspective view is on the heavens. So, say for example, if you're out, I'll just say with no light pollution, right? And you're out in the nighttime with a sky full of stars, it would appear as a transparent dome with the stars affixed to it, and that's what it appears to you, me, and everybody. So that's the way it seems that we all view the sky, and things
Okay.
appear. Go ahead.
Sorry. And so within that model of a celestial sphere, how does anything ever get below 0 degrees angle of elevation?
I'm glad you asked. So as
Thank
things
you.
move away from us, they also appear to reduce an angular the angle of our what do you call it? Angle of view. So the angle of view, like let's say I'm watching something that's directly 90 degrees above me. As it moves across the sky, it changes its angle of view for me. So if I see a star, yeah. What?
And how far would it have to go before it drops below 0?
Well, that's the thing.
I know.
The conceptual tool of the celestial sphere doesn't deal with linear distance. It doesn't need to. It does not need to deal with linear distance, and that is the description. It's within the description, by the way. If you see it, it takes in no account linear distance. Doesn't need to.
Well,
And
unless
that's
those celestial bodies are rotating in that celestial sphere
well, there's a lot more that you can add.
in
There's a lot
relation
more that you
to
can
the
add.
Earth.
Yeah, there's a lot more you can add to it, but the like addendums that you want to tie into it, it doesn't necessarily need those. So, the only thing that you need to be concerned with is the angle of view of the thing that you see in regards to
I agree.
its position in the sky. Right.
I agree, and that's what I've been trying to talk about.
I know that. So with declination and right ascension, you're going to use these this conceptual tool, right? This celestial sphere, to in regards to the angle of view that you see things. And the only thing you need to be concerned with, not linear distance, just the angle of view that you see the thing in the sky at any given time of year and so forth, so you can make the predictable move of the heavens, like the heavenly bodies, have a way that they're cyclical in nature. So for you, me, and everyone, it is just geographically speaking, wherever you are on the earth, the predictable movements of the heavenly bodies can be modeled in such a way that either in a geographic location, what you would see in the night sky, and or seafaring people for celestial navigation. Now, this is important. The important step that you didn't, or that you're using to kind of superimpose your terrestrial spheroid, is the fact that everything that the conceptual tool from the celestial sphere is speaking of is the thing that people in the globe Earth idea are conflating. They're conflating the celestial sphere with the terrestrial sphere. They're saying because we have a celestial sphere, we have the terrestrial sphere. The only thing that can work. That's it. You can't have it working any other way. But that's not true. So this is what I'm trying to tell you. You're trying to say that the only way that celestial sphere can be modeled is with a terrestrial one. Because I know. Yeah, I know. So in regards to the celestial sphere, it's a sphere, and we've said this before, with an infinite radius. What does that mean, right? To the observer, there's no way to tell any distance to like how far away the stars are to give like these positions to then give a finite amount of what the spheroid actually would be modeled to. Like you can't say, well, the celestial sphere is this big, with math, because it doesn't need that. It just appears that way. It doesn't need to be modeled as a finite sphere. But it just seems like you're seeing something within, a dome, a vision. So, like what most flat earthers would say is that we have a dome of perspective, which is true, because that's exactly what the celestial sphere is modeled as. It's a transparent dome, according to what it says there in the description. It's a transparent dome with the stars affixed to it. Apparently, that's what it looks like to us. So, therefore, everything within that, including your sun moving across the sky, is modeled after this conceptual tool. Now, you are using this conceptual tool to then say, I see things in the sky look to me apparently in this way, therefore the earth has to be this shape. That's what you're saying. You understand? Yeah, I know that. But it doesn't need that. Does not need the earth to be. No, it does not. That's what I'm trying to tell you. No.
I know. You're trying, but you're failing.
No, I'm not failing. Here's the reason why. So, here's the reason why I told you we're going to be sobbing. So the problem is, the problem is when you see things like above your head, it doesn't matter what it is, right? As you move away from the thing that's above your head, the thing above your head will seem to appear to reduce in the angle of view as it moves away from you. So let's say a street light or whatever that's far away from you. It doesn't matter.
Stick to the sun.
No, well, it doesn't matter because the concept is the same. Concept is the same, except for the only difference. The only difference with the light, the lamppost or whatever, is that you can use actually distance according to that. But the concept is still the same. So the idea that we see things in our perspective that changes in angle of view, just like a street light would, and a far distance away from us, would be lower in our angle of view. So you could say, it's probably 45 degrees in my view at the moment. As I approach it, it increases its angle to like 75, and then when I get directly underneath, of course, 90 degrees. So as it moves away again from me, as I drive away from it, it will reduce once more, again, an angle of view, and then so forth as I get farther away from it. So the concept of things reducing in its angle of view is still there. It does not change the fact that that's how we see the world around us. So therefore, going to the sky, everything that we see above our head can be modeled in this very same way. See, here's where you're failing right now, because you don't realize you don't need the Earth to look like a spheroid for this to happen, because we're only talking about how we see in our perspective, Scott. That's it. We're not saying that we're actually defining a spheroid by how we see. We're just saying this is how it appears to me, the world looking like. It does not then turn the ground that we're walking on into a sphere. Doesn't do that. It just means that's how you see. Everything above you seems to be at an angle of view, for sure. At a degree of angle, specifically your distance away from it. But as you get underneath it, 90 degrees, right above you. Just like the sun. So that's what I'm going to go to now. The sun that you've always been using is used as this angle of view, because that's all we're doing right now, seeing things in perspective. And the conceptual tool that is the celestial sphere is the reason why we see what we see. So therefore, your idea that it can be used to talk to us about the Earth being a globe is not needed. It was not needed in the 6th century when it was thought up or conceptualized, and it's still not needed today. Even though you might think it does, but there's no way that you could tie it in to the terrestrial sphere. Anyway, my time is up because I have to get back to work.
That was a long ways to go, but not answer the question though. Nice job.
No, I laid it out for you. Where you go from here, sir, and use your imagination, it's up to you. But you know already, it's a conceptual tool. When you eat, every time you talk about the sun, you're going to be pointing to the celestial sphere, and that, my friend, is not telling you that the ground is a terrestrial sphere. Right ascension declination, and or anything that you see is just in an angle of view to you. So there's no globe.
A lot of words to say nothing though.
Well, you look up the celestial sphere, because everybody that heard my voice right now can do that right at this moment and see everything that you're going to say out of your mouth not going to tie into the Earth being a terrestrial sphere, because they can see what the celestial sphere is, and they won't be able to get a terrestrial one out of it. So there you go.
Except for what we know is that if the sun were directly over my head, and an hour later it needs to move 1,000 miles in the ground position, roughly. Depending, if it's over the equator, it moves 1,000 miles over the equator. And if the sun is at the same height it was when it was above me, because it has to be, because it's going to be the same height above the person 1,000 miles away from me, we would be able to calculate the expected angle of elevation to the sun. And then when it's another hour later, 2,000 miles away, we expect to be able to calculate that angle too. And then 3,000 miles away, we expect to calculate that angle too, because we know the height is constant. And this is what happens when you get into detail instead of just a whole bunch of words without any specificity. And we know that it's not possible for the sun to go far enough away from me from where I was at noon. It can't change that much in ground position to where it gets anywhere near 0 degrees elevation, little less past it. And there's no explanation in your celestial sphere on a flat Earth of how I can be seeing the sun at 0 degrees elevation and someone in China is seeing it at 90 degrees elevation. Well, roughly 90, you know. They're not at the equator, so, well, it's the Tropic of Cancer. I don't know if anywhere in China is at the Tropic of Cancer. I don't think it is, but you know what I'm saying. Somebody in Indonesia, maybe. And that just cannot happen on a flat Earth. There's no way you can model a celestial sphere in relation to a flat Earth, which would cause that phenomenon. Maybe when you get back later, you can explain the Alouette Alpha. I'll go on mute. Because I got to get my wife from the airport anyways.
By people and nobody's saying anything.
What happens when you debunk the globe?
Are you? Who's the one that said that? Are you like flat or globe?
Oh, I switch sides depending on who I'm talking to.
Oh, really?
Bit of fun.
Eggshells are flat. Is
Do you
that?
have any proof of the curvature of eggshells? Or
That's
is it
an
just something you've been
interesting
told
question.
since you're a
I
kid?
approach this flat Earth thing in a strictly philosophical level. I mean, like,
Do you approach your
can approach it that
microphone?
way. Sorry?
Do you approach your microphone sometimes? You sound like you're in a different room.
No, that's hold on a second, I'll fix that. You can still hear me, right? For the time being. I'll change it in like 30 seconds.
You approach it from a philosophical view, you were saying.
Yeah. Because see, the thing is, this whole debate, it's all about like what do you really know, right? Like there's no way to actually definitively say that we don't live in a simulation, right? Or any type of world, whether simulation or like anything. The only thing you can really prove is that what you can see with your eyes, right? So I mean, if you're using that metric, you anything outside of that is just speculation. I mean, in a strictly logical sense. So like in order for me to like, I've never been on a spaceship, okay, or on the space station, or whatever, or like looking out the window, going up on a space shuttle to the space station and beyond, and then look to see if the Earth is round. spherical, right? Because that would be the proof. So I can't say definitively unless that happens, right? So anybody who claims otherwise is just speculating. They're believing, the video. The only thing you could actually really say is the video of what they see, of the space shuttle going up, whatever, that video on TV. But it's still on TV. That could be completely faked, like easily. So you can't use that at all. But it's still outside speculation, right? Or something that's outside your vision, right? So and even if they experienced it, if they're telling you, they could be lying. So I mean, like you would have to experience it yourself to really know. And so other people saying it is just can be speculation. And me myself, for example, like if somebody told me like anything about the Earth, like anything, like my entire life, obviously I've been told that the Earth is round, but it's still some people telling me from the outside, okay, that the Earth is round. So they all could have been lying. You know what I mean? And so I shouldn't be if I found out that the Earth was flat indeed, I shouldn't be very surprised because I've never had any true evidence that it was, right? And one way of thinking of the Earth is flat is if you're in a simulation. The simulation, anything's possible, right? So that's one thing, and so using that, right? Like any one of us in this room, let's say, okay, if they found out that it was, they shouldn't be really. Obviously, they'd be surprised, but they shouldn't actually, since they've never. The only evidence they've had is people telling them. They shouldn't be really surprised, right? But with me, I mean, I think that if I did, again, this is speculation, but if I did get on a spaceship and go up, I would probably see, the Earth being a sphere. I mean, most likely, that's what I believe, right? But in the end, I have never done that, so I can't definitively say that it's true. And the only people that could are the astronauts.
Could you definitively say that if you had been on a spaceship, or would there be a possibility that you'd been hypnotized or given drugs or something?
Yes, true. Yes, of course. Or it's even like usually what happens is when you go to space, there's always something in between your line of vision and the space, like either a sphere. I mean, like your helmet or the window of the spaceship, right? So that could be so sophisticated to make it seem like what you're seeing outside is real, but it could be anything. I mean, like screens are very, very deceptive, because like the window of a spaceship could be a screen, like giving you any type of information. So I mean, like the arguments, like in a very real sense, the argument is like the only way to prove it is if you were like, I guess, well, I mean, a very definitive sense, you'd have to not only be in a spaceship, but you'd have to have a spaceship with no windows. But even that is speculation, because you could, like you said, be given drugs. I mean, like, see, there's no way to really prove anything that's like that you see, or even reality. I mean, like, and when I say this, I'm going in a sense that's like very definitive. Okay, like the only thing you could be sure of with 100% certainty is that it's what Descartes said it, even though it's probably not exactly what he meant, but it's I think therefore I am. So the fact that you're thinking, or you think you're thinking, okay, let's say you think you're thinking even, okay, is the only thing that's really real. Okay, because you can't dispute that in any way, because you do. Since somebody could dispute that you're thinking, because it could be fake or whatever. I mean, it's simulation or whatever, but the fact that you think you're thinking is non-disputable, like the ultimate non-disputable thing. Yeah. So anything beyond that is, in some sense, at least, speculation. See what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you.
Wait, I'm trying to get into the room with my tablet. Get the microphone. Where is it? There we go. Okay.
Hey, hear me better, right? Assuming. Can you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, a bit better. Still kind of quiet.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, like I'm on my tablet, so it should be better because it's like right close to me. The other one,
Sound
like,
quality is way better. You might just want to bump up the input volume.
okay. So is it better now?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, like I said, I approach this in a philosophical viewpoint. I've never spoken to somebody who believes in flat Earth before, not in person. I mean, in like somebody who actually believes it. I've never spoken to.
Well, you've never spoken to them about it. The probability you've spoken to somebody who thinks the Earth is flat is quite high.
Oh, really? So you mean like me?
Relatively high. It's like 7% in the UK. It's not 7%, sorry, 3% in the UK, 7% in Brazil.
Really? That's something I didn't know. So are you one of those people? I mean, that who has an actual belief of the Earth being flat,
No.
or
No. If you want to talk to an actual flat earther, you got to wait for one of them to speak up. I only laugh as a flat earther when I want to wreck some overconfident globers.
Oh, really? Yeah, it's true.
I'm very much of the position.
I
of
like
the Earth
flat
is
water.
spherical.
Horizontal, beautiful water at rest.
Yeah, it's but I mean, like, I would go to more so to the simulation thing.
Simulation of what?
Of like all like reality, just like
So
anything that we
it
see.
can't be flat in a simulation, or it has to be a
Yeah.
round simulation, or
Oh yeah, I mean, I would say, or either. You could be anything.
so. Hold on. So both things are just as relevant, 100% in your mind, like flat or round.
Yeah. No, that's not what he said. No, he said that flat is so irrelevant to him, based on his uniformitarian assumption of physics and other types of things that he's basing his worldview on in his metaphysic, that the idea that the Earth would be flat would be more rational if reality was simulatory in nature rather than kind of
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, yeah. I picked up on it right as soon as he said it. So he'd rather have a fake reality than a real flat Earth, or fake everything. I got it. I got you.
Well, we've had people say if the Earth is flat, that they would check themselves into insane asylums. That if the Earth is flat, that reality itself can't be trusted, et cetera, et cetera.
Oh, I've even heard if it could be a triangle, it could be a it could be any shape in the world's known history of any, like a bluebird. It can be. I've heard Glober say it can be any shape but flat. I'm like, what? And flat's not even a shape, so I'm like, I don't know where to go with this. But
So you're saying that me thinking that flatness is a simulation is me dismissing the realness of the flatness?
you're dismissing reality altogether. Like, dude, every time I go to a globe person, right? Like, if me and you're sitting in front of each other, check this out. You're going to deny reality. I'll grab a ball. You and I are sitting here. I'll start spinning that bug like on a drill. Pour water on it. Water's not going to stick. And then what you're going to do is claim somehow, somewhere magically, that that's not real physics and that's not what's happening. That on a big ball, that's not going to happen. That what we see on a ball is not going to happen. Something different will. See, this is what we're left with here. We have to deny reality that everybody can demonstrate, you know, all the kids and everybody, right? Physics. We have to deny all that real physics of water not sticking to a ball that spins and everything to do with it, brother. No demonstration at all. And then we have to go to what if, maybe, I hope, this could somehow, hopefully, maybe. And that's what we're left with now. And then, so that means globe. All the catchphrases, you know, gravity, Coriolis.
Okay. So I mean, like, if you don't mind me asking, do you believe that the Earth is flat, or?
I know for a fact that water lies horizontal. And if most of the topography or terrain or the surface of what we reside on is water, we got a problem. It can't be a ball because water doesn't form itself to a ball or start curving anywhere. It's horizontal at rest.
Right. People who believe in gravity would otherwise, I'm not expert in gravity, but that's how they would.
People bring that up when that's mentioned.
Sorry?
Why did you bring up gravity?
Oh no, it's because the people who believe in gravity, they would say that the water sticks to the earth
Yeah,
because
they say that water is higher than. Hold on, they say water sticks to the earth, not being held by dirt. So in our model, flat Earth, the dirt's higher than the water, like a riverbank and a bank and like the shore and all that. The dirt's higher than the water. The water's held by dirt in the flat Earth model. On your model, water is held by nothing, just to the surface of dirt. Now, how would you?
But it was bringing up gravity.
Yeah,
sorry, Demok, but bringing up gravity wasn't a refutation to the part where the surface of water is horizontal and flat. I just don't understand why people bring up gravity when we state that. Like, it just confuses me.
Right. Like saying a catchphrase word is going to make water not horizontal and flat now in front of everybody. Like it's just going to magically start
Well,
folding up on us.
The answer, my friend, is the same critique I gave earlier, is that he has a set of metaphysical assumptions that inform his worldview at present, and he's forcing an interpretation of an alternate worldview through those assumptions. That's why. In other words, friend, you haven't took off the rose-colored glasses yet to be able to entertain someone else's idea without seeing it through a tinged lens of your own idea.
Well, I mean, my own idea is formed, by everything I see, everything I learned, I learned on TV, and what everybody told me. But they could also be.
You're right. So a lot of it is based on things that you have no direct experience of, that you have a concept in your mind of how it works, right?
Well, I mean, me really? Yes. I mean, but it's only based on things that I've read and what I've learned in school and what people have told me. But that's it. That's it. Somebody in sorry?
Yeah, we all read books like Mark Twain and Dr. Seuss, but how does that lead us to physics and reality to prove what we're making up out of the, books, whether they're real or not?
Yeah, well, I mean, with me personally, I just believe what the physicists say or scientists say and even pop culture, because I'm like,
right.
It's almost like,
so it's
I don't know.
A religious aspect, right? You're like, hey, Billy Bob.
You're wrong, sir. You're wrong. I don't believe you. Let me tell you why.
Right.
You have to caveat when you say what physicists say, by which particular physicists or group of physicists you mean, because there are physicists who don't believe the mainstream narrative. Okay, so it's not as simple as I believe what physicists say. I don't think that that's really what you mean.
What do you think I mean?
Well, if you just say I believe what physicists say, and I know for a fact that there are many physicists who have contradictory assertions about different propositions, right? Then it can't be the case that you believe them all. Otherwise, you'd be holding mutually exclusive truth claims.
You're right.
So
I mean,
I think what you mean is whatever seems to me to be the most popular opinion of quote unquote the establishment, or quote unquote the physicists that are approved. Like there's like these qualifiers that must be put on it, is what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, obviously not all physicists, but the physicists that I've spoke with, I mean, that I've listened to on YouTube or whatever, those few people I believe them, and I believe other people. I
Yeah,
believe
fair.
but like I'm not saying they're right. I'm just saying that like I
Yeah,
personally
I
am like,
agree. I agree with you. I agree with you that the majority of people hold the views they hold by faith-based reasons. That's
yeah, it has
entirely a
to be
faith.
faith. Yeah, it's just like Christianity, or any religion. It has to be faith. It must be faith. Even like when it comes to faith, you always have to inject faith when you're doing anything. Like even when you're walking down the
You,
stairs, you have faith that the next step is not gonna be there, but you're not consciously thinking of it. You just have faith, right?
do you
You
have
have
faith
faith
in
in
basketball as a basketball?
um. Well, the only thing I can say is that it's round to me.
No, I'm saying, do you have to have faith or believe? I mean, do you have to like it's just a basketball? It's regulation size. It's a basketball. You don't have to have any corny anything. Like you look at it, basketball.
Um, Faith. Well, I mean, when I'm looking at it and I reach for it, it's a faith that my eyes aren't deceiving me, and it's going to be there when I touch it. In that sense, there's faith there. Um, so yeah, there's faith in
Yeah,
anything
but
you see and
well,
touch.
yeah, fair enough. But let's just roll this down the
Because it could
logical
be just a
entropy
simulation
train.
in your head, or I mean, or it could be like an
Yeah,
image
sure.
projected in your head, or a hallucination. Right?
Yeah, fair.
And then
So,
when you touch it, then you know, okay. And even
right.
at that point, you don't really know, because it could be like some sort of sensory thing that's being.
Oh
Right,
my
but
God!
you said
What?
that it's faith like Christianity, but see the problem is that the
Oh, I'm not pushing
metaphysical.
back. I'm just saying that
Okay, dude, that's
there's
great, dude. It's okay. Am I coming through? Am I
a
coming through, dude?
basketball or any
Hey,
object
bro, am I
needs
coming
faith,
through?
like anything,
Guess not.
Yes, you
any
are.
object.
Yes, you are. Hold on, brother. He's trying to talk.
Yeah, Mobius. If he
What?
ask him if he has me turned
Why do you
down.
say, "Oh my God"? I just want to know.
Do you have AI turned down?
AI? What?
Yeah, bro. My
No, all you
moniker.
said is looking at a basketball involved faith. I was like, yes.
Yeah, so
Mobius, one sec, Mobius.
clearly,
Yeah.
Do you hear AI
clearly,
Overlord 2.0 at the top? Can you hear him?
hello, can you hear me?
No.
Just double check that you don't have him turned down or muted.
What are you talking? No, what's the point?
He's the guy that's trying to talk
We
to
have
you,
someone.
brother.
Yeah, we have someone named AI Overlord 2.0 in the chat who has been speaking, but it doesn't appear as if you can hear him. So we're just trying to rectify the situation.
Oh, really? Okay.
You know, I could actually see him talking too. Yeah, I can't
Wait,
hear him
wait.
either though. Oh, I saw him.
So right,
I
we
saw
want to
him
make
trying to
sure that he
talk, and I
doesn't
couldn't hear
hear
him
him.
either.
So back out and
Okay,
come
wait.
back, or make sure he's turned up or not muted.
No. He's wait. I'm just going to refresh for a second because I didn't
There you
see
go.
him.
Yeah, just refresh or whatever. Yeah, no biggie.
Might have to go into his mic setting.
Yeah. So AI can hear me now.
I could always hear you.
Oh, okay. No, I don't know why. Sometimes there's a glitch if I use my tablet to go on Discord. I can't. Sometimes one person just doesn't come through. Did you think I was ignoring you?
No, we're good now. We're good now. Go ahead with the.
Sorry about that. No, yeah. I mean, yeah, I couldn't hear you. Yeah. So I still can't hear him.
I'm not speaking right now.
Yeah, he's
I
not
see.
talking no more.
Okay, no, because the green thing is going around.
Right,
Yeah,
just
that's
wait for
just
him.
me. That's just me downloading Russian's economy. That's all. Don't worry about that.
You hurt the cyborg's feelings.
Oh right. Oh okay.
Yeah. So, which came first? Mobius, which came first, the chicken or the egg?
Well, I mean, either one. Seems it's like an old riddle. But what do you think?
The answer is the rooster.
Right. Exactly. The rooster. But roosters don't lay eggs, so there you go.
Yeah, but they have to fertilize the egg, bro. That's the point. Otherwise, you don't get another chicken. You follow?
Yeah.
In other words, the way that mechanical processes work in the physical and natural world requires a precedent causation, right?
Sure.
Yes. This domino doesn't fall over unless the domino before it falls over. Correct?
I would say, yeah, you're kind of, in some sense, assuming causation, but assuming that that's what caused the thing. But causation in general, sure, yeah.
Yeah. Right. So, can you give me any hypothetical in which something mechanical occurs that wasn't preceded by a cause?
Well, I mean, I would say the Big Bang. That's the only thing, really. In itself, it's just happened, right? I mean, according to what.
Right. So, yeah, that's a cool story. So, let me get this straight. You have a concept about an event that was a mechanical event, essentially, that had no prior causation, which defies logical entropy, and laws of motion and all these other things, right? Yet you simultaneously want to say that the mainstream position is faith, just like Christianity. No, it's not, friend. Christianity holds a metaphysic in which the prime mover is explained in totality as a sufficient cause for all subsequent actions. The Big Bang is not such a thing, dude. It requires more faith to believe that proposition that the Big Bang had no prior instantiation cause than it does to believe in a specific sentient entity causing things in the natural world. Because
I mean,
there is no precedent chain causation necessity when it comes to sentient actions, because sentient actions are mental. They're not physical, right? They're the precedent before the action. And you could simply prove this to yourself by just deciding to pick up any object at all. Just decide to pick up any object at all. And the precedent causation was your will, which is not a physical object in any way, shape, or form. It's
right.
So check this out, friend. Christianity holds a metaphysic that can answer the cause of first motion coherently, and the other view does not have one, and so they are not equally faith-based, not at all.
Okay, so because I said they were faith-based, and you're saying that they're not. Okay, that's fine.
No, they could both be. No, they could both be faith-based. However, one is a giant leap of faith, and the other one is entirely coherent and rational.
Right. But obviously the Big Bang theory or whatever does have a huge leap of faith. Okay, definitely.
No, it doesn't actually. It doesn't. It only has a huge leap of faith if you assume there was no prior causation. If you just assume there was a transcendental cause that is greater entropically than the effect, right? It's very easy. Let me explain it. It goes like this. Okay, you have time. So you have temporal, material, and energetic states and spatial states coming into existence, right? So in order for something to do that, it must be greater. So to be greater than space, you have to be non-spatial, which means you are occupying no space. In that sense, space is a lower dimension than you, and that means that you're actually in all space simultaneously. That could be described as omnipresent, If
what?
you're beyond temporal states, right? If you are present in all spatial dimensions simultaneously, you are omnipresent. Correct? I mean, this isn't complicated. So please hold your gas. Listen, please hold your gas till the end. Thank you. So we don't get derailed, and it doesn't take me 300 years.
All right.
Because, you know, I do, even though I am a psionic entity from the future, I still have a finite lifespan. I'd like to enjoy some of it with my family.
Okay.
So that first element is omnipresent, right? So you need to be omnipresent in order to be the cause of space. Okay? Now we got the next one, which is energy, right? So all energy states. So you're the greater than the sum total of all energy states of the universe. So you need to be all powerful. You need to possess all power in order to cause all subsequent energy states. Now, secondly, atemporal, because temporal states came into existence. So if temporal states are lower dimensionally than you, then that means you possess the sum total of all temporal states, which means you're eternal.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah. So now we have. Yeah, I know. Yeah, whatever. So now we have an omnipresent, all-powerful, eternal. These are the qualities of the cause, right?
You're talking about a god?
Now, right?
Apparently, yeah.
Since we need to also account for sentience, right? And we need to account for actions that don't have prior necessary causations. And the only ones that exist categorically that are known to mankind are will. So that means the thing is sentient, right? It has a will. So now we have an eternal, omnipresent, all-powerful sentient agent is the cause of the bang, bro.
Okay,
Now,
well,
notice how I just want you to notice how in my worldview, there's no incoherence.
Right. No, that's if you're assuming that the Big Bang
Everybody's world.
happened.
That's literally. Hold on, wait. That's in everybody's like worldview of the Big Bang. If you talk to somebody smart, they would have like no incoherence because they think the same way. Like everything is logically laid out. So that's not really.
No, they don't, dude.
Well,
Dude, no, they don't, dude.
To an atheist, they do.
No, they don't, dude.
Well, listen, I've talked to them, and they think.
Yeah. Why don't you go ahead and explain the precedent causation that has the effect? Go ahead.
Well, no, I don't want to take up his time. He was going. I'll
Go ahead.
I don't know, dude. I mean, my explanation took like what? Uninterrupted, like less than 30 seconds.
You're talking about how okay, well, as like I'm not an atheist, but I can just go ahead and understand. Like it's basically just
Okay, define an atheist first before we even go, because this is very important. Because atheists don't even know what they are anymore, and so nobody knows what anybody means by atheist anymore.
I don't know. I feel like that's not true, but atheists just don't believe in higher power.
No, it is true.
Believe in
Okay. So there's a big difference between their. Yeah, but
you
just
got 30
to
seconds.
be fair,
I got 5 seconds. Thanks.
Yeah, but to be fair, you're defining atheists as they simply don't believe in a God. So they're actually not making a qualified position of whether God exists or not. They simply say, I don't believe.
Well, you gave me 5 seconds to respond. And I'm not even an atheist, but still, that would not be a good way to
Yeah, but I'm framing the term, dude.
I know, but
So now that the term has been framed, you can either agree or disagree with my accurate or inaccurate framing of the term.
I disagree from an atheistic point of view. I've talked to a lot of atheists. They don't agree with that.
Goodness, dude. And the meaning of the term atheist, that's what we were just talking about.
Right, and we disagree upon that point too, because atheists do not
Okay,
believe in higher power. I mean, if you were talking about
Oh
science,
my
they
God,
believe in
dude.
science.
Is anybody else as frustrated as me right now with this guy's inability to follow a train of thought?
No. You're on your
Oh
own.
yeah, I'm on my own. Really?
You're not. He's
All
not
right,
by
so
himself.
Yeah, so I just had a few people pipe up and say no, they are frustrated because you seem to gloss over the point. Yeah, so it's irrelevant.
Okay.
What does atheist mean?
You explain. Actually, how about you just tell me then? Because I'm not even atheist, but I've debated a lot of them. So
No, I mean, dude, listen. I began
No,
parsing out the
I'm
term atheist with,
You interrupt me, so go ahead. I just don't even need to talk anymore.
dude. You just said, why don't you explain? Okay, an atheist, dude, means different things to different people. So when you say I spoke to atheists, I need to know what you mean by that.
The definition.
There's no, dude. The definition of atheist is fluid, dude.
You're dumb. You're dumb. Then you're just dumb.
Really? Okay, let's see how dumb I am.
Yeah.
You want to play this game? Let's play this game. Let's play this game.
I talk to my
So
girlfriend
over the
all the time.
yeah, whatever, dude. So over the past week.
I'll talk to you just like my girlfriend. You're dumb.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool story. Yep. So.
Over the past week.
Yeah, over the past week. For example, Mr. Cosmic Skeptic, right, has posted a few videos and reacted to a few things. Cosmic Skeptic is a self-proclaimed atheist who's a very famous, debated Jordan Peterson, has been on a whole bunch of shows, right?
Okay.
He's not an unknown atheist. Now, in his videos, he made the assertion in a couple of the instances where atheism is a positive affirmation that God doesn't exist. While simultaneously, in previous content, himself and other atheists he was attached to said that atheism is not a positive assertion that God doesn't exist. Atheism is just the assertion that I lack belief in a higher power.
Can you deliver a sound argument which establishes the conclusion that the Earth is flat or not?
Dude, you need your sound argument. You need to turn the volume down on your sound argument before we can engage with each other.
He's trolling.
Right. So my point with that is, even among famous and prolifically well-known atheists, they can't even get their story straight on what atheism means. So the question is, which type of atheists are we talking about here? Are we talking about people who lack a belief? Or are we talking about people who make the positive affirmation God doesn't exist? Which one? What'd I miss?
Someone just turned the
What are we up to, guys? Are we crapping out connections or what?
Yeah, I lost connection.
The real loud guy. I don't know.
And atheism is a strong viewpoint. like a Sam Harris or whatever, but agnostic, understanding the fact that there's possibly something I just don't understand, like which it could be.
That's colloquially what people mean when they say agnostic. The
Right.
really strict definition of agnostic is that it is impossible to know. It is essentially saying it is a malformed question to even ask if there's a God until somebody defines what that means.
Well, no, they believe one. Well, no, agnostic is they believe in a God, they just don't know, and then an atheistic. Yeah, look it up. I mean, I do this all the time with you guys. You guys are in
No.
the
Agnostic is without knowledge, agnost, and it's saying it
Right.
is the hard position of agnosticism is that nobody can know.
Right, but they still do not say that there is none. That's the difference between an atheist.
Okay, but that's not the same as believing in God, dude.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
What?
Why would you think there would be a split between agnostic and then atheist then? Why would there
What do
be
you
a different
mean?
term?
Oh my goodness,
Did you
dude.
misspeak a moment ago? It sounded like a moment ago you said
No,
agnostics think
dude.
there is a God.
Yeah, bro. He's dead serious, bro. He is dead set on taking this train right into the
No.
train house and exploding it.
Atheists believe that there is no God. There's a huge cut there.
My goodness, dude.
And this is all on YouTube, recorded. I already know. I come in here all the time.
Cool. Yeah.
So that's your claim is that atheism and adherence to atheism uniformly assert God does not exist as a positive claim. That's your position. And that agnostics believe in God, they just don't know which God to believe in.
It sounded like that was your position, yeah.
Feel free to set the record straight, brother.
I mean, if like if there's an agnostic here, then maybe.
Yeah, well, let me tell you this. Have you ever heard this argument before? Very famous atheistic argument. It's a rhetorical argument in a sense.
Sure.
So you don't believe in Zeus, you don't believe in Zoroaster, you don't believe in Habali Jubilee, you don't believe in Hukupuchu, you don't believe in 5,000 gods. I just don't believe in one more god than you. Does that sound like the positive affirmation God does not exist? Or does that sound like they just lack a belief? Which one?
Sounds like they lack a belief. I don't believe.
Right.
The way you said it, the way you formulated it, sound like a lack of belief.
Right, I agree. I mean, a belief in a God.
Formulated it wrong. It's different to say I believe X doesn't exist versus I do not believe X exists. And I think you mistakenly put it the wrong way around just now.
Well, this is why atheists are retarded. I'm kidding. Bad joke. Don't ban me. But there is something to say about that. I mean, all these different gods, all these different beliefs, but these people in these times and points still believed in something. Regardless if it's, 1,000 gods versus one, there was still some sort of belief, and that's what you have to hold on to, and this is the whole argument. Like, if we want to believe in, 10,000 gods versus one, that's still a belief in something, which is not an atheistic viewpoint.
So what makes you think an atheist believes in one? Or an agnostic
No, they
believes
don't.
in one?
No, they believe in none.
Right.
That's an atheistic viewpoint. They believe in no God. It's very nihilistic. Usually,
fair enough.
Atheist.
So is the
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Is the proposition I don't believe in any gods the same proposition as God doesn't exist in principle?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty simple.
Wait a minute. We didn't hear what you said, so it's not that simple.
I said yes. Yeah. I mean, if you don't believe in any gods.
Okay, so you're literally saying that those are the same propositions?
How is this so hard?
Yeah,
Because
dude,
they're
because
not the same
because it's not.
proposition.
Yeah, your position that they're the same proposition is incoherent, dude. It literally
No.
makes no logical sense.
It's like let's put it in some other realm. Let's like take a Schrodinger's cat kind of situation, right? I got a box,
Okay.
and I've closed it, and you've got no access to what's inside it. And one proposition is I do not believe that there is a cat in the box, and the second proposition is I do believe that there is not a cat in the box.
Okay.
Right. One is a rational position to hold, going, unless I've got evidence to think there's a cat in the box, I'm not going to hold the belief that there is one. And the second is going, I'm going to be confident that there's not a cat in the box.
Right. And my
So
disagreement
they're
would be
similar, but they're meaningfully different propositions.
right. But that is psychology, and like religion
No.
is not psychology.
No, it's logic.
No,
It's logic, brother.
You need to know which is which if you're going to be
He,
doing the
he
logicking.
it would be logic, but also psychology is also you know what I'm saying though? Like it's one and the same. Just like how but that has nothing to do with religion, because this is something that you cannot touch. It a cat in the box, all of this. You could set up the box. You could set up all of this stuff. This is something that is more so spiritual. So I feel like it's just a false equivalency. I don't think
It's not. It's not false because Homeboy parsed out his example by the person making the claim or asserting their belief about what's in the box has
Right.
no knowledge of what's in the box.
But we know cats exist.
I don't
Right?
think you're following this.
Irrelevant. Knowing whether a cat exists or not is not the same as knowing whether there's a cat in a box, bro. The fact that you can't fathom this while trying to tell me how simple this thing is you claim to have is pretty silly, bro.
No, it's not silly. I'm actually breaking it down even deeper for you because you give a silly example talking about God.
Wow, dude.
I'm actually. I guess you don't get
So
it.
what
Okay.
the thing is, I hold the first position and I don't hold the second. I think it is silly to have a confidence in the non-existence of something, right? So
Sure,
while
but
I don't
let
think
me
a
tell
God
you this.
exists, I think it's silly to believe a God doesn't exist.
No, you're wrong. Hey, bro, you're wrong. You're wrong, sir. You actually believe both simultaneously, according to this guy.
Well, hold on. Let me talk. Let me say something real quick. Yeah, okay. Let's talk about this, okay? And this is what got me to belief in some sort of like a higher power, some sort of like a good versus of evil. If you look at I don't know how deep you are to like politics today. See like the evil that is being pushed upon us, the average people, all the wars and stuff like this. So obviously we know, and if you actually study it, all the Satanism that is going on right now, and it's not for
What? Oh man,
What
you're
do you
like a
have you
short
seen
step away
CERN?
from becoming a flat earther. You don't
No,
see
no.
that your proposition,
Do
you're
you know about
assuming the
CERN?
truth
Do you
of
know
your
about CERN?
proposition in
CERN, the hydrogen
the
collider.
particle accelerator.
Yeah. Have you seen what they do when they opened that the first time? It looked like a literal human sacrifice. Do you know about Bohemian Grove? Do you know about Moloch? All these things that are passed
Wow,
way
man, you're
back.
like off the deep end, huh? You should be
No, no, eggshells, eggshells, bro. You are not pawning him off on us. You must keep him. The end.
I don't want him. I don't want him, dude. You need to look more into flat Earth. You should check it
I
out. It
do
makes
know
some pretty
flat Earth.
strong points.
It actually agrees with you that a lot of flat earthers believe in the Bible.
Yeah, pretty much all of them do. Pretty much all of them agree with
That's
all
why,
of the things
that's
you
why
just
I agree,
said.
that's why I agree with them. But what did I say that was wrong then about the satanic type of stuff that is going around? It would only make flat Earth more valuable.
It's not about whether you're right or wrong about it. It's that you are presuming the truth of your proposition in the
My
making of it,
proposition
which is
of
irrational. It's irrational to
Yeah,
go
so you
in
don't
order to
think that
test whether. Can I finish? It's
sure.
in order to test whether this idea of God and Satan existing, I'm going to point at a satanic ritual, is presuming that there is an entity called Satan to which these people are worshipping.
Well, what about
You are
Jeffrey
putting the
Epstein's
cart
Island?
before the horse. It is deeply illogical.
What about Jeffrey Epstein's Island? What about all these politicians getting blackmailed by these
So
people?
let's just
What
take
about
one
all
of
this
them.
child
Let's just
trafficking?
take one of them. Just pause for a moment. You
Sure.
need to take a breath
Okay,
because otherwise it's a
let's
gish gallop. Pick one.
okay. Let's take one. Let's take one.
Jeffrey Epstein's Island?
Island. Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
So here's the crucial question to you. If
Okay.
if a universe existed that was identical to this one, that didn't have a god, would it be possible for wealthy people to have an island on which they predate upon young women? Is it possible that that could happen without a god?
Oh.
The answer is yes, correct?
How do you know?
The evidence of people, because the two don't relate to one another.
What do you mean?
There's
I mean,
no relationship between them.
Hold on,
How?
wait,
Okay,
no.
then use this. Talk me the process you go that Jeffrey Epstein and his buddies go and predate upon young women on an island to therefore God exists. Like, couldn't I make a strong argument that therefore God doesn't exist? God, in an all-loving, all-powerful, all-knowing entity, would never let that happen?
I don't know if you start peddling in woods and shoulds on a transcendental level, you're getting into murky territory.
Right. I don't think it's a strong argument, but I just mean it's a better argument than the one he's making. It's
Yeah, and it's especially bad.
Stronger than his stupid
Yeah,
argument.
bro. It's especially bad. It's especially bad if you go like this: Epstein Island, therefore the Earth is flat.
Exactly. It's just insane. Like, how do you not see how bad that argument?
I don't know, dude. Well, to be fair, Eggshells, I don't think he's made a logically coherent statement since he began.
He's really struggling.
No, I know you learn time.
Hey, you started making a lot more sense when your mic started breaking up. You should consider this as a conversational strategy now.
Sense at all.
It's not. Is he breaking up for everybody else, or is that just me?
Yes. Yeah, he's horrible.
Wow, that was some logic of a kind.
Yeah, whatever, guys. Have fun.
It was like Jeffrey Epstein's island exists, therefore God. Like, show me the couple of.
I never
give me a couple of
said
steps,
that.
bro. Okay,
Jesus
give me the
Christ.
steps. You said
know
if you
this
look
is
at what's
all
happening
being
in the
recorded,
world
right?
and the evil, and I said pick one because you were doing a scattergun approach.
Yeah, we don't know it's recorded when we are
Well, I'm just
present
wondering how you have
members,
that.
and one of us is literal
like, usually
curator of
you know
the
you're being
channel titled 24/7 Flat Earth
You might
Live. I
want to
mean, good
delete this
grief.
one.
Why would I
You might
delete
want
it,
to delete
dude?
this one then.
Why would either of us be ashamed of our ability
Because
to
you guys sound
demonstrate
so
your
retarded.
Yes, but dude, the problem is
Yes,
that we
but.
only sound retarded to you.
No. Yeah, well, that's the problem, isn't it? I agree with you guys like a lot.
No, I find it to be no problem at all.
I think the problem is you guys are in a cesspool. You guys never leave 24/7 Earth, so you guys just have the cesspool of ideas and never go out of your bounds of like.
I actually leave this channel quite often, so you're ignorant as
Where do
well
you
as
go?
illogical.
Where do you go? Where do you go?
Well, I mean, for example, last night I was at your sister's house.
See, that's what I'm saying. He never leaves.
No, dude, I do leave.
No, you don't. I've
Wait,
never
you
seen
sure?
you anywhere but here.
hang on.
I've never seen you anywhere but here.
So, what I don't understand what this is proving. What I want to understand is the logical connection
proving.
between
Well, this is
Epstein's
proving.
Island.
This is like. Well, hold on. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
This is
the
what
logical
proving.
connection between Epstein Island and that he's never
And flat
seen me
Earth.
anywhere but here. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
I will tell you. Can you stop saying the Earth is flat? There's no logical connection with Epstein and Earth is flat. You said that. I never said that.
Oh, you said
That's what
that,
makes
bro.
you dumb.
No. Let's be clear. Let's be clear, friend. Let's be clear. The difference between you and me is that I can actually go back right now and clip out where you said that, and then we could play it.
Please do.
But the difference,
It seemed
dude,
like
is
you were
that
saying it. Did I misunderstand it?
eggshells heard you say that, bro. Two people heard you say it, homie.
If I can play back what I thought you said without having gone back in the stream this is what made me a believer. If you look at what's happening in the world today and all of the evil and something satanic rituals, and then you started listing through things, and I said pick one.
Right,
We went
and then you
Epstein's
interrupted
Island.
me, and then no. Remember, I said all this stuff, and then just like usual, just like clockwork, you guys interrupted me, and I pointed something out, and I said Epstein Island, and this dumb fuck, it's like go ahead and said Flat Earth Island, which I never said. So go ahead, clip it out, you faggot. Clip that out too.
Easy, man.
So I am. So listen, friend. No, before we go on, eggshells, listen, friend. That type of language
I
is
never
not allowed
said
here. Listen,
in
friend.
context of saying Epstein's
Friend.
Island was due to the
Right,
fact of
dude,
flat Earth.
Kenny. You gotta have to mute you now. Okay.
Oh, I
There's
wanted to
certain
hear his
words we're not allowed to. Hold on, it's irrelevant.
Oh,
There's certain words we're not allowed to say in this in the context of this server. One, because of TOS, and two, because of rules of the server. So the word that you used that began with an F, had a couple of G's in it, and ended with a T is a prohibited word. Now, since I don't know you, I'm going to assume you're saying it conversationally, and I'm going to give you a mulligan. But the next time you say it, I'm going to be forced to ban you. So please, please, for the love of God, don't use that word or any other such sensitive words. Thank you. All right, I'll unmute you now.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just curious to
Sorry.
hear what was
Sorry,
the
dude.
connection that I misunderstood.
Well, listen, I just want to
lay the
be
whole
very
case out.
clear. And, apologize if my Wi-Fi is messed up. I'm outside, my girlfriend's sleeping, so. But I'd never connected flat Earth with Jeffrey Epstein's Island. The only reason if I could connect it, if you want to know about
Nobody
the
suggested
evils
you did that. I'm sorry, I'm jumping in there. That was AI Overlord was making a joke there. Nobody was suggesting that you were suggesting that Jeffrey Epstein's Island was related to flat Earth. What I was saying is it sounded like you were connecting the existence of Jeffrey Epstein's Island to the existence of a god.
Okay, well, I can maybe go ahead and throw something up like that.
Yeah,
So,
just draw the logical connection between them for me.
okay, so if there is like such an evil like that to where they're taking children, having sex with young age children, adrenochrome, sex trafficking, abusing children, it's a huge business. And using it for satanic rituals. And if you have not seen this, I was there with Pizzagate. I was there with all of this stuff. Marina Abramovic, you should look her up. Great friends with Epstein. All these weird things. Pizzagate was real, by the way. There's a huge, weird type of sex ritual stuff with children that they use to. Unfortunately, it's like black magic. It's I don't think it's actually black magic with like the K, which Aleister Crowley maybe it would have done, but it's similar to the fact that it is black magic with the K and what they do, and with Bohemian Grove and all this stuff. So if there is an evil like that, I would assume there would have to be a good. So if you want to
So
talk about
why if there was
flat
evil
Earth-
would there have to be a good?
right? Well, there has to be a balance.
Why does there have to be a balance?
Because that's just how nature works. I mean, if you
Does
look,
it? I see
Right.
imbalances all the time. I see floods and
Look at
droughts
our
destroy
bodies.
good people's lives. I see I mean, if I look at nature, I see imbalance.
Well, let's look at it more so at a smaller molecular level. There is a balance between our bodies. There's a balance between animals. There's a balance between
Point
numbers.
at one of these balances so I can see what you're
Okay,
talking about.
let's go ahead and let's go down to the deepest, to which I understand the most. I love math, and math got me into religion because of the fact that I see recurring numbers throughout all of nature, like the Fibonacci sequence for once, and all of this through the smallest particle through the biggest thing that we can see. And maybe we can go ahead and shut it off when it comes to the fact of the flat Earth. But I don't think it's really flat. And a lot of these flat earthers don't think it's flat either. But we think that there is something not right. But there is still something that is working.
What the heck did you just say? So you're a flat earther in name only? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, the flat Earth is a gimmick, and you talk to any flat earther, it's not really flat.
What? Are you kidding, dude?
I mean,
Wow.
Are you a flat earther?
Oh, this is dude, the culmination of your illogic. So go ahead, bro.
This
No,
doesn't make any
the
sense,
flat
man.
Earth
Like
is just
I
a
asked
name.
I asked for a logical connection between Epstein's Island, and it seems like it is because there's evil there
has
is
to be
good
good.
and there's balance. So, okay, was Epstein all powerful?
Yes, he was a Mossad agent.
Right. The guy that got that quote unquote hung himself in a prison after
Right.
getting imprisoned and charged with sex crimes, you're saying is all powerful. He is omni.
Look at his girlfriend.
What is it? Like omnipotent.
Yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell. I follow this case very, very
No.
closely.
It's a really direct question. Is it your
Well, he was
proposition?
the fall guy.
So he's the fall.
Wow,
so he's not all. So he's not all powerful, is he?
Yes.
He's
well,
very
this is the
weak
problem.
if he's the fall guy.
Oh man,
This is not. You don't understand how this thing works. He was a Mossad agent.
we do.
He was
We
taking people.
do
I mean,
understand.
You're just making more claims, though. You're just like,
no, he was.
that claim was shit.
Dude,
Why
just
don't
one
I
second,
back it up with another one?
He was.
Dude, listen, Eggshells is like 5 steps ahead of you, bro. We're all waiting for you to catch up.
I don't think he is. I'm really
No,
explaining.
he is. He is, dude. He's way ahead of you, bro.
Are you going to talk for him the whole time? Are you his boyfriend?
I'm not, dude. I'm not talking for him. I'm making an assessment of my view of how ahead of you he is.
Talking,
Dude. Goodness
you're
sake.
talking for him.
No, I'm talking for myself, dude. I'm making an assessment of my opinion, dude. No, dude.
Well, you're
dude.
wrong. Your opinion is
You're
wrong.
not.
He's not
Listen.
5 steps
No.
ahead of you.
Dude, my opinion is my opinion. It can't be wrong.
Yeah, your opinion is he is 5 steps ahead of me, and your opinion is wrong. I know more about this case than both of you combined.
You don't, but it's not
We're
about
not
the case.
talking
It's not about
exactly.
The case. It's about whether you're able to form a logical, coherent argument. And the logical, coherent argument
Well, I
is
can't when
there
your
is
boyfriend
balance.
goes ahead and interrupts me.
So there is balance, is your claim. And
Right.
if there's balance, what you would need to be able to show me is an infinitely powerful evil entity. That's the only way to make a claim that there is an infinitely powerful benevolent entity, because there's balance. And then your evidence of this infinitely powerful entity is somebody, by your own words, is a fall guy. Does that make any sense?
No, but hold on. You never let me finish. That's your problem. Like you already
kind of
think
go from claim to claim.
Well, it's a huge topic. Like, do you think I can
Right,
say
you need to
one
pick
thing?
one thing. You need to corral your thoughts and just
Yeah,
make
but-
one
yeah,
claim
but
and
I just
stick
wanna-
rather than going to talk
See,
about
this is the
Bohemian
thing that
Grove
you-
and all sorts of
I
inconsequential
think you guys
shit.
are used to like CNN and stuff, so we can go ahead and solve things in 5 minutes, and nothing ever is solved. But this is a huge
not in
topic.
5 minutes.
Oh,
But we
bro,
can
bro,
solve
it's not a
something if you
huge
stick
topic.
to the topic.
I
But
am.
when you run from the topic to a different topic,
I am
it
not.
just makes this schizophrenic and chaotic.
Yes. Well,
No,
look,
I'm
listen,
not.
for the audience, dude,
still taking a-
you got to address. No, you have to address Eggshell's point about balance.
I'm
You have
trying
it.
until you
Just
interrupted and say
let
he's
me
5
finish.
steps ahead
Let
of
me
me.
finish. Let me
Wait,
finish.
okay, dude, your
Let me
boyfriend can
finish.
handle himself. Leave him alone.
Okay, dude. So I'm just gonna mute you, and when I'm done speaking, I'll unmute you. Okay. So he put it to you, propositionally, that if balance is the way of the universe, that is the way things are, then in order to have an infinitely good God, you must have balance on the other side of the equation, an infinitely evil entity as the counterbalance. Okay, so now you must answer that, dude. You must answer whether you're presenting evil and good as equivalent counterbalances in order for your premise of balance to be true. So can you please, for the love of God, address that logic? It doesn't require talking about anything else other than whether such an entity is a counterbalance to God or whatever you want to call the infinite good. All right. And or maybe you don't believe in an infinite good. So all right, let me find you and unmute you here. Unless you left like like a twerk. All right. Maybe not. All right. There we go. I found you. Yay. All right, hold on. There you go. Unmuted. Go ahead.
I'd appreciate it if you didn't mute me. I'm a grown adult. But anyway,
I could care less what you appreciate, dude. If you're going to talk straight through me and I'm the curator of the platform, I'm going to mute you. It's that simple. I mean,
well, I'll make
get
my
a
own
clue.
group then. I have the power to make
Yeah,
my
well,
own.
you go right at. You're here now, dude. Just take advantage of the time when you're unmuted, for goodness sakes.
What I said previously, I said God was not good or ultimate evil. He is God, so he does evil and good. Like I said previously, he did the whole flood. I mean, we're talking about God. I don't think this is the problem. If I get off topic real quick, wait 20 seconds and I'll run it right back. God is evil. God is God, and God made evil and good. So my whole point is the Jeffrey Epstein thing. Maybe I picked the wrong topic. I don't know. Maybe it's just too complicated. But
Yeah, it is way too
the point
complicated to
is,
try to slice through your soup sandwich.
there was some.
It's not
Sure.
great, man.
Well, whatever. I mean, I'll
Dude,
never
dude,
I feel like
you
it's
lost
self-centered.
any credibility, dude, when you just said that God is responsible
You guys don't know
explicitly.
anything about. Well, hold on. Well, you guys don't know anything about the case that I'm talking about, so I'd have to explain it, and then you're like, you're wasting my time. Well, maybe I picked the wrong topic then, because you guys know nothing about the Epstein case. So maybe I should just pick a different topic.
Sure about
the
that,
whole
dude?
thing is, if there's
It's not about whether we
Yeah,
know about
okay,
it. It's
tell me
about
about,
whether you can draw a logical conclusion from one thing to the next. And you don't need to tell us about the whole case. But
Ghislaine
we let
Maxwell.
in here with this
Well,
thing
the
of
problem
I
is you guys
became
don't know about
a
it.
religious
So how
person
deep it
because I
goes.
saw it. But sure, it might go really deeply. But
Right.
that's not gonna what I'm trying to
Well,
say
here,
to you
let me
is
say
if
this.
you want
I-
oh my god.
I
Go for it. Say
No,
something.
go.
Okay. What I'm trying
No.
to say is you need to be able to draw
Well,
a
I'm just saying, like,
causal link, but oh my fucking god,
go ahead.
dude. Shit. Are you do
I'm
you have
lagging.
any
We're
self
lagging with
control?
each other, dude. I stopped.
So
I did.
what
but
you
we're
need to be
lagging.
able to
I
do
stopped.
is show a causal link from this to that. You don't need to tell us the whole story. You need to go, okay, Jeffrey Epstein's island is for some reason impossible in a world without God. For some reason, rich people fucking small children is not possible in an
Okay.
atheistic world.
Let me say this then. Maybe this will be a better. Let's drop the Pizzagate. Let's drop that. Let me think about it like this way then, because this one's actually more recent, and I'm actually curious. Let's talk about like the yin and the yang of this thing. But I still will bring up Epstein. Epstein was Mossad. He was an agent working for Israel. Israel right now is under fire, and there's a huge battle right now with Israel and Palestine. There's a lot of people like me way back, way before the huge battle between Israel and Palestine around 2014, still finding this stuff out, that we were losing hope about Israel's power over America. How they were taking over not just America, a lot of these different, Europe, stuff like this, especially what they've done in the past. But now with the internet and just being, intelligent, not saying as much, just sticking to your guns, there is a tide turning in the whole, I guess you could say, the United States political realm. I mean, just recently, AFPEC was one of the hugest things that happened last week. They tried to shut it down. Still, thousands of people marches. Like that's the yin to the yang. That's like there's good, but there's also great coming out of it. I mean, rough times make great men. It just happens time and time again. Maybe Epstein thing, the case wasn't on my part not very well because he did not kill himself, but he did die. But during that whole thing, a lot of people found out a lot, especially with the Hillary Clinton emails, all of this stuff. So all of this is like propagating into some huge movement right now that I don't think people can ignore anymore. And this happens time and time again.
I'm going to make a prediction.
Sure.
I'm going to make a prediction, Overlord. This guy's going to be a flat earther. If he sticks around these rooms, I give him 6 months or less, 2 or 3 months.
I am.
You are a flat
I am
earther.
I am kind of, yeah. I talk to you guys all the time. I guess you're just never here. But yeah, I agree with all the flat earthers.
But to be fair, Eggshells, he's a flat earther that is a not flatter.
Yeah, he sounds
but
like he
the Earth
doesn't
isn't
actually
flat,
think the Earth is flat.
No,
really?
it's not really
Do
flat.
you think that the Earth has a south celestial pole?
I think that during with our coordinates and everything, NASA is a huge money laundering scheme. The whole global warming thing is a huge money laundering scheme. I feel like there's Maybe there could be like a continent or something that they aren't telling us
Excuse
about.
me, I'm sorry. Everybody preying on the people who actually believe this horse crap. Just cut it out. You're being a bit of a goof.
Why are you inhaling your mic, bro?
Didn't understand that at all. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying, like, I know the government is lying to us. I know that much, and there's nothing, there's nothing like the moon landing was fake, all this stuff. So
Interesting. Well, so I want to ask you a specific lie about the government. See if you're aware of it. So, in the early 1900s, there actually was a specific move by a group known as the Bolsheviks to perpetrate upon the American public that ideal shapes can actually exist in three-dimensional free space. Part of that subset was that ideal planes could also exist in three-dimensional free space. And part of that was that flat actually means idealistically flat in three-dimensional free space, like the definition, which can only exist in an ideal. Now, this lie has so perpetrated the human mind that people like you don't even understand what flat means anymore.
no, I don't think that's the case because, like, I've watched the, like SpaceX. Maybe we could say that's fake. There is a little bit of a curve. Like, I mean, I'm sure there's maybe could be a. Well, come on, dude. Like, I feel like nobody really knows, to be completely honest. So, especially if
Dude,
we're
you
the
have no
conspiracy
you have no idea, dude, what just happened, do you?
you don't know anything that's actually happening on Earth, though. Like, you care so much about
No,
space.
no, no, no,
and
no,
all
no,
this-
no, brother.
Like, do you know anything about what's going on Earth? You're so cared.
Dude, I was just facetiously lampooning your concept of flat existing as an ideal concept in three-dimensional free space as a critique against the term flat Earth.
I believe in
And it went over your head.
I believe in
Yeah.
mathematics. I believe in different dimensions.
Yeah. Okay.
I believe. I mean, this is possible. We can actually teleport objects. This is. I mean, no, it is possible. I literally watched it. You know, the Malaysian air flight. It got leaked in 2019. I've been following it very heavily. They teleported that whole plane of those Asian chip makers. The United States did to send a message to fucking China, and you can find it, and it's real. And there's people that will give you money if you could debunk all of that. Everybody thought it was CGI, everything. No, it's real. We have plasma. We know how to use plasma. It's just like the free energy thing. The thunderstorm generator, that's real. I mean, there are things that we know about that the government isn't giving us. I mean, I think you guys know that, right?
Yeah, like
Well,
they're not giving us
giving
the
us a good
truth.
education, evidently.
Okay, well then we agree to that. Right, yeah, but our cell phones are going up, but still nothing else, right? Like, still we have to put gas in our tanks, even though a thunderstorm generator, we can literally use water. I mean, come on. And this was actually just shown a couple days ago. I forget what convention, but I talked to the guy, and he was scared for his life because there were black helicopters. I can
Yes.
go on my X right now, and
So that being said, we come to a very important metaphysical crossroads where we must ask the crucial question, which is this. If you multiply hope times worry, how much does it weigh?
I don't know how much.
Dude, you can't weigh concepts.
Well, I mean, I thought it was a trick question anyway. Well, do you believe in different dimensions, even though being a flat earther? Because it has to be true, due to the fact of the Malaysian air flight.
Dude,
No,
dude,
that-
there's obviously greater dimensions than the physical dimensions.
Right. So then, what do you say then? What do you say about the flat Earth? I mean, sure.
I don't know, dude. I'm
Brain
actually
can
just,
come if it's
I'm
allowed.
actually just
There is
hoping
a
and praying that you maintain a logical, coherent thought from beginning to end.
I have been, and there's a lot of smart
Not
people that
really.
I know that probably blow your mind and maybe change your mind.
Well, dude, I will admit that I do believe they blew your mind.
I said blow your mind.
No. I believe that's fine. You said that, but see, they wouldn't blow my mind. I do
So
believe,
you don't
however,
believe?
that they blew your mind, and half of it was left behind.
Sure. I feel like they blew half
Dude,
your face off. That's a great
dude,
profile pic for you. Half your brain.
dude.
Great PFP, bro. You should keep it there. Half your brain is
Dude,
fucking rotated out.
that is the only logically cohesive statement you've said so far.
Yeah, the half your brain's gone.
Dude, how could my brain be
That's good.
gone? How could my brain be gone if it's covered in mimetic polyalloy?
Right. I'll just talk to you like my ex-girlfriends or any woman anymore. Hey, you're very smart. Make me dinner.
Dude, I would make you dinner, but I'm afraid you'd choke on the fork.
I'd probably stab you with a fork.
See, the problem with guys like you, dude, is that the way you express yourself is like borderline violation of the rules of the rooms that we're in.
Yeah, well,
You know?
Discord's already. You know how many Fed agents come in Discord? Like, I think you just don't understand, like how.
No,
See, the thing is,
dude.
let
Listen,
me just tell you.
bro. I've been doing this for 10 years, dude, and I've been in the backgrounds, and I know
And
all
you've
this
learned
little
nothing.
salacious details. Oh, dude, yeah, I've learned nothing clearly.
You've learned nothing.